Abin, you need not concern yourself with him any further after all. You're the principal writer henceforth. Within each chapter, you may only include one poem. No more than 10 chapters may feature a single piece. Bennett nodded, eagerly. Writing poetry was manageable, especially since Wendy's verses possessed a certain quality. The main issue was that at every pivotal moment in the plot, a complete poem was required, disrupting Bennett's rhythm and crafting the narrative. Divine One, do you see anything that requires alteration? The Divine One turned to Lin Bai and smiled. Hold on a moment. Are you asking me to provide feedback on Master Jinye's book for free, when it is a collaborative effort? Good heavens, do they charge for opinions now? Lin Bai chuckled. Oh, Divine One, you must understand. Ganyu has just become pregnant, and I need to earn some money for baby formula. Could you lend me a hand? What? My sister is pregnant? Both Bennett and Wendy were taken aback, as they were unaware of this news while in Mondstadt. Hee hee, yes, I nearly forgot to mention it to you. Upon hearing this, Wendy burst into laughter. You are quite the swift one. When you got married, I remarked that you had entered grave, and now you already have a child. What a turn of events. Lin Bai, once the child arrives, you can consider your freedom buried. Lin Bai rolled his eyes when he was not merely jesting, but seemed to genuinely believe that marriage confined one's freedom. It baffled him how a god who had never married could sound like a jilted spouse lamenting the chains of matrimony. Buried? I call it rebirth. My son may even pay homage at your grave one day. The Divine One blinked, pondering that the banter between these two was far more intense than her exchanges with Ing. Their sparring sounded as if they were sworn enemies. When your son comes to present flowers, make sure to offer fresh Cecilia flowers. I have an affinity for them, and do not skimp on the wine. Wine? No way. I'll have my son relieve himself on your grave instead. Virgin boy's urine beer. Come now, with our friendship, you wouldn't deny me a drink? Surely, you must show some respect for the Anemo Archon. Brother, virgin boy's urine is no less precious than wine. Consider it a fine tribute. Get lost. We, in Mondstadt, do not possess such peculiarities. Virgin boy's urine is medicine. How dare you belittle Liyu's medical practices? I must have a word with Baiju from now on. When Mondstadt folk come to purchase tonics, the prices will rise. How despicable. Then I shall have Dialek increase the prices of Liyu's red wine. The two continued their spirited exchange, leaving the Divine One in a daze, while Bennett sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, Hee hee, just get used to it. They may appear to be quarreling, but their bond is quite strong. The Divine One nodded and engaged in conversation with Bennett, considering that Ganyu's pregnancy would be a good reason to assist Lin Bai. After conversing with Bennett, the Divine One grasped the specific concept and rationale behind this divine mixologist character, and thus resumed her examination of the manuscript. Meanwhile, after managing the languid Wendy, Lin Bai approached the Divine One, inquiring, What are your thoughts? The Divine One pondered for a moment before replying, Overall, it seems satisfactory. Wendy's writing style is commendable. Bennett's adventures are quite immersive. However, there is one issue. Since this protagonist is a hidden hero, the aura of mystery is somewhat lacking. Mystery? Indeed, after all, this protagonist is not akin to the reincarnation narratives we are familiar with. I believe the character's background must be enriched. For instance, why does he strive to protect Mondstadt? Was he once persecuted by villains? A motivation must be established. Is that really necessary? Aren't protagonists in your stories primarily focused on becoming powerful? That may be true, but the character development varies in this narrative. The protagonist is already a formidable hidden expert from the outset, correct? Therefore, we must explore his motivations. What actions he intends to undertake. This should be prefaced with a compelling backstory. Upon hearing the Divine One's words, Lin Bai began to contemplate. She made a valid point. Although Zinkius works sold well in Mondstadt, the influence of the Knights of Favonius meant that classic heroic tales still held sway. Lin Bai had infused some elements of wish fulfillment into the narrative, resulting in the current manuscript. Motivation. Lin Bai suddenly had an epiphany. What if the protagonist's family was harmed by the villains, and he conceals himself among the populace to investigate their organization? The Divine One nodded with a smile. There you have it. You understand how to set it up now. This premise feels rather clicked. I had almost forgotten it. So what if it's clicked? If it works, it works. Consider those protagonists who charm numerous women. Many adore them despite their familiarity. Lin Bai nodded. realizing that he had not given it much thought before inspiration struck, and he simply directed Bennett to begin writing. At that moment, the Divine One turned her gaze towards Bennett, stating, "Though I've only just met him today, it is evident that he is a spirited young man. However, the protagonist's demeanor appears excessively lively and optimistic, which somewhat diminishes the air of mystery surrounding him." Bennett blushed at the compliment from the beautiful older sister, scratching his head bashfully. "Are you suggesting that the protagonist must be burdened with profound sorrow?" "Who said that? If the protagonist suffers too greatly, the readers will feel uncomfortable. We simply need to enhance the background to describe a woman's beauty. One need not state her loveliness explicitly, just provide a contrast, and the readers will grasp her beauty." "Ah, the supporting context." "Precisely. This aura of mystery serves as a backdrop overall. Your current protagonist feels somewhat insubstantial, so we must deepen his characterization." Linbai nodded, acknowledging that expertise indeed matters following the Divine One's guidance. The protagonist could essentially be modeled after Batman. The thought of Batman made Linbai chuckle to himself. "What's with the sudden grin?" the Divine One inquired. I just thought of someone a band's experiences starkly contrast with those of the protagonist, but there's someone who could provide some suggestions." "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, Wendy stirred, rubbing his heavy head as he approached. "You're not considering seeking out that individual, are you?" "Oh, you know about that person too?" "How could I not? When you mentioned writing this novel, I recognized the protagonist's setup. Isn't it reminiscent of the currently popular Night Hero?" "Night Hero?" Upon hearing this, a band's interest was piqued. "Do you know the Night Hero?" "Good heavens, there's still those unaware." However, Linbai, having traversed worlds, found it understandable that Abin was uninformed. "Let's go to the Dawn Manor." The group ventured out, and Linbai explained the Dawn Manor and who Dialek was to the Divine One. Turning back, they noticed Winnie had not followed. "Where is Wendy?" "He said he wouldn't go," Abin replied. That fellow isn't coming?" "That seems unusual." Linbai had previously settled Wendy's debt to ensure his peace of mind while writing. "Forget it, let him be." Accompanied by the Divine One and Abin, Linbai arrived at the Dawn Winery. Having visited Dialek's estate numerous times, Linbai was recognized by the maids. As soon as they arrived at the manor, Linbai noticed a maid rush inside upon spotting him. At the entrance of the villa, the door swung open, and Dialek, with a serious expression, approached Linbai, pulling him aside. "What's the matter?" Linbai found Dialek's demeanor peculiar. "You have finally arrived," Dialek sighed, shaking his head after a brief pause. He remarked, "Your friend's child eats far too much." Linbai was taken aback, recalling that after their excursion to the snowy mountains, Zhongli had brought a Jew to Dialek's place. "They haven't left yet?" Linbai had assumed Zhongli and the others had returned. "No." Dialek's tone was unusually animated. "Mr. Zhongli is indeed a fine gentleman, and conversing with him is rather enjoyable, but that child, a Jew, is simply insatiable. Can you believe he devoured 50 toasts in one sitting? I, Dialek, can scarcely afford to sustain him. How on earth was that little rascal raised?" Linbai burst into laughter, realizing the situation. Dialek was unaware of Aegeus' true nature. Considering Aegeus' size as a Ruocho, it was indeed possible for him to consume 50 toasts. Linbai even suspected that Ruocho might not have been satisfied. "All right, they'll have them come over. However, I do need a favor from you." "Absolutely." Dialek agreed without hesitation. If it meant sending away that plague known as a Jew, he would be more than content. As they returned, Linbai introduced the Divine One to Dialek. Upon learning that she was the editor and proprietor of the Ye publishing house in Inazuma, Dialek was quite taken aback. However, he refrained from making any comments this time after being nearly outwitted by Zhongli during his previous attempt to expand his business in Liyue. Dialek dared not entertain any other notions this time. Upon entering the villa, Linbai spotted Zhongli seated on the sofa, sipping tea, while a large platter of Western pastries sat before Jew. One must commend Dialek's hospitality. Despite his eagerness for Zhongli and a Jew to depart, he was nonetheless generous with his offerings. Linbai approached Zhongli, smiling. "Brother, you've truly put Dialek in a difficult position, haven't you?" Zhongli continued to sip his tea calmly, responding, "It wouldn't be quite right to say that I merely shared tea and conversation with him. Isn't that a gain for him?" "Indeed, In a certain light, having the Geo-Archon dine with you could be considered a benefit when, will you be leaving? If a Jew continues to eat like this, Mondstadt's wealthiest will soon find themselves in dire straits. Zhonli shook his head. We're not going back just yet, but rest assured, we shall venture into Mondstadt tomorrow. We've indeed overstayed our welcome here. Not going back. Lin Bai thought to himself, has he completely abandoned work? Would Hu Tao ever agree to this? As for Hu Tao, I've already mentioned it. You need not worry. I'm merely here to enjoy a few days of leisure, Zhonli explained, noticing Lin Bai's concern. Very well. It seems we are truly embarking on a worldly escapade. Next came the banquet, which, as always, was lavishly hosted at Dialek's residence. Shensi observed Dialek's maids attending to their duties, a smile gracing her lips. What are you doing, staring at the maids like that? Shensi turned back with a grin. It's my first time enjoying such treatment. It feels quite refreshing. It could serve as inspiration. Indeed, even a meal has become an opportunity for research. Has it? As Lin Bai glanced over, he immediately sidestepped, aware that Ganyu's charged arrow could spread, and he did not wish to be caught in its wake. The other two hilichurls, witnessing the demise of their companion, let out furious roars as they charged toward Ganyu. Upon seeing the two hilichurls approach, Ganyu unleashed a blooming ice lotus and deftly retreated. Ah, the E-skill. Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar move from a game. The two hilichurls, while engaged in their assault on Lin Bai, had splashed into the pond, and upon encountering Ganyu's ice lotus, they were inevitably frozen, transforming into two statues of ice. Ganyu quickly knocked her bow and, after shattering one of them, the other was freed from its icy prison. However, due to the overwhelming damage sustained, it too succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Lin Bai recalled the blows he had previously endured from them and promptly leaped onto the fallen hilichurl, covering its head with his body. The hilichurl, already on the brink of death, suffocated under Lin Bai's weight, disintegrating into dust. His level rose to LV1, the attributes interface activated, and a hidden trait was unlocked, Shapeshifter. The Shapeshifter trait system was now accessible, as was the inventory system, and the carrying slots became operational that a plethora of notifications flooded in, but Lin Bai's attention was captured by the most crucial line. The Shapeshifter trait system has been unlocked. Here it comes, yes, I thought. How could one traverse to another world without a system? That would be as improbable as a time travel novel devoid of the journey itself. Traits. Lin Bai recalled that in the original game, Ditto indeed possessed trait settings. Reflecting on it, the base trait of Ditto was soft. This particular trait's effect prevented it from being paralyzed. Any Pokemon that was paralyzed upon acquiring this trait would have their paralysis lifted. Furthermore, many Pokemon had hidden traits, and Ditto's hidden trait was, in fact, Shapeshifter. The effect of the Shapeshifter trait allowed it to enter a transformation state, targeting the corresponding Pokemon in the opponent's position upon entering the field. If the target was under the influence of an illusion in a transformation state, or if there were no Pokemon in the target's position, the activation of the Shapeshifter trait would fail. This was the original game's design for Ditto, and the system notification indicating the unlocking of the trait system suggested a deviation from the original effects. As Lin Bai pondered, he suddenly noticed that the defeated hilichurl had dropped a multitude of items, and beside several shattered masks lay a card. Could it be? Lin Bai grasped the card, examining it closely, and a smile graced his lips as he began to comprehend its purpose. The front of the card displayed an image of a hilichurl along with its name, adorned with a star in the upper right corner, while the back was gray, bordered with a bronze frame. Simultaneously, a new interface materialized in Lin Bai's mind, indicating that the card had been integrated into the system. A text prompt appeared at the bottom of the card interface. Card effect, passive skill acquired, Tough Skin. Tough Skin, defense increased by 1.1 times. He chuckled, realizing this was an intriguing gameplay mechanic. However, his smile faded abruptly when he noticed Ganyu had drawn her bow, the arrowhead now poised at his forehead. Ganyu, please no, Lin Bai exclaimed, fearing she might unleash an arrow at him. Ganyu, taken aback by Lin Bai's voice, paused momentarily. This slime can talk? I am not a monster. Ganyu. Upon confirming that the slime before her was indeed speaking, Ganyu lowered her bow slightly, though she remained ready to release the arrow at any moment. You can talk? Yes, of course. I am not a monster. Ganyu shook her head and replied, "You are clearly a slime, though I have never seen one in this color before. Da-da. Indeed, being a ditto does set him apart from mere slime." A thought flashed through Lin Bai's mind, and he quickly devised an explanation that I am not a monster, truly. How could a monster speak human language? Ganyu blinked, her expression one of skepticism. What to do? Ganyu, after all, was unaware of Ditto's existence. He couldn't very well claim to be a time traveler. Some monsters could indeed speak, like the Abyss Mages. Lin Bai suddenly recalled that there were indeed talking Abyss monsters in the game's storyline. What to say? The game's narrative. Although he had quit at version 1.5, he still retained some understanding of Ganyu's character. It seemed that Ganyu was particularly sensitive about her half-immortal status, though her legendary quest had been completed long ago, leaving him with only fragmented memories. Nonetheless, Lin Bai had a plan. He would claim that he was once human, but had lost part of his memory due to some incident, making it impossible to recall why he had become this way. Moreover, after transforming into this form, the monsters no longer regarded him as one of their own. Just moments ago, the three Hilichurls had bullied him. So, it was you who cried for help? Ganyu inquired, having arrived just in time to hear someone calling for assistance. Yes, that was me. Monsters see me as an outsider, and when humans see me, they call me a monster and even throw stones at me. I feel like an outcast. It seems there is no place for me in this world. This last statement was Lin Bai's heartfelt truth. Having transformed into a ditto, he indeed felt like an anomaly. Upon hearing Lin Bai's plight, Ganyu's expression softened, and she lowered her bow. She could empathize deeply with his struggles. How do you know me? Ganyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, I seem to recall seeing you in Liyue. Lin Bai replied. Are you from Liyue? Do you remember your family? Lin Bai shook his head. I remember nothing. While I recall some things about Liyue, they're all fragmented. Ganyu gazed at the soft, squishy Lin Bai, her heart swelling with compassion. She crouched down, gently stroking Lin Bai, and asked, How did you end up like this? Do you remember? I don't remember, Sister Ganyu. Please don't kill me. Lin Bai puffed adorably, his charm irresistible. Given that Ganyu was over 3,000 years old, he felt that addressing her as sister would not be a loss. Upon hearing him call her sister, Ganyu paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. You are indeed a pitiable child. With that, Ganyu scooped Lin Bai into her arms. Let me take you to meet Lu Yun, the borrower of wind, and see if she has any solutions cradled against her chest. Lin Bai felt the warmth of her embrace and the soft contact of his back against the black slime, his heart melting. Okay, sister, he responded enthusiastically, regardless of the unknown strength of the system for now. Having formed a connection with Ganyu felt like a promising turn of events. Ganyu carried Lin Bai on their journey. He took the opportunity to explore his system. The interface felt both familiar and foreign. It was familiar due to its resemblance to the original Genshin Impact game interface, yet foreign because of certain discrepancies, most notably the absence of the life seat and relic interfaces. Instead, new features had emerged, the carrying slot and card mounting. Lin Bai recalled an initial notification about the activation of the carrying slot, so he clicked to investigate. There was a single slot already occupied by an item, metal powder, to his surprise. It was indeed metal powder. In the original game of Ditto, this item was a rare find when captured, with a low probability of occurrence. Typically, Ditto was more likely to carry speed powder, while metal powder had only a 5 chance. It seemed that luck was on his side. He examined the description of metal powder. Defense X2 when carried, with no effect while in transformation. He was slightly disappointed that the transformation's ineffectiveness was faithfully recreated. As for the single slot, he wondered if it might be expandable later on. He then opened the card mounting interface, discovering 6 slots shaped exactly like the card he had found. Were these for placing cards? But if he was Ditto, wouldn't he be able to transform directly? What was the purpose of this mounting system? Perhaps he would figure that out later, when he opened the talent interface. He found 2 skill slots, both blank square slots. Observing these slots, Lin Bai surmised that the cards were indeed meant for this purpose. Below were 3 inherent talents, which Lin Bai examined closely. Inherent Talent 1. Soft, prevents paralysis. Inherent Talent 2. Shapeshifter. Enters a possession state upon reading the corresponding card, allowing the use of the moves associated with that card. Inherent Talent 3. Soft-bodied. Immunity to 99 of fall damage. The original trait has transformed into an inherent talent. However, why is this talent's success rate not 100%? That mere 1% is truly maddening for someone with obsessive tendencies. Lin Bai finds himself somewhat conflicted about this second talent. For according to the talent's description, if he requires a car to transform, does that not imply a limitation on his ability to metamorphose? A shapeshifter should not be confined in such a manner. And he feels a twinge of remorse for his current state. I could see this moment. Ganyu has already ascended the peak and crossed a wooden bridge, where a pond comes into view. Upon noticing the towering red maple tree at the center of the pond, Lin Bai realizes he has arrived at the abode of the true monarch of borrowing wind, Lu Yun. Ganyu releases an ice lotus, freezing the surface of the water, just as they reach the center of the pond. A feminine voice resonates from above. Why have you returned again? The true monarch of borrowing wind gently descends, coming to a halt before the two that you were so eager to return to work earlier. Did you forget something? As she speaks, the true monarch notices Lin Bai, who is cradled in Ganyu's embrace. Ditto. After several millennia, do you still possess a childlike spirit, having taken in a slime to care for? True monarch, that is not the case. Ganyu immediately refutes, evidently a bit bashful at the mention of her childhood. By the way, this slime is rather unattractive. Lin Bai thinks to himself, wishing to curse but refraining. Ganyu gently sets Lin Bai down and states, True monarch, this is not a slime. He is a human. Greetings, true monarch, Lin Bai adds, offering a polite salutation. His response clearly catches the true monarch of borrowing wind off guard, causing her celestial crane form to shudder slightly. Circumnavigating Lin Bai for a closer inspection, the true monarch turns her gaze towards Ganyu. Where did you acquire this? A slime that can speak. Have you perhaps found a slime king? True monarch, I am not a slime. Silence, little creature. The true monarch of borrowing wind extends her wings, pressing down upon Lin Bai. He is instantly flattened, feeling quite miserable. Observing this, Ganyu's heart aches, and she quickly begins to explain. After hearing Ganyu's clarification, the true monarch retracts her wings. Although Lin Bai cannot discern the expression of a crane, her tone is unmistakably different. Is this truly the case? Young man, do you remember what that demon god looked like? Most have forgotten, but I believe the demon lord was called Mehu. Known for his greed, the true monarch of borrowing wind tilts her head and states that she does not recall any demon god by that name. True monarch, do you have a way to revert him back? Ganyu evidently wishes to assist Lin Bai in returning to a normal state. In Oh Chance, the true monarch responds decisively and promptly. When I pressed him earlier, I also examined his condition. There is no elemental energy flowing within him, nor any trace of magical power, not even a hint of malevolence, if it were a curse from a demon god. It should not be like this. That's so. Ganyu feels a bit disheartened. She lags behind the true monarch in terms of celestial abilities. If the true monarch cannot help, Ganyu feels powerless as well. Lin Bai, sensing the situation, speaks up. True monarch, I have long heard of the celestial protection in Liyue, and now, having the fortune to witness it, I wonder if I might be accepted into the celestial sect. The celestial beings have made appearances in the game's narrative, showcasing their powers, particularly the shockwave from Granny Ping, which Lin Bai still vividly remembers despite having taken a long break from the game. Of course, Lin Bai merely inquires about apprenticeship, as celestial beings in the game are often portrayed as reclusive, rarely engaging in social interactions, maintaining an air of aloofness. Certainly. What? Lin Bai thinks he misheard, rubbing his non-existent ears. To his astonishment, the true monarch of borrowing wind not only agrees, but does so with remarkable swiftness. Ganyu is equally taken aback by the true monarch's consent, her face a canvas of astonishment. True monarch, are you serious? Of course. I, Lu Yun, am a woman of my word. This young man's predicament is peculiar, and considering he hardly resembles a human, the fact that he can speak suggests he retains some wisdom. Upon reflection, it could be quite entertaining. Entertaining, it seems the true monarch is rather bored and has taken to treating me as a plaything that I pay my respects to my master. Lin Bai is no fool. Even if he cannot learn celestial arts, the identity of a celestial disciple is still a notable title. Why calling her master? He hopes to prevent any change of heart, as the saying goes. One relies on their parents at home and friends outside. Connections are paramount, If a celestial is considered a disciple of an emperor, then being a disciple of a celestial establishes a link to the divine. Speaking of the Geo Archon, Zhongli, Lin Bai recalls something. Just as he prepares to ask, the true monarch of Borrowing Wind speaks first. Ganyu, are you not leaving yet? If you return late, don't blame me for saying I kept you here for a meal, as you did last time. True monarch, Ganyu's cheeks flush slightly. The true monarch often brings up her embarrassing moments in front of Lin Bai. Ganyu glances at the sky, crouches down, and says to Lin Bai, you should train diligently with the true monarch. In light of your unfortunate circumstances, this is also an opportunity for you. Lin Bai nods. Thank you, Sister Ganyu. I will certainly train hard and repay your life-saving grace in the future. This is genuinely heartfelt. Without the leveling system or any unlocks, Lin Bai could very well have been killed by those hilichurls. After Ganyu departs, Lin Bai turns to the true monarch of Borrowing Wind and calls out, Master, follow me. Let me make it clear from the outset. I am particularly strict. With that, she turns and heads towards the cave behind her, and Lin Bai immediately follows. 04. The transformation into a human at the entrance of the cave of the true monarch of Borrowing Wind. The stone door suddenly bursts open with a loud bang, and a youth is flung out from within. Just before landing, the youth transforms into a mass of pink goo, rolling a considerable distance before nearly tumbling into the pond. Fortunately halting just in time, the pink goo jiggles and coalesces into a humanoid form. Indeed, the youth is Lin Bai. His refreshing long hair is tied back into a small ponytail, and his handsome visage is filled with relatability. Master, your kick was rather ruthless, wasn't it? Ruthless? I didn't kick you to death. How could that be considered ruthless? Emerging from the cave is a voluptuous beauty with long white hair clad in a white long coat and short skirt. Her expression one of discontent as she gazes at Lin Bai. This person is none other than the human form of the true monarch of Borrowing Wind. Lin Bai smiles sheepishly. Was it not merely a matter of consuming your mint jelly? I could always make more for you. Humph, your audacity seems to be growing. I couldn't help it. The jelly didn't have your name on it. I thought it was mine. Still making excuses, you had your own jelly for breakfast. The true monarch of Borrowing Wind crosses her arms and glares at Lin Bai. He continues to grin foolishly, fully aware of the jelly he made himself. It was all intentional. Master, I shall go down the mountain to gather mint for you, to make jelly. Shouting, Lin Bai transforms into the true monarch of Borrowing Wind and takes flight. The true monarch, seeing this, stomps her foot in frustration. I have told you countless times, you cannot take on my form. Lin Bai pretends not to hear and flies off into the distance. Soaring through the sky, Lin Bai meticulously scans the ground for wild mint. Lin Bai has been training with the true monarch of Borrowing Wind for a full month, and his level has now reached 6. In the beginning, Lin Bai had a rather dismal experience. The true monarch was incredibly strict with his training. For the first 15 days, she kept him confined in her vessel, battling magical creatures day and night. Eventually, once Lin Bai was able to transform into a human, the true monarch released him from her vessel. Initially, the true monarch was astounded that Lin Bai could attain human form in just half a month and found it hard to accept, not speaking to him for 2 days. However, later on, she seemed to take pride in his rapid transformation as a testament to her teaching, and her displeasure faded. This month of training has allowed Lin Bai to thoroughly familiarize himself with his transformation system. In summary, it encompasses 2 aspects: transformation and possession. Transformation allows Lin Bai to assume the form of anything he perceives. Initially, he could maintain this for only 1 minute, but now he can sustain it for 1 to 2 hours, depending on the entity he transforms into, without a fixed rule. This pertains to his physical alteration, akin to a shapeshifter, permitting him to change at will. Possession, on the other hand, refers to his battle system. Taking the Hilichurl card as an example, Lin Bai can read the card to gain its possession effects, thereby learning the skills associated with the Hilichurl card. The distinction between transformation and card possession lies in the fact that he can take on the appearance of a slime while wielding the skills of a Hilichurl. The previous card attachment was somewhat akin to a destiny system. However, in the game, characters' destinies are fixed, while Lin Bai has the flexibility to switch at this moment. Lin Bai possesses cards representing electricity, water, fire, rock, wind, and ice slimes. The passive ability of the slime card corresponds to an immunity effect based on its attribute. If Lin Bai wishes to forego ice immunity, he may simply remove the ice slime card and replace it with a card featuring a Hilichurl Brute. The passive ability of the Hilichurl Brute card is Robust Constitution, which enhances health by 1.1 times. Since Lin Bai's Hilichurl Brute is already a silver card, its effect is actually Super Robust Constitution, granting a health increase of 1.2 times. In this context, silver card refers to the card's border. All cards initially have a copper border. After obtaining a specific quantity of identical cards, they can be upgraded, thereby enhancing their passive skills. The rarity of the cards is denoted by the star rating located in the upper right corner of the card's face, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. Lin Bai is uncertain if 5 stars is the highest, as the rarest card he currently possesses is only 4 stars, which belongs to the Geovishap King. The Geovishap King, a 4-star card, has an active skill called Rock Transformation. Its effect grants a rock attribute shield while infusing his fists with rock elemental power, enabling the release of a seismic wave. The card's passive skill is Rock Skin, which increases defense and rock attribute resistance by 2 times. Most importantly, passive skills are triggered through attachment, while active skills are learned upon acquiring the card. Essentially, the more cards one collects, the stronger they become. However, there's a common misconception that many cards lack active skills. The Hilichurls that perform the dance of the god of fire are, in fact, merely brandishing fire sticks in a chaotic manner. Over the past month, Lin Bai has managed to defeat 3 Geovishap Kings, and he would consider it a delightful surprise to obtain a card from them, especially since the higher the star rating, the lower the drop rate. After flying around the vicinity of Mt. Uzang for over 10 minutes and gathering more than 10 sprigs of mint, Lin Bai returned to the cave atop Mt. Uzang. The Liuan deity, Lu Yun Jiefeng, who sat beneath a red maple tree in the center of the pond, frowned and waved his right hand upon seeing Lin Bai return. Lin Bai felt as though he had been struck in the chest, and with a thud, he transformed back into a ditto and fell to the ground. Once he reverted to human form and approached the tree, Lin Bai complained, "Master, what if you break my mint by knocking me down like that? I won't be able to make pudding," as he mentioned this. He added, "Next time you transform in my likeness, I shall turn you into pudding." Upon receiving a glare from his master, Lin Bai recognized that Lu Yun was in a foul mood, prompting him to quickly scurry to the side of the stone pot and transform into a fire slime, laying across the firewood until the flames ignited. Opening his cooking system, Lin Bai tossed the ingredients into the stone pot, humming a tune and swaying his head, resulting in the creation of 2 mint jellies. He placed the mint jelly on the table and cheerfully said, "Master, please enjoy." Just as he attempted to sit down, he was immediately met with a stern glare from Lu Yun. My apologies. I forgot. He hastily moved to sit across from his master. The seating arrangement at the table was fixed, and Lin Bai could only occupy his current position. This table was inscribed with words, "Here resides Lu Yun. Here sits Gui Zhong. Here burrows the emperor." Lu Yun occupied her designated spot, where no one was allowed to sit beside her. Lin Bai had forgotten this several times, each time receiving a reminder from Lu Yun. On one occasion, when Lin Bai jokingly sat in Gui Zhong's place, he was thoroughly beaten by Lu Yun, coming dangerously close to death. After that, Lin Bai learned that this was a sensitive topic for his master and dared not test it again. Gui Zhong was someone Lin Bai had encountered in the game's text. It seemed she was Zhongli's former lover. However, Lin Bai was unclear on the specifics, as every time he inquired about it, Lu Yun would become lost in thought and shake her head, unwilling to elaborate. Lu Yun took a bite of the jelly and murmured, "It's still better when it's cold." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai chuckled, understood, and with a thud, jumped onto the table, transforming into an ice slime and balancing the plate atop his head, becoming a living refrigerator. Lu Yun gazed at Lin Bai, who was transformed into an ice slime supporting the dish, and a faint smile crept across her face, dissipating her earlier anger. "Well, at least you exhibit a bit of filial piety." Noticing the rounded form concealed beneath Lin Bai's white attire, he instinctively averted his gaze. "I mustn't look any longer. My master's human form is simply too alluring. If I continue to gaze, I fear my filial piety may become distorted. By the way, master, may I descend the mountain now?" I've been cultivating for a month, and I've already slain 3 Juvashap kings, Lin Bai tentatively inquired. He had scarcely ventured down the mountain during this time, as Lu Yun had prohibited him from doing so. Had it not been for unlocking the cooking system, with Lin Bai's culinary prowess, especially his mint jelly, which Lu Yun adored, she would have likely confined him atop Mt. Zhang indefinitely. Earlier, Lin Bai had intentionally consumed Lu Yun's portion of jelly, hoping to take a stroll outside while gathering mint. Upon hearing Lin Bai's question, Lu Yun nodded. Indeed, since you have attained human form, it is time for you to venture forth. Really? Lin Bai exclaimed with joy. Having spent an entire month on the mountain, he found even the beauty of his master could become somewhat monotonous with constant exposure. Satisfied, he finished the mint jelly, and Lu Yun finally replied. In a week's time, there will be a divine invitation ceremony in Liyue Harbor. The emperor will make an appearance, and it would be beneficial for you to witness it, as it would also serve as a chance to meet your ancestral master. The divine invitation ceremony. Is it? So that is the timing. Lin Bai realized that this meant Lumen or Ether should also be arriving in Liyue. He had been so preoccupied with leveling up that he had completely forgotten about the main storyline. Follow me, Lu Yun instructed as she stood up, with Lin Bai transforming back into human form and trailing behind her. Upon reaching the mountain's edge, Lu Yun gazed out over the sea of clouds and the surrounding mountains, saying, Lin Bai, your journey has been remarkable. Although you have been under my tutelage for a month and your strength has grown, I have yet to guide you to the next level. Lin Bai observed Lu Yun's profile. Understanding her implication, he had not successfully opened his celestial eye, which Lu Yun perceived as her failure in teaching him. The so-called celestial eye refers to the acquisition of the vision. Immortals cultivate to attain immortality in a non-human form, and upon opening their celestial eyes, they gain elemental power that, in a sense, immortals are akin to the game's characters, a realization Lin Bai only grasped after becoming Lu Yun's disciple. Although Lin Bai could transform, his combat output remained relatively mediocre. He had defeated the Geovishap King purely through rock attribute immunity. While he could not evade the Geovishap King's physical attacks, Lin Bai's defense was effectively doubled due to the metallic powder he carried. Indeed, as long as Lin Bai refrained from transforming, his defense in human form was doubled due to the metallic powder. Master, you have taught me much. Initially, I could not even defeat a single Hilichurl. Yet now, I can slay the Geovishap King. Even without a vision, I can learn the Geovishap King's techniques. Doesn't that show I am quite formidable? And you have also taught me cooking, given my current skills. I could easily work as a chef. While Lu Yun may not have imparted any extraordinary celestial arts to Lin Bai, her training was indeed practical. Otherwise, he would not have reached level 60. Lin Bai was aware that the monsters appearing in Lu Yun's teapot were creatures she had captured and placed inside for him to train against. Daily, she would catch numerous slimes and hilichurls and toss them into the teapot for Lin Bai to battle. A laborious endeavor. Oh dear, master, why this sudden politeness? You aren't planning to expel me from the sect, are you? I haven't done anything to offend you. Lin Bai felt a twinge of anxiety, as it was the first time he had encountered Lu Yun speaking in such a manner since becoming her disciple. With a soft chuckle, Lu Yun turned to Lin Bai, her expression gentle. Why would I expel you? You have worked so hard to cultivate this remarkable skill, and I am genuinely pleased. How rare. My master is openly expressing her true feelings. Having spent ample time with Lu Yun, Lin Bai had come to understand her nature. She had a sharp tongue, yet a soft heart. Initially distant with strangers, but becoming talkative and socially awkward once familiar. How amusing it is that after merely a month of interaction, I find myself somewhat reluctant to see you leave. Upon uttering this, Lin Bai noticed Lu Yun's expression drift into a nostalgic reverie. It dawned on him that the impending separation reminded her of Gue Zhong, explaining her fluctuating demeanor, so different from her usual self. Master, why not accompany me down the mountain? You could also attend the divine invitation ceremony in Liyue and meet the emperor. As soon as the words left Lin Bai's mouth, he realized he had misspoken that, oh no, I forgot that this divine invitation ceremony would lead to trouble. After all, in the original game storyline, the emperor was set to stage a dramatic death scene during this very ceremony. Should Lu Yun accompany him and witness the emperor's fall from the heavens, it was likely that Liyue Harbor would be torn asunder. I have no intention of going. Mortals are greedy and often disregard their contracts while skillfully blurring the lines between right and wrong. I had forgotten that you were once human, in any case, socializing with mortals is excessively tedious. I prefer to remain here in solitude. With a wave of her hand, a white feather floated before Lin Bai. Ah, master, did you shed a feather? Do not speak nonsense. Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bai and remarked, "This is my parting gift to you as you embark on your journey. Although your transformations have indeed progressed at a rate that exceeds my expectations, your time for cultivation has been rather brief, and your memory is lacking that I fear you may fall prey to deception out there. This is a means of safeguarding your life." Lin Bai caught the white feather and examined it, noting its exceptionally smooth texture and shimmering brilliance. "What is the purpose of this feather?" he inquired. "Simply wear it on your person, and its wonders will reveal themselves," Lu Yun replied enigmatically. "I shan't disclose its specific capabilities. One of the quirks of immortals is their penchant for riddles." Observing Lin Bai stow the feather in his backpack, Lu Yun continued, "Since you are preparing to leave the mountain, I must bestow upon you a title. Lin Bai echoed, intrigued. "Indeed, having entered my mortal sect as Lu Yun, the true monarch who harnesses the wind, it is only fitting that my disciple bears a title as well. I see. So a title is merely an ostentatious moniker." Lin Bai mused, "In my gaming days, many characters possessed illustrious titles, like the true monarch who treads the icy sea. If I'm not mistaken, an Amber S title escapes me at the moment. How about true monarch of transformational freedom for myself?" Lin Bai felt this name resonated well with his essence. His surprise. Lu Yun shook his head, declaring, "Foolishness. A true monarch is a title reserved for us immortals. You are but my disciple, newly emerged from the mountain. Such a title is unbefitting that if the likes of Daishan and Shui you were to learn of this, I would surely be chastised for my lack of propriety. The peculiarities of immortals, always fixated on decorum. Then, master, what should I be called?" Lin Bai inquired. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before stating, "The emperor reigns above. Followed by us true monarchs my disciple. You shall be known as the Star Monarch. Henceforth, you shall be called the Transformational Star Monarch." "Very well, I shall be akin to Zhou Xingqi," Lin Bai exclaimed, finding the name quite delightful and fitting. "Thank you, master, for this name. I shall henceforth be known as the Transformational Star Monarch." With that, Lin Bai suddenly donned a serious demeanor and bowed deeply to Lu Yun, adopting an air of the immortal. "I am the Transformational Star Monarch, disciple of Lu Yun, the true monarch who harnesses the wind, and I extend my respects to you." Lu Yun couldn't suppress a laugh upon witnessing Lin Bai's performance. "Are you putting on a show?" Glancing skyward, Lu Yun declared that Lin Bai could now depart. Before Lin Bai could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Yun waved his hand, and Lin Bai found himself propelled far into the distance. Just as he contemplated Lu Yun's intentions, he noticed that Lu Yun had transformed into a celestial crane, gracefully gliding toward the entrance of the cave. He wished to avoid the scene of farewell. Lin Bai realized, and with a swift motion, he transformed into the likeness of Lu Yun's celestial crane. Just as he did so, he heard Lu Yun's voice echoing in his ear. "I said no transforming into my likeness." In an instant, Lin Bai felt as though his wings were encased in ice, rendering him immobile, and he plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. With a resounding thud, he landed in a heap of pink mush. Once he reverted to his human form, Lin Bai turned to bid farewell to the Aozong Mountain, which he had gazed upon for over a month before setting off, after a span of 10 minutes. Lin Bai found himself in a valley, scrutinizing a map, only to discover he was lost. So I'm still near the Jian Karst, he mused. The map he was examining was system-provided, akin to those in the game, marked with teleportation anchors and divine statues. However, he found that he could not activate any of them. Since the map displayed these locations, it indicated their significance. Lin Bai surmised that some item might be necessary to trigger their functionality. Surely, it couldn't be that only Ying and Kong could utilize them. Contemplating Ying and Kong, Lin Bai pondered whether he would encounter his brother or sister. "I hope it's my sister. What is so appealing about boys?" As he spoke, Lin Bai noticed a small sparrow flitting by and transformed into a sparrow himself, soaring into the sky. Indeed, flying proved to be far swifter than walking. And he set his sights on the Wangshu Inn. With a week remaining until the celestial ceremony, it was likely that Ing or Kong had yet to arrive in Liyue. Even if they had, he could simply inquire with the innkeeper and proceed to Liyue thereafter. Speaking of which, it had been a month since he last saw Ganyu. He missed her dearly. Lin Bai contemplated heading directly to Liyue Harbor to visit Ganyu when he suddenly spotted several figures below. Since arriving in this world, aside from Ganyu and Master Lu Yun, this was his first encounter with others, prompting him to descend for a closer look. Upon landing, he discovered 5 individuals clad in similar uniforms. Adorned with an embroidered character for treasure on the front, the IT appeared to be a treasure-stealing band. Lin Bai landed beside them, reverting to his human form, preparing to ascertain their activities as he approached the treasure band. He noticed 6 individuals gathered around a pit, digging. "Have you discovered anything valuable?" Lin Bai inquired. "None at all. We initially thought there might be something beneath that shard," a band member replied, only to turn around and spot Lin Bai. Exclaiming loudly, the others promptly leaped from the pit, surrounding Lin Bai. "Greetings," Lin Bai offered cheerfully, eager to engage in conversation after such a long time without interaction. The treasure band members were taken aback. For the vicinity of Ian Karst was sparsely populated, and Lin Bai was merely a youth. "Kid, where did you come from?" "Oh, I hail from the mountain on Earth." "The mountain?" The leader, a burly brawler, scrutinized Lin Bai and chuckled. "A wild child from the mountains. Best be on your way. Don't disrupt our work." "Work? Is thievery considered work?" Lin Bai retorted. "Do you have any money on you?" he asked, noting that he himself possessed not a single mora. After all, Master Lu Yun had spent his days atop the mountain, devoid of wealth. These words. The treasure band members exchanged puzzled glances before bursting into laughter. Well, brothers, looks like we've encountered a bandit." The brawler pointed at Lin Bai and scoffed. "You little brat. Have you lost your mind? You dare to rob the treasure band? Why can't I rob you? You're committing a crime by stealing. If I take your money, I'm merely upholding justice, seeking death." Realizing Lin Bai was not jesting, the brawler charged forward, delivering a straight punch aimed at Lin Bai's face. "Perfect. Time to test my strength." Lin Bai also lunged forward, unleashing a charged attack akin to that of a hilichurl, colliding with the brawler. The brawler had initially dismissed Lin Bai, but upon witnessing his accelerated charge, he was taken aback by Lin Bai's speed. With a resounding thud, Lin Bai deftly evaded the punch, colliding his shoulders squarely into the brawler's chest, sending him hurtling backward. The brawler was propelled far away, and had it not been for 2 teammates catching him, he would have surely suffered a fracture at the very least. Seeing this, the remaining members realized Lin Bai was not to be trifled with and swiftly drew their throwing darts, launching them in unison at Lin Bai. With darts flying from multiple angles and in overwhelming numbers, Lin Bai found evasion futile and chose to stand firm. "Rock alteration," he shouted internally as his skin transformed to bear the texture of stone. A brownish-yellow shield bar materializing beneath his health points. Clang, clang, clang. The dart struck Lin Bai, but were all deflected harmlessly away. Noticing his shield bar had only diminished slightly, Lin Bai chuckled, bending his left leg to gather strength. With a leap of 3 meters, amid the horrified gasps of the treasure band members, he delivered a powerful punch that crashed down onto the ground, sending 3 waves of rocky energy surging toward the trio of bandits. The 3 remaining members, witnessing their comrade's imminent peril, cried out in terror. "This guy can wield elemental power." The brawler, still dazed from the impact, shouted, recognizing the rock-like skin adorning Lin Bai. Those who could harness elemental powers were predominantly those bearing the vision. Thus, they mistakenly identified Lin Bai as a member of the Traveler. "Brothers, retreat." The treasure band members panicked and hastily tossed smoke bombs to the ground, which erupted into several clouds of white smoke. Lin Bai realized they intended to flee, yet he had no means to counter the smoke bombs. Once the smoke cleared, he found the area devoid of any remaining figures on the ground. He spotted a pouch of money, presumably dropped by the treasure band members during their hasty retreat. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained merely over 6,000 mora. That moment, Lin Bai realized the decorative patterns on the mora he had seen in the game were merely the reverse side. The front bore the denomination. After counting, he found only a little over 6,000 mora. "How pitiful," he muttered, before realizing that he had just seized this very sum. It seemed he was the truly impoverished one. Lin Bai wandered around, collecting a few treasure-seeking crow insignias and hidden silver crow insignias, NO cards. He mused he had specifically descended to acquire cards, yet found none, leaving him disappointed. Must I resort to killing to obtain them? Oh dear, is this system compelling me to become a murderer? After absorbing the card data, Lin Bai suddenly felt something sticky beneath his feet. As he lifted his foot, he discovered a card stuck to his shoe. Previously, while still in the transformed state of the geohypostasis, he had felt nothing due to the rigid nature of his rock-like skin. Upon removing the card, he found it featured a group photo of the treasure hoarders, with a rarity rating of 2 stars, indicating it was a rather worthless card. Having played Genshin Impact, Lin Bai naturally held no expectations for the treasure hoarders card, considering them merely a pitiful bunch of minions within the game. Suddenly, Lin Bai exclaimed in astonishment. He realized that the treasure hoarders card was not subpar, but rather extraordinary. Although it possessed only a passive ability, its effectiveness was truly remarkable. The card read, Cunning Thief, with a slight chance to acquire items carried by the opponent through attacks. While the probability was not explicitly stated, the distinction between the ability to steal and the inability to do so was significant. Having played countless games, including many single-player titles, Lin Bai knew that skills involving theft were often considered overpowered early in a game, as resources were typically scarce at the outset. How delightful! A passive ability that remained effective perpetually. Lin Bai opened the mounting interface to consider removing one of his mounted cards, but hesitated, as he was currently equipped with a slime card that provided immunity to all attributes except for Dendro. After some contemplation, he decided to remove the Geo Slime card, knowing that he possessed the Geo Hypostasis card, thus not suffering a significant loss from the absence of Geo immunity. Surely, some would argue that he could simply switch to the Geo Slime card when facing Geo enemies, but that was not feasible. Mounted cards could only be altered once within a 24-hour period, a minor flaw of his transformation system. Having successfully mounted the treasure hoarder's card, Lin Bai wore a cruel smile, but a slight chance indeed. It seemed he must hasten to elevate it to a gold rarity. Over the next fortnight, the treasure hoarder members within Liyue faced dire straits. The Millilith found their tasks considerably eased, as the number of artifact theft cases had significantly dwindled. Meanwhile, internal strife erupted within the treasure hoarders, as they received numerous reports indicating that a handsome young man was specifically targeting their organization. Of course, all this would be discussed later. Lin Bai, having acquired the treasure hoarder's card, decided to postpone his visit to Liyue Harbor to seek out Ganyu. Wow, this is far more astonishing than the game. Lin Bai gazed up at the Wangshu Inn, marveling at its grandeur. After all, this was his true first-person experience. The real-world effects were beyond what any game could offer. The structure of the Wangshu Inn was incredibly fascinating, resembling its in-game counterpart. The entire inn appeared to rest atop a massive rocky outcrop, yet countless spiraling wooden staircases connected to platforms below. The lower platform was ablaze with light, filled with an uncountable number of carts and carriages. As Lin Bai ascended to the platform, he noticed the outdoor tables were mostly deserted, with only a few patrons leisurely drinking and chatting, which brought him a sense of contentment. This was, after all, the first lively scene he had encountered since his arrival in this new world, finally providing him with a tangible sense of being in another realm. Looking to his left, he indeed spotted the familiar maid from the game. The maid named Yuhua approached Lin Bai as he walked over, greeting him warmly. Welcome, esteemed guest. If you require accommodation, please follow me. Lin Bai waved cheerfully at her and ascended the steps, catching sight of the familiar water lift. Indeed, the lift was powered by water. The Wangshu Inn's automated escalator was drawn up and down by water wheels. Thus it was a water lift. Though the water lift was initially stunning, Lin Bai recalled that after unlocking this teleport point in the game, he had scarcely used it again. Forget about long ago. Lin Bai thought as he boarded the water wheel lift, stepping outside to find 2 Milliliths stationed at the teleport anchor point. Hey, did the treasure hoarders not get caught over at Qingce Village? Right, after Captain Mo and his team went over, the treasure hoarders fled. Later, when Mo and the others returned, the treasure hoarders re-emerged. That's so. Qingce Village is mainly inhabited by the elderly and children. I wouldn't expect the treasure hoarders to target them. They aren't your average petty thieves. Indeed, Captain Mo mentioned that the villagers reported losing a few chickens, but no valuables were taken. What do the treasure hoarders want? Then, who knows? Captain Mo said they dug numerous holes outside the village. Perhaps they were searching for some antiques. What antiques could possibly be in Chinksa village? Beatsmead, A.S. Linbai listened to the Millilith's conversation. He recalled there was a significant quest in the game concerning Chinksa village, something about ancient clouds. Excuse me, gentlemen, did you mention that there are many treasure hoarders in Chinksa village? Linbai interjected. The two Millilith glanced at him and nodded. Are you planning to go to Chinksa village? Yes, indeed. I sent the scenery lovely there. I was just thinking of taking a look. Then perhaps you should reconsider. These treasure hoarders are quite slippery. They flee like loaches when we send people after them. That if you go now, be cautious not to get robbed. Linbai thanked them for their warning and stepped into the inn. Upon entering, the innkeeper, Fei Erguidaite, greeted him. Madam Innkeeper, I have a question. I'm not the madam. I'm the boss. Linbai recalled that this innkeeper was likely from Mondstadt and smiled, saying, all right, have you seen a boy or girl with golden hair? Dressed in peculiar gold and white patterned attire, accompanied by a small sprite. Fei Erguidaite scrutinized Linbai for a moment before responding with a smile. This is your first visit. I senti it? I don't believe I've seen you before. Yes, indeed. Have you seen the person I described? Fei Erguidaite shook her head. I haven't seen anyone like that. Next week. The invitation to Heaven's blessing ceremony is set to take place, and you're still here in Mondstadt? Boss, what is the situation like in Mondstadt? After the dragon disaster, travel should have resumed. Right? Fei Erguidaite appeared somewhat taken aback by Linbai's question. When he inquired about her reaction, she explained that the dragon disaster in Mondstadt had yet to be resolved. Fei Erguidaite continued. Typically, at this time, the Wangshuan experiences excellent business, as many merchants from Liyue who trade in Mondstadt returned to Liyue for the ceremony. Upon further inquiry, Linbai learned that the dragon disaster had occurred a fortnight prior. And Fei Erguidaite's husband, Huayan, had gone to Mondstadt over 2 weeks ago to purchase wine, only to be caught in the disaster and stranded there. The innkeeper was understandably worried. After listening to Fei Erguidaite's explanation, Linbai was astonished. No wonder the inn was so quiet. The dragon disaster had not yet been resolved. This raised the question, was there no lumen or ether in this world? Could the individuals he sought be trapped in Mondstadt as well? Fei Erguidaite asked. Linbai nodded. That is possible. He then resolved to head to Mondstadt for a visit. Upon hearing of his intention, Fei Erguidaite immediately tried to dissuade him. Due to the dragon disaster, monsters are rampant in Mondstadt. Hilichurls and similar creatures have even set up camp right by the main roads. Many travelers attempting to flee to Liyue have been attacked and injured. That is why the Knights of Favonius decided to close the roads. The stone gate here has been sealed off as well. Due to the monster infestation in Mondstadt, the Millilith at the stone gate won't allow you to pass. It's too dangerous. Humph, they're just Hilichurls. I'm not afraid. Fei Erguidaite responded. Are you perhaps a wielder of the vision? An original god? Oh no, that is not the case, but I am a celestial being. Fei Erguidaite chuckled, thinking Linbai was joking, and remarked, you're quite the character. While youth is often exuberant, one shouldn't speak so lightly. Celestial beings are traditionally reclusive, dwelling in the mountains and avoiding the human world. So why would you come here? Fei Erguidaite's laughter ceased as she noticed Linbai grinning. Why are you laughing? Perhaps Linbai's smile seemed a bit mischievous, which caused Fei Erguidaite to feel a tad uneasy. I find it amusing that you claim celestial beings avoid the mortal realm when your very Wangshu is home to one. As soon as Linbai uttered these words, Fei Erguidaite's expression turned icy, and she whispered, Who exactly are you? Wow, you think I'm a villain. Seeing her wary gaze, Linbai helplessly raised his hands in a placating gesture, explaining, You needn't be alarmed. I truly am a celestial being, known as the ever-changing Star-Lord, and if you must classify it, I suppose I am your master's uncle. I don't know anyone like that. Fei Erguidaite continued to feign ignorance. Linbai, undeterred, leaped onto the counter. Fei Erguidaite assumed he intended to rush the counter, causing her to retreat in fright, only to discover that Linbai had vanished. I am right here. What is this? Fei Erguidaite's eyes widened as she spotted 2 cats on the counter. The voice had come from the left cat. Could this person truly be a celestial being? See, I told you I'm a celestial being. The left cat, where Linbai had jumped from, transformed back into his original form. Are you truly a celestial being? Indeed, my title is the ever-changing Star-Lord. You can simply call me Linbai. Phil Godet bore an expression of disbelief, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Linbai was indeed a celestial being. By the way, is Xiao not present? Although Xiao frequently resides at Wangshu Inn, only a handful of individuals are aware of his existence. Thus, Phil Godet found herself inclined to believe Linbai's words that Xiao was not fond of human company, and that she and her husband had only encountered him a few times over the course of a year. If you were seeking Xiao, perhaps you could inquire with Yin Xiao in the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Linbai found Yin Xiao, and, upon inquiring about Zhao's whereabouts, Yin Xiao appeared quite astonished, pondering how it was possible for anyone to seek out Xiao. Linbai, disinterested in social interaction, proclaimed himself a celestial being and mentioned that the proprietress had spoken of him. Yin Xiao informed him that Xiao had not been around lately. He had prepared an extra plate of almond tofu the previous day with the intention of offering it to Xiao. Yet upon his arrival today, the dish remained untouched on the table. With Xiao absent, Linbai felt a twinge of disappointment. Returning to the counter, he relayed to Phil Godet that Xiao was indeed not present and expressed his intention to depart. Phil Godet called out to Linbai, inquiring, "Are you truly heading to Mondstadt?" Linbai nodded, acknowledging that if the dragon disaster had yet to be resolved, it was imperative to investigate. "Could you kindly deliver a letter to my esteemed one? His name is Huayan, and he is likely at the Dawn Winery." Linbai agreed to assist with the delivery of the letter and subsequently left Wangshu Inn. Not long after Linbai's departure, Phil Godet pondered to herself. Although Linbai can transform into a cat and is aware of Zhao's presence here, why did he initially claim that the dragon disaster had been resolved? Moreover, his demeanor seems far from that of a celestial being. Could he truly be one? Shaking her head, she set aside the registration book to reveal a small booklet beneath it and began to write fervently. Linbai made his way toward the stone gate after exiting Wangshu Inn. However, at a fork in the road, he encountered a small group of hilichurls. After dispatching them, Linbai glanced at his map and decided, "Never mind, I shall head to Qingsam Manor first. With my luck, I am bound to run into my brother. I shall not concern myself with Longu." Determined to visit Qingsam Manor, having heard that treasure-hunting groups congregated there, he sought to accumulate more cards. Transformed into a small sparrow, Linbai soon found himself soaring above a relic site. Below, numerous pointed yellow stones jutted out, catching his eye. Suddenly, he sensed something flying toward him and darted to the side to evade it. It turned out that a hilichurl archer had spotted Linbai in his sparrow form and aimed to shoot him down for lunch. "How audacious of you, hilichurl!" Linbai exclaimed in indignation, landing with a thud before unleashing a flurry of blows upon the small cluster of hilichurls. Having dealt with them, and while collecting materials, Linbai was suddenly alerted by a cry for help in the distance. A woman's voice, he rushed toward the source of the sound and discovered a young woman clad in a short, form-fitting outfit besieged by cryo slimes. With a swift draw of his sword, he dispatched the slimes in mere moments. Linbai had only recently acquired this sword from a treasure chest he encountered on his journey. Otherwise, he would have had no weapon at all. After collecting the materials from the ground, Linbai approached the woman to assist her. Grateful for her rescue, she expressed her thanks profusely. "What brings you to such a perilous place?" Linbai inquired. The young woman introduced herself as Yin Er, explaining that she was conducting archaeological research and had been residing there for several days. Yin Er? Linbai thought the name sounded familiar, yet he could not place it. After all, he had taken a hiatus from the game for quite some time, so he was not well versed in non-essential plot details. The woman then requested Linbai's assistance, revealing that she had discovered an archaeological site at the center of the relics a few days ago. But there was a ruined guard nearby that prevented her from approaching. Linbai glanced around and noticed a tent not far off, presumably the camp Yin Er mentioned, given that she had been there for several days. It seemed she had been residing in that tent. Linbai sensed something was amiss with Yin Er. Her attire did not suggest that a scholar, and he recalled encountering several nests of hilichurls at the entrance of the ruins. How could a scholar possibly stay there alone for several days? Cautious of her true intentions, Lin Bai verbally agreed to help and followed Yin Er toward the center of the ruins. By the way, what exactly are you studying here? He asked her. Are you familiar with the local nomenclature? Yin Er countered. Qingshan Manor, Lin Bai replied. Indeed, but I doubt you are aware of the significance of this name. Yin Er elaborated. She proceeded to inquire if Lin Bai was familiar with the character Qi. Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled a major world quest in Liyue titled Ancient Clouds Have Qi. He had forgotten the character Qi during his previous gaming sessions, primarily because the quest's enemies had been particularly challenging, leading to several deaths before he finally succeeded, thus leaving a lasting impression. Yin Er continued her explanation, stating that in Liyue's folklore, Qi referred to a dragon-like creature that resided nearby. After being defeated by the Geo Archon Morix, the body of Qi transformed into stubborn stone, its blood became azure waters, and its scales morphed into terraced fields that, in ancient Yue dialect, Qi signifies Jingsa. Following her extensive research, Yin Er believed that the remains of Qi could very well lie within this mountain. Lin Bai, intrigued, glanced at Yin Er and asked with a smile, if the remains of Qi do exist, what use would they serve? What use? Do you have any idea of the immense research value in the remains of an ancient demon god? Yin Er responded enthusiastically, only to temper her excitement with an explanation. Well, it's merely a legend. You may take it lightly, and I am just conducting some research. Lin Bai sensed deception in Yin Er's words. Her eyes had briefly flickered with greed. Could she be a member of a treasure hunting group? He recalled the Qinyan army mentioning that treasure hunting groups were rampant in the vicinity of Qingshan Manor. Lin Bai began to harbor doubts about Yin Er's identity. Yet he could only recall the formidable boss from that quest, not the specifics of the tasks involved. He resolved to proceed with caution. As the dragon disaster in Mondstadt still loomed, it appeared that the game and reality diverged in certain aspects. Following Yin Er's lead, Lin Bai soon spotted a stationary ruin guard standing motionless. That's the ruin guard, Yin Er exclaimed. Look to the left. Do you see that circular disc against the wall? As soon as you approach it, the ruin guard will attack, regardless of whether you are human or hilichurl. Lin Bai followed Yin Er's and indeed spied the circular disc, but due to the distance and the disc's placement in the shadows, he could not discern its features clearly. The ruin guard. That could be troublesome, Lin Bai thought, recalling his initial encounters with ruin guards during his early gaming experiences when they had dealt him a significant amount of damage. However, he only contemplated the challenge for a moment before instructing Yin Er to stay hidden while he approached the ruin guard. As a new enemy, it presented the potential for obtaining new cards that be extremely cautious. Yin Er warned as Lin Bai attempted to move forward, but she grabbed his arm, cautioning him about the ruin guard's formidable power, particularly its missiles. Relax, it's merely a ruin guard, Lin Bai reassured her, brushing aside her hand and charging toward the foe. Just like in the game, despite its imposing size, the ruin guard moved sluggishly as Lin Bai closed in. The ruin guard swung its fist in his direction. Activating his Geo abilities, Lin Bai raised his sword to block the attack, resulting in a thundering impact that sent a cloud of dust into the air. With a surge of energy, Lin Bai launched himself forward, colliding with the ruin guard. Surprisingly, the ruin guard did not yield an inch. After delivering several strikes, the ruin guard suddenly spread its arms wide. Lin Bai immediately recognized this as a precursor to the ruin guard's powerful windmill attack and quickly retreated. Watch out, it's about to launch missiles, Yin Er shouted from her hiding place. Missiles? Lin Bai squinted to see that. Having created distance, the ruin guard had completed its windmill motion and had now crouched down, arms extended, with mechanical tubes on its back emitting black smoke. How does Yin Er possess such intricate knowledge of the ruin guard's attack patterns? Lin Bai thought, got it, he shouted, formulating a strategy that he had just the right card to counter this situation, so there was no need to panic. Rocket Hilichurl 1-star card. Its sole skill was the ability to summon a crossbow. Coming to a halt, Lin Bai raised his hand to wield the crossbow, aimed, and released a rocket that soared directly toward the ruin guard. Just as the ruin guard was about to launch its missiles, Lin Bai's rocket struck its chest eye, producing a mechanical malfunctioning sound, causing it to freeze in place. Without pausing, Lin Bai loaded another rocket and fired again, hitting the ruin guard's eye once more and incapacitating it. He unleashed his Geo abilities, pounding the ground furiously, creating tremors that reverberated throughout the area. After a series of attacks, the ruin guard exploded, leaving behind a trove of materials. Lin Bai rushed forward to inspect the remains. Discovering 2 cards had dropped from the explosion. Filled with joy, Lin Bai picked it up, feeling somewhat bewildered at a chaotic device, a 2-star card, a chaotic circuit, a 3-star card. What on earth are these? Lin Bai recognized that these 2 cards in his hand were materials dropped by the ruin guards. However, there were clearly both types of materials scattered on the ground. Why then did these 2 cards appear? The cards bore no skills, and after stowing them in his bag, Lin Bai pondered whether they were material cards. Yet, after a month of training, having slain countless slimes and hilichurls, he had amassed hundreds of slime secretions, but there had been no mention of a material card for them. Beside the waterfall cave. After dispatching the ruin guard, Yin Er, who emerged, noticed Lin Bai standing there in a daze and inquired about his condition. Lin Bai's cards were visible only to him, making him appear to others as merely standing in place. Nothing, just deep in thought. After collecting all the materials, he discovered that one of them had also yielded a chaotic circuit. Perhaps these material cards would prove useful in the future. Simultaneously, while attacking the ruin guard, he had stealthily obtained another chaotic circuit, thus confirming that the ability to pilfer was indeed genuine. Having slain more than 10 hilichurls along the way without acquiring anything, Lin Bai almost believed he had failed to equip the cards, only to realize he had simply been having a streak of bad luck. This moment. Yin Er had reached the edge of the disc and began examining it. Lin Bai approached and noticed her beaming with delight. See, I was right. There must be a chi here. Lin Bai glanced at the disc, which was adorned with numerous characters. What do these inscriptions signify? He mused, discovering that the characters resembled ancient Chinese script. Though they were not quite the same. It was the ancient Liu script, and as Yin Er began to explain, she abruptly halted, lost in thought. What is wrong? Lin Bai asked. Oh, the text roughly states, when the chi perishes, its blood congeals upon the ground, solidifying into stone. To prevent its pollution of the world, it is enshrined in a statue, the number being 3. Yin Er continued, glancing around and pointing to the pointed stones Lin Bai had noticed earlier, mentioning that she had seen a statue in that very spot. The 2 climbed to the location Yin Er indicated, and indeed, in the center of several yellow pointed stones stood a statue of a horned dragon figure. Lin Bai touched it, but it yielded no response. Thus, he employed the power of Geo, which successfully triggered a mechanism. They searched diligently for the remaining 2 statues and eventually illuminated them all. Upon activating the 3rd statue, they heard a tremor emanating from the original disc, prompting them to rush back and discover that the disc had vanished, revealing a cave entrance. Yin Er deftly produced a torch and led the way inside. Once inside, they found themselves in a small chamber with a beautifully patterned wooden box in the center. Upon opening the treasure chest, Lin Bai discovered a shard of stone within. He recalled that this item was indeed part of their original quest. I can't believe there's actually treasure here, Yin Er exclaimed, producing a map from her bag, which depicted the terrain near Qingce village, marked with 3 crosses at different locations. Is this a treasure map? Lin Bai inquired, eyeing the map in her hands. Indeed, I stumbled upon this map by chance, she replied, handing it to him. I'm merely an archaeologist, not particularly interested in treasures, since you helped me deal with the ruin guard. Consider this treasure map as a reward. Concurrently, Yin Er also handed Lin Bai the stone shard, mentioning that the legend of the Qi was a widely circulated tale in Liu, suggesting he should visit Qingce village. Lin Bai examined the treasure map, then looked at the shard, and finally at Yin Er. You are giving this to me, so what will you study? With your formidable prowess, you must be an adventurer. Don't you wish to discover what lies within this treasure map? I am, after all, an archaeologist. The culture and stories behind the ruins are my true objectives, Yin Er replied, blinking innocently at Lin Bai. How naive of you, Lin Bai thought, suspecting a woman wandering alone in a region rife with hilichurls, giving away a potentially priceless treasure map. Nonetheless, he felt unconcerned. Very well, I shall accept it. I never expected you to be so generous. Should I uncover any treasure, I'll share half with you. No need. Just tell me about what you encounter and observe, she insisted. The 2 shared an awkward laugh, each harboring their own hidden agendas. At the entrance of the ruins, Yin Er waved goodbye to Lin Bai, and once he vanished from sight, she swiftly sprinted back to her tent. Her tent was perched atop the remnants of a crumbling stone wall, and with agility, she scaled it in mere moments. Not long after entering, she emerged holding a dove, which she then released into the sky. Watching the dove fly towards Qingce village, a sly smile crept across her face. Upon exiting the ruins, Lin Bai made his way towards Qingce village. Due to the considerable expenditure of stamina, he refrained from transforming, as it would further deplete his energy. Strange, he pondered, the Millilith claimed there were many treasure hunters in this area. He had already reached the entrance of Qingce village, yet encountered not a single member of a treasure hunting group along the way. Apart from digging up some bamboo shoots, he had come away with nothing. After passing the archway, Lin Bai recalled that the treasure map contained markings indicating locations nearby. Upon checking, he discovered one right beside him. Preparing to climb up, he was interrupted by the voice of a child behind him. "Brother, what are you doing?" Turning around awkwardly, Lin Bai saw a little Liyue girl with her hair tied in a bun. "Little sister, is there a statue of the Geo dragon nearby?" The girl pondered for a moment and replied, "Is it the Geo Archon statue?" Yes, that's the one, but that area is for worship. Are you going there to pay respects?" Lin Bai nodded, recalling something he asked, "By the way, have you seen any treasure hunters?" "Treasure hunters? Are you talking about those bad people?" Yes. I've heard they're causing trouble in Qingce village, and I'm here to eliminate them. Are you one of the Millilith?" "No, I'm a deity." Anticipating the child would be awed, he was instead met with a look of disdain. "Brother, even though I'm just a child, I'm not foolish. Being looked down upon by a child was intolerable." "Then, brother, let me show you a magical transformation." With that, Lin Bai transformed with a puff, becoming a small bird, flitting around the little girl. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Deity brother! Deity brother!" gaining the admiration of the child. Lin Bai, feeling youthful himself, soared around her, playing "Oh wait, I have important matters." Transforming back, Lin Bai inquired about the girl's name. She introduced herself as Luo Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, could you tell me where you saw those treasure hunters?" Luo Xiaomei nodded, leading Lin Bai across a suspension bridge and pointing to a spot not far outside the village. Lin Bai looked over and indeed spotted a large tent, though no one was in sight. Initially intending to fly over for a closer look, he found himself beset by Luo Xiaomei, who insisted on playing with him. After much persuasion, he promised to return and play later, arriving at the tent outside the village. There was no sign of life, only numerous excavated pits. One pit was particularly deep, suggesting the treasure hunters were attempting to unearth something. Checking the map, Lin Bai noticed this location was not marked. Could it be that Yin Er was in league with these treasure hunters? After rummaging through the tent without uncovering any clues, he gazed at the nearby waterfall and suddenly recalled that the ancient tale concerning the Qi concluded in this vicinity. Approaching the waterfall's pool, he indeed spotted a conspicuous large hole concealed by vines. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Lin Bai picked up a piece of vine from the ground, discovering it had been severed. Strange, if the treasure hunters were excavating here, they should have concealed this place. Why would they cut the vine and reveal this opening? It was as if they were deliberately signaling to others that something lay hidden within. Deep in thought, Lin Bai entered the cave and descended, ultimately arriving at a barred gate. The gate bore numerous fresh gash marks from blades. It appears that someone has attempted to force open this grating door. But to no avail, Lin Bai surveyed the surroundings and discovered a circular groove at the edge of the door. Taking out the stone fragments he had previously found, Lin Bai realized the situation. So that is how it is. How dare they say, I am fat? Outside of Qingce village, beside the remnants of the treasure hunting team's camp, Lin Bai examined the map and confirmed that his suspicions were correct. Earlier, in front of the door at the waterfall cave, he had marked a point on the map. Upon closer inspection, he found that the large pit dug by the treasure hunting team was indeed near his marked point. Clearly, the treasure hunting team had come to Qingce village in search of the treasures hidden within the cave below. The signs of hacking on the wooden door indicated that the treasure hunters had attempted to open it, but failed, leading them to resort to the foolish plan of digging from above. Ridiculous, Lin Bai thought. It was utterly impractical. He had just descended into the cave, which was quite deep, and descended continuously if they intended to dig in from above. They would need to excavate at least 40 or 50 meters. However, why had the treasure hunters vanished upon his arrival? Had someone tipped them off? Indeed, the Qinyan army had mentioned that whenever they moved, the treasure hunting team dispersed. Lin Bai's mind arrived at an answer. It must have been Yenner, positioned near the ruins, if the Qinyan army set off from Dihuazhou towards Qingci village. Yenner would certainly have seen them and subsequently informed the treasure hunting team. That'd be why the time the Qinyan army arrived, the treasure hunters would have long disappeared. The evidence that convinced Lin Bai of Yenner's involvement with the treasure hunting team was a notebook he had discovered in a pond. The notebook, having been soaked, rendered many pages illegible, but fortunately, 2 pages still bore some recognizable text, which conveyed the following information. It is the 4th day, and still no progress, that I do not understand why the leader is so fixated on this wretched place. It is the 7th day. The leader claims she has a plan, but she is merely waiting idly by the ruins, which are guarded. She cannot enter. I do not know what kind of progress this is. The mention of the leader confirmed to Lin Bai that it could only be Yenner, that he had previously inquired with Luo Xiaomei, who mentioned that the treasure hunting team had appeared around the village approximately a week ago. Reflecting on this, Lin Bai understood Yenner's intentions. Earlier, at the ruins, the Geo statues required Geo-elemental interaction to unlock the hidden chamber, which clearly Yenner lacked the elemental energy to accomplish. It seems she had deliberately given him a treasure map, intending for him to do her bidding. Confirming the locations of the remaining 2 forked paths on the map, Lin Bai set off to find the last 2 fragments. The circular hole near the grating door was evidently designed for something to be embedded in order to unlock it. Lin Bai inserted the stone fragment he possessed and found it fitted perfectly. 2 hours later, standing before the grating door with 3 fragments in hand, Lin Bai noted that locating the last 2 fragments had not been particularly challenging, as they were all mechanisms of secrecy. The puzzle was not complex either. Primarily, one treasure location was located at the summit of the mountain behind Qingci village, and Lin Bai spent considerable time flying up there. Additionally, while Lin Bai was not well-versed in Liyue ancient script, he managed to adjust the direction of the Geo statue atop the mountain after much effort. He placed the 3 stone fragments into the circular hole beside the door. Suddenly, the dimly lit passageway illuminated with a brilliant glow. It turned out that the numerous braziers lining the passage had ignited spontaneously. The grating door slowly ascended, fully opening. Lin Bai stepped inside. He was met with a more intense humidity, and the stench of decaying vegetation filled his nostrils, nearly causing him to gag. After walking for over 10 meters, he noticed the light intensifying. Upon rounding a corner, he found himself in a vast valley, the ground covered in sharp yellow stones. Contrary to what he had seen outside the ruins, the stones in the valley were enormous, most towering 2 to 3 men high. One particularly large stone pierced through a giant tree. Protruding from its center, the very heart of the valley, lay something that left Lin Bai utterly astounded. A massive, luminous spherical orb hovered at the center, its surface adorned with bizarre patterns that, when viewed from below, resembled a head. Suspended in front of this orb was a circular ring that bore a striking resemblance to a door knocker from an ancient drama. Surrounding the orb were several massive, floating stones, which Lin Bai recognized as identical to the stone discs he had used to open the door earlier. When the fragments fit together, I wondered what that central totem was. It is none other than this orb. As Lin Bai approached the orb, he glanced down to find the valley floor entirely submerged in water, reaching up to his ankles. Wading through the water, he arrived beneath the circular ring, where an unusual stone pillar stood erect beneath the enormous orb. It seemed to be some sort of mechanism. Upon looking up, Lin Bai was astonished to see that the valley above was open. Despite being surrounded by towering, lush, ancient trees, he could still glimpse a small patch of sky. Opening the map interface, Lin Bai realized that his location was indeed marked on the map, revealing it to be a small lake situated behind the waterfall, separated by a towering mountain. How peculiar. Lin Bai pondered, if the treasure hunting team had been here for a week, they should have explored the mountain. The valley above was open, allowing for a descent from the mountain. This world possesses Anemo wings. After all, it is not as though only the traveler can utilize them. Contemplating this discrepancy, Lin Bai surveyed his surroundings and noticed numerous remnants of ruined guardians strewn about the roots of the ancient trees. He recalled that, during the game, He had been thoroughly beaten by a group of these guardians while undertaking this task, and it seemed they were present here as well. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Bai heard the sound of footsteps splashing through water. As he looked up, he was greeted by a boisterous laugh. It was Yenner, accompanied by a large contingent of treasure-hunting team members, approximately 30 to 40 strong. Advancing towards him with menacing intent. Hello there, Yenner said, twirling a kunai in her hand with a light chuckle. Lin Bai was not surprised to see her. He had long been aware of her scheme, and he responded with a smile. Upon noticing Lin Bai greeting her, Yenner appeared somewhat taken aback. Kid, do you still not realize that you have been used by me? How could that be? I am not an idiot. Logically, if an archaeologist discovers something of genuine research value, they should at least investigate it alongside me. Wait, you suspected me back then? This was evidently unexpected for Yenner. Roughly, just look at your attire. Wearing such a short outfit hardly resembles that of a scholar. And your arms, those biceps rival my own. You do not look like someone engaged in research. Upon hearing Lin Bai's remarks, Yenner glanced at her own arms, her face flushing slightly. In truth, Yenner had a splendid figure, curvaceous and well-proportioned. As a member of the treasure-hunting team, she naturally possessed physical prowess, resulting in her arms being more muscular than those of the average woman. You little brat, how dare you call me fat? I did not say you were fat. I merely mentioned that you are a bit robust, Lin Bai replied, his expression one of confusion. One of the burly fighters accompanying Yenner swiftly stepped forward to defend her. Hey kid, do you understand? Our leader has the perfect figure, ample in the chest and curvaceous at the hips. We brothers have been watching her for so long. We truly want to support her. Overly excited, he inadvertently revealed his true thoughts. What do you mean by watching? With a resounding slap, Yenner nearly exploded with fury. She delivered a sharp reprimand to the foolish underling. You worthless fools! If it weren't for my cleverness, would you lot have even made it here? It appeared that these minions were often on the receiving end of Yenner's scoldings, each one bowing their head in submission. Yenner turned back to glare at Lin Bai. Scolding, kid. I was inclined to let you off, but since you dared to mock me, prepare to die. With a wave of her hand, the treasure-hunting members brandished their weapons, advancing menacingly towards Lin Bai. Indeed, one should never casually comment on a woman's physique. Seeing over a dozen individuals closing in, Lin Bai remained unperturbed. Reaching for the top of the stone pillar before him, Yenner, noticing his action, felt a sense of suspicion. This kid unfazed by our numbers? Naturally, Lin Bai was calm because he knew what would happen next. Upon feeling the yellow stone block atop the pillar, Lin Bai discovered it could be rotated. With a decisive twist, a series of clattering sounds erupted, and the ground began to tremble. Several treasure-hunting members struggled to maintain their balance, tumbling into the water. What is happening? Yenner exclaimed, striving to keep herself steady amidst the shaking. The tremors lasted no more than 10 seconds before tranquility returned. What have you done? Yenner immediately turned her gaze towards Lin Bai, only to discover that he had vanished. Where did he go? She shouted in exasperation, while the other members of the treasure-hunting team were equally bewildered. For Lin Bai had been right there, just moments ago. Suddenly, a painful cry pierced the air as a team member was sent flying, soaring over Yenner's head before crashing heavily onto the water surface, sending a myriad of droplets cascading into the air. Wiping the splashes from her face, Yenner turned back, only to find her companions frozen in shock. 3 relic guardians were advancing towards them from 3 different directions, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is bad. Leader, there's more behind us. Yenner spun around again, realizing that 3 additional relic guardians were closing in from the rear. At a quick glance revealed a total of 8 guardians attacking them. The sudden appearance of the guardians had evidently caught the treasure hunters off guard. Within moments, 7 or 8 members were struck down. Gritting her teeth, Yenner scanned the area repeatedly, yet she could not locate Lin Bai. She resolved to focus on combating the relic guardians for the time being. Stay calm. Team leaders, keep your squads organized. Have you forgotten your training? Yenner shouted, pulling out 2 kunai and joining the nearest squad to engage the guardians. After Yenner's rallying call, the treasure-hunting team managed to stabilize their nerves. Over 30 individuals formed groups of 4 or 5 to tackle a single guardian. Meanwhile, Lin Bai sat leisurely on a branch of an ancient tree. Observing the chaos below as the treasure hunters battled, he had taken advantage of the confusion caused by the recent tremor to shrink down and ascend, aware that Yennefer regarded him merely as a tool. He had already devised a strategy. Upon entering, he confirmed the presence of inactive relic guardians nearby, which put his mind at ease. If Lin Bai were to confront these guardians alone, he would likely gain nothing. While he could incapacitate one, he could not manage the others simultaneously. That if several guardians unleashed missiles at once, he was no Zhongli. He wouldn't withstand such an onslaught. Thus, he chose to turn the tables. So you treasure hunters see me as a pathfinder, do you? Then I shall treat you as my weapons. Though the members of the treasure hunting team were thieves, this particular group, led by Yennefer, was evidently different. Each squad was skillfully organized, with a couple of brawlers or hammer wielders drawing the guardians' attention, while the remaining crossbowmen and alchemists dealt damage from a distance. In no time at all, one squad managed to fell a guardian. Precisely the squad that Yennefer was leading. This female thief possesses some skill, Lin Bai thought, impressed. However, fortune was not universal. In one corner, a squad of treasure hunters encountered a guardian that unleashed a powerful wind attack. Scattering them in disarray. In a cruel twist of fate, they collided with another guardian launching missiles, resulting in a chaotic tangle that left both squads battered and broken. The valley echoed with their anguished cries. A symphony of despair. The cacophony affected the morale of other squads as well. Several teams faltered in their attacks. Numerous guardians seized the opportunity to strike, with the wind attack dispersing the attackers. They prepared to launch their missiles. Yennefer, frustrated, stomped her foot. Just moments ago, everything was going smoothly, but now they were on the brink of defeat, having lost a third of their forces. Wait, attack their eyes. That's their weak point. Yennefer suddenly recalled Lin Bai's method of incapacitating the guardians at the entrance of Qingxi Manor. However, the treasure hunters were already in disarray, and only the two squads nearest her heard the command. They hurled shurikens and potions, successfully incapacitating two guardians. Yet once the remaining guardians launched their missiles, the tide turned against them. Those quick enough managed to find cover behind trees, while the slower ones were struck and sent flying. How tragic, Lin Bai thought, grimacing as if he were the one in pain. This moment, 7 guardians remained, 2 of which were incapacitated, while 4 others were battered and bruised, leaving only one relatively intact. It's time, Lin Bai mused, leaping down to the ground. With a shield equipped, he charged straight at the most intact guardian, unleashing 2 arrows that incapacitated it before dealing a flurry of blows. Afterward, he focused on claiming the fallen guardians. By the time he had dispatched the last of the damaged guardians, Yennefer and several of her team members had finally managed to destroy one of the 2 they faced, with a resounding crash. Lin Bai unleashed a powerful charge, sending a treasure hunter flying to collide with the final guardian. The guardian fell in response, exploding into fragments. Yennefer was momentarily stunned by Lin Bai's sudden appearance. And when she glanced back, she realized the guardians behind her had vanished, leaving her comrades sprawled on the ground in pain. Yennefer had fought valiantly, enduring several blows from the guardians, and now she was exhausted and furious. Struggling to articulate her thoughts. "What do you want?" Lin Bai smiled at her, drawing his crossbow. The arrowhead glimmered with a purple light, crackling with arcs of electricity. "What are you doing? We still have 7 or 8 people left. That should be sufficient to deal with you." Yennefer, though injured and fatigued, still attempted to threaten Lin Bai. Observing the 5 remaining treasure hunters beside Yennefer, all of whom appeared equally battered, Lin Bai scoffed. "Is this all you've got?" Releasing his grip, he fired the electrified arrow into the ground before Yennefer, triggering a localized shockwave. Yennefer and the remaining 5 members of her team collapsed, convulsing from the electric shock. Lin Bai paused, glancing at Yennefer. She had boasted so boldly, yet now lay incapacitated. Approaching the fallen treasure hunters, he rummaged through their belongings, binding them with ropes one by one. He then called out to the remaining members of the treasure hunting team. "Hey, come over here yourselves, or I'll shoot one of you." With the threat of his crossbow, the remaining treasure hunters slowly huddled together, supporting one another as they drew near, after instructing them to bind their companions. Lin Bai began to scour the battlefield, collecting what he could to his dismay. Only 3 treasure hunting cards had dropped, and although there were numerous crow prints, they were of little value. after all that effort. Didn't he manage to steal anything? Lin Bai opened his backpack, discovering he had only acquired a single treasure hunting card. What a meager chance, he lamented, feeling as though it was less than 1 in 10. As he expressed his dissatisfaction with the meager odds, an idea struck him as he stood before the kneeling treasure hunters. What do you intend to do? Yenner asked, sensing a smile creeping onto Lin Bai's face, which filled her with trepidation. Nothing much, Lin Bai replied, stepping up to the last treasure hunter and instructing him to stand. I'll give you 10 slaps. If you can endure, I'll let you go, Lin Bai declared to the treasure-hunting alchemist. Taken aback, the alchemist hesitated, glancing towards Yenner for guidance. Lin Bai, noticing this, chuckled. The same goes for all of you. 10 slaps, endure, and you're free to go. What are you really after? Yenner shouted, recalling her initial encounter with Lin Bai at the entrance of Qingxi Manor, where she had realized he could interact with the rock elemental forces and the geo statues. She had concocted a plan to have him solve the mechanism, which would grant them access to the treasure. However, the outcome had been the reverse. Lin Bai had outsmarted her, leading to the downfall of her entire team. Why all the chatter? I could just as easily kill you all, Lin Bai said, drawing his sword playfully. Please no, Yenner pleaded. Handsome sir, I was merely angry earlier. I truly had no intention of killing you. We treasure hunters seek only wealth, not blood. Do you have any choice in matter? Lin Bai swiftly delivered a slap to the alchemist's face, glancing back at his backpack. Damn it, no cards. This was Lin Bai's intent, to deliver 10 slaps to each person in hopes of acquiring more cards. His goal was to amass treasure hunting cards, as upgrading them required a substantial quantity, 200 cards to be precise. The reason he considered letting the treasure hunters go was not out of mercy. Rather, he believed they had learned their lesson and would be more cautious in the future. Moreover, should they cross paths again, he could easily defeat them once more and potentially acquire more cards. This was what he called sustainable development. With 10 resounding slaps, the alchemist's face turned crimson, yet not a single card was obtained. Hand over your money, Lin Bai demanded angrily, thinking the alchemist was far too shrewd. The poor alchemist, unaware of Lin Bai's intentions, sorrowfully handed over 10,000 mora from his pockets. After dispatching the alchemist to the back, Lin Bai began his systematic operation. Due to the reciprocal nature of force, his hand throbbed with pain and bore a slight redness. Without hesitation, he summoned the remaining dozen or so individuals behind him to step forward one by one to pay up. After a brief count, they collected over 230,000 mora to tea the Wang Shu Inn. Lin Bai had inquired about the prices at Yan Zhao's restaurant and learned that the economic ratio was approximately 1 to 100. In other words, 230,000 mora was roughly equivalent to over 2,300 yuan. You truly are impoverished, remarked one of the treasure hunting team members upon hearing this, who then chuckled bitterly. If we had money, who would resort to thievery? Indeed, contemplating this made Lin Bai realize that he, too, had become a bandit in this world. He gestured for Yen Er to approach, noticing that the few young men in front of him had stopped receiving slaps. Yen Er confidently walked to Lin Bai, only to be met with a sudden slap across her face. The members of the treasure hunting team gasped in shock, stepping forward as if ready to confront Lin Bai. Drawing his crossbow, Lin Bai looked at Yen Er and smiled. How does that feel? Does it hurt? A trickle of blood emerged from the corner of Yen Er's mouth as she glared at him with fury. Don't look at me like that. It was you who first intended to kill me. Did you think I wouldn't strike a woman? You thought too much. With that, Lin Bai raised his hand again, prompting Yen Er to close her eyes in anticipation of another slap. However, after a moment of waiting, she realized that Lin Bai had not struck her again. When she opened her eyes, she was astonished to find that he had untied her ropes. Upon seeing her bewildered expression, Lin Bai chuckled. I gave you a slap because you tricked me. Did you really think I enjoyed hitting women? In truth, he did have a penchant for it. Back in the game, his favorite pastime was playing with the Lei Ying's sorceress, as her lines were simply too captivating. So boring. So boring. You really know how to make me happy, he recalled fondly, rubbing her sore wrists. Yen Er asked, Are you really letting us go? Of course do you not wish to leave? Are you a masochist who enjoys being beaten by me? Although Yen Er did not understand the term masochist, she was astute enough to quickly agree, fearing that Lin Bai might change his mind. Let us go, We will leave right now. As she spoke, she began untying her subordinates, and soon all the members of the treasure hunting team were freed, each supporting one another as they made their way toward the exit. Lin Bai, holding his crossbow, watched the team exit. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed Yen Er returning. "What are you doing? Surely you don't intend to take revenge on me." Yen Er pointed at the crossbow in Lin Bai's hands and forced a smile, saying, "Who would dare? I merely wanted to ask your name." "Oh, are you planning to seek vengeance against me in the future?" No, it's just that. Where do you hail from?" "What do you mean?" Lin Bai observed that the previously dominant Yen Er seemed to have something more to say. "All right, I shall be direct. Your strength and intellect are commendable. I have taken an interest in you." Lin Bai was taken aback and scrutinized Yen Er. Although she was not unattractive and had a decent figure, he had previously encountered stunning beauties like Ganyu and Master Lu Yun, making Yen Er seem less appealing in comparison. "But I have no such intentions toward you." Yen Er's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled alluringly. "What are you thinking? What I meant to say is, why not join our treasure hunting team? Your abilities could land you the position of second in command. Why not first?" Yen Er replied with a grin. "I am the leader of Liyue. You are newly arrived. If you were to assume the top position immediately, the others would not respect you. But rest assured, although nominally the second in command, I shall certainly ensure you receive satisfactory treatment." "Satisfactory treatment? What does that entail?" Lin Bai pondered the prospect of joining the treasure hunting team and becoming a notorious bandit. After all, it seemed the treasure hunting team was a vast international organization. Upon reflection, he recalled that both Mondstadt and Liyue had their own treasure hunting factions in the game, indicating that it was indeed a significant organization. Just as he was about to agree, a sudden thought struck him. If he were to join the treasure hunting team, Master Lu Yun might very well strike him down. A disciple of an immortal, and you dare to engage in thievery. Imagining how Master Lu Yun might admonish him, Lin Bai shook his head. "Not interested. But I am Lin Bai, by the way. You are the leader of the Liyue treasure hunting team?" Yen Er nodded. Lin Bai's gaze shifted, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes as he stared intently at Yen Er. She looked at him in disbelief, wrapping her arms around her ample figure, wondering if this young man had suddenly developed ulterior motives. How infuriating. He was indeed quite handsome, but did she really want to be humiliated before her subordinates? "Hand over all your money." Lin Bai suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to collect Yen Er's money. As the leader of thieves, you must have amassed quite a fortune. That was his intention. Yen Er regretted returning to Lin Bai. "Just hand it over obediently, lest I have to shock you again." Lin Bai waved his crossbow menacingly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yen Er fled, resembling a forlorn woman abandoned by a heartless lover. The subordinates waiting at the entrance witnessed their leader running back in tears and glared furiously at Lin Bai. Their expressions akin to that of helpless admirers watching their goddess being forsaken by another man. Lin Bai paid them no mind, weighing the embroidered money pouch in his hand and discovering it to be quite substantial. Upon opening it, he counted over 200,000 mora. While not a vast sum, it was still considerable for someone engaging in such work, and now with approximately 450,000 mora in his possession, Lin Bai felt quite pleased. Stowing the money pouch away, Lin Bai turned to walk back. The tremors he had caused at the apex of the central stone pillar had not only activated the ancient guardians, but had also opened a stone door at the back of the valley. Passing through the stone door, he discovered a serene little platform, illuminated by the automatically lit torches that brightened the room. At the entrance stood a relatively large rock statue, facing forward, and about 5 or 6 meters beyond it was a platform where a small stone altar was constructed. On either side of the altar stood 2 rock statues facing each other, and between them lay a massive rectangular wooden box point. 2 yellow talisman papers were crossed and affixed diagonally to the top of the box. Inscribed with ancient Liyue script, Lin Bai attempted to decipher the text and recognized the following words. "Chizhou, remnants still exist, living beings, my honor. Power reigns, talisman, unseal." What could this mean? Although he could not understand every word, it was clear that the talisman sealed something extraordinary. Cradling the box in his hands, he found it surprisingly heavy. Could it contain some rare treasure? Perhaps he should open it, especially since it had unseal written on it. Just as Lin Bai was about to open the box, he felt a tremor behind him. Turning around, he saw the massive rock statue begin to crack, shattering into countless fragments. The once stifling room was suddenly swept by a peculiar wind. Hearing commotion from outside, Linbai clutched the box tightly and dashed out. Outside, he discovered that the apex of the central stone pillar was radiating a yellow light that shot upward toward a strange large orb. The orb began to tremble slightly, its previously faint glow intensifying until it blazed like the sun, illuminating the area to the point where Linbai could scarcely look at it. A monstrous roar echoed throughout the valley as the stone ring surrounding the orb exploded with a resounding crack, causing a chunk of debris to crash to the ground and create a large crater. Another roar erupted as the orb's light suddenly dissipated. Linbai finally managed to open his eyes. Just as he was about to step forward to discern what had transpired, a beam of blue-black light shot forth from the orb, piercing toward the valley's peak. With a hissing sound, the blue-black light abruptly halted, pulsating upward. Linbai then noticed the sky at the valley's summit flickering with a pale blue glow, revealing a circular arch above the barrier. No wonder the treasure-hunting team did not enter from above. It was sealed by a barrier. The orb and the barrier seemed to be locked in a standoff, and Linbai observed that the orb emitted a semi-transparent black mist, taking on the shape of an animal's head. Could it be a Chijo? Before Linbai could ponder further, the orb suddenly turned its focus on him and shot toward him with incredible speed. Reacting instinctively, Linbai raised the box to shield himself. When the orb collided with the box, a brilliant white light erupted, and the talisman shattered into countless pieces. Linbai was thrown back, and the box fell to the ground, spilling out a long white bone. Yes, Linbai rose and glanced at the bone that had fallen from the box. He too was momentarily stunned. The bone, in terms of its shape, resembled a fish skeleton devoid of both head and tail. As it fell to the ground, a bluish-black mist began to rise from it, revealing the silhouette of a monstrous head, which appeared to open its mouth, absorbing the entire bluish-black haze emanating from a bone. The previously translucent orb surrounding the monster's visage grew increasingly dense, until the inner light was entirely obscured, leaving only the fearsome countenance of the beast visible. It was complete, although Linbai was unclear about the events unfolding before him. It was evident that the monstrous head had absorbed the substance, transforming from transparent to opaque and becoming more formidable in the process. Fortunately, the beast did not launch an attack on Linbai. After letting out a roar, it soared upwards, crashing against the barrier at the valley's apex with a resounding thud. This time, empowered by the absorbed energy, the monstrous head struck with a force that created a significant breach in the barrier. The creature ascended into the sky, spiraling twice before darting southward with a swift whoosh. In the wake of this impact, the barrier began to reveal its entirety, fracturing like a shattered mirror, crumbling into fragments that gradually dissipated into motes of dust. Linbai rose to his feet, gazing at the vanishing barrier, pondering whether he had inadvertently released something extraordinary. Yet he could hardly claim responsibility. After all, he merely held the box while it had crashed into him. Rationalizing his predicament, Linbai approached the box and examined the bone on the ground, a frown forming on his brow. Initially, upon seeing the box's shape, he had anticipated it housed a legendary weapon, such as a magic sword, but to his dismay, it turned out to be nothing more than a broken bone. Upon lifting it, he discovered its true value. Chi bone, a carryable item that granted a 20 water attribute damage bonus. Astonishingly, it was indeed a carryable item. Regrettably, he currently possessed no cards that utilized water attribute techniques. The water slime in his bag, overhearing this, was incensed, exclaiming, "Am I not water attribute?" Reflecting upon this, Linbai recalled the pure water sprite. Yes, he smacked his thigh, realizing that pure water sprites resided near Chinksa village. During his gaming days, he found pure water sprites particularly irksome due to their overwhelming numbers and high damage output, making them quite challenging to confront. However, after acquiring Ganyu, the situation had become considerably easier, as her charged attacks made short work of them. Reminded of Ganyu, Linbai mused that if he ventured there now, he might not be able to defeat the pure water sprite. Due to his limited offensive options, it would be wiser to return with Ganyu by his side to confront the sprite. Just as he was about to depart, He recalled that there were no instances in the game of monsters breaking through barriers, collecting the pieces of the talisman scattered on the ground. He stowed them in his bag and resolved to seek answers in Chinktsa village. Meanwhile, as the monstrous head breached the barrier, a man seated before a lavish spread in the Liyue Pavilion at Feiyun Slope turned to face the northeastern direction. His name was Zhongli, an honorary guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. The man across from him, noticing Zhongli's movement, tilted his head and inquired, "Mr. Zhongli, what is the matter?" Zhongli turned back, shaking his head slightly, and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Please continue." Indeed, the man opposite Zhongli was none other than Tartaglia, the 11th of the Fatui Harbingers, commonly known as the Young Master. The Young Master nodded, smiling as he said, "Mr. Zhongli, as I mentioned earlier, I have heard that you possess vast knowledge and wisdom. With a deep understanding of both ancient and modern times, I, Tartaglia, have recently arrived in Liyue. I know little about it, and hope you can assist me." Having arrived in Liyue 2 days prior, Tartaglia had been seeking information and, after spending considerable sums, had managed to make the acquaintance of Zhongli. Zhongli lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Assist? What do you require of me? It's a trivial matter. I have heard that you are well versed in many ancient traditions of Liyue. Surely, you must have knowledge of the legendary adepti that have long been spoken of in Liyue." Zhongli nodded, his expression remaining calm. "The adepti. Who would have thought that Mr. Tartaglia from the northern lands would be interested in the legends of the adepti in Liyue? Legends, you say? Do you believe the adepti to be mere myths?" Zhongli shook his head as he regarded Tartaglia. "I have heard that you have engaged in numerous battles since your arrival in Liyue over the past 2 days. Do you intend to challenge the adepti?" Tartaglia laughed heartily, taking a drink as he declared, "I do enjoy a good sparring match. I recall someone once said that the strength of a warrior is akin to a circle. The larger the circle, the more challengers it can accommodate. Liyue, with its rich history and numerous sects, must surely have many skilled individuals that I am eager to meet them. Truly, it was fitting for a Fatui Harbinger to seek out the adepti of Liyue for a duel." It sounded rather intriguing. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Tartaglia's eyes. "So, will you aid me, Mr. Zhongli? As long as you are willing, I can assure you that compensation is negotiable. Feel free to name your price." Zhongli nodded, setting down his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With such generosity from the young master, it would be remiss of me to decline. "Excellent. Then I shall look forward to your assistance." Tartaglia raised his glass in a toast to Zhongli and downed it in one gulp, his gaze lingering on Zhongli, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Within Chinktsa village, Luo Xiaomei guided Lin Bai to the innermost section of a grand ancestral hall. "Grandma Ruoxin," she called out to an elderly woman with white hair seated inside. Grandma Ruoxin grasped Luo Xiaomei as she rushed in and smiled. "Little Mei, what brings you here to visit your grandma today?" Noticing Lin Bai, who had entered alongside her, she inquired, "And who might this be?" Grandma Ruoxin, the unofficial village head of Chinktsa village, was well acquainted with the villagers and recognized Lin Bai as an outsider. "Grandma, he is my Adeptus brother," Luo Xiaomei replied. "Adeptus brother?" Grandma Ruoxin's brow furrowed as she regarded Lin Bai with suspicion, perceiving him as a potential threat. Lin Bai, caught off guard by her sudden glare, stammered, "Hello, I am Lin Bai, a disciple of the Adepti." Grandma Ruoxin pulled Luo Xiaomei behind her, brandishing a broom, and declared, "Young man, do not assume that this village is filled solely with the elderly and children. I'm not afraid of you." Lin Bai was bewildered, pondering what had provoked such hostility. In truth, Grandma Ruoxin's suspicion was not unfounded. Adepti were often regarded as mere legends in Liyue, not something one could readily encounter. Lin Bai's immediate claim of being an Adeptus was bound to raise doubts in the elderly woman's mind. "I assure you, I am no villain. I just chased off a band of treasure thieves at the village entrance. You can ask Little Mei if you don't believe me." Lin Bai hastily recounted his recent encounter with the thieves. Little Mei nodded, explaining to Grandma Ruoxin that earlier she had insisted Lin Bai play with her. But he had stated he had important matters to attend to in driving away the thieves. She had witnessed the band arriving with great bravado and departing in shame. Upon hearing Little Mei's account, Grandma Ruoxin's concerns eased. She offered little May some candies, instructing her to sit aside, before politely inviting Lin Bai to take a seat and converse. After all, the village had suffered from the theft of chickens and ducks since the arrival of the treasure thieves, which, while not a catastrophic loss, left the elderly and children too frightened to confront them. Who would have thought we had a little hero among us, driving away the treasure thieves? Thank you kindly. Yet, Grandma Roshin remained skeptical of Lin Bai's claim of being an adeptus, as she surmised that little May's youth rendered her words unreliable. It is quite all right. I have a great fondness for upholding justice. Lin Bai replied, though by justice he meant reclaiming the thieves' ill-gotten gains that be. By the way, Grandma Roshin, may I inquire about any legends regarding Qi? Ah, the legends of Qi have been told for ages. In fact, most Liyue residents are familiar with them. Grandma Roshin recounted, in the days when Qingce village had yet to be named, a powerful beast wreaked havoc in the surrounding areas. Upon learning this, the Geo Archon descended upon this land, referring to the creature as Qi. Subsequently, the Geo Archon vanquished it, and its flesh transformed into the mountains that now comprise Qingce village, while its blood became the waters that flow here. This legend of Qi is widely known among the people of Liyue. Have you not heard of it? Ah, I have been secluded in the mountains for my training, so this is indeed my first time hearing of it, Lin Bai explained. Truth be told, I only arrived here a month ago. How could I have known? I see. However, I must clarify that I, too, am not a local. The version I shared is what I knew prior to coming here. The tale of Qi circulating in Qingce village differs somewhat. Lin Bai, intrigued, pressed her for details regarding the version in Qingce village. Grandma Roshin elaborated. In the version told here, the Geo Archon did not completely slay Qi. This was due to Qi's immense power and the consideration that if the Geo Archon were to unleash his full might, it might annihilate the very land itself. In a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to seal the fierce creature with my unparalleled powers in this very place. However, after being suppressed, the creature's resentment soared to the heavens. The indigenous people, fearing that the creature might one day escape its confinement, erected numerous stone statues of the emperor within the village to both suppress it and offer tributes to alleviate its wrath. The ubiquitous rock statues in Qingce village came into being in this manner. Even the entrance to the ancestral hall is adorned with such figures, while in Liyue, stone lions predominantly guard the thresholds. Is this truly the case? Lin Bai pondered, realizing that the version from Qingce village must indeed hold truth, for he had witnessed the creature breaking through the barrier with his own eyes. Nevertheless, it is rather peculiar that such a legend would possess two different renditions. Indeed, only old souls like me are privy to this version. Most of the younger villagers are unaware of it. However, since it is merely a legend, variations are to be expected. One thing remains unchanged. The Rock King Emperor has protected this place. Lin Bai nodded and retrieved a damp fragment of an ancient talisman from his bag. Inquiring if Granny Roshin recognized these archaic Liyue characters, the talisman fragments were already tattered, and after being soaked, Granny Roshin struggled to decipher them, ultimately failing to recognize them all. Yet, having seen a complete talisman before, Lin Bai retained a vague recollection of their arrangement. After mentally reorganizing the characters and filling in the gaps, he roughly pieced together the following message. The demonic creature, Qi, its remnants unextinguished, its residual harm endures. Poisoning the living. Craft my statue, to exert authority and suppress. The talisman seals it. Let none dare to unseal. Based on the inscriptions on the talisman, it could now be confirmed with absolute certainty that it was indeed Qi who had breached the barrier. What a formidable entity I have inadvertently released, Lin Bai thought, feeling a slight headache at the prospect of this creature causing havoc in Liyue. Nevertheless, Liyue is protected by the 7 stars, and if all else fails, there is that esteemed figure. By the way, why does this yellow paper resemble a talisman? He mused, while Granny Roshin continued to piece together the fragments that a sudden commotion erupted from above the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, Granny Roshin exclaimed, "Oh no, something has indeed gone awry. What happened?" Lin Bai inquired. Granny Roshin explained that just before Lin Bai and his sister arrived, 2 unfamiliar burly men had passed by outside the hall, likely in search of Chongjio. "Chongjio, please go and check it out for me. It sounds quite tumultuous." Lin Bai agreed and swiftly exited the hall, discovering a wooden platform with a ladder leading upwards. As he climbed the ladder, Lin Bai encountered a solitary household. Just as he entered the courtyard, a figure shot out from a small room, crashing to the ground. Rushing over, Lin Bai found it to be a frail man in a long coat. Around 30 years old, not the robust figure Granny Roisin had described, he appeared to be Chang Jio. "Are you all right?" Lin Bai asked as he helped him up. Without acknowledging Lin Bai, Chang Jio dashed to the door and shouted, "Don't rummage through things. The item isn't here. Do you two imbeciles not understand human language? Those are books I painstakingly collected. They are worth money." Lin Bai followed him into the house, witnessing two hulking brutes violently overturning furniture. The room was in disarray, books strewn across the floor. "Can these torn pages even be considered valuable?" Chang Jio exclaimed, "If you don't hand over the goods today, my brother, and I will demolish your house." The burly man in green turned to Chang Jio with a menacing grin, feigning an attempt to topple a nearby bookshelf. With a thunderous crash, the green-clad man was knocked out of the door with a single punch. As a pained cry echoed, the other brute, dressed in white and crouched on the floor, turned in astonishment to see Lin Bai standing before him. "You little brat," the white-clad man began, but before he could finish, he received a kick to the face. Then, with a sharp pain in his arm, he felt himself lifted off the ground, spinning helplessly until he opened his eyes to see Lin Bai stepping out of the narrow-versed room. Chang Jio, the two burly men lay on the ground, bewildered by what had just transpired. Lin Bai looked at them and asked, "Thieves?" Chang Jio, still in shock, pointed at Lin Bai, exclaiming, "He just threw them out in less than 3 seconds." "Indeed, they are thieves," Chang Jio quickly affirmed, regaining his composure. "Who are the thieves here?" the two men retorted, scrambling to their feet and exchanging glances, both thinking that this young man was no ordinary opponent. "We are merchants, here to conduct business," the green-clad man asserted. "Merchants? Since when do merchants grow so strong and invade others' homes?" Lin Bai did not believe them, as their physique clearly suggested they were thugs. "Young sir, do not heed their nonsense. They are indeed thieves," Chang Jio insisted. "Shut your mouth, Chang Jio," the green-clad man threatened, pointing a finger at him. Just as the threat hung in the air, Lin Bai closed the distance in an instant, delivering a sharp slap to the man's face. "Did I permit you to speak?" The man, now furious, swung a punch directly at Lin Bai's face. Lin Bai, however, merely raised a shield to block the attack, allowing the man to hurt himself in the process, retreating in pain. Seeing this, the other thug immediately pulled back his fist. "Esteemed young sir, while you possess great skill, one must also adhere to reason. We truly came here to conduct business with Chang Jio." "Business, you say? You mean to say you offer a third of the market price?" Lin Bai retorted. "Young sir, do you not understand? They intended to buy my goods at a third of the market price. I refused, and they threatened to force me to sell," Chang Jio passionately explained. "What transpired exactly?" Lin Bai urged Chang Jio to elaborate. It turned out that these two men were brothers named Chang Hu and Chang Bao, subordinates of the merchant Mao Kai Gong from Liua. Chang Jio, also a merchant, dealt in ore. After the recent incident at the chasm, which led to its sealing by the Liu's 7 stars, Chang Jio's ore business had suffered immensely. Many of his previously arranged orders fell through, resulting in significant financial losses. With the mine shut down, workers were left without work, and Chang Jio had depleted his savings merely to pay their wages. Unable to keep his employees idle, he sought alternative ventures and pawned many of his prized rare books. Unfortunately, the new endeavor faltered, leading him to suspect foul play, resulting in further losses. Just as Chang Jio was grappling with his financial woes, Mao Kai Gong approached him. Having learned of Chang Jio's stock of amber, he offered a price, but Chang Jio was unwilling to sell at only 60% of the market value. For Chang Jio, that price was equivalent to his cost. While it seemed he would recover some funds, selling at that rate would leave him unable to redeem his pawned rare books. "Now I understand," Lin Bai said to the Chang brothers. "You are indeed engaging in coercive buying. Leave now and do not return to cause further trouble." The Chang brothers whispered to one another, realizing they could not overpower Lin Bai, and decided to withdraw, planning to return another time. "Chang Jio, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall grant you a few days to contemplate. We will return next week." "Hey, Do you not understand my words? You are forbidden to return and cause trouble. Lin Bai thought to himself, surprised by their audacity, as they threatened him even after receiving a few blows. Chong Hu, making a pained expression, replied, "Young sir, we truly are not threatening him. You can ask him yourself. Who else would buy his goods besides us?" Indeed, while he claims a third of the market price fluctuates. Are you suggesting we compel our lord to purchase his goods at a high price? Would that not be coercive selling? Chong Bao chimed in. Their argument held some merit, prompting Lin Bai to inquire further with Chong Jiu about the situation. Chong Jiu sighed. However, the price of amber has dropped so drastically. It is simply not normal. If I sell now, it would be akin to signing my own death warrant. Lin Bai realized the discrepancy. With the chasm sealed and the mines halted, the output of or had indeed diminished. Logically speaking, the prices of stock on the market should be on the rise. After listening to Lin Bai's perspective, Chong Jiu shook his head and remarked that Shipo is somewhat peculiar, although it is indeed a rare crystal. It cannot be fashioned into various handicrafts like jade. Instead, it is primarily utilized as a processing or alchemical material, resulting in lower demand. Thus, even though the production has diminished, the overall inventory in the market has not significantly decreased, naturally leading to a smaller increase in price. Yet, even so, according to your assertion, it should not be dropping in price. That is true, but the number of buyers has been scant. I thought it would be acceptable to sell it at a fair price if necessary. However, after inquiring with many old customers, I discovered that they suddenly refused to purchase my goods. Eventually, I sold my house in the city and laid off my employees, hoping to sell the Shipo at cost price. But still, no one showed interest. Alas, Chong Jiu sighed, reflecting on how he had transformed from a mine owner to his current disheveled state over the past few months. Indeed, you have heard it correctly. Our offer to buy at 1/3 of the price is essentially a gift to him. Chong Hu, feeling emboldened, seemed to believe that the rationale was on his side. Lin Bai shot him an incredulous glance, stating that if Chong Jiu does not wish to sell, why are you pressuring him? If he does not want to sell, then do not come around. I have been staying in the village lately, so do keep your eyes open. Lin Bai urged the two to leave, fearful they might return, and threatened them. The two brothers, unable to contend with Lin Bai, dared not retort further. Before departing, they suggested that Chong Jiu consider whether he would prefer to languish in the Qingce village or sell the Shipo for cash, and that he should come to find them once he had made up his mind. After they left, Lin Bai assisted Chong Jiu in lifting the discarded bookshelf at his home. Gratefully, Chong Jiu offered Lin Bai a cup of tea. "Young hero, please do not mind this humble tea." Sigh. If it were in the past, I would never have offered you such tea. I would have certainly taken you to the Ryua Tower for a fine brew and delightful melodies. Lin Bai smiled, raising his teacup and drinking it all in one go, for he was indeed parched. Well, your willingness to sell your estate and dismiss your employees indicates your commendable character. This tea is quite pleasant. Moreover, you ought to refrain from sighing so much. There's an old saying in my hometown, sighing too much will only lead to money being sighed away. You should work on that habit. Chong Jiu chuckled awkwardly. Here I am, an old man, being lectured by you, a young one. How embarrassing. By the way, what is your esteemed name? You can call me Lin Bai. Speaking of which, why not sell the Shipo and find another business opportunity? Chong Jiu immediately shook his head. No. What if I incur losses? I have no other hobbies. I simply enjoy reading. Those books I pawned are my lifeline, and I shall remain here patiently, waiting for the Shipo prices to rise. By the way, how much do you think this batch of Shipo could sell for? They're fixated on your sale. Surely there must be some profit involved. Oh, not much if sold at cost price. Approximately 500,000 more. As he spoke, Chong Jiu poured more tea for Lin Bai. Lin Bai could hardly fathom such a price, spraying tea all over Chong Jiu's face. 500,000 mora. Good heavens, I was just feeling pity for you, only to discover that you are far wealthier than I imagined. Damn. What a waste of my sentiments. Lin Bai wiped his mouth dry. If you were poor, then I must be a beggar. Ha ha, being poor is not so bad. I find peace here. Many forgotten books can now be revisited. As he spoke, perhaps recalling the past, his expression suddenly turned serious. With a thud on the table, Chong Jiu said, somewhat indignantly, "How despicable. Those two scoundrels." Chong Hu and his brother, used to address me with great respect as Master Changju when they came to collect goods, yet now they bully me to this extent. Lin Bai, sipping his tea, suddenly remembered something. Earlier, Changju mentioned that he had encountered sabotage in his new business, resulting in former customers no longer purchasing from him. That it appeared that someone was indeed stirring trouble from behind the scenes. Master Changju, if I were to assist you in selling this batch of Shippo at cost price or even higher, would you be agreeable to me taking a small commission? Changju looked up at Lin Bai, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Young hero, you are too polite. Just call me Changju. It feels awkward to be addressed as Master Changju. If you can truly help me sell this batch of Shippo, I will give you a 10% commission as long as it exceeds 70 of the price. Lin Bai smiled and nodded in agreement. With a chance to earn, he was certainly inclined to assist. After helping Changju drive away the underlings of Mao Kai Gong, Grandma Xin invited Lin Bai to stay for dinner, which he naturally accepted. After all, he had grown weary from the day's endeavors and could use a moment of respite. Changju joined in for dinner as well. Apart from the batch of Shippo and the ancestral home, he was indeed quite impoverished, relying largely on the generosity of Grandma Rox. Following their meal, Grandma Rox thoughtfully prepared bedding for him. Lin Bai sat in the guest room, pondering the card on the table. After crossing over, he had spent a month with Lu Yun in the mountains, and having gone so long without human interaction, he felt it was time for self-reflection. Firstly, proclaiming oneself as an immortal upon meeting others is indeed inappropriate. Grandma Roxin clearly did not believe him, treating his words with complete indifference. Surely, one cannot simply transform before others, for that would render him a laughingstock, akin to a monkey amusing others. Such behavior diminishes one's dignity and must be corrected. Reflecting upon the game's lore, it became evident that the adepti of Liyue have long since secluded themselves, becoming mere legends, not something to be encountered casually. Lin Bai had a great fondness for Liyue, as its culture bore close resemblance to that of his previous world, sharing commonalities that, of course, with the game having been live for such a duration, there were only two nations, thus limiting his choices. One of the primary reasons he had previously abandoned the game was due to Zhongli's 2 consecutive misfortunes. Hence, after crossing over and becoming a disciple of an immortal, it seemed he had been overly eager to flaunt it. It is better that accolades come from others rather than from oneself, Lin Bai nodded, murmuring to himself. Now, how can one ensure that others sing his praises? That is simple. A golden opportunity is right in front of him. The Dragon Crisis in Mondstadt. Lin Bai was certainly planning to attend, firstly because his system required a method to obtain the card of the Anemo Dragon. After all, the Anemo Dragon is a favored being of the Anemo Archon, and its card must be of great value. Secondly, he wanted to determine whether there was indeed a chance of encountering either Ether or Lumen. Lastly, of course, he intended to resolve the Dragon Crisis and become a hero of Mondstadt. With so many beautiful maidens in Mondstadt, he certainly wished to spend time with them. Having traversed into another world, he ought to live like a protagonist from an online novel, enjoying life to the fullest. The Anemo Dragon, Lin Bai mused as he glanced down at his cards, furrowing his brow slightly. Currently, he possessed 11 cards, 7 cards representing different elemental slimes, as well as the Geo Hilichurl Guard, Hilichurl Berserker, Hilichurl Archer, and a Treasure Hoarder member. Most of these cards had passive abilities, but he found the Geo Hilichurl Guard and Hilichurl Archer cards to be the most useful. However, against the Anemo Dragon, these cards would not serve him well. The Anemo Dragon could fly, making the seismic waves of the Geo Hilichurl Guard ineffective. Although the Hilichurl Archer could attack from a distance, its card had only upgraded to silver status, rendering its attack power too low. The low attack power was the crux of the issue, Lin Bai concluded. He opened his character's basic attributes panel. Level 60, health 7648, attack power 140, defense power 480. Critical rate 5, critical damage 50. These figures do not include any bonuses. Due to metal properties, his actual defense is 960, yet his attack power is pitifully low at only 140. The problem lies with his weapon. Lin Bai surmised there must be quantifiable weapons available, yet he had yet to acquire one. Having learned that he was part of a quantifiable system, he had subtly inquired with his mentor Lu Yun and gained a rough understanding of the combat levels in Teyvat. Ordinary humans are roughly at level 10, as are the Hilichurls. Meanwhile, well-trained soldiers typically hover around level 20. Level 30 indicates a powerful individual among the ordinary populace. Liyue boasts numerous martial arts sects, most of which fall within this range. According to Liu Yun, a select few human prodigies who have not transcended their limits with a vision can reach levels 40 or 50. For those who possess a vision, they can easily start at level 60 once they familiarize themselves with its usage. Indeed, upon becoming a character with a vision, one immediately surpasses the limitations of the average human. This is precisely why those who possess the Eye of God are so highly revered. Lin Bai, currently at level 60, is permitted to venture out for training despite not having successfully cultivated the Eye of God, as Master Liu Yun allows it. Lin Bai surmises that he should be around level 80. Considering he has always been at the mercy of his master's prowess, of course, he inquired about the Emperor's level from Liu Yun, but received no valuable reference. Liu Yun described the Emperor as the pinnacle of martial prowess, unrivaled in heaven and earth. Thus, Lin Bai speculates that if the Emperor were a deity, he might well surpass level 100 in a rough comparison of combat power. Lin Bai estimates that Feng Mo Long is approximately at level 70, placing him at a disadvantage in their confrontation. How infuriating! Why wasn't I born at maximum level? I yearn to be that invincible protagonist in web novels, starting off at full strength, Lin Bai shouted, venting his frustrations. Mhy. I curse you, immortal beings! After expressing his dissatisfaction, Lin Bai decided it was time to sleep. Thanks to the metallic powder he possesses, his defense is doubled, allowing him to endure at the very least. The next day, Lin Bai awoke, rubbing his eyes. After a yawn, he was met with a plethora of text notifications that a month has passed since your return. Return rewards have been issued. You have received 1,600 original stones. The card draw system has been unlocked, and the permanent blessing of the empty moon is now in effect. You have obtained an additional 160 original stones. Lin Bai's eyes lit up, recalling that after clicking on the return email, he had indeed traversed worlds, and thus, a wave of return rewards was to be expected. He promptly opened the system interface and discovered a new icon for the original stones. Upon inspection, he found that it was just like in the game. 160 for a single draw, and 1,600 for a 10-fold draw. Isn't their weapon pool? He had pondered the means of acquiring numerical weapons a night before, yet today, although he had access to card draws, it seemed futile. Upon further examination, Lin Bai realized the pool did not specify the contents of the draw. However, an annotation indicated that 10 draws guaranteed a 4-star item, while 90 draws guaranteed a 5-star item. There was no point in overthinking it. He decided to draw first and contemplate later. With 1,760 original stones at his disposal, Lin Bai pressed the button for a 10-fold draw as the draw animation played out. He chuckled. I didn't expect the draw animation to mirror that of the game. But before he could finish his thought, he was jolted upright from the bed that a golden light had erupted from his draw. A 10-fold draw yielding gold? My luck is extraordinary. Of course, those with poor luck seldom found themselves traversing realms. He acquired a wide-angle lens, a 4-star upgrade card, and a multitude of miscellaneous ores for refinement. Specifically 3 sets of 3. Lin Bai was momentarily bewildered, pondering what the 5-star item could be. He opened his inventory to inspect the 4-star upgrade card, as theoretically, only cards possess star ratings, yet he found it wasn't the case. The 4-star upgrade card was, in fact, a material card. Its effect, it can elevate a 4-star card or lower by 1 level. It turns out to be an upgrade card. As previously mentioned, cards can indeed be upgraded, indicated by the color of their borders: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. For a 1-star card upgrade, 200 identical cards are required. For a 2-star card upgrade, 100. For a 3-star card upgrade, 50. For a 4-star card upgrade, 10. And for a 5-star card upgrade, merely 5 cards. Taking the Hilichurl Archer card as an example. Hilichurl Archer, a 2-star card with an active skill, crossbow arrow shot, which fires an arrow imbued with attributes, dealing 1.2 times the attack damage. There are no passive effects. Upon reaching silver, it can simultaneously fire 2 spread arrows. At gold, 3, and at diamond, 5. The subsequent upgrade effects can be conveniently viewed within the system. The card skill levels are also specified. The bronze level serves as the base skill. while the silver level is prefixed with super, the gold level with extreme, and the diamond level with absolute. It can be said that the 4-star card will significantly reduce Lin Bai's time spent grinding monsters, expediting his leveling process. As for the cooking competition, the 4-star upgrade card is indeed a 4-star item, while the 5-star item must be the wide-angle lens. The wide-angle lens is a carry item with the effect of allowing transformation into larger creatures. What a splendid item! In the original game, this was used to enhance the hit rate for small sprites, but now it is transformed into a transformation enhancement tool. Although Lin Bai can transform freely as a Ditto, he encounters 3 limitations. First, he can only transform into creatures visible within his field of vision. Second, the size of the transformed creature is limited. And third, he cannot transform into a human. This explains why he observed Liu Yun's human form, yet transformed into a crane. Now, with the wide-angle lens, at least one of those limitations is resolved. However, a new dilemma arises. He only has 1 slot for carry items. If he takes the wide-angle lens, he cannot use the metallic powder. For him at present, the double defense is his greatest combat strength. Earlier, Lin Bai had wondered why a carry item will be classified as 5-star, considering there are no star ratings for carry items. But upon reflection, the X2 defense effect certainly qualifies as 5-star. He pondered whether there might be items that increase carry item slots. He glanced at the permanent blessing of the empty moon. In the game, this was akin to a monthly card that provides a daily allocation of original stones. Here, it serves a similar purpose, granting 160 original stones each day, just enough for a single draw. Lin Bai mused that it wasn't too shabby. At least he could draw once daily, testing his luck each morning. After having breakfast and bidding farewell to Granny Roxon, Lin Bai transformed into a small sparrow and flew directly to the teleportation anchor point east of the Stone Gate. He refrained from flying straight to the Dawn Manor, as transforming combined with flying would expend too much stamina, rendering him unable to continue. After a journey eastward, Lin Bai arrived at a grand manor after a little over 10 minutes. Compared to the game, this manor appeared significantly larger, with an expansive vineyard sprawling before him, lush and vibrant. Behind the vineyard stood a massive red villa, the opulent residence of Dialek. Adjacent to the villa were 2 additional structures, a wine cellar to the left and a standalone small building to the right, where numerous chairs were placed at the entrance for travelers to rest and savor wine. After circling the vineyard for a while, Lin Bai reached the entrance of the winery, only to be intercepted by 2 guards in uniforms wielding weapons. The guards regarded Lin Bai with a wary expression. They were Dialek-S winery guards. Due to the dragon disaster, monsters had been rampant in Mondstadt, and the Knights of Favonius had long sealed off the Drunkard's Gorge, leaving the winery devoid of visitors for several days. Lin Bai introduced himself as a traveler from Liu, searching for Huan, the proprietor of the Wangshu Inn. The Wangshu Inn is quite renowned in Mondstadt, and both guards recognized Huai, and the winery guards informed him that the innkeeper Huai had gone to Qingchuan town before the road was sealed off at Drunkard's Gorge, as that was the maternal home of Fei Er Gadaite. Upon reaching Drunkard's Gorge, Lin Bai discovered it was filled with spike barricades. Nevertheless, many had been broken down by the Hilichurls who had set up camp there. Lin Bai, of course, dispatched them all, treating it as a grinding session, considering he was just over 70 cards short of obtaining the gold card. Aside from the gorge, Lin Bai collected a total of 13 Hilichurl cards through both picking and stealing, primarily after defeating 4 Hilichurl grass shamans which dropped cards. Upon arriving in Qingchuan town, Lin Bai noted that the streets were rather empty. According to prior conversations, if Mondstadt had sealed off the roads, there should be a multitude of travelers and merchants stranded. Why then was the street so deserted? Grabbing a passerby, he inquired and discovered that everyone was at the Beast Girl Inn in Qingchuan town, due to the dragon disaster sealing the roads. Many Liu residents were unable to return and had taken refuge in the inn. Among this group was a renowned beautiful chef from Liu, who, for reasons unknown, had gotten into a heated argument with the innkeeper block over which cuisine was superior, Liu or Mondstadt. Thus, for the past 3 days, they had been competing in culinary skills every noon at the inn. A beautiful chef from Liu. Could it be Xiangling? After asking for the address of the inn, Lin Bai arrived to find an overwhelming crowd. The inn's door could scarcely close, and some even leaned out of the windows to watch. Lin Bai squeezed in, but found it impossible to enter. Observing his surroundings, he spotted a gecko on the wall of the opposite house and transformed into one, carefully navigating through the crowd's feet until he reached the front row. However, the gecko's low vantage point only allowed him to see a sea of feet. Lin Bai, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, transformed back into his original self, feigning a half-squat to tie his shoelaces. He then stood up, brushed off his hands, and seamlessly integrated himself into the front row. The individuals behind him were momentarily taken aback by Lin Bai's sudden rise. He turned around and flashed a smile at them before looking ahead, only to discover that the Liyue culinary maiden he had mentioned was indeed Xiangling. Before him lay the lobby of the inn, now devoid of its usual seating arrangements, replaced instead by 2 long tables. These tables were laden with a plethora of fruits and vegetables, while Xiangling and Brock were diligently engrossed at the cooking station, preparing their dishes. Lin Bai surveyed his surroundings and noticed another table to the left of the cooking area, occupied by 4 individuals. What was he doing here? Lin Bai felt a twinge of surprise. He recognized 2 out of the 4 seated at the long table. From left to right, they were Baizhu, a scholarly man clad in a Liyue long coat, a beast-eared gentleman, and lastly, the cat-eared Diana. Diana was not surprising, being a resident of Qingchuan town, but Lin Bai pondered the purpose of Baiju's presence. Hey, big brother, what is that table over there for? Are they just waiting for taste test? Lin Bai inquired the man beside him. They're the judges. What are you standing here gawking at? Came to reply. Oh, they were the judges. It made sense, after all, considering this was a culinary competition. The 2 on the left represented Liyue. The green-haired one was rumored to be a doctor, and the one next to him was the proprietor of Wangshu Inn. You must know him, being from Li. On the right, we have our Mondstadt representatives, our town mayor Delaf and his daughter Diana. Lin Bai was dressed in Liyue attire, which naturally led others to assume he was from Liyue. I've heard this competition has been ongoing for several days. Who emerged victorious in the earlier rounds? The man on the left looked puzzled. This ain't the Liu resident staying at the inn. Why are you asking so many questions? After the roadblock, foreigners were indeed all staying at inns. This man could hardly fathom that Lin Bai had only just arrived today. That girl from Liyue won all of them. Brock's dishes are delicious as well, but compared to hers, there is just something lacking in freshness. Lin Bai nodded, inwardly chuckling. How could it not be fresh? Xiangling was known for adding slime condensate to her dishes. Who would normally consume such a thing? After standing around and watching the spectacle for over 10 minutes, Delaf struck the table with a clang and announced, "Time's up." Xiangling and Brock ceased their preparations and began plating their dishes. As the plating concluded, the judges took their first bites, starting with Brock. At a glance, Lin Bai declared that Brock was destined to lose. The man beside him, intrigued, asked, "The judges haven't even tasted it yet. How can you be so certain Brock has lost?" Lin Bai thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? In culinary anime, the first dish served always loses. It's a well-established theorem." Feigning mystery, he responded, "I have a keen nose. I can already discern the flavors from this aroma, that if you don't believe me, how about we place a small wager of 2,000 mora?" Although the man also believed Xiangling would win, given she had triumphed for 2 consecutive days. Being from Mondstadt, he thought the wager should be modest and decided to support his compatriot. The outcome was entirely predictable. Xiangling emerged victorious. However, the scoring this time differed significantly from previous results. In the earlier rounds, the scores had varied by 20 or 30 points, but today, the margin was a mere 1 point, with Brock losing by a slender margin. Once the competition concluded, it was time for the tasting session, and Lin Bai eagerly joined in. Upon comparing the 2 dishes, he found both delectable, though if pressed to choose, he preferred Brock's. After a spirited scramble for samples, the crowd dispersed, satisfied. Lin Bai approached Brock, praising her cooking, which left her pleasantly surprised that a Liyue individual would commend her Mondstadt cuisine. Touched, she generously shared several recipe cards with him when he inquired about them. With the recipe cards in hand, Lin Bai noticed Huayan, Baizhu, and Xiangling engaged in conversation, so he walked over. "Hello, Huayan. I have a letter for you from the proprietress," he said, handing over the letter. Huayan glanced at Lin Bai, hesitating before accepting the letter. Upon opening the letter, he recognized his wife's handwriting and immediately began reading intently. Observing the changes in Huayan's expression, Baizhu invited Lin Bai to sit down and asked, Did you just arrive from Liyue? Lin Bai nodded, but I heard there were many monsters on the road. Did you encounter any danger? Xiangling inquired. Indeed, there were hordes of hilichurls. I fought through them all. I grew quite weary of it, Lin Bai replied. Xiangling and Baizhu exchanged glances, clearly surprised by Lin Bai's words. Having spent the last few days hunting slimes for materials, Xiangling was aware of the overwhelming presence of hilichurls in the area surrounding the Wind Whale Highland. For Lin Bai to have vanquished all the hilichurls along the way suggested he was no ordinary person. It was well known that even the Knights of Favonius lacked the manpower to eliminate the hilichurls near the Drunkard's Gorge. However, the Knights had their own dilemmas, unable to spare forces for the wild monsters. Are you a holder of the vision? Baizhu asked directly. Those who possessed a vision were few in any nation, and most countries kept a registry of their vision bearers, as they typically possessed tremendous combat capabilities. Even if they did not revel in battle, their prowess made them valuable assets to their nations. As the saying goes, a crane among chickens, vision bearers often gained recognition in their respective fields, leading to acquaintances among fellow bearers within the same nation, as they were part of an elite circle. Lin Bai was a newcomer to Baizhu's eyes, which piqued his curiosity about whether Lin Bai could be a newly emerged vision bearer. Lin Bai smiled and nodded, having learned his lesson to refrain from overly introducing himself to others. After all, there would come a day when legends of Lin Bai would echo throughout Teyvat. Indeed, Xiangling beamed at Lin Bai, introducing herself. I've heard of you, the beautiful chef of Wanmin Restaurant. I tasted your dishes earlier, and they were truly delightful. Would you teach me? Lin Bai, a lover of culinary arts, was further motivated by the fact that Lu Yun was a foodie. During their time on the mountain, aside from battling monsters, they would often compete in cooking, and the more recipes he learned, the more he could prepare delectable meals for his master back home, thus bringing him joy. You enjoy cooking too? Upon hearing Lin Bai's request for recipes, Xiangling's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she insisted on having a friendly competition. Lin Bai quickly declined, knowing his culinary skills relied on the cooking system. If it came down to genuine creativity in cooking, he would likely falter. Xiangling insisted that the competition was merely a sharing of insights, and she dragged Lin Bai into the kitchen for a friendly duel. The result, of course, was Lin Bai's loss. However, Xiangling was pleasantly surprised that despite Lin Bai's lack of technique, his dishes were not lacking in flavor. As they chatted merrily, she eagerly taught Lin Bai the method for preparing boiled fish. Aren't you worried that teaching me will impact Wanmin Restaurant's business? Lin Bai was astonished that she would directly share the recipe for Wanmin Restaurant's signature spicy boiled fish with him. I'm not worried. Boiled fish wasn't invented by my father. It's a common dish in Liyue. However, my father's fish undoubtedly tastes better than others. Otherwise, why would people come to our restaurant specifically for this dish? Lin Bai nodded, thinking it made sense. No matter how famous a dish might be, if it lacked flavor, it would ultimately be abandoned by the masses. Thus, it was indeed true that one must forge their own path to excellence. Upon exiting the kitchen, Huayan expressed gratitude to Lin Bai for delivering the letter. Having been stuck in Mondstadt for a week, he had longed for his wife. The arrival of her letter filled him with joy. By the way, I've heard the dragon disaster in Mondstadt has been ongoing for a week. What is the situation now? Did any heroic youths or maidens emerge to resolve it? Lin Bai cautiously inquired, hoping to learn if Ing or Ether had made an appearance. That I'm not sure. I only arrived in Qingchuan town the day before yesterday. I initially intended to hunt the Anemo dragon, thinking perhaps I could acquire some materials for cooking. However, Brother Baizhu forbade me from going. Xiangling puffed out her cheeks, feeling somewhat disgruntled about Baizhu's prohibitive stance on seeking the Anemo dragon. Baizhu sighed and shook his head, chuckling, although the people of Mondstadt now refer to it as the Dragon of Disaster. The Anemo dragon was once the guardian of Mondstadt. If the Knights of Favonius heard you were planning to turn the Anemo dragon into a dish, they would surely come to subdue you first. Huayan and Lin Bai both laughed heartily. Xiangling pouted and muttered, I just wanted to chop off its tail. It will grow back anyway. I could truly yearn to try some dragon meat dishes. Seated beside Xiangling, Lin Bai could not help but chuckle at her whimsical complaints. Goodness, do you think of the Anemo dragon as a gecko? By the way, you mentioned you just arrived the day before yesterday. Didn't you hear that the stone gate was sealed by the Qianyan army? How did you manage to get here? Lin Bai restrained his laughter and asked Xiangling that I was already in Mondstadt. I came here half a month ago. Previously, I found myself amidst the snowy peaks, assisting Albedo, which was akin to helping others with their culinary endeavors. Once I finished there and arrived in Mondstadt, I became aware of the onset of the dragon disaster. Did Xiangling venture to the snowy mountains? Only after a detailed inquiry did I learn that the renowned alchemist of Mondstadt, Albedo, had led a group to the snowy mountains for investigation, but encountered unforeseen challenges. Subsequently, Albedo penned a letter to his dear friend Xingqiu, requesting assistance in locating a pyro-vision bearer, preferably a chef. Upon hearing this, Xingqiu immediately thought of Xiangling. Thus, he introduced her to this opportunity. And upon learning that someone sought her expertise in creating new dishes, Xiangling hastily made her way to Mondstadt. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the Dragon's Pine mountain range had undergone a mysterious transformation, resulting in an exceptionally frigid environment, rendering even the warmest attire insufficient against the chill. Although Albedo, as an alchemist, had concocted a remedy, it proved ineffective for human consumption. Hence, he sought to create a dish that would facilitate better absorption by the body, which is why he required someone skilled in fire, elemental manipulation, and culinary arts. Understanding the purpose of Xiangling's visit, Lin Bai bid farewell to the group and decided to explore Mondstadt. 19. What a surprise to see my sister. As Lin Bai emerged from Qingchuan town, he suddenly noticed a massive shadow darting skyward, vanishing into the clouds. What could it be? He gazed towards the direction from which the shadow ascended and discerned a dense forest. Could it be the Anemo Archon? Checking his map, he confirmed that it was indeed the misty forest of Mondstadt. As Lin Bai approached the entrance bridge to Mondstadt, he spotted a panicked youth clad entirely in green, even his hat matching the hue, rushing towards him. "Wendy!" Lin Bai exclaimed instinctively upon recognizing the approaching figure. When he halted, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Bai, and inquired with a smile, "Do you know me?" "Of course. Aren't you the bard from the city?" Lin Bai thought to himself, scolding his own impulsiveness, realizing that while he recognized them, they did not share the same familiarity with him. Wendy was, after all, Lin Bai's first 5-star character and the first one to reach level 10 in affection, making this face-to-face encounter difficult to contain. I didn't realize I had fans from Liyue. I've been performing at Angel Share recently. If you'd like to hear my songs, do come and support me," Wendy remarked before attempting to leave, only to be halted by Lin Bai. "What's the matter? You seem in quite a hurry. I believe I just witnessed the Anemo Archon take flight." Wendy shook his head. "I have no idea. If you wish to inquire about the Anemo Archon, it would be best to consult the Knights of Favonius." Wendy feigned ignorance, for Lin Bai appeared to be an ordinary citizen of Liyue, and thus he felt no need to divulge further information that moment. Raised voices caught Lin Bai's attention. Turning around, he saw 3 individuals approaching, embroiled in a heated argument. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Bai was distracted, Wendy slipped away into the city. "We've already stated that we are not suspicious characters," one of them exclaimed. "Just because you claim you're not suspicious doesn't make it so. The Anemo Archon appeared in the forest, and you were there as well. Furthermore, your attire is rather peculiar. It's the first time I've seen someone dressed like that, accompanied by an odd mascot. How can we be sure you're not up to mischief?" "I am Paimon. I am not a mascot," Paimon protested indignantly. "What nonsense! I was merely opening a treasure chest over there, and you took the opportunity to ambush me. That's utterly shameless." "Humph. When dealing with suspicious characters, swift action is imperative. That was not an ambush. It was a righteous counterattack. In any case, you two are coming with me to the Knight's headquarters." Leading the group was Amber, donned in a red uniform with knee-high boots and adorned with rabbit ear accessories, followed closely by Ing and Peng'en. "Is that really my sister?" Lin Bai thought, initially believing his misfortune had led him to encounter her brother. He rushed forward, eager to greet her, only to realize that Ing and Paimon were bound by ropes, resembling apprehended criminals. "What is this?" Amber interjected, halting Lin Bai's approach. "Stop right there. The Knights of Favonius are on duty. Please do not approach." "Amber, why have you bound those two?" Lin Bai inquired. Amber glanced at Lin Bai and replied, "These two are suspicious individuals whom I apprehended, believed to be involved with the Anemo Archon-esque disturbances that we've already stated that we're not. The suspicious characters are others, and we've seen them." Ing exclaimed, raising her voice in protest. Amber turned to Ing and retorted, Do you think just saying so makes it true? Suddenly, Lin Bai's memory clicked into place. Indeed, at this time, it must have encountered Wendy and the Anemo Archon in the Misty Forest. Thus, the suspicious characters she referred to were undoubtedly Wendy. Lin Bai turned to call out to Wendy for clarification, only to find that he had vanished. Goodness, Wendy is remarkably swift on his feet. Excuse me, the lovely girl with the mascot. Might I inquire if the suspicious character you mentioned is clad entirely in green? Lin Bai asked, I am not a mascot. How many times must I repeat this? Paimon huffed, stomping her foot in frustration. Upon hearing Lin Bai's description, Ing nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly it. How did you know? Amber too turned her gaze towards Lin Bai. Her suspicions piqued. She thought, could this person be allied with Ing? Indeed, Miss Knight, what this sister said is true. Just moments ago, an exceedingly suspicious individual dressed in green rushed past me. Lin Bai inwardly chuckled at the thought of Wendy being implicated. Truly, I saw that person hastily scurry by. Clearly up to no good, Lin Bai added. Amber tilted her head, torn between belief and skepticism. Your testimony alone cannot serve as evidence that it was understandable for Amber to be doubtful, for the timing was too convenient. Just as they mentioned suspicious characters, another witness appeared. Very well. If that individual entered the city, you may inquire with the gate guards. If they indeed exist, the misunderstanding shall be resolved. Thus, the four of them crossed the bridge and arrived at the city gates. Amber approached the guard, Swan, and asked Swan, did a green-clad individual enter the city just now? Swan nodded affirmatively, and upon Amber's inquiry, another guard named Lawrence confirmed the sighting as well. Amber returned, looking rather sheepish, and promptly apologized to Ing and Paimon, hastily untying their ropes. Ing rubbed her wrists and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, so this is how Mondstadters treat their guests. Amber, feeling guilty, had no retort. Lin Bai seized a moment to chime in, as the saying goes. One must engage in combat to form a bond. The misunderstanding has been resolved, which is what truly matters. Indeed. Paimon nodded in agreement, for she was merely performing her duties. Ing smiled. After all, I am not a demon. I shall grant you forgiveness. However, Lin Bai, Amber, and Paimon all turned their attention to Ing, pondering, However, I feel somewhat shortchanged. You see this bump on my head? It was inflicted by a certain knight, Ing said, touching the bump on her head caused by Amber's earlier blow. Amber's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, in that case, how about I treat you all to a meal? Before she could finish her sentence, Ing and Paimon erupted in cheers, for it was lunchtime. Yay, food time! At the outdoor dining area of the Hunter's Restaurant, Ing and Paimon devoured their meals with the fervor of the famished. Amber, watching them with tears in her eyes, glanced at her empty wallet. Then at the towering pile of plates before her, internally berating herself for suggesting a meal for Ing, that you're so lucky. You barely ate anything, Amber said with a quivering voice as she looked at Lin Bai, who had ordered a plate of spicy meat noodles. Lin Bai smiled. Having sampled various dishes during the competition in Qingchuan town, he was not particularly hungry. Such a tiny bird, as the two engaged in conversation. A few minutes later, Paimon and Ing, having satisfied their appetites, joined in. They introduced themselves to one another. Amber was a scout of the Knights of Favonius, while Ing mentioned she was a traveler in search of her brother. Lin Bai, already aware of their roles, merely nodded along. By the way, thank you so much for your help earlier, Lin Bai. Ing suddenly recalled, realizing she had yet to express her gratitude for his assistance in clearing the misunderstanding. Not at all. So, do you have any clues regarding your brother's whereabouts? Lin Bai feigned ignorance, fully aware of the plot, merely seeking confirmation. Ing began to recount her reasons for searching for her brother, and upon finishing, Amber appeared astonished. Are you implying that a deity abducted your brother? Paimon shook her head, uncertain. We're just speculating. The possibility of a divine being is quite significant. Amber does not believe that it is a deity. After all, the gods in Teyvat are the faith and guardians of each nation, so how could one possibly covet another's brother? Unfortunately, with the turmoil of the dragon disaster currently plaguing Mondstadt, I would otherwise assist you in your search. As a reconnaissance knight, I can confidently assert that no one knows Mondstadt better than I do. Speaking of the dragon disaster, Lumen and Paimon inquired about the dragon they had just encountered. Amber explained that it was Storm Terror, once the guardian of the four winds of Mondstadt, who mysteriously vanished hundreds of years ago but has suddenly reappeared to wreak havoc on the city. Due to Stormterror's presence, access to Mondstadt has been restricted, and many shops within the city have closed their doors, and oh wonder the pedestrians appeared so weary when we arrived, remarked Paimon. Amber nodded in agreement. Lamenting, alas, it seems you have come at an unfortunate time. Ordinarily, Mondstadt is abuzz with vitality. Yes, she spoke. Amber retrieved an item from her bag and handed it to Lumen. It was a wind glider. This is a wind glider, a favored tool among the people of Mondstadt. IT allows for gliding. But given the situation with Stormterror, it is best not to fly within the city. Lumen examined it with curiosity. Could you possibly spare another for me? Lin Bai chimed in, expressing his desire as well. This is my spare. I only have one, but perhaps I can gift you one next time. Then never mind, Lin Bai mused, considering that his ability to fly rendered it inconsequential. Lumen, however, offered the wind glider to Lin Bai, saying, why not let you use it for now? Amber puffed her cheeks in protest, exclaiming, I just gave it to you, and now you're passing it on. Lin Bai politely declined, insisting he would purchase his own. Amber then took Lumen aside to instruct her on how to use the wind glider. While Lin Bai sipped his drink, watching Amber teach Lumen, he reflected on how he had made a friend in Lumen. One of his objectives in coming to Mondstadt had been accomplished. Now, he needed to figure out how to acquire Stormterror's card. Just as he contemplated this, the weather suddenly changed, and a fierce wind swept through the streets. On the other side, Lumen, while testing the wind glider, lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Amber landed and rushed to assist Lumen. A voice suddenly shouted, Stormterror is coming. The winds intensified, and a colossal shadow loomed ominously over Mondstadt. With its blue body and 3 pairs of varying-sized wings, the oppressive presence unmistakably belonged to Stormterror. Each flap of its wings stirred the air, creating gusts throughout the city. It arrived so swiftly? Lin Bai instinctively drew his crossbow, but before he could act, Stormterror soared above and unleashed a powerful flap of its wings, generating 3 black tornadoes that formed within the city. The appearance of the tornadoes wreaked havoc on numerous buildings, and the citizens, caught off guard by Stormterror's sudden assault, screamed in terror and fled in panic. One tornado formed right next to Lumen, instantly pulling her upward. Lumen was whisked into the sky. Her figure shrank to a tiny... Suddenly, her ascent halted, a faint green light enveloped her, and she began to soar gracefully through the air, charging towards Stormterror. Upon reaching the dragon's side, she unleashed a barrage of green light arrows. Stormterror emitted a roar, seemingly wounded, and the winds from the tornadoes gradually diminished. Lin Bai stood among the fallen tables, gazing upward in awe, exclaiming, so this is the perspective of an NPC. Just then, a realization struck him. No, I can't just watch from below. His cards were currently all monsters. Hostile entities. That Stormterror's card was surely at least 4 stars, indicating a low acquisition probability. Lin Bai understood that Stormterror was hostile due to the influence of the Abyss and the taint of poison. But if Lumen were to drive Stormterror away, it would deprive him of the chance to battle the dragon. After all, once Stormterror was cleansed of the poison, it would cease to be Stormterror, becoming Vinny instead. This was no mere game. Stormterror wasn't a weekly dungeon boss. Lin Bai scanned his surroundings for a bird to transform into, but found none. Gritting his teeth, he switched items and dashed toward the dissipating tornado that had swept Lumen away. What are you doing? Be careful, Amber exclaimed in alarm as she saw Lin Bai rush forward. Before she could finish her warning, Lin Bai had already leapt into the tornado, swept into the air, though the winds had weakened. Lin Bai was not as high as Lumen, but his vantage point was sufficient to survey the area for birds. Amber watched in horror as Lin Bai was engulfed by the wind, her heart racing with anxiety. What if he falls without a wind glider? She scolded herself for not bringing an extra one today. However, Lin Bai was unfazed. Even without a bird, he would be fine. Meanwhile, he spotted a flock of sparrows fleeing in terror from Stormterror's assault. Transforming into a sparrow, Lin Bai flapped his tiny wings furiously and flew toward Lumen, who was still engaged in aerial combat with Stormterror. Below, Amber rubbed her eyes in disbelief as Lin Bai vanished from view. Where did he go? The sparrow was too small and the height too great for her to see clearly. Shifting to Lumen's perspective, after being swept into the air, she struggled to maintain balance while using the wind glider, nearly plummeting when a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. The voice urged her to relax, assuring her that the ancient winds would guide her. Suddenly, Lumen felt a newfound control over her direction in the air. Following the voice's guidance, she sensed the elemental forces coalescing before her, and thus began her battle with Stormterror. That moment, Lumen evaded Stormterror's counterattack. As the dragon lunged at her, she swiftly rolled aside. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a sparrow approaching, puzzled as to why the little bird would fly in her direction. When she heard Lin Bai's voice, "I'm here to help," Lumen wondered if she was hearing things. How could Lin Bai's voice possibly be coming from a bird? She looked around in disbelief. "It's me, Lin Bai. This bird is me." Lin Bai had flown to Lumen's side. Paimon, tucked safely within Lumen's embrace, gasped at the sound of Lin Bai's voice. "Why are you here? How did you transform into a bird?" Lumen's eyes widened in curiosity. "There's no time for explanations. It's a secret technique," Lin Bai shouted, urging Lumen to be cautious as Stormterror turned around for another charge. The two quickly scattered, and as Lumen rolled to her feet, she unleashed a barrage of light arrows aimed directly at the crimson wound on Stormterror's tail. Although Lumen was baffled by Lin Bai's transformation, she quickly urged him, "You should leave. It's too dangerous." "Indeed. What good can such a small bird do?" Paimon chimed in, trying to dissuade him. Lin Bai, puzzled, thought, "Who said my bird is small?" Frustration bubbled within him. It was infuriating to be belittled by a cute girl, especially when she deemed him useless. "Watch me grow," he shouted in anger, instantly transforming from a tiny sparrow into a colossal Stormterror, swelling in size like a sponge soaking up water. With a mighty roar, Lumen was left speechless as Lin Bai morphed before her eyes into a magnificent Stormterror. Lin Bai reveled in the novelty of his transformed body. Before ascending, he had swapped out his metal powder for a wide-angle lens, enabling him to transform into this immense form. On the other side, Stormterror, preparing to charge again, halted in its tracks, staring at the other dragon in bewilderment, its massive head adorned with question marks. "Let's attack together." Lin Bai speculated that Stormterror, in its corrupted state, was likely at least level 60, making cooperation with Lumen prudent, especially since his defenses without the metal powder were rather mediocre. As Stormterror saw Lin Bai approach, any doubts faded. It recognized the impending danger and flapped its wings, accelerating toward him. Lin Bai, still irked by Lumen's earlier comment about his size, vigorously flapped his wings in response. With a resounding crash, the two identical dragons collided in midair, sending shockwaves that scattered the ominous clouds surrounding them. As the clouds dispersed, the once gloomy sky brightened instantly. The citizens of Mondstadt, who had been watching the spectacle, were now astounded by the sudden appearance of another Stormterror in the sky. Outside the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius, Jean and Lisa rushed out upon hearing reports from their subordinates. Jean gazed up at the two colossal dragons battling in the sky, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Lisa, am I seeing things after working too long?" Jean rubbed her eyes. Beside her, Lisa shook her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, and smiled slightly. "No, indeed, there are two wind dragons." This was getting interesting. In front of a residence, a stout man gazed at the two wind dragons in the sky, shouting towards his home. "Wife, come out and see the wind dragons. What is there to see? Get back inside, it's dangerous out here." "No, dear, another wind dragon has appeared." "What? For heaven's sake, if you won't listen to me, then stop running out to drink all day. Now you're telling me such lies." The sound of objects crashing echoed from within, as a middle-aged woman brandishing a feathered duster burst out. Just as she was about to give her husband a piece of her mind, she looked up in astonishment. "There really are two dragons." "Yes, I told you I wasn't lying." The middle-aged woman lowered her feather duster, observing for a moment before remarking, "Now I understand why the wind dragons are causing a ruckus." Huh. Her husband looked bewildered, thinking to himself, what does this yellow-faced woman know? It's just that the two wind dragons are having a quarrel. "Look, one is male, the other female. Aren't they just like a couple fighting?" The man turned to his wife. Shock etched across his face, thinking, "Isn't it you who's drunk?" Above Mondstadt, a fierce battle raged on. Lin Bai bit into the wing of a wind dragon, but swiped at him with its claw. leaving a painful gash on his body, causing him to retreat in agony. Hardly had he backed off when he felt something strike his side, excruciating pain coursing through him. Turning, he realized it was Ingmei launching green light arrows at him. "Oh my goodness, it's me. You're attacking the wrong person." From a distance, Ing was taken aback, immediately halting her assault and offering an awkward smile. "Sorry, you both look so alike. I thought you were a wind dragon." With that, she turned back to pursue the wind dragon. What a useless teammate. The wind dragon, facing two opponents, was gradually losing stamina, its movements becoming significantly sluggish. Lin Bai experienced a similar decline in strength, his energy depleting rapidly, feeling entirely different from when he had transformed into a smaller form. Ingmei, guided by a mysterious voice, relentlessly targeted the blood scab on the wind dragon's tail. After numerous attacks, the scab had weakened considerably, providing her with clarity, thus preventing further mistaken attacks on Lin Bai. With a deafening roar, the wind dragon's cry resonated, devoid of its usual menace, instead sounding like a lament. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai noticed the wind dragon's wings were nearly incapacitated. Summoning all his strength, he charged at the wind dragon. This time, the creature could not evade him. Lin Bai seized the wind dragon's neck with his claws and, opening his mouth wide, bit down on the blood scab at its neck, tearing it away. Another anguished cry erupted from the wind dragon as blood gushed forth, splattering Lin Bai's face crimson. Dragon blood sprayed into Lin Bai's eyes, causing him sharp pain, and in an instant his vision faded to darkness. Realizing the creature he grasped had vanished, Lin Bai shouted, "What is happening? The wind dragon is escaping." Ingmei cried out, preparing to chase after the wind dragon that was soaring westward. However, just as she took off, she suddenly felt the familiar sensation of wind elements surging within her dissipate. What is going on? In her shock, she realized she was plummeting to the headquarters of the West Wind Knights. The green light enveloping the eyes closed Veni gradually dimmed. Veni opened his eyes and sighed, too far out of range. With that, he jumped from the headquarters and spread his wings, beginning to glide. Lin Bai, unable to see anything, attempted to touch his eyes, only to discover that his hands had transformed into dragon claws, nearly injuring himself. "Help!" Ingmei's cries reached him, prompting Lin Bai to shout back. "What's wrong? I am falling. Save me." Though he couldn't see, Lin Bai could still hear Ingmei's voice, following the sound as he flew in her direction. The voice grew louder, closer. "Don't move. I'm right above you," Ingmei shouted, and then with a thud, she landed on Lin Bai's back. Just as he thought they were safe, the immense exhaustion from transforming into a wind dragon overwhelmed Lin Bai, and with a sudden crash, he reverted to his original form. Ingmei, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of Lin Bai, found herself falling once more. Rapidly descending, Ingmei suddenly spotted a mass of red goo beneath her, also falling. "What is that?" "It's me, Lin Bai. I'm utterly exhausted and can hardly speak, and my eyes hurt so much, I can't see." Ingmei reached out, pulling Lin Bai into her embrace, carefully wiping away the blood around his eyes. With a chuckle, Lin Bai heard laughter and realized he could open his eyes again. Before him, Ingmei looked at him, grinning. "Sister, we're falling. How can you still be laughing at a time like this?" Ingmei shook her head, stifling her laughter, and explained, "No, you were such a handsome young man, and now you've turned into a gooey monster, and to top it off, you have such small eyes." Lin Bai was at a loss for words. Being a shapeshifter meant having small eyes. Was that his fault? Looking down, Lin Bai exclaimed, "We're almost at the ground. You're standing on top of me. Hurry!" Unafraid of the impending impact, he was prepared to act as a cushion for Ingmei, though he was uncertain of its effectiveness. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. Ingmei remained silent, holding Lin Bai close, and asked, "Why are you so kind to me? At a time like this, why was she bringing this up?" Yet Lin Bai thought that during moments of crisis, emotional fluctuations often occurred. Wasn't there something called the bridge effect? He attempted to transform again, but his entire body throbbed with pain. Indeed, he could hardly maintain his human form, let alone transform once more as they neared the colossal statue of the Anemo Archon. Lin Bai suddenly recalled, "Right, what is Vinny doing? Time to get serious." Barbados almost blurted out that greeting. Lin Bai quickly corrected himself. "Barbados, help." After a shout, Ingmei, though unfamiliar with Barbados, joined in the cry, "I have heard your prayers." A gentle voice echoed in their ears. Upon hearing the mysterious voice, Ingmei was overjoyed. Then she felt a gentle breeze rise beneath her, as if a soft hand cradled her body. Holding Lin by, Ingmei slowly descended, finally landing safely on the ground. Amber hurried over, asking Ingmei if she was all right. Ingmei replied that she was fine, but Amber pressed on, asking if she had seen Lin Bai. Explaining that she had witnessed him being swept into the sky by a tornado, that "I'm right here." As soon as Lin Bai's voice emerged, Amber jumped, looking around but failing to see him. "Where?" Amber then realized the source of the voice, having not noticed the object Ingmei was cradling in her arms. "Lin Bai?" "Yes, it's me. Oh my." Amber's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Lin Bai, then glanced at Ingmei, who nodded affirmatively. "Is that really you?" "Of course, I'm not a ghost. I simply overexerted myself, feeling it unwise to reveal my true form." Lin Bai quickly clarified, "It's just that excessive use of my transformation ability leads to this state." Transformation ability? Amber was puzzled. Ingmei explained, "The dragon you saw earlier was Lin Bai transformed." Ingmei appeared more accepting of Lin Bai's shape-shifting, as she had only recently awakened in Teyvat herself. "So that dragon was you?" Amber was even more astonished, thinking to herself, "How peculiar are these two individuals I encountered today?" One was swept in the sky to battle a wind dragon, while the other transformed into a wind dragon. Oh dear, that battle was truly spectacular. A black-skinned man in a uniform with an eye patch approached, smiling at the trio. Lin Bai recognized him. "Oh, isn't that Kia, the head miner?" Kia joined the conversation. Inquiring about Amber and Ingmei's identities, as they chatted, Lin Bai felt increasingly drowsy and eventually drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a blinding white expanse, with a deep trench in the middle. "What is this?" Lin Bai looked up to find Lisa bending over, inspecting him. Locking eyes with her, he startled and rolled backward. Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was in the office of the acting grandmaster. Beside him were Ingmei, Amber, and Kia, engaged in conversation with Jean. "Ah, little fellow, you're awake." Lisa observed Lin Bai rolling backward and laughed. Upon hearing her, the others halted their conversations and gathered around. "Hello there." Lin Bai felt a tad shy under the scrutiny of everyone. "It's wonderful that you've awakened. You suddenly went silent and still, which frightened me to death." Ing expressed her delight at Lin Bai's recovery. "See, I told you he was just asleep." Amber chimed in with a smile, arms crossed. Lin Bai crawled over to the edge of the table, leaped down, and transformed into his human form. "Wow." Kia couldn't help but applaud at the sight of Lin Bai's transformation. "So it truly is possible to change form." Captain Jean, upon witnessing Lin Bai as a human, introduced herself and the rest of the group. "I heard that you transformed into the Anemo dragon and drove it away alongside this traveler. We are immensely grateful to you both." Jean expressed her thanks to Lin Bai. "You're welcome. I merely saw my friend being swept into the sky, so I went to rescue her," Lin Bai humbly replied. Refraining from mentioning his intention to confront the Anemo dragon directly to that moment, Lisa approached Lin Bai and began to squeeze his hand, seemingly observing something. Lin Bai's hand was gripped by Lisa, who pressed and kneaded it as if giving him a massage, and he wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. Captain Jean, taken aback by Lisa's boldness, blushed and exclaimed, "Lisa, what are you doing?" With a smile, Lisa continued her exploration, examining Lin Bai's arm thoroughly before saying, "It's quite remarkable. After transforming, your hand feels entirely different from when you were in the form of a slime, just like any normal person's." Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just an ordinary person. Transformation is merely my special ability, a form of sorcery. Rest assured, I am not a monster." Lisa nodded and released Lin Bai's hand, saying, "I've already observed that you bear no malevolent aura of monsters. Moreover, since you helped drive away the Anemo dragon, it would be quite rude of us to consider you as such." The other knights nodded in agreement, and the conversation resumed its previous topics. It turned out that Ing had made an arrangement with the knights to assist in resolving the dragon crisis, and in return, the knights would help her find her brother once the crisis was over. As for Ying's inquiry about contacting the Anemo god, Jean stated that it was nearly impossible. Born into one of Mondstadt's three prominent families, the Gunhilder family, Jean explained that its history stretched deep into the era of the ancient Anemo Archon. She revealed that ever since the Anemo god Barbados, alongside the Anemo dragon, repelled the Dendro dragon during a century ago, the Anemo god had since remained hidden, although there have been tales of the Anemo god's appearances over the past 100 years. Most were mere rumors lacking tangible evidence. None of her ancestors had ever encountered the Anemo god either, and Captain Jean believed that as a protector of Mondstadt, the Anemo god would not engage in acts such as abducting Ying's brother. After a brief discussion between Ying and Paimon, they decided to proceed with assisting in the dragon crisis, and the reasoning was simple. The knights would provide food and lodging. Ying asked Lin Bai if he would join them, and unable to refuse, he agreed to help as well. Subsequently, Lisa mentioned that since the emergence of the Anemo dragon, the geological stability around Mondstadt had been severely disrupted. From her investigations, it appeared that the Anemo dragon should not possess such immense magical power after losing the offerings of the Mondstadt people. Someone might be meddling behind the scenes. Could it be the Abyss Order? Kia proposed a theory, to which Lisa nodded in agreement. She revealed that she had already sent Amber to investigate, and Amber reported that many monsters had recently congregated around the abandoned Four Winds shrine outside Mondstadt, raising suspicions. Thus, Ying, Kia, Lisa, and Amber decided to set off to explore the shrine. Lin Bai had intended to join them, but Ying, recalling Lin Bai's fierce battle with the Anemo dragon, worried that he had not fully recovered and insisted he stay behind. Indeed, a caring sister knows how to look after others. Lin Bai felt touched by Ying's concern and readily agreed to remain behind. After the four set off, Captain Jean mentioned that the diplomatic delegation from Snezhnaya had been pressuring the knights due to the frequent dragon disasters, and had even sent a letter requesting a meeting, leading to a heated exchange between the knights and the Fatui. Exiting the knights' headquarters, Lin Bai promptly opened his backpack, realizing he had not had the opportunity to examine the spoils from his battle with the Anemo dragon earlier. As he accessed the card interface in his backpack, his expression darkened. How infuriating! After fighting the Anemo dragon, I didn't manage to steal any cards? He shook his arm, feeling a bit sore due to the absence of metal powder. After battling the Anemo dragon, Lin Bai had a clearer understanding. The Anemo dragon was indeed around level 70 in terms of combat power. Without Ying's assistance from the Anemo god, Vinny, he doubted he could have defeated the corrupted Dvalin. Though there was merely a 10-level difference, Lin Bai felt that each level beyond 60 could represent a significant disparity in strength. After all, he had only taken 2 days to reach level 30. But it took him 11 days to progress from 30 to 50, and an additional 17 days to reach level 60. That experience acquisition was almost exponentially increasing, and the same applied to combat power. Although he had not stolen any cards, he had obtained one item. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Bai retrieved an object from his bag. A shattered purple-red crystal. It was the purple-red crystal scab from the back of the Anemo dragon's neck, which Lin Bai had desperately bitten off during their confrontation. The deep blood crystal embodies the ancient winds within the dragon's body and a certain mysterious energy. While it had an item description, it lacked any stated effects. That is it not a carryable item? Lin Bai scrutinized the purple-red crystal in his hand, frowning slightly. Yet if it were not a carryable item, why did it have an item description? After all, he had many monster drops in his bag, such as broken masks from Hilichurls, none of which bore specific descriptions. He placed the crystal back into his bag, deciding not to ponder it further. After all, it would be beneficial to keep it. While Ying followed the knights to assist, he had his own matters to attend to. As Lin Bai strolled through the city, he noticed that the 3 tornadoes created by the Anemo dragon had devastated numerous buildings. The Knights of Favonius were presently aiding the citizens of Mondstadt in cleanup and disaster relief. Lin Bai lent a hand, helping to clear debris from the houses and later assisting in transporting an injured person to a makeshift refuge. While bandaging the injured, he struck up a conversation with the nearby victims to gather information about the situation in the city. It turned out that this was the first time the Anemo dragon had attacked the city itself. Previous assaults had primarily targeted passers-by, or caravans outside the city. For this reason, there had been no preparedness measures within the city, and the refuge had just been hastily established. Lin Bai inquired about the Fatui, and upon hearing his mention of them, the citizens expressed their indignation. The Fatui had a poor reputation in Teyvat, and ever since a delegation from Snezhnaya had arrived a week and a half ago, The Anemo dragon had manifested in the city. Consequently, many citizens of Mondstadt blamed the Fatui for their misfortunes, vehemently denouncing them. Naturally, they did not spare their criticism of the Knights of Favonius either, claiming that they were ineffective and had failed to resolve the dragon crisis, resulting in the current state of destruction in the city. After gathering information, Lin Bai exited the tent and spotted a familiar face, one with whom he felt a certain level of affinity. A golden-haired girl in a white nun's outfit, her twin ponytails swaying, was tending to an injured citizen on a nearby outdoor beach. It was none other than Barbara, the initial healer character from the game. Lin Bai rushed over and asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Barbara glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Are you from Liyue?" "Yes, I just brought an injured person over. Could you pass me the bandages over there?" As Barbara continued to bandage the injured, she engaged Lin Bai in conversation, though their exchange remained quite superficial, filled with pleasantries. Barbara praised Lin Bai as a good person, noting that despite being a foreigner, he was so eager to help. Surely, he would earn the favor of the Anemo god. Lin Bai chuckled inwardly, thinking that Barbara was quite naive. Realistically, Liyue people would likely seek the protection of the Geo god instead. After they tended to 5 or 6 injured individuals, both of them wiped the sweat from their brows. By the way, what is your name? Barbara suddenly remembered to ask, having focused primarily on treating the injured during their earlier conversation. "My name is Lin Bai. I'm Barbara, a deaconess of the Church of Favonius." They exchanged a polite handshake, and Lin Bai mused that, as expected of the first idol of Genshin, Barbara's small hands were incredibly soft and delicate. "Would you two like something to eat?" A nearby injured man, noticing their hard work, handed them 2 bottles of water. They both thanked him profusely and took a drink. "Sister Barbara is such a wonderful person. We Mondstadt folks really adore her." It seems that seeing Lin Bai as a Liyue individual prompted the injured uncle to introduce Barbara to him after taking a seat. "Uncle Dako, just sit there and say less." He advised. Barbara's cheeks flushed slightly. Being praised so openly made her feel a tad shy. "Oh dear, am I speaking the truth?" Then the uncle, named Dako, turned to Lin Bai and smiled, saying, "Beautiful and kind-hearted, the girls from Mondstadt are truly remarkable." Lin Bai looked puzzled, sensing that Dako was introducing him to a Mondstadt girl, as if for a matchmaking purpose. Suddenly, Uncle Dako remembered something and slapped his thigh, exclaiming in surprise, "It turned out he had been injuring his leg all along, and the impact caused the wound to bleed." "Uncle!" Barbara immediately rushed to fetch a bandage to tend to Dako's injury. The uncle, feeling quite embarrassed, chuckled, "Oh dear, I just remembered. Barbara, weren't you doing that? What's it called again?" "Idle something. It's idle." Barbara corrected him, her face reddening as she protested. "Why are you telling others about this?" "He is a foreigner. What's wrong with foreigners?" Uncle Dako exclaimed even louder. "Let me tell you, Barbara's idle. Although we Mondstadt folks may not understand it well, I think it has great potential. Come on, Barbara, sing that song you always sing for this young man. Maybe he'll appreciate it." He called out to everyone. "Come on, everyone, Barbara is going to sing for us." With that shout, the other injured individuals nearby unexpectedly rallied around in support. Among them was a young man with a bandaged head who dashed over to Lin Bai's side, his expression brimming with anticipation as if he had longed to hear Barbara sing. Noticing Lin Bai looking at him, the young man extended his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Albert, the leader of Barbara's fan club." "Goodness, so he is the one who had been lurking outside the church every day." "Hello," Lin Bai replied. Albert rummaged behind him and produced 2 glow sticks, each topped with a firefly. Lin Bai gasped, impressed at the professional flair, realizing he had even brought glow sticks. Uncle Dako's antics had made Barbara, who was initially shy, even more flustered. She quickly remarked, "This situation isn't suitable for singing. Everyone is injured. How can we sing?" "Just sing," Lin Bai encouraged. "Everyone is already hurt. If your voice can bring joy and allow them to forget their troubles, why not?" Lin Bai's words struck a chord with Barbara, deeply moving her. With a radiant smile, Barbara stepped into the center of the crowd. Albert immediately cheered her on, and the others joined in, applauding for her. "This song is dedicated to everyone. May the dragon disaster pass swiftly, allowing us to return to our happy daily lives." After declaring this, she struck a pose, holding a water bottle, and began to hum a melody. There were no lyrics, Just a simple humming accompanied by somewhat clumsy dance moves. The spectators, hearing the familiar tune, exchanged knowing glances. However, watching Barbara sing and dance in the center, they were all charmed by her joyful demeanor and began to clap in unison, keeping rhythm. Unlike the others, Albert, seated on a stool, fervently waved his glow sticks, resembling a fervent fan. Suddenly, Albert noticed a faint sobbing sound nearby, turning to find Lin by wiping away tears, leaving him astounded. "Bro, I didn't expect you to be moved to tears. Could it be that you, like me, have been touched by Sister Barbara's singing? My goodness, who would have thought a foreigner could be so similar to me?" Lin Bai chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "Who is like you? I'm not a stalker." Barbara's familiar melody indeed evoked memories of the feelings he experienced when he first immersed himself in the game. As for his tears, they were due to the blinding light emitted by the fireflies tied to Albert's glow sticks, which had become overwhelmingly bright. Albert eagerly grasped Lin Bai's hands, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. "Brother, would you like to join the fan club? Let me tell you, if you join now, you'll be the second member of Barbara's fan club. Instantly promoted to vice president. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." "What? Is the fan club just you?" Lin Bai looked around at the crowd, all smiling and applauding for Barbara, puzzled as to why only Albert seemed to be a fan. "Don't hesitate. You're from Liyue, right? Perfect. You can serve as the vice president and establish the Liyue branch of Barbara's fan club. Wouldn't that be exciting?" Lin Bai felt as though Albert might crush his hands with his fervent grip. Struggling to pull his hands away and shake his head, that Albert's intense gaze was somewhat intimidating. Seeing Lin Bai shake his head, Albert sighed and proclaimed, "Ah, what a missed opportunity. If you change your mind, you can always find me, but next time, the vice president position may not be available." With that, Albert turned back to fervently wave his glow sticks once more. Lin Bai, observing Albert's demeanor, pulled his stool slightly back and leaned closer to Uncle Deco, asking, "Uncle, I see you all really like Barbara. Why don't you join her fan club?" Uncle Deco paused, waved his hand for Lin Bai to come a bit closer, and quietly said, "To be honest, I don't quite understand what this idol thing with Sister Barbara is all about. If it's singing, we have such famous poets in Mondstadt. Barbara has a lovely voice, so forming a choir would suffice." Lin Bai nodded in agreement, realizing that Mondstadt, known as the City of Winds and Songs, had many bards, and Barbara's idol status was not widely recognized among the populace. Moreover, Sister Barbara keeps singing the same song. With no lyrics, it's hard to understand. He added, stealthily pointing at Albert and continuing, "And then there's that Albert that I once considered joining, but it seems the church's nuns are quite averse to him and oppose Barbara's idol endeavors." With that, Lin Bai understood the reasoning. That it appeared that Albert's zealous fandom was one of the reasons for the lack of other members, alongside the church's influence. Lin Bai recalled that the Knights of Favonius had significant sway in Mondstadt, with the majority of the populace being church followers. Meanwhile, Barbara had finished singing and made a gesture of gratitude. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Albert even standing up, flailing his limbs like a monkey in excitement. Amidst the cheers and gratitude, the crowd began to disperse, and Lin Bai noticed the previously somber makeshift shelter now filled with smiles. Perhaps this is the power of an idol, Lin Bai mused. After the small charity concert concluded, he intended to greet Barbara before leaving. However, she was interrupted by a middle-aged nun clad in black, and the two engaged in a conversation that seemed to weigh heavily on Barbara, who appeared visibly disheartened. After waving goodbye to the crowd, she left with the nun. Watching Barbara depart, Lin Bai shook his head, realizing that the church likely did not support her endeavors. Exiting the temporary disaster relief point, Lin Bai wandered through the city. Familiar with Mondstadt, he also kept an eye on the Fatui agents in the streets. The Fatui, clad in black uniforms and masks, were quite conspicuous. However, they appeared in pairs, making it challenging for Lin Bai to take action. After some time, he finally spotted a lone male Fatui agent. Following him to a somewhat secluded area, he swiftly knocked him out with a blow to the head and dragged him into an alley. A minute later, Lin Bai emerged. Adjusting his pants, he secured the waistband and adjusted his mask, now wearing a Fatui uniform, preparing to investigate their base. Earlier at the temporary disaster relief point, Lin Bai confirmed that the Fatui had not opted to stay at the Knights of Favonius accommodations, but instead rented an entire hotel. After about 10 minutes, he located the hotel where the Fatui diplomatic mission was temporarily housed, the Goethe Hotel. The Goethe Hotel is one of the two renowned hotels in Mondstadt, owned by the wealthy Goethe, who ranks second on Mondstadt's wealth list. The hotel boasts lavish decorations and luxurious interiors, and many foreign tycoons choose the Goethe Hotel as their residence when visiting Mondstadt. As Lin-Bai entered the hotel, he noticed two individuals standing face to face at the entrance. The back of one of them seemed eerily familiar. Wait a minute, that rear! Lin-Bai instantly recognized the figure before him as the acting Grandmaster Jean. Are you planning to deal with one of Mondstadt's and Nemo guardians? I do not wish for anyone to utter such madness in the presence of the Westwind Knights. The voice of the orchestra leader resonated with fury. It's not as insane as you claim, she retorted. Well, it seems our negotiations come to an end today. The outcome appears to be yet another candid exchange of constructive opinions between both parties. I trust my record of this is acceptable. Humph. Candid. The orchestra leader scoffed, turning to glare at Lin-Bai, who was dressed in the attire of the Fatui, causing her to regard him as one of them. As she walked away, the Fatui diplomat Anastasia let out a cold laugh and beckoned to Lin-Bai. Startled, Lin-Bai wondered if she recognized him, but he nevertheless approached her. What is the situation in the city? She inquired. Lin-Bai proceeded to recount the calamities he had witnessed. Anastasia chuckled, a sly grin appearing on her face. You wretched harlot, you dare call me insane, unable to handle the Anemo dragon. Yet your bravado is quite remarkable. With that, she swayed her hips and entered the hotel, with Lin-Bai trailing behind as her attendant, seamlessly gaining entry into the Goethe Hotel. Upon entering, Lin-Bai noticed the establishment was filled with Fatui. Due to the private booking, most had removed their masks. The lobby of the Goethe Hotel was exceptionally spacious, teeming with clusters of Fatui engaged in conversation. After wandering the first floor without drawing attention, he ascended to the second floor. There, he encountered more ordinary-looking Fatui. He then proceeded to the third and fourth floors. But upon reaching the fifth, he immediately retreated that a glance down the corridor revealed that the fifth floor had few doors, and the rooms were evidently fewer than those below. Recalling his entrance, he realized that the Goethe Hotel was indeed 5 stories high, suggesting this was the finest area of the establishment. His retreat was prompted by the sight of 2 robust-looking Fatui standing guard at one of the room doors, indicating its significance. The question was how to gain entry. If only there were a mouse, Lin-Bai mused, scanning his surroundings. His shape-shifting abilities had limitations. He could neither become too large nor too small. However, with the acquisition of a wide-angle lens, the constraint of size had been somewhat alleviated. He had previously transformed into a mouse, as insects were not an option, which was precisely why he sought a mouse now. As the premier hotel in Mondstadt, the Goethe Hotel boasted impeccable cleanliness. One would struggle to find even a speck of dust on the floor, let alone a mouse. After all, being a top-tier establishment. The Fatui had their reasons for splurging on accommodations here, that if a mouse was not to be found, perhaps a small sparrow would suffice. Approaching the stairwell, Lin-Bai peered out the window and was pleasantly surprised by the view. He could see the bustling bar street below. Mondstadt featured a 3-tiered structure built upon land at the center of the fruit wine lake. The city's terrain rose from the southeast to the northwest. Divided into 3 districts, the lower district, home to the bar street, the commercial street, and the industrial street. The middle district, where the Hunters Restaurant, Adventurers Guild, and Fountain Square were located, and the upper district where the Goethe Hotel resided. A wealthy enclave inhabited by affluent merchants and some former nobility. Ascending further, one would find the highest region of Mondstadt, featuring the Westwind Cathedral and the colossal statue of the Anemo Archon. With the headquarters of the Westwind Knights nestled between the upper district and the cathedral, a rather delicate positioning. Standing by the window, Lin-Bai observed the comings and goings of the lower district's populace and mused. No wonder they chose the Goethe Hotel. The view is simply splendid. Aside from a nearby windmill, this was the tallest structure, alleviating concerns of the knights surveilling from above while affording a comprehensive view of the activities below. Suddenly, a chorus of female screams erupted from downstairs, followed by male laughter. Lin-Bai leaned over the railing to see a man, clad only in his undergarments, making an appearance in the hotel lobby. This unfortunate soul was Victor, The individual whose uniform Lin Bai had pilfered. Oh dear, Victor, I never imagined that merely a week in Mondstadt would lead you to such freedom. A male Fatui jested upon seeing the half-clad Victor. The remark incited uproarious laughter throughout the lobby, creating a jovial atmosphere. Silence. Victor trembled with rage, exclaiming that he had merely been strolling through the city, never anticipating an encounter with thieves. Damn the Westwind Knights. The security in Mondstadt is utterly deplorable. He cursed inwardly, shouting at the crowd, "Stop laughing. I was fully clothed when I went out. Is that true?" Others teased, causing Victor's face to redden with embarrassment that moment. A female Fatui stood up, exclaiming, "Wait, were you robbed while wearing the Fatui uniform?" Upon her words, the chatter ceased, giving way to discussions about the audacity of someone daring to assault a Fatui in broad daylight. Who possesses such gall to target the Fatui in Mondstadt, especially since we are here as a diplomatic delegation? One Fatui fumed. Surely, the Mondstadters cannot be so bold. Another interjected, No, ordinary citizens wouldn't dare. They usually avoid us. Another remarked, Then who is behind this? It must be the Westwind Knights. Damn it. Lin Bai watched from the 5th floor as the chaos unfolded below, reveling in the scene, but a Fatui stepped forward, tossing a blanket to Victor to cover himself. Then turned to the crowd, commanding, "Everyone quiet down." Instantly, the lobby fell silent as the speaker, Karlowski, a Fatui squad leader, continued, "I sense something amiss. Under the pressure of our diplomat, the Westwind Knights would be foolish to act so recklessly. Moreover, it appears Victor has sustained no injuries." He then inquired if Victor had lost anything of importance, to which Victor replied that he had simply been sightseeing, without any task for the day. Karlowski pondered momentarily before glancing at his companions, furrowing his brow as he shouted, "Everyone present, remove your masks at once." The Fatui were taken aback, as it was customary for them to remove their masks upon entering the Goethe Hotel. Scanning the room, they quickly noticed only one individual still wearing a mask, who had donned it merely to leave. Realizing all eyes were upon him, the masked Fatui promptly revealed his identity. "Is there anyone else?" Karlowski bellowed again that a female Fatui raised her hand, stating, "I believe there was another masked brother wandering the lobby, seemingly searching for something that, oh no, we must mobilize immediately to locate this individual. Someone has infiltrated." With that, the lobby erupted into chaos as the Fatui sprang into action, initiating a thorough search. Lin Bai swiftly retreated, reflecting on the speaker's capabilities that, in truth, his extensive gaming experience had led him to mistakenly view the Fatui as mere NPCs. Given the vast influence of the Fatui across nations, it was absurd to assume they were all simple-minded pawns. Hearing the commotion of the search below, Lin Bai felt a tinge of anxiety. It wasn't that he feared capture. He could easily leap down and burst through the door if he chose to flee. His concern lay in the possibility that his escape might inadvertently provide the Fatui with an excuse to pressure the Westwind Knights, thus causing trouble for the orchestra leader. With 2 Fatui in the corridor, he couldn't simply hide in a room. Hearing the approaching footsteps grow nearer, Lin Bai resolved to exit through the window. As he opened it, preparing to descend, he heard footsteps below, indicating the Fatui were surveying the hotel perimeter to prevent any intruders from escaping. Reluctantly, he unfastened the buttons of his uniform, leapt out, and grasped the upper roof's drainage pipe. Transforming into his versatile form, he stowed the discarded Fatui uniform in his bag, landing silently on the rooftop. As the Fatui rounded the corner, they glanced up to see the 5th floor window ajar and still moving, prompting them to dash back and report their findings. "Clear the area surrounding the building. Fetch a ladder." Carlos Keefe continued to issue commands. Lin Bai reached the rooftop, maintaining his shapeshifted form akin to a chameleon. After all, moving in human form was too conspicuous, and the sound of footsteps could easily betray him. As he crawled to the edge of the rooftop and peered over, he discovered that the Fatuous had surprisingly brought a ladder and were beginning to ascend. This would expose his presence on the roof. What a predicament! Lin Bai looked up at the sky, preparing to transform into a bird and make his escape. Just as he was about to shapeshift, he suddenly heard a voice emanating from the room below. He crawled a bit and noticed a balcony beneath him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai decided to descend and investigate. He climbed down the wall. and upon landing, he was taken aback by the scene before him. His body instinctively pressed against the window, striving for a clearer view. Gazing into the room, Lin Bai's eyes widened several times as he beheld the Lan Lin Bai approached and greeted the other party. Discovering that she was a member of the Adventurers Guild named Yu Xia, who served as the manager of the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain investigation team. "Are you here for a mission?" he inquired. "But I heard there's a dragon disaster in the city. The Adventurers Guild in Mondstadt should be closed by now. No, I'm here to find someone." "Oh, really? Who are you looking for?" "Albedo. If you're searching for him at the forward camp in the Snow Mountain. You must be well prepared. The mountain has recently undergone some strange changes and has become exceedingly frigid. It's not something you can bear just by wearing extra layers, I understand," Lin Bai replied, recalling how he had perished numerous times in the Snow Mountain within the game. Moreover, the absence of a powerful pyro character had made the monsters in the Snow Mountain particularly troublesome for him. Amber would probably be furious, thinking, "Am I not worthy as the top pyro bowman? By the way, have you seen a group of oddly dressed individuals near the Snow Mountain recently?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xia immediately realized whom Lin Bai was referring to. "You mean the Fatui?" "Yes, there's a small team wandering around the southern mountain. I've seen them a few times." Knowing the location of the Fatui's advance team, Lin Bai prepared to set off but was halted by Yu Xia, who inquired about the current situation in the city. "It's nothing to worry about. The dragon disaster will surely pass soon. Don't fret." After saying this, Lin Bai dashed away. While Yu Xia watched the departing Lin Bai, puzzled by the confidence of this young man. How did a Liyue person end up here? Following Yu Xia's directions, Lin Bai headed south from the camp and encountered 3 members of the Fatui advance team in a small grove: a pyro gunner, an electro hammer knight, and a cryo heavy gunner. The 3 Fatui were sitting outside a hastily erected tent, warming themselves by the fire when Lin Bai suddenly appeared before them, startling them all. "Who are you?" Without hesitation, Lin Bai activated his shield and engaged in battle. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, the advantages of the Geo element card made it a fair fight. The 3 Fatui found themselves at a disadvantage against Lin Bai's Geo Shield King. "Bring it on!" With a mighty roar, Lin Bai finished off the last of the Electro Hammer Knight, exhaling in relief. After all, facing multiple opponents, particularly with the pyro gunner hiding behind trees and shooting at him, had been quite bothersome. He walked over and picked up 3 new Fatui insignias from the ground. "Oh, they were just rookies. No wonder they panicked when I threw a punch. Where's my card?" Lin Bai suddenly realized he had not obtained a card in Cursed. Although card drops were influenced by star rarity, Lin Bai felt that the drop rate for the first card should be higher than subsequent ones. Of course, this was merely his intuition. He had not received a card when he first encountered the Anemo Archon above Mondstadt. Not willing to give up, Lin Bai searched a bit further and found 2 cards. Along with some dropped Morada, T turned out he had accidentally killed 2 of them with his charged attack, causing their loot to scatter. Pyro Gunner, 3-star card. Active skill, Pyro Element Amplification. Effect, applies Pyro Element Amplification to oneself, allowing the gun to fire charged pyro bullets. Damage is 1.5 times the attack power. NO passive ability. Silver effect, can perform a charge double shot. Gold effect, can perform a charge triple shot, granting a pyro shield to oneself. Diamond effect, can move during the charging phase. Electro Hammer Knight, 3-star card. Active skill, Electro Element Amplification. Effect, applies Electro Element Amplification to oneself, allowing the hammer to unleash a powerful strike. Damage is 1.5 times the attack power. NO passive ability. Silver effect, can perform a charge double hammer strike. Gold effect, can perform a charge triple hammer strike, granting an electro shield to oneself. Diamond effect, can move during the charging phase. Lin Bai scratched his head, pondering how these cards seemed less formidable than he had anticipated. Just looking at the card faces, they were merely 3 stars. Moreover, the shield ability was only available with the gold card. However, compared to the Pyro Gunner and the crossbow, their attack power was indeed higher. Lin Bai took out the Pyro Gunner he had just acquired and demonstrated the skill. He charged and then fired. With a loud bang, a fireball shot forth, striking a slender cedar tree in front of him, piercing through it and causing it to break in half, crashing to the ground. The power was significantly greater than a fire arrow. The charging time was comparable to that of the crossbow. A fire arrow took about 1.5 seconds per shot, while the Pyro Gunner required about 2 seconds. Moreover, this card was bound to the Pyro Gunner, unlike the Hilichurl Archer, which could summon a crossbow that, if he discarded the Pyro Gunner, he would be unable to use the card's skill. Upon reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. The Fatui's ability to wield elemental power was largely due to their use of the delusion or developed drugs, as they did not possess a vision. Linbai also tested the card for the Electro Hammer Knight. And indeed, the hammer was specially crafted to channel electro energy into the hammerhead that IT also had a 2-second activation time, indicating that the Fatui Advanced team would require more grinding. The ability to move while charging would make this card quite useful. Although it was not as powerful as he had imagined, Linbai was still quite satisfied, as having more means of attack was undoubtedly beneficial and a sign of progress. Furthermore, the Anemo Archon had yet to be fully resolved, and more cards were beckoning him. As the sky darkened, Linbai hurried back to the city. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, his stomach began to rumble. Why the way? Why can't I use the teleportation points? Linbai pondered as he sprinted, glancing at his map interface in confusion. IT seemed he needed to ask Ging, as she should be able to use them. Earlier, while chatting at the city gate, Lisa had shown interest in Ing, who could wield Anemo powers despite lacking a vision. Upon returning to the city, Linbai headed to the Knights of Favonia's headquarters, only to find everyone gathered for a feast. Come, you're Linbai, right? Vinny, spotting Linbai, approached him with enthusiasm that, oh, I just realized you were the one who helped chase away the Anemo Archon alongside Ing that day. No wonder I'm such a fan of someone as formidable as you. Linbai rolled his eyes at Vinny, thinking he's still putting on an act. Barbados point 28. Vinny's strategy, if Vinny was dining with everyone, it seemed the misunderstanding had been resolved. After sitting down, Linbai learned the details. Ing had brought out a purified crystal from the Wind Dragon, while Vinny held a red crystal that was unpurified. The Wind Dragon had been bitten by the poisonous dragon Durin during their battle years ago, causing its blood to be corrupted by Durin's power. Vinny explained that he aimed to help the Wind Dragon dispel the corruption, which was why he met it in the Whispering Woods. This reasoning, of course, had significant flaws. After all, as a bard, how would he know the Wind Dragon would appear in that specific location? Vinny clarified that he could converse with the Wind Dragon, and not only that, he could also communicate with many small animals. Conveniently, there was a black-backed dog in the Knight's headquarters, and upon bringing it over, it indeed responded favorably to Vinny, obeying his commands. Of course, Vinny also proposed a plan to deal with the dragon disaster. He claimed he could play ancient melodies to dispel the Wind Dragon's corruption. The acting Grandmaster had sent someone to investigate Vinny's background, finding it to be quite clean. He was merely a drunken bard who frequently performed at the Angel's Share. The most critical point was that Vinty proclaimed himself the most beloved bard in Mondstadt for 3 consecutive years. This detail had not been investigated by the Grandmaster, as she knew it to be true, having served as a judge at last year's Bard Festival. Ultimately, the reason the Knights accepted Vinny was due to Lisa initiating a debate regarding Vinny's involvement with the Wind Dragon, which concluded with her agreeing with his explanation. Lisa's initial thought was that the Wind Dragon had awakened in anger because the people of Mondstadt had forgotten the traditions of honoring the 4 winds. Additionally, with the Temple of the East Wind Dragon disappearing, it had turned its wrath upon Mondstadt out of betrayal. Vinny suggested that the Wind Dragon's attack on Mondstadt was not voluntary, but rather incited. The reason was that after its battle with the poisonous dragon Durin, the Wind Dragon had been corrupted after being bitten. The essence of the Wind Dragon crystal was the tears shed by the Wind Dragon, a cry for help to mankind. The Grandmaster wholeheartedly agreed with Vinny's perspective, expressing her reluctance to believe that one of the former 4 Winds Guardians would willingly collude with the Abyss Order to attack Mondstadt. However, the request Vinny made in the end left the Knights in shock. He stated that he needed the Sky Harp to summon the Wind Dragon once more. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the Knights, Ing inquired about the reason, and Amber explained. The Sky Harp was a harp once wielded by the Anemo Archon Barbados, a sacred relic of the Mondstadt Church and the city's greatest treasure. The Sky Harp is safeguarded by the Church of the Anemo and is typically not displayed to the public. It is only showcased during the annual Featherball Festival. Even when the Sky Harp is utilized during the festival, a written document signed by the leader of the Knights of Favonius, the Archbishop of the Church, and the President of the Merchant Guild is required for its temporary borrowing. In that case, Can't the conductor of the harp simply write a document to lend it out? Huing naively suggested. The conductor shook her head and replied, although I, as the acting conductor, possess that authority, it's a bit more complicated. Mondstadt, while governed by the Knights of Favonius, merely reflects the external manifestation of military power. In the past, Mondstadt endured a brutal period of noble rule. A dark stain on the history of New Mondstadt, it was the Anemo Archon, alongside the Lionfang Knight Vanessa and the awakened populace, who ultimately ended the tyrannical rule of the nobles. To prevent such a tragedy from recurring, Mondstadt's power structure gradually evolved into a system of checks and balances among the knights, the merchant guild, and the church. Many critical developmental strategies and directions necessitate the consensus of all three parties for implementation. But isn't this about resolving the issue of the Anemo dragon and saving Mondstadt? Surely they would not object? Huing asked innocently. Kaya chuckled lightly. It's futile. The old men in the merchant guild had a heated argument with the conductor just a few days ago, claiming that the Knights of Favonius had failed to act decisively in dealing with the Anemo dragon, which has severely hampered the city's south economy following the road closures. The conductor nodded, her expression one of resignation. I might have some means to negotiate with the church, but communicating with the merchant guild is proving to be quite a challenge, she remarked. Lin Bai listened intently as he ate, contemplating the current state of affairs in Mondstadt. As the conductor had pointed out, internal stability in Mondstadt was indeed shaky. It was understandable that the merchant guild was dissatisfied with the knights. Lin Bai had visited the commercial district and noted that due to the influence of the Anemo dragon, nearly half of the shops were closed, with the roads blocked and no new visitors. Business had inevitably dwindled. Moreover, after the city was struck by the Anemo dragon's tornado attack today, it was likely that even the remaining shops had shuttered their doors. After all, when it comes to life and death, it is far more critical than money. Who can predict when the Anemo dragon might strike again? Speaking of the merchant guild, Lin Bai recalled a certain individual. By the way, I heard there's a wealthy tycoon in Mondstadt named Dialek, who seems to be a descendant of the Dawn Knights. Upon mentioning Dialek, Lisa turned to Lin Bai with keen interest and smiled. Little one, I didn't expect you to have such deep knowledge of Mondstadt. You even know that Dialek is a descendant of the Dawn Knights? Lin Bai grinned sheepishly. Oh, it's nothing much, just something I picked up in conversation. Could Dialek help us in communicating with the merchant guild? Certainly, as he is the nominal vice president of the guild, Kaya replied, casting a glance at the conductor, hesitant to divulge further. The conductor sighed with a wry smile. However, Dialek is also quite dissatisfied with our conservative policies regarding the knights. After a pause, she continued, I shall inquire about it tomorrow. The knights still had to work overtime, and Lin Bai, Huing, and Wendy exited the headquarters together. I didn't expect to have a free meal at the knights' headquarters. It was worth being dragged along, Wendy remarked, and immediately, Huing and Paimon apologized to Wendy, recalling that Huing had previously accused Wendy of being a suspicious character, resulting in Wendy being tied up. No worries, no worries. You are now the rising stars of the knights. Besides, in driving away the Anemo dragon and halting its destruction of Mondstadt, I owe you my gratitude, Wendy replied with a mysterious smile. Hey, would you like to experience the nightlife of Mondstadt? Nightlife? With the dragon disaster happening, are people still going out to have fun at night? Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. Huing, looking puzzled, asked Wendy, where are you planning to take us? You'll find out once we get there. It's south, an absolutely splendid place. Paradise for men and a fairyland for women, Wendy said with an expression that suggested one would regret missing out. Paimon tilted her head, then looked at Wendy with disdain. Rogue Bard, you're taking us to such a place? We are still children. Wendy was taken aback, thinking to himself that Paimon's thoughts were rather impure. I'm talking about the bar street. The food at the knight's headquarters was delightful, but it lacked a touch of alcohol. You're not from Mondstadt, so you wouldn't know how good the drinks here are. Come, let us go drink. I'll tell you, the apple wine from Angel's Gift is truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai was also curious to see, considering that despite the chaos brought by the dragon, the bar street in Mondstadt was still operating normally. By the way, Huing, are you of legal age? Lin Bai asked, being concerned about the issue of underage drinking. Huing nodded. When he smiled, then there's no problem. As for Paimon, a glass of juice will suffice. That I'm of legal age too. Paimon insisted immediately. Is that true? Didn't you just graduate from kindergarten? Linbai teased. Paimon stomped her foot in frustration. Humph. Linbai. You big bad guy. Just because I'm small doesn't mean I'm not of age. The three followed Wendy until they reached the entrance of the bar street. The bar street was ablaze with lights. Despite it being past mealtime, the business was exceptionally lively. Goodness, are these people not afraid of the Anemo dragon? Paimon exclaimed, shocked to see that every bar entrance was filled with patrons. Linbai was equally baffled. The Anemo dragon had just attacked the city during the day, destroying numerous buildings, yet the people of Mondstadt were out drinking at night, and there seemed to be no shortage of them. Huing craned her neck to take a look, exclaiming, my goodness, there's so many people. Could it be that all of Mondstadt is here? Linbai joked, if the Anemo dragon were to come now. I bet the people of Mondstadt would down a drink each and easily take it down. The love for alcohol among the people of Mondstadt is renowned, as the region is famed for its diverse production of beverages. Notably, Mondstadt's dandelion wine is a local specialty, known throughout Teyvat as a specialty. Dandelion wine is not sold outside of Mondstadt, meaning if one wishes to taste it, they must either have someone bring it back from Mondstadt or visit Mondstadt themselves. This strategy has inadvertently boosted Mondstadt's tourism revenue, leading to special tax exemptions for bars from the Merchant Guild. This policy has resulted in relatively affordable prices for drinks in Mondstadt, with just a small amount of mora. One can order a gigantic draft beer in the bar street. Indeed, if you love to drink, the bar street of Mondstadt is a true paradise for men and a fairyland for women. Come, the bar is over here. Wendy led the trio into the bar street, and after a few steps, they spotted a large bar, its outdoor tables filled with patrons. This bar is the one owned by Lord Dialect that you mentioned earlier. His apple wine is quite different from others, brewed using ancient methods, and its taste has remained unchanged for a century. Utterly authentic. Paimon chimed in, a century unchanged. How do you know that? Have you lived for hundreds of years? Linbai chuckled slyly, knowing that Wendy was the Anemo Archon, having lived for thousands of years. The three entered the bar, and the seating inside was packed. Oh, if it isn't T the little bard. Are you here to sing again today? Ha! With so many people around, you'll probably get to drink a few more cups. The bartender behind the bar, Charles, greeted them. There were a few spots at the bar, and Wendy immediately pulled Linbai and the others to sit down. I'll definitely drink a few more cups today, but I want to be singing. I brought my wallet. Linbai was left puzzled, wondering if the wallet referred to him or Huing, as he had no money. Huing quickly responded, I have no money. Then both Wendy and Huing turned to Linbai, their big eyes sparkling. Linbai sighed in exasperation, realizing he was the one footing the bill. Fine. You all order what you want. Linbai waved generously, primarily because he had money. His daily expenses were covered through his clever thievery, and he had even pocketed a sum from Yen at Light Strategy Manor. He could certainly afford a round of drinks. Boss, let us have 6 cups of apple wine and 1 cup of apple brew for this little one here. When he said, pointing to Paimon. Upon hearing this, Paimon immediately protested. Why do I get the special drink? Charles chuckled. The apple brew is non-alcoholic, perfect for children. Paimon puffed her cheeks. You're all bullying me for being small. Shortly after, the drinks arrived. Linbai took a sip of the apple wine, and his eyes lit up. This is delicious. Huing also took a sip, excitedly looking at Linbai. He nodded with a smile. He was quite familiar with this flavor. Apple wine is essentially an alcoholic version of Sprite mixed with apple juice. The sweetness is more pronounced than the alcohol, and it's fizzy when served chilled. It feels remarkably refreshing, akin to drinking joy in a glass. Paimon watched with envy and pleaded, Can I have a taste too? Ing smiled broadly, deliberately taking a sip of apple cider before contentedly burping and shaking her head at Paimon. You're bullying me too. Paimon's eyes were brimming with tears. However, the apple brew she had ordered soon arrived. She immediately grabbed the cup and took a drink, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, This is delicious. Upon seeing this, Ing scoffed lightly and snatched the cup away for a small sip. You must return it to me. This cup is mine. Ying's expression turned peculiar, as if she had tasted something distasteful, and she returned the cup to Paimon. Linbai, noticing her expression, inquired with a chuckle, What does it taste like? It's just a sweet apple cider without any alcohol or fizz. Ing replied instantly, before taking a sip of her own apple cider, declaring, "This one is far superior." Charles, behind the bar, observed this scene and laughed as he explained, "Ha, children tend to enjoy sweet drinks. Apple brew is merely the base for apple cider. Add water for apple brew. Or add alcohol for apple cider. You've revealed the recipe. Aren't you worried we might make it ourselves?" Lin Bai remarked, surprised by the clarity of Charles's explanation. "Not at all. You wouldn't know how to extract the essence from making apple cider. So it would be futile. The recipe is with our boss. I can confidently say our bar holds the title for the finest apple cider in Mondstadt. Of course, we also excel in wine and beer." Wendy, who had already consumed 2 cups of apple cider, chimed in with a swaying smile. All right, enough boasting. Who doesn't know that your boss Dialek is the city's liquor tycoon, the wealthiest in Mondstadt? Always showing off. Charles laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed, instead wearing a proud expression. Yes, they were drinking, when he suddenly gestured for Lin Bai and the others to lean in closer. By the way, how about we go borrow the Lyre of the Sky tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai was struck by a sudden realization. Oh, right, in the game, we actually went to steal it. As expected, when he continued to suggest that Lin Bai and Ing accompany him to borrow the lyre, stating that if borrowing failed, they would resort to stealing. He mentioned that the Anemo dragon was being manipulated and must be suffering greatly, and if they waited for the lyre to sort out the paperwork, it could take 4 or 5 days. Paimon was quite shocked, recalling Amber's earlier mention that the Lyre of the Sky was a treasure of Mondstadt. If they were caught trying to steal it, they might end up in prison. What do you think? Ing hesitated, glancing at Lin Bai. Let us go. Lin Bai immediately agreed, reasoning that if the Anemo dragon didn't come out, he couldn't defeat it. And without defeating it, he wouldn't be able to obtain his cards. Good, very good. Wendy grinned goofily. But shouldn't we discuss this with the knights and the lyre's conductor? Ing still seemed a bit hesitant. No, didn't you see how the conductor looked during dinner? Under constant pressure from the Fatui and the Merchant Guild, he is about to collapse. That I believe Wendy's idea is correct. We should resolve the Anemo dragon issue as soon as possible, and we can return the lyre afterwards. Lin Bai was eager to confront the Anemo dragon the very next day. All right, then we'll go together tomorrow. Ing also acquiesced. Wendy shouted in joy, pulling out a bottle of red wine from behind, pouring it for Ing and Lin Bai. Where did this come from? Lin Bai thought to himself, impressed, as it seemed typical of Barbados to have such quick access to wine without spending a dime. Come, let us toast to our endeavor tomorrow. He raised his glass to clink with Ing and Lin Bai. After taking a sip, Lin Bai frowned slightly. Having recently turned adult, he was not accustomed to drinking, and the red wine was somewhat overwhelming. Under Wendy's relentless pouring, Lin Bai felt his eyelids growing heavier. The following day, Lin Bai awoke to find himself in a room, his head somewhat foggy. He looked around. He realized he must have been carried back after drinking too much, likely to a hotel. Wait a moment. Lin Bai flung off the covers, exhaling in relief. There was no one in bed with him, so it appeared nothing untoward had occurred with Ing. Climbing out of bed, he noticed a sign on the bedside table reading Mondstadt Grand Hotel. Oh, he was at a hotel. Stretching, he felt a pain in his backside. Upon checking, he was shocked to discover blood on his hand. Blood. Lin Bai's face turned pale instantly. Could this be related to Wendy? In a panic, he searched the room. Finding no one else there, he hurried to the bathroom, removed his pants, and discovered that the injury was not on his rear, but rather on the back of his thigh, wrapped in bandages for some unknown reason. Exiting the room, Lin Bai approached the hotel lobby service desk for answers and learned that it was Ing who had carried him back. The injury to his thigh was the result of his drunken mishap at the bar, where he had collided with someone and fallen on a broken glass from a shattered cup. Lin Bai, in Ying's room, had been arranged by the knights, so there was no charge. As for Ing, she had already left, but left a note for him, which the front desk attendant handed over. Lin Bai unfolded the neatly written note, pleasantly surprised by the elegant handwriting. I've gone out with Wendy to borrow the Lyre of the Sky. You drank too much yesterday, and probably want to wake up? I knocked on your door for a long time, but received no response. After reading the note, Lin Bai was about to leave when the front desk attendant called out to him. Here is your bill. Please settle. As she spoke, she handed Lin Bai a long slip of paper. A bill. I thought the knights were covering this room. Why is there a bill? The attendant smiled professionally and explained, this is the bill from the Angel's Share bar from yesterday. The Angel's Share? So they hadn't settled the bill yesterday. Wait, how did the bar's bill end up here? The attendant flashed a proud smile. Mondstadt Grand Hotel and Angel's Share are both properties of our boss. Ah, it's no wonder he is the wealthiest in the city. His ventures are extensive. Linbai glanced at the bill and felt his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Surely this bill is incorrect? It is correct. What kind of wine is so expensive? It totals 400,000. Linbai was furious, but upon closer inspection, he realized that both the apple cider and apple brew were quite affordable. The exorbitant cost stemmed from a single bottle of red wine valued at 380,000. Dialec's private stash of red wine. Not for sale. Linbai's face turned green again. Wendy, I'm going to kill you, he roared, realizing that it was Wendy who had taken the wine from the display cabinet. Barbados, you sure know how to live it up? Linbai clenched his fists. Storming out of the hotel, Linbai angrily headed towards the Knight's headquarters as he reached the main street in the city center. He spotted Amber rushing towards him. Amber, what's the matter? Upon seeing Linbai, Amber seized his arm. Just in time. Come with me. Confused, Linbai asked, what is going on? Is there some big news? Has the Anemo dragon returned? It's not the Anemo dragon. Liyue is coming. Oh, Liyue is coming. Linbai's mind went blank, doubting his hearing. Suddenly, he stopped, pulling Amber along with him. Repeat that. What is going on? What do you mean Liyue is coming? Amber adjusted her disheveled rabbit ear hairpin and replied. The patrol at Iglooing Beach just reported that a massive Liyue warship has docked on the shore. The sailors on that ship appear quite fierce. Almost like pirates. Pirates? Amber, you're being vague. I thought Ningguang had grown bolder and intended to seize Mondstadt during the Dragon Crisis. Wait a minute. How could Liyue pirates appear over there? Linbai glanced at the map and saw that Iglooing Beach extended from Windrise. Located to the left of Promise Point. Pirates wouldn't come here. There's no harbor, and it's far from Mondstadt. Currently, due to the dragon disaster, no one goes there. How would I know? That's why I'm going to check it out. Amber replied, exasperated. Without further ado, they rushed to the city gate, where Amber quickly hitched a horse. What? Mondstadt has horses. Linbai thought, surprised, considering that in the game, Captain Kia of the cavalry had no horse. Amber was oblivious to Linbai's thoughts. Stop joking and get on. Linbai mounted the horse, with Amber riding ahead, and they galloped towards Iglooing Beach. That on the way, Linbai experienced horse riding for the first time and realized how bumpy it was. Nevertheless, holding on to Amber's waist felt quite comfortable. Half an hour later, they arrived at the beach, and even before reaching the shore, they could already see a massive ship anchored in the sand. Here, here! Suddenly, a cry echoed through the air as a west wind knight emerged from behind a large rock, revealing none other than Mike, who was responsible for patrolling this area. Dismounting their horses, Amber immediately inquired about the situation. About 40 minutes ago, I was patrolling here when I stumbled upon two small children playing in the sand on the beach. Just as I was about to call them back, that ship came rushing towards us. What? There are children. Amber was taken aback. Linbai, however, found it hardly surprising. After all, this was the heir of free-spirited Mond. Accustomed to such freedom since childhood, even daring to venture out to play amidst the dragon disaster. Speaking to Mike, he attempted to call the children over, only to realize he was alone behind a rock. Where are they? Mike exclaimed in alarm. Amber glanced over and spotted two children dressed in Mond attire beneath the ship. Linbai and the others rushed over, and Amber quickly grabbed the two children, preparing to retreat, when suddenly a voice called from above. Linbai looked up to see a figure silhouetted against the light, appearing quite imposing. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he squinted and was taken aback. Beidou, the figure on the ship's edge, was clad in striking red and black attire, with long legs adorned in black boots featuring golden patterns. Her long hair cascaded down her back, with a sizable hairpin securing a portion of it. A red-eye patch adorned her left eye, lending her an air of gallantry. This was none other than Beidou, the renowned captain of the South Cross Armed Fleet from Liyue. Oh, Liyue person? Upon noticing Linbai's attire, Beidou leaped down from the 3-story-high ship, landing perfectly before him. What brings you here? Do you know me? How fortuitous. Beidou was well known in Liyue, often clashing with Ningguang, one of the 7 stars. There even circulated a rumor that Beidou could cleave mountains and split seas, her fleet commanding respect across the waters. "Brothers, lower the ship's ladder," Beidou called out to her crew, who responded with shouts and tossed down a rope ladder. As she turned to say something, she noticed Amber and Mike watching her warily. "Is this a West Wind Knight?" Beidou inquired upon seeing Mike's standard armor. "Indeed, these two are knights of the West Wind Knights. They came to investigate upon seeing your ship dock." Beidou laughed heartily. "We've truly arrived in Mond. Knights, fear not. Our presence here is merely coincidental and without malice." "Then what brings you here?" Amber was particularly concerned. For the dragon disaster had yet to be resolved in the city, that a warship anchored within Mond's borders could easily stir rumors among the citizens. "Sister, are they pirates?" The two children, unable to contain their curiosity, asked. Amber quickly covered their mouths, for she, as a Mond citizen, did not know Beidou well, and the eye patch made her appear formidable. "They're not pirates," Linbai assured, though he was intrigued about how Beidou had arrived here. Perhaps it was the so-called butterfly effect. A butterfly's delicate wings could indeed incite a tempest across continents. Having traversed into this world, it was only natural for changes to occur. Little rascals, though we are an armed fleet. We are certainly not pirates." Beidou responded cheerily to the children's question, gesturing for Lin Bai and the others to follow her. "Come aboard, we can discuss matters further, with fellow countrymen and West Wind Knights present. It would be splendid if you could assist us." "Assist?" Amber glanced at Lin Bai, who nodded reassuringly. "It's fine. Beidou is not a bad person." Initially, Amber intended for Mike to stay behind with the children, but the kids' incessant chatter prompted everyone to board the ship. Once aboard, Lin Bai was struck by the ship's immense size, comparable to that of a small sports arena, with the deck resembling a football field. While there were not many people standing along the sides, most were bandaged, appearing to be injured. "Children, you shouldn't come in here. It's not suitable," Beidou remarked. Amber left Mike to watch the children, while she and Lin Bai followed Beidou into the cabin. Upon entering the cabin, Lin Bai was greeted by a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. The cabin was lined with rows of beds, each occupied by individuals, both men and women, their faces contorted in pain. "What happened?" Lin Bai inquired, having noticed the ship's severe damage while on the beach, and the sailors appeared to be gravely injured. Beidou's expression grew serious as she explained, "Our arrival here was unavoidable. We had to make an emergency landing. As you may have noticed, everyone aboard is injured." "Did you encounter any enemies at sea?" "No," Beidou replied with a wry smile, "if only it were merely people." "We encountered a beast at sea." "A beast?" "Yes, a creature unlike any I have ever seen. We battled it for a day and a night before managing to escape. Most of my sailors were injured in the fight, and our ship suffered significant damage, leaving us short on medical supplies, which is why we had to dock here 2 days prior." Beidou's South Cross fleet, aboard the vessel named Death Star, was sailing off the coast of Liyue. Their intended destination was Inazuma, but just as they left Liyue's waters and entered the Inazuma Sea, a black light streaked across the sky. The light fell towards the ocean, creating a massive splash at a distance from the Death Star. Zhao Lushi, the lookout, immediately alerted Beidou. Upon reaching the bow and using a telescope, Beidou observed the sea boiling as if heated, bubbling violently. However, within 10 seconds, the surface returned to calm, the turbulence ceasing entirely. Just as Beidou pondered what had transpired, the water began to sink, and in the next moment, a small whirlpool formed. Although uncertain of what was happening, Beidou ordered the helmsman, Hai Long, to change course and increase distance. Yet, as the ship began to turn, the whirlpool accelerated dramatically, growing larger and faster. The Death Star, unable to complete its turn due to the sudden circumstances, was caught in the whirlpool's current, being pulled backwards. Beidou's fleet frequently traveled between Liyue and Inazuma, so they were no strangers to maritime disasters. Despite the dire situation, the sailors remained calm, performing their tasks methodically. With the cooperation of the entire crew, the Death Star accelerated under Beidou's command, successfully escaping the whirlpool. Just as everyone began to celebrate, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing a torrential downpour. If the rain were not enough, Beidou noticed the recently escaped whirlpool began to swirl in reverse. The reversing whirlpool began to rise, and with a thunderous crash, The water erupted, revealing a fearsome beast that roared in fury amidst the storm. That beast was unlike anything I had ever encountered before. There are many sea monsters, and I've slain quite a few, but the moment I laid eyes on this one, I knew it would be formidable. What did the beast look like? Linbai inquired, intrigued by Beidu's account. The black light that streaked across the sky. It happened 2 days ago, and the sea monster. Surely it couldn't be a coincidence. Linbai's mind raced with unease. It had the head of a dragon and the mouth of a fish, resembling a tiger with its broad, round face. Its large mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and its long body nearly swept our ship with its tail. Had it struck us, we might have capsized and never made it here. Linbai's expression turned grave. Beidu's vivid description painted a clear image. Indeed, it resembled the Qi Lin I saw at Qingce village that day. What's wrong? Amber noticed Linbai's pallor and asked. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit stuffy in here, Linbai stammered, hastily fabricating an excuse. This is bad. All this time, it turns out Beidu encountered the Qi beast I released, upon hearing Linbai's remark about the stuffiness. Beidu sighed. It can't be helped. The people in the cabin are suffering from the wind and have contracted strange illnesses. Strange illnesses? Beidu led them to a sailor lying on one of the beds. Bear with the pain, she instructed the sailor. His face was pale, yet he nodded resolutely. Beidu pulled back the blanket covering him, revealing the sailor's upper body. Ugh! Upon catching sight of the sailor's bare torso, Amber was instantly overcome with a wave of nausea. Instinctively covering her mouth, perhaps feeling it was too impolite, she awkwardly lowered her hand and offered an apology to Beidu. Unfazed, Beidu chuckled. It's quite all right. Even I find this wound repulsive, and I've seen far worse, especially from someone as unaccustomed to such sights as you. The sailor's body was marred with numerous shallow lacerations, devoid of blood. Yet each wound was beset by a multitude of small blisters that intermittently burst, oozing a cerulean pus in a disconcerting cycle. Linbai felt the skin crawl at the sight of the injury. Beidu covered the sailor with a blanket, stating, if exposed to the wind, the wounds will only worsen. One of my most grievously injured comrades is now a mere shell of his former self, covered in wounds and unconscious. Following Beidu's gaze, Linbai noticed a bed in the corner of the cabin, separated from the others by a distance and draped with cloth. As the trio approached the isolated bed, Beidu called out, Ginkgo. The cloth was lifted, revealing Ginkgo stepping out. She was the ship's doctor from the Southern Cross Fleet, dressed in a long gown, her demeanor markedly more refined than that of the female sailors they had encountered earlier. Being the sole physician aboard, she appeared quite fatigued from tending to numerous patients throughout the day. How is Kai too? She inquired. Ginkgo shook her head, replying, the situation is dire. Even the hemostatic powder is failing to contain the wounds. He may not survive the night. Upon hearing this, both Linbai and Amber felt their spirits plummet. What caused this affliction? Linbai asked. Ginkgo turned to him. This is my first encounter with such a disease. Although its pathology is peculiar, I suspect it results from the influence of water elemental energy, likely stemming from that beast. Water elemental energy? Beidu nodded, explaining that sea creature attacked as soon as it spotted the Death Star. We retaliated immediately, battling through the tempest. Fortunately, as an electro user, I held my ground against the beast, she continued. During its assault, it expelled a curious liquid. The injured here were struck during that encounter. Linbai nodded, realizing, so it is indeed a bizarre illness, akin to poisoning. It appears they've been afflicted by toxin infused with water elemental energy. You're now aware of the situation. By the way, Mondstadt is not far from this beach. Is it? Beidu inquired, eager to procure supplies and medicine, as well as timber for repairs to the ship, which had sustained significant damage during the battle with the sea beast, upon hearing Beidu's intentions. Amber's expression turned to one of resignation as she informed her. Mondstadt is currently grappling with a dragon disaster. Beidu was taken aback, as she was originally from Liyue and was not well acquainted with the happenings in Mondstadt. Although news of the dragon calamity had spread in Liyue, Beidu had not docked recently, and was thus unaware of the situation, but Amber's implication was quite clear. The Windborn Knights were unable to assist Beidu. Given the dire circumstances prevailing within Mondstadt itself, that it would be impossible for the Knights to extend official aid to Beidu's fleet, as such an action would likely incite public outrage among the citizens of Mondstadt. With their own issues unresolved, how could they afford to tend to others? Lin-Bai patted Amber reassuringly, stating that he had a plan. First and foremost, we must treat the sick. I will seek out a doctor for you. After disembarking, Amber and Lin-Bai returned to the city, with Mike accompanying them along with the two children to the city gate. Lin-Bai dismounted and suggested to Amber, "You should inform Captain Jean that the fleet will be docking here for a few days." "Of course, Captain Jean will surely agree," Amber replied. Lin-Bai made his way to Qingchuan town, arriving at the Beast Girl Inn, where he found Bai Shu engaged in tea and conversation with Huayan and others. "What? Beidou is here?" Bai Shu exclaimed in astonishment after hearing Lin-Bai's account. Upon hearing about the sailor's peculiar affliction, Bai Shu nodded, stating, "It sounds like they have been poisoned by elemental energy. Only those with a vision can harness elemental energy. Without one, an influx of elemental energy can become exceedingly toxic." Huayan lent the two men a horse, and Bai Shu mounted it, leading Lin-Bai swiftly back to the beach. Upon arrival, the entire fleet erupted in excitement. Bai Shu was no ordinary individual. He was the proprietor of Liyue's largest pharmacy, the Bubu Pharmacy. Renowned for his exceptional medical skills, the Bubu Pharmacy was not only famous in Liyue, but had also produced a series of medicinal recipes for external sale, becoming a sought-after gift among affluent patrons in Mondstadt. Due to the efficacy and stellar reputation of the remedies, it even sparked a wave of purchasing frenzy. That year, the most desired gift among Mondstadt residents during the new year was undoubtedly the medicinal recipes from Bubu Pharmacy. Seeing Lin-Bai return with Bai Shu, Beidou expressed her surprise and curiosity. "Ginkgo, look who has arrived." Upon hearing the commotion, Ginkgo emerged, her previously fatigued visage now radiant with joy. "Master Uncle, what brings you here?" Bai Shu and Ginkgo shared a close bond through their medical lineage, and despite both being in their 20s, Bai Shu's early start in medicine granted him a higher seniority. Their familiarity dispensed with the need for formalities. As Ginkgo shared her insights and strategies, Bai Shu first examined several lightly injured sailors before moving to inspect Kaitu's wounds on the isolated bed. After 5 or 6 minutes, Bai Shu emerged with Ginkgo. "Indeed, they have been poisoned by water elemental energy that if we do not treat it thoroughly today, by morning, the injuries may reach the heart, rendering treatment impossible." Lin-Bai's heart raced with urgency. He was aware of the beast's true identity and felt a pang of guilt despite not being the one who unleashed it. "Is there truly no way to treat this?" he implored. Bai Shu affirmed, "There is, but it is quite fortuitous. Had you returned to Liyue Harbor, his life would surely be forfeit." "What do you mean?" Beidou inquired anxiously. "I require a specific herb to concoct a remedy, but that herb is exclusive to Mondstadt." "What herb?" Lin-Bai and Beidou asked in unison. Go-go fruit. Go-go fruit. Beidou looked bewildered, as it was the first time she had heard the name. After all, this fruit was a specialty of Mondstadt, found only in the western region of the Wolven territory. Lin-Bai, having been away from the game for too long, momentarily struggled to recall the details. "My primary objective in coming to Mondstadt was to procure this medicinal herb." Bai Shu revealed a purple, spiky fruit from his bag dado. "Now I remember." Upon seeing the actual fruit, Lin-Bai's memory was jogged. Noticing Lin-Bai's expression, Bai Shu asked, "Do you recognize this?" "Yes, it is a fruit exclusive to the Wolven territory. I encountered it during my travels there." Lin-Bai almost slipped, nearly revealing the game. "Well, during this visit, I only managed to procure 7 of them. That is far from sufficient. These 7 will only delay the worsening of the injuries, but they cannot cure them." Lin-Bai nodded. "Then it's simple. I will go gather more." "Indeed, but be cautious. The Wolven territory is home to wolves," Beidou warned, expressing her desire to accompany him to gather more. By the way, I must caution you both. The Wolven territory is considered a forbidden zone in Mondstadt. Tread carefully and avoid hunting any animals." "Why is that?" Lin-Bai asked, unaware of such restrictions. Currently, it is the hunting ban period in Mondstadt, prohibiting the hunting of animals. The Wolven territory is regarded as a taboo area for hunters, which is why the go-go fruit is so scarce. Lin-Bai learned that Qingchuan town was renowned as a hunting ground in Mondstadt to promote sustainable development and protect the interests of the hunters in Qingchuan town. The Hunters Association and the Knights had jointly enacted regulations regarding hunting. This month marked autumn, the breeding season for wild boars and hares, hence the hunting bee and the AS for wolves. Mondstadt hunters held a particular reverence for them. Though Bai Shu, despite his close ties with the hunters of Qingchuan town, could not elucidate the specific reasons. After absorbing Bai Shu's warnings, Lin Bai and Beidou set forth toward the Wolven territory. Since neither of them could ride a horse, they had no choice but to run. Damn, how convenient it would be if we could teleport. Lin Bai lamented inwardly, cursing his unexpected journey to another world. Utterly unprepared to learn horseback riding, Lin Baixin remarked that there were more Liyue people in Qingchuan town, all trapped here due to the blocked roads. If the dragon disaster persisted a little longer, it seemed likely that Liyue merchants would establish a Liyue street in Qingchuan town. Upon hearing Beidou explain the situation, Xiangling's expression turned exceedingly worried. How could this happen? As the three of them journeyed and conversed, Lin Baixin learned that Xiangling and Beidou were acquainted with Baizhu because of Yao Yao. Lin Baixin could only vaguely recall Yao Yao's appearance in official promotional artwork, without delving deeper into her character. It was only after listening to Beidou and Xiangling that he discovered Yao Yao was Xiangling's junior apprentice, who had been assisting at Bubu Pharmacy in gathering herbs, and that she enjoyed seeking out Beidou and inching to play with whenever the South Cross fleet returned to Liyue Harbor. After hearing this, Lin Baixin could not help but exclaim in his heart, Baizhu, you truly are remarkable. Not only do you have Chi-Chi, but now there's Yao Yao as well. Who would have thought that this bespectacled, refined gentleman is a lowly enthusiast? The trio traversed the forest on the right side of Drunkard's Gorge, and before long, they arrived at the Wolf-Fen territory. The territory was hilly, with elevations higher in the west and lower in the east, necessitating their passage through a forest before reaching their destination. As they entered the woods, Lin Baixin was fortunate to have a map, leading the way to prevent them from losing their bearings. While walking through the forest, they encountered several nests of hilichurls. Upon seeing Lin Baixin and his companions, the hilichurls charged at them aggressively, forcing the trio to fight while advancing. However, with two characters from Genshin Impact by his side, along with his own formidable power as a primordial mage, the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor. Xiangling wielded her knife while Beidou brandished her spear, both taking the lead and wreaking havoc among their foes. Lin Baixin, familiarizing himself with the skills of the firearm sharpshooter, provided cover from the rear, ensuring that any hilichurl attempting to ambush his companions would be met with a barrage of fireball projectiles. After half an hour of combat, they finally reached the edge of the forest. Just as they were about to exit, a loud crash erupted as two hilichurl brutes leaped down from a nearby low hill, their large stone shields indicating they would be a tougher challenge than their predecessors. Together, Beidou exclaimed as she charged towards the stone-shielded hilichurl brutes. With Xiangling by her side, they combined fire and lightning, effectively triggering an overload effect that enhanced their ability to shatter the stone shields. While they engaged the two brutes, Lin Baixin faced off against the remaining 10 or so hilichurls. He launched a fireball, sending a distant hilichurl archer flying, and then executed a roll to evade the attacks from 3 wooden-shielded hilichurls closing in from behind. Although he could have tanked the hits without flinching, Lin Baixin had adopted a mindset since his previous encounter with the Anemo dragon. He was not invincible from the start, and he needed to prepare for the possibility of encountering an adversary stronger than himself. Thus, he treated every battle as an opportunity to hone his combat skills. A finely crafted sword would yield different results in the hands of skilled swordsmen compared to a butcher. The same principle applied to his own abilities that if he failed to integrate and master them, he might find himself at a disadvantage in dire situations. After dodging, he drew a crossbow, igniting a flaming arrow that immediately set the wooden shield of a hilichurl ablaze. As the hilichurl struggled to extinguish the flames on its shield, Lin Baixin seized the moment to unleash a powerful blow with his hammer, sending 3 hilichurls and their shield flying in the distance. 2 hilichurl archers had already loosed their arrows, aimed directly at Lin Baixin. How intriguing, he mused, recognizing that the archers had anticipated his intent to eliminate the recently downed hilichurl. Clearly, the hilichurls were evolving. This unit resembled a well-coordinated human combat squad. While he pondered this revelation, Lin Baixin activated his Geo abilities that he could have evaded the arrows, but it felt unnecessary, having gathered sufficient information about this small unit. He resolved to eliminate them swiftly. However, his Geo abilities proved ineffective when a figure charged towards him at high speed, prompting him to dodge despite his initial intention not to let a flash of purple lightning surge through the air. And with a series of clangs, 3 arrows were severed and fell to the ground. A hooded youth appeared just 3 steps away from Lin Baixin, baring his teeth and glaring angrily at the surrounding Hilichurl cavalry. His hands were clad in iron claw gloves, and his tattered clothing hinted at his rugged upbringing, and he moved with the grace of a wolf, a manifestation of his fierce nature. Razor, Lin Baixin suddenly recalled, realizing they were in the wolf-fin territory. The figure before him was indeed Razor, a character in the game raised by the pack of wolves in this very region. The Hilichurl wolf riders, confronted by Razor's sudden appearance, showed no sign of panic and launched another assault. However, one of the long-spear Hilichurl riders, mounted on a white wolf, struggled to control his steed, spinning in circles. Observing this, Razor charged into the spear-wielding Hilichurl rider, knocking him off his mount. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the white wolf, both tumbling to the ground. The white wolf let out a fierce howl and thrashed in distress. Razor grasped the collar around its neck and yanked it off, breaking the restraint. The moment the collar was removed, the once ferocious white wolf seemed to lose its spirit, whimpering before collapsing into unconsciousness. I could see that moment. The other Hilichurl wolf riders had closed in on Razor, attacking him with their spears and wooden clubs. Bang! Lin Baixin leaped over Razor with a flying kick, sending one Hilichurl sprawling while absorbing the remaining attacks. Although he was uncertain of Razor's intentions, it was evident that his target was the white wolf, as it was the only one in the group distinct from the rest, which were all darker-hued wolves. Meanwhile, Xiangling and Beidou had dispatched the 2 stone-shielded Hilichurl brutes and rushed to assist. With their combined strength, the wolf-riding squad was swiftly overwhelmed, though one Hilichurl archer managed to escape. Having remained at a distance, as the battle concluded, Razor hurried back to the fallen white wolf. Lin Baixin observed that the once snow-white fur was now stained crimson with blood. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several gaping wounds on the wolf's neck, from which blood flowed profusely. Razor gently cradled the white wolf and retrieved a fruit from his clothing, crushing it to apply the pulp to the creature's wounds. Beidou and Xiangling, unfamiliar with Razor and unaware of his sudden arrival, turned to Lin Baixin and asked, "What is going on?" "I have no idea," Lin Baixin replied, feigning ignorance despite knowing Razor's background as the child of wolves. He picked up the collar that Razor had torn off, revealing 6 sharp spikes adhered to it with remnants of flesh. It seemed the collar had been worn for quite some time, as evidenced by the way it had fused with the meat. "Hello?" Xiangling called out to Razor as he tended to the wolf, eager to assist despite not understanding the situation. "I have some bandages. Would you like to use them?" Razor glanced back at Xiangling and nodded. She knelt down, and together they wrapped the bandages around the white wolf's neck to staunch the bleeding. Once the bandaging was complete, Razor stood up and addressed Lin Baixin and his companions, saying, "Thank you." His speech was slightly stuttered, as if he were unaccustomed to conversing. "That you're welcome." Xiangling smiled as she glanced over, noticing that Razor was not particularly tall. Despite his tattered clothing, his complexion was fair and his features were quite handsome. "How did you come to be here?" "The people of Mondstadt say there are wolf packs in this area." "Aren't you afraid?" Razor shook his head. "That my family. I am not afraid." Upon hearing the word family, both Beidou and Xiangling paused in surprise. "You mean the wolves are your family?" Beidou exclaimed, recalling Razor's earlier battle. Recognizing his ability to wield electro powers and suspecting he might possess a vision, marking him as a traveler. "Indeed, the wolves are my family. My fate is intertwined with Lupika." Xiangling seemed to recall something, glancing around at Razor before speaking. "Could it be that you are the strange werewolf rumored to appear in Wolfendel near Qingchuan town? Recently, due to the dragon disaster, many merchant caravans have been stranded in Qingchuan town. With a larger population and the hunting ban reducing the availability of meat, the town faced a severe meat shortage, leading to a significant price increase that a few greedy hunters then set their sights on Wolfendel, hoping to poach there, as this area was seldom frequented by hunters and thus less likely to expose them. The outcome, of course, was a confrontation with the fierce wolf packs and Hilichurls, leaving them injured before they had even begun hunting. The injured hunters returned to town, creating a ruckus upon discovering that some had gone missing. This prompted the greedy hunters to seek out Dilaf to explain the situation and request help in locating their missing companions. Dilaf, upon hearing their tale, berated the hunters and promptly organized a team to venture into Wolfendel in search of the lost M. As the team arrived at the drunken man's hollow forest, they encountered one of the missing hunters. After inquiring, they learned that he had been pursued by wolf-riding hilichurls and had narrowly escaped death, only to be saved by a strange figure who had appeared out of nowhere. The hunter, already timid by nature, fled back in fright. Dilaf, naturally, scolded him again, sending him back while he led the team deeper into the forest of Wolfendel. Since someone had saved their own, Dilaf felt compelled to assist them, fearing for their safety amidst the numerous wolves and hilichurls. However, upon reaching the forest, the hunting team searched for quite some time, but found no sign of the mysterious savior, only traces of battle. Observing the lack of blood, they decided to return to town. Soon, word of this incident spread through Qingchuan town, eventually reaching Mondstadt, given that there were previous accounts of travelers being attacked by hilichurls only to be rescued by wolves. Various rumors began to circulate, blurring the lines between whether it was the wolves or humans were the rescuers, ultimately leading to the tale of the werewolf savior. Regarding Xiangling's assertion of Razor being a werewolf, he, having grown up with wolves, perceived nothing wrong with it and innocently nodded in agreement. "Oh, you truly grew up alongside wolves?" Beidou asked, observing Razor's attire and his ability to speak, suggesting he had socialized with humans. "They are my family, who raised me, and with whom I live," Razor replied. This. Xiangling appeared troubled as she pointed at the deceased black wolf on the ground. "This wolf on the ground is beyond saving." To her surprise, Razor shook his head. "They do not belong here. They are stray black wolves. They violated my territory and intruded." Xiangling and Beidou sighed in relief, realizing that the white wolf was indeed allied with Razor. Lin Bai secretly chuckled, noting that the life of the white wolf was valued while that of the black wolf was not. The situation in Wolfendel was indeed quite peculiar. By the way, what is the story behind those hilichurl wolf riders? Lin Bai inquired, noting that such creatures did not exist in the game. "The hilichurls are controlled by collars. They're my family," Razor explained. "So, it is indeed the collars." Lin Bai thought, glancing at the one in his hand. It seemed the white wolf had been aggressive towards Razor because it was under control. Clearly, the hilichurls of Teyvat were more formidable than those in the game. "By the way, the hook fruit you mentioned earlier, do you know where we can find more?" "We came here specifically to gather this fruit," Beidou asked as her sailors awaited the hook fruit for their healing. Razor nodded, agreeing to lead Lin Bai and the others to find it. He picked up the white wolf and sought a safer location to cover it with leaves, then began the search for hook fruits alongside Lin Bai and the others. Under Razor's guidance, they soon discovered a vast patch of wild hook fruits. "Wow, this should be enough, right?" Xiangling said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she looked at the over 40 hook fruits in her bag. "It's sufficient. We've cleared this area," Beidou replied, recalling what Baizhu had mentioned about needing around 20 fruits. "Shall we take our leave then?" Xiangling waved to Razor as she and Lin Bai prepared to depart. Just as Lin Bai was about to inquire about the Northwind wolf, a distant howl of wolves echoed through the air. Razor's expression shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" Lin Bai immediately asked. Razor had already sprung into action. Shouting over his shoulder, "It's the wolves. They're calling for help." Xiangling gasped. He could understand the language of wolves. Lin Bai chuckled. Having spent every day with them, it would be strange if he couldn't. With that, he chased after Razor. "Hey, Xiangling," seeing Lin Bai rush ahead, she turned to Beidou, pondering their next course of action, as they still needed to return with the hook fruits. "Let us follow them. After all, we should repay the favor. Razor helped us, and we must assist him in turn." Baizhu had a reserve of hook fruits already being utilized for healing, and Beidou believed they could return before nightfall without issue. "All right," Xiangling nodded, and the two gathered their bags and hurried toward the source of the wolf howls. Following Razor, Lin Bai crossed a small grove and arrived at a vast flat meadow, approximately 20 meters ahead. A large group of hilichurls was gathered, around 30 to 40 in total, including hilichurl brutes, archers, and wolf riders. As they drew closer, they discovered the hilichurls had surrounded 4 white wolves. Not far away, another white wolf lay on the ground. struggling as it was ensnared by a rope around its neck, with 4 or 5 hilichurls pulling on the line. Although the white wolf was large, it was outnumbered and had sustained injuries. Its once pristine fur, now stained with blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Razor let out a furious roar, dropped to all fours, and charged forward like a wolf, his iron claws crackling with electricity. With a leap, he struck down an unsuspecting hilichurl, reaching the side of the white wolf. Upon Razor's arrival, the white wolf immediately approached him as if recognizing an old friend, whimpering in relief. Linbai arrived shortly after, but did not charge indirectly. Instead, he drew his firearm and began shooting. As Razor engaged the hilichurls in combat, Linbai provided long-range cover fire to support him. Xiangling and Beidou quickly joined the fray, and the 4 of them worked together to swiftly turn the tide against the hilichurls. However, just then, the sky suddenly opened up, pouring down rain. Ordinarily, this would be advantageous for Xiangling, the pyro user, and Beidou, the electro user, as their abilities could trigger elemental reactions. Yet, as Beidou prepared to counterattack the hulking hilichurl brute before her, an ice arrow struck her, freezing her arm. Caught off guard by the sudden frost, Beidou was unable to break free before the hilichurl's massive axe struck her hard, sending her flying. Linbai, nearby, was momentarily stunned, then turned to see reinforcements arriving. A cryo-abyss mage and an electro-abyss mage, followed by a dozen hilichurls, 2 stone shield hilichurl brutes, and 3 cryo-hilichurl archers. Oh no, the ingredients are attacking. Xiangling exclaimed as she too was struck by an ice arrow, knocked to the ground by a hilichurl. Linbai was left speechless. I can understand slime as ingredients, but you're saying you consider hilichurls as ingredients as well. The thought of hilichurl cuisine sent chills down his spine. The introduction of cryo-elemental foes quickly complicated matters for Linbai and the others. Having initially maintained a distance, he ceased his attacks and cautiously approached the cryo-hilichurl archer from behind, taking down one of them. Darn it, Linbai muttered, frustrated by the lack of card drops. How infuriating! Meanwhile, Xiangling, frozen in place, felt her frustration boiling over. Let me show you the prowess of my master's marksmanship. She brandished her red dragon-headed spear, which whirled into action, summoning a colossal wheel of wind and fire that spiraled around her. The pot of rice nearby seemed to sense its owner's fury. Clutching a large chili pepper, taking a bite, and spitting fire, Razor let out a fierce howl, charging into battle as lightning crackled around him, and a purple wolf spirit appeared behind him like a stand-in. Razor's hands resembled claws as he swung them wildly, tearing apart all the hilichurls surrounding him. The Ice Abyss Mage, which had been a source of great annoyance for Xiangling just moments ago, was struck by the fire wind wheel, causing its ice shield to melt and sending it crashing to the ground. Beidou immediately rushed over with her sword drawn, swinging it to knock the mage over. Meanwhile, Linbai had stealthily eliminated the last ice hilichurl archer, even managing to activate 2 cards in the process. Without hesitation, he unlocked ice attribute crossbow bolts, swiftly loading one into his crossbow and firing it at the stone shield hilichurl bruiser that was charging towards Xiangling, freezing it in place. Upon turning to see the frozen figure of the bruiser, Xiangling joined forces with Guoba to finish it off. Linbai, providing support, continued to freeze enemies until only one Ice Abyss Mage remained. Although shielded by an electric barrier, Linbai swiftly shattered the shield with his ice crossbow. The Ice Abyss Mage fell to the ground, and before Beidou or the others could intervene, it was torn apart by the White Wolves, who seemed to harbor considerable resentment towards the hilichurls for attacking them. At last, the battle was settled. Xiangling wiped the rain from her forehead. Linbai was busy collecting materials when suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the sky. Such noises roused me. Razor, what are you doing? Linbai's eyes lit up. Could it be the Northwind Wolf? Brothers, it's here. This is what we've been waiting for. Upon seeing Razor, Linbai immediately thought of the regional boss in the Wolfpack territory, the Northwind Wolf. The Northwind Wolf was indeed a treasure, boasting an abundance of valuable materials and even the chance to drop weapon prototypes. For Linbai, however, the most coveted prize from the Northwind Wolf was undoubtedly its card. Without a second thought, he knew it would be a 5-star card. Xiangling and Beidou, oblivious to the source of the voice, stared blankly at the sky, suspecting they were hallucinating. Who dares harm my kin? The voice of the Wolf King, filled with fury, echoed, likely a response to the sight of the white wolf's plight. Did you humans do this? How bold of you to invade our territory and harm my kin. You shall face retribution. What is that voice? Xiangling, realizing it wasn't a figment of her imagination, inquired. Is the Wolf King, our leader, the lord of this land? Razor explained. He then called out to the sky. Please quell your anger. They're not the culprits. The Hilichurls attacked Lupika, and they aided us. They're good people. Razor, are you defending outsiders? No, I'm merely. Razor, who was not particularly eloquent, stumbled over his words in his haste to clarify. Hey, Razor's lord, Beta shouted at the sky. We have not harmed your wolves. We are not involved. This is the wolves' territory. Your presence here is already a transgression. How dare you speak further? Upon hearing this, Beidou furrowed her brow. She was not one to engage in debate, but the unexpected rebuttal ignited her anger. Are you serious? We saved your kin, and you accuse us? Saved my kin. If your intrusion here was indeed to rescue my kin, then why gather so many go-go fruits? Lin Bai was taken aback, realizing the Wolf King might be indignant over their fruit gathering. Of course not. The Wolf King retorted, responding with surprising speed. Wolves cannot cultivate fruits. How could you take them? Beidou shot back. Indeed, the Wolf King answered with shocking swiftness. The others realized that the Wolf King was deliberately seeking a quarrel, and their frustration mounted. In a sense, the Wolf King was not entirely wrong. The go-go fruits were unique to the wolf pack territory because they were propagated by the thorns clinging to the wolf's fur. What shall we do then? Lin Bai shouted toward the sky. He had found the Wolf King's previous comments rather absurd, akin to Lu Xing, who would not tolerate others' nonsense. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Razor had been intentionally driven away, so he decided to directly inquire about the Wolf King's intentions. Should there be a dispute among the Wolf clan, it will be settled by duel. The victor's word shall prevail at a straightforward yet brutal resolution. All right, let us fight. Who is afraid? Before Lin Bai could respond, Beidou had already agreed. Lin Bai was taken aback. His sister was even more eager for the card than he was. Razor, bring them to meet me. After this statement, no matter how Razor called out to the Wolf King, there was no response. I apologize, Razor, but your leader is indeed a bit unreasonable. Beidou felt a twinge of guilt toward Razor, knowing that he was caught in the middle of their impending conflict. It's fine. In the wolf pack, disputes are resolved through duels. Wolves are, after all, animals with relatively straightforward thoughts. Razor led the way, guiding them toward the heart of the wolf pack territory. On the way, Lin Bai asked Beidou, Aren't you afraid of the Wolf King? Beidou replied confidently, I've battled many sea beasts. What is there to fear from a mere wolf? Your sister has faced countless storms at sea, she declared, patting her chest with pride. Lin Bai blinked at the sight of Beidou's exuberant display. Truly, she was a formidable leader. By the way, aren't you curious why the Wolf King can speak? Lin Bai's question caught Beidou off guard. Right, how can a wolf talk? I was too angry during our exchange to even consider that. Lin Bai chuckled. Honestly, this Wolf King is no ordinary wolf. Think about it. Beta nodded in agreement. Indeed, a 1,000-year-old turtle. A 10,000-year-old tortoise. If this wolf can speak, it's likely a wolf spirit. Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh. It was more than just a wolf spirit. The Wolf King was a demigod. Xiangling, overhearing their conversation, leaned in. If we can't defeat it, will it eat us? I doubt that, Lin Bai mused. The Wolf King didn't seem like a villain, even if it was a regional boss. Xiangling, clutching Guoba, pondered, what should we do? I'm a bit scared. Beidou affectionately ruffled Xiangling's hair, reassuring her, don't worry. I promise everyone here will protect you. That you're so reliable. Big sister, Xiangling exclaimed, hugging Beidou and rubbing her head against Beidou's chest. Lin Bai swallowed hard, tempted to mimic Xiangling's gesture, but fearing he'd end up cleaved in two by Beidou's blade. The group followed Razor until they reached a large, flat P.I.T.S. They descended. Lin Bai noticed a sword embedded in the ground. Wolf's End, Lin Bai exclaimed, recognizing it as a 5-star two-handed sword from the game he had won, so he immediately recognized it. Finally, Razor, you will fight alongside them against me. The Wolf King's voice echoed once more. Wolf King, do not speak carelessly. If you believe they are innocent, then take up the sword and cleanse their sins. After pondering the Wolf King's words, Razor stepped forward and pulled the wolf's end from the ground. Ah, I really want wolf's end, Lin Bai lamented, wishing he had been the one to seize Razor withdrew the sword. A gentle breeze stirred in the previously empty pit, and a figure gradually emerged. Approaching the four of them, the closer it came, the clearer the figure became. Wow! Xiangling drooled at the sight of the Northwind wolf striding toward them. She thought to herself how much meat could be prepared from such a large creature. If Lin Bai knew what Xiangling was thinking, he might have fainted. Come, everyone, let us join forces for battle. Beidou, though initially taken aback by the Wolf King's massive size, quickly regained her composure, having previously encountered a child on the sea. As a martial artist, her astonishment was fleeting, replaced by eager anticipation for another chance to fight. Lin Bai was equally excited, but for the cards. Without retrieving his firearm, Lin Bai stepped forward, having already equipped a wide-angle lens during their descent. You might be startled when I transform, Lin Bai warned, aware that none of them had seen his transformation ability before. Transform? The other three looked at him in confusion. Lin Bai stood there, puzzled. Something was amiss. Why haven't I transformed? He looked down at himself, finding everything in order. This is just me in human form. How strange I put on the wide-angle lens, so why can't I transform? The Northwind wolf was enormous. The previous white wolf had already been quite tall, standing over a meter high. The Northwind wolf towered at least 3 times that height, resembling a moving 2-story building. While not as large as the wind dragon, which had wings that altered its dimensions, the Northwind wolf was still an imposing figure. However, when compared to humans, it is undeniably towering. The 4 individuals appear as mere rabbits before the Northwind wolf. To alleviate your tension, I made a jest. Lin Bai awkwardly scratched his head. I could see this moment. You dare to joke? Xiang Ling pouted. Wang Lang had no interest in their idle chatter and had already stepped forward, mercilessly sweeping a claw across. The massive claw sliced through the air with a fierce wind, causing the 4 to act with caution and immediately disperse. Wang Lang, how audacious! To everyone's surprise, the first to retaliate was Lei Zhe, who charged at Wang Lang's left forepaw with his great sword, striking fiercely. Seeing Lei Zhe make a move, the others naturally followed suit. Beidou and Lei Zhe positioned themselves on either side, confronting the beast, while Xiang Ling targeted Wang Lang's hind legs. Lin Bai remained on the outskirts, engaging in ranged attacks, seamlessly alternating between his fire gun and crossbow, effectively utilizing cooldowns for continuous fire. One must admit, the Northwind wolf's towering stature provided a significant advantage. Despite several waves of attacks from a group, it seemed unfazed. At one point, it executed a sweeping strike that sent 3 of them flying across the terrain. Lin Bai, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel at the might of the demon god. Indeed, its strength was on an entirely different level. As he discharged a round from his firearm, Lin Bai suddenly noticed that the Northwind wolf, which had been at a distance, had vanished. Lin Bai, be cautious. Xiang Ling shouted a warning. It was then that Lin Bai realized the sky had inexplicably darkened, and a colossal shadow loomed beside him. The ground beneath him suddenly frosted over. Startled, he looked up to see Wang Lang leaping high after scattering the others, lunging directly at him. Oh no! Lin Bai reacted swiftly, activating his rock shield in an attempt to escape the circular frost zone. However, as the frost spread, he had already been tainted by the ice element. His movements hindered. With a resounding thud, the Northwind wolf crashed to the ground, sending a tremendous shockwave. Lin Bai barely reached the edge of the frost zone, but was still caught in the aftermath, flung backward several meters. Ouch! As Lin Bai soared through the air, he felt an overwhelming force of pain. With a crack, he realized his shield had shattered completely, reduced to dust. Landing on the ground, he continued to roll for an additional 2 meters. Springing back to his feet, Lin Bai was astonished to see that a quarter of his health had vanished. My heavens, how fierce! Without the rock shield, he reckoned he would have lost half his health. Are you truly intent on devouring me? In his battle with the Wind Demon Dragon, Lin Bai had never experienced such a brutal assault. The other 3 had now rushed over, determined to prevent the Northwind wolf from pursuing Lin Bai, launching a relentless offensive. Lin Bai grimaced in pain, yet continued to unleash crossbow bolts. Curse it! Had I known I couldn't transform, I should have brought metal powder. Lin Bai mentally berated his own foolishness, Yet he had not anticipated transforming into the North Wind Wolf. It simply illustrated how much he still had to learn about this world. After several minutes of combat, the quartet gradually began to understand the North Wind Wolf's attack patterns, allowing them to coordinate their efforts. They initiated simultaneous attacks and then swiftly dispersed, given the North Wind Wolf's tendency to target one opponent among many. That individual would attempt to divert its attention, while the others would take advantage of the opening to unleash their attacks. After enduring a barrage of strikes, the North Wind Wolf showed signs of sluggishness. Just as the group felt a surge of triumph, the wolf suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The gentle breeze within the pit transformed into a fierce gale, swirling rapidly. "What is happening?" Xiang Ling inquired in a panic. The North Wind Wolf began to howl, emanating an unusual blue glow as the tempest within the pit surged toward it. With a deafening boom, the winds that had been drawn to the wolf rebounded, causing the trio's garments to billow wildly. Poor Guoba was even lifted off the ground. Had Xiang Ling not held onto it, it surely would have been swept away. Dense icicles began to rain down from the sky, and the North Wind Wolf's form began to change. Its once blue and white fur now gleamed brilliantly, resembling ice glistening under sunlight. Under the pressure of the icicles, the four found themselves unable to maneuver, gradually being forced into a position where they had to draw their weapons. This moment, the North Wind Wolf ceased its howling, having fully transformed. The previous blue luminescence vanished, replaced by an even more resplendent coat, exuding a heightened aura of majesty. The North Wind Wolf turned towards the four. With each step it took, frost formed upon the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Its pace quickened until it became a mere blur. Rushing towards them, Beidou shouted, "Get behind me!" He raised his black rock blade defensively across his chest. The three complied, positioning themselves behind Beidou. Big sister, Xiang Ling, expressed her concern, as did Lin Bai. He felt that his strength was on par with Beidou's, and the North Wind Wolf's earlier assault was far too severe for a single individual to withstand. Beidou exhaled, his tone commanding and resolute. "Stand firmly behind me." The trio had no choice but to trust Beidou that in the blink of an eye, the North Wind Wolf's phantom was upon them. Beidou summoned all his strength. Closing his eyes the instant the North Wind Wolf collided with him, Beidou abruptly opened his eyes. A purple circular shield ignited around him, and 2 serpentine bolts of lightning coiled around his form. "I will absorb this strike." With a resounding crash, the sky darkened, instantly tinged with purple that a tempest erupted, exploding around him, but a formidable arc of light from his blade cleaved through the air, causing Beidou to stagger backward with a thud. The three immediately reached out to support him. However, the force of the North Wind Wolf's impact was staggering, pushing all four to the brink of the pit before it finally halted. The winds within the pit dissipated, and the North Wind Wolf's figure emerged sharply in the center. "How intriguing! A mere human managed to withstand my blow." Its deep voice resonated. A white orb of light descended from above. "Lei Zhe, you shall depart. From this moment forth, you no longer belong to the wolf pack." Hearing Wang Lang's words, Lei Zhe responded, "No, I do not belong to them. I am a wolf. Lupika, no. From the moment you grasp that sword, you cease to belong to the wolf pack. You wield steel rather than claws. Command thunder instead of fangs. This duel shall be deemed a stalemate. Should you refuse to concede, you may return to seek further trials for me." Wang Lang, Lei Zhe attempted to say something, but Wang Lang interrupted. "I've said all I needed to. Until we meet again." Lei Zhe, along with the unfamiliar human. After Wang Lang finished speaking, he turned and vanished into the pit like the wind. Lei Zhe gazed at the departing wolf, knowing that the situation was irreversible. Wang Lang was the king here, embodying the will of the wolf pack of the galloping wolves. Xiang Ling, witnessing the dejection on Lei Zhe's face, offered consolation. "Lei Zhe, it's all right. We are friends. Indeed, we are friends now. Come, join us." Lin Bai observed the scene, contemplating whether he had encountered such a moment in a game before, although the one comforting Lei Zhe was clad in red. The person was not the same. "Oh right, Lei Zhe has friends in the city. Kelly, hey, look at Xiang Ling, a girl in red, quite the fiery one. How wonderful it would be to have such a friend." A girl in red, quite fiery. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Lei Zhe was reminded of Kelly, but Lin Bai, noticing Lei Zhe's hesitation, chuckled. Didn't Ti Wang Lang say it was a stalemate? Next time, we shall return. Moreover, challenging it gives you a reason to revisit the galloping wolf territory. Having lived alongside the wolves, Lei Zhe was somewhat naive and did not immediately grasp Lin Bai's implication. After some contemplation, he finally understood. Very well, I will continuously challenge him to prove myself to Wang Lang. Seeing Lei Zhe's resolve, Lin Bai turned to Beidou, who still stood in place. Are you all right? Beidou, propping herself up with a black rock blade, managed a grim smile. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. Lin Bai was taken aback, quickly rushing to support her. Wiping the blood from her lips, Beidou forced a pained smile. Wang Lang held back his strength. Had he continued his assault, I would not have survived the next strike. Lin Bai felt a jolt of alarm. Beidou's previous move had been formidable. Truthfully, he believed that had he endured that blow, he might, gathering up the other items, he casually retrieved the card. The Lingering Soul of the Northwind Wolf, a 5-star material card. What? Another material card, and a 5-star one at that. When he first spotted the 5-star card, he had thought it was a transformation card, only to be momentarily thrilled for nothing. What purpose do these items serve? Xiangling inquired, gazing at the objects in Lin Bai's hand. There were only 2 items. One was the Northwind's tail, and the other was the Northwind's ring. Xiangling picked up the Northwind's tail and questioned, wolf fur, perhaps to craft a brush for us. Lin Bai rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how naive she was. It wasn't he always about food or utility, and besides, Mondstadt folk did not use brushes that IT must be of some use. After all, it was given to us by the Wolf King. This kind of item is clearly an invaluable alchemical material, likely worth a handsome sum, Lin Bai asserted, though he was no more knowledgeable than Xiangling, merely fixated on the monetary value. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Bai. Alchemy. Indeed, many materials in the game are meant for alchemy. But why would there be material cards? Could they also be synthesized? Lin Bai's spirits lifted at the thought. Though unverified, he found this notion promising. Diana arrived with 3 individuals, but unexpectedly, they left with an additional companion. Throughout the journey, Razor's expression remained indecisive. It was a place he had called home for over a decade, and leaving it surely weighed heavily on his heart. To ease Razor's emotional turmoil, Xiangling engaged him in conversation, asking about his age and hobbies. Yet Razor's responses invariably circled back to the wolf pack. Lin Bai pondered that since Razor was departing from a pack, he should help him find a new home. Suddenly recalling that Razor seemed to have a prior acquaintance with the Knights, he asked, Razor, you know the Knights, right? Razor nodded. Who gave you that claw? Lin Bai mused. Surely it couldn't have been Klee, who could only have managed to craft a couple of bombs for him. A tall man, whose name eluded him. A tall man from the Knights. Lin Bai dismissed the notion of Kia, that slender, dark-skinned fellow. Who else could it be? Unable to recall, he decided perhaps they should take Razor back to the Knights. After all, didn't the Knights mention a shortage of personnel? Adding another Genshin character would bolster their strength. As they were about to exit the forest of the Wolf's domain, a series of haunting wolf howls echoed from behind. The howl soared high and resounded throughout the Wolf's domain, as if bidding farewell to Razor. Upon hearing the howls, Razor turned to gaze at the direction of the Wolf's domain, lost in thought for an extended moment. The trio watched him quietly, allowing him the time to gather his emotions. After a minute, Razor turned back and nodded to Lin Bai, indicating he was ready to move on. Lin Bai, with a smile, draped an arm over Razor's shoulder and said, It's all right, if you ever wish to return. Simply seek out the Wolf King for a trial. Human society may be complex, but it is also filled with joys. Joys? Razor appeared perplexed. In a few years, once you've fully matured, you might not even wish to come back. Humans are inherently social beings, so it's best to find someone to share life with. Supporting Beidou, Xiangling playfully smacked Lin Bai, scolding, What nonsense are you teaching him? What nonsense? Lin Bai retorted. Razor, how do you express closeness to the wolf pack? Razor embraced Lin Bai, nudging his shoulder with his head. Although the scene appeared somewhat juvenile with Razor and Lin Bai, this was indeed how wolves expressed affection. See, what if he encounters a girl he likes in the future and decides to approach her like that? He might end up being accused of harassment, Xiangling remarked, realizing the truth in her words. To her surprise, Razor then spoke. releasing Lin Bai and shaking his head. I wouldn't act that way towards humans. I've been taught otherwise. Boys and girls are different. I understand. Lin Bai felt a wave of embarrassment, thinking to himself, who was teaching Razor such things? Both Beidou and Xiangling chuckled. You treat Razor like a child. But he understands. Lin Bai and Razor quietly complained. You never asked me that. That's quite reasonable. I have no rebuttal. Yes, they continued on their way. Lin Bai suddenly recalled a matter and asked Razor about the wolf's end. Holding the wolf's end in his hand, he scrutinized it and confirmed its authenticity. After all, the wolf's end was uniquely shaped, resembling a broken greatsword. However, holding the wolf's end brought Lin Bai a tinge of disappointment. As he discovered it bore no statistics. Much like his own silver sword, he swung it experimentally. The power was indeed distinct, but that was merely due to the weapon's inherent sharpness and quality. Unlike in games where attributes were distinctly quantified, Beidou also examined the wolf's end, praising its craftsmanship and strength, declaring it superior to her Blackcliff slasher, a fine sword indeed. Returning the wolf's end to Razor, Lin Bai contemplated whether weapons were truly paramount for him, that he reflected that while he had traversed the Teyvat, his abilities were a fusion of mechanics from both Pokemon and Genshin, suggesting that enhancing his own abilities might be more crucial than the weapon itself. Half an hour later, the group finally returned to Springvale. Due to Beidou's injury from the Northwind Wolf, she was feeling quite fatigued, prompting Xiangling to seek out Huayan, who rode to take her to the Death Star ship with a hook fruit. As for Beidou, she would rest at the Beast Girl's Tavern to regain her strength. As Lin Bai and Razor stepped out of the Beast Girl's Tavern, they encountered Diana. Having seen Lin Bai sitting with Baizhu previously, she inquired if Baizhu was present. What do you need Baizhu for? Lin Bai asked, recalling that he had seen Diana during the cooking duel, but had not had the chance to speak. Now that Diana approached him, he seized the opportunity to respond, hoping to charm her. Baizhu said he would return today to continue our discussion on medicinal wines, but I have waited for him all afternoon without a word. It turned out Diana was aware that Baizhu was a doctor from Li, so she had sought him out to inquire about the medicinal wines of Li. Diana's father, Duluth, was the mayor of Springvale, renowned for his popularity, yet notoriously known as the town's foremost drunkard. His frequent inebriation often led to embarrassing situations. Diana despised witnessing her father's drunkenness and thus harbored a strong aversion to alcohol. However, in Mondstadt, there existed a saying, better to go 3 days without water than 1 day without wine. Despite Diana's efforts to publicize sobriety in the city and even writing to the acting grandmaster, hoping for a prohibition on alcohol, her attempts were in vain. Eventually, she conceived a plan. If people enjoyed drinking, she would simply make their alcohol undrinkable. The more discerning a drunkard was, the more challenging the alcohol would need to be. Thus, if she concocted unpleasant drinks, they would recognize their distaste and cease consumption. It must be noted that Diana was still young and inexperienced. How could she know that the most discerning drinkers were often not the true alcoholics, but the affluent? The wealthy drank not for the alcohol itself, but for the value it represented. True alcoholics were not picky. They would consume any form of alcohol, be it beer, red wine, or white wine, even if diluted with water. By chance, Diana encountered Margaret, the owner of the Cat's Tail Bar, and began working there as a bartender. Initially intending to teach the drunkards a lesson, she was surprised to find that the bar, which had only attracted female patrons, suddenly became popular with male customers. Not only did business flourish, but Diana also realized that many of these men came specifically to sample her poorly mixed drinks. The question of how to create even less palatable concoctions became an obsession for Diana. In her childhood, Duluth had once given her a bitter herbal concoction from Liu, which tasted like a brew of roots. Thus, upon learning that Baizhu was a doctor from Liu, she sought his insight on the region's famed medicinal wines. Lin Bai was taken aback to hear the term medicinal wine from Diana's lips. No wonder her character in the game, wielding a bow, was a healer. It turned out the flask contained medicinal wine. Additionally, Lin Bai inwardly criticized Baizhu once more, that perverse lowly enthusiast pursuing Lolis all the way to Mondstadt. Baizhu was absent, as he had gone to rescue someone. Lin Bai briefly recounted Baizhu's mission to Diana. After listening, she nodded, acknowledging the absence of any notifications. Goodbye. Diana politely bid farewell to Lin Bai, who felt a jolt in his heart. Diana's wave was irresistibly adorable, her cat ears bobbing as she did, so it was no wonder Baiju had become a lowly enthusiast. Lin Bai began to understand a bit of the allure. Accompanied by Razor, Lin Bai made his way to the Knights, heading straight for the acting Grandmaster. Upon seeing Lin Bai and Razor enter, the acting Grandmaster inquired, "What brings you here? And who is this?" "Oh, since the Knights are in need of personnel, I have brought you a new knight." Lin Bai pointed at Razor and chuckled. "He is indeed a being of the electro element, a true Anemo Archon. His prowess is unquestionable, though his circumstances are rather unique, requiring your guidance." An Archon. Upon hearing that Razor was an Archon, Captain Jean glanced at him, feeling a sense of familiarity that she couldn't quite place. At that moment, Lisa happened to enter the room looking for Jean. Upon seeing Lin Bai and Razor, she smiled and exclaimed, "Ah, another adorable little one has arrived." After Lin Bai explained Razor's situation, both Lisa and Jean listened with intrigue. When the conversation turned to the tall and formidable men of the Knights, Jean described them in detail, to which Razor nodded in acknowledgement. "Now I understand why he seems familiar. You were referring to our Grandmaster. Falga, did I recall hearing the Grandmaster mention encountering a child raised by wolves in Wolvendom? It must be you." Jean turned her gaze towards Lisa, who had moved closer to Razor, examining him closely. My, you bear quite a few scars. It seems your upbringing among wolves was fraught with challenges. Yes, she spoke. Lisa's hand wandered down to Razor's abdomen. Upon witnessing this, Jean immediately shouted, "Lisa!" Lisa chuckled and returned to Jean's side. "So, you wield the power of Electro. Would you demonstrate it for me?" As a fellow Electro Archon, Lisa was greatly intrigued by Razor. Razor nodded and was about to make a move when Lin Bai interjected, "Hold on. Don't make any grand gestures. While Captain Jean's room is spacious, it is filled with furniture, and I fear you might accidentally damage something valuable." His wallet had just been drained dry by that rascal, Vinny, and he couldn't afford to pay for any damages. Understanding the caution, Razor waved his claws aimlessly. Lisa shook her head. "There's no finesse in your movements, and your control over the electro element is rather lacking. Nonetheless, being an Archon and raised by wolves, your combat instincts should be commendable." Lisa believed that with some proper training, Razor's abilities could be honed to greater proficiency. Indeed, he and I took down many hilichurls together in Wolvendom. His strength is assured. "So, Captain Jean, you should allow him to join the Knights." "Absolutely not." Jean swiftly and decisively rejected the idea. "Why not?" "The recruitment of Knights in the Knights of Favonius follows a strict protocol. Joining the Knights is no trivial matter. Each Knight must undergo training before they can serve." Jean's words struck a chord with Lin Bai, who realized that he had underestimated the process. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai thought to himself that it was futile to expect Jean to bend the rules. Given her inherently upright character, Lisa stepped forward with a smile. "I believe allowing Razor to join the Knights is indeed feasible. After all, Archons are a scarce resource. How about this, Jean? Let Razor accompany me, and I shall teach him about elemental control and knowledge." "Yes," Lin Bai chimed in. "If Lisa becomes Razor's mentor, he would have a legitimate reason to remain within the Knights. Precisely, as my apprentice. He can assist the Knights, and no one would question it. Furthermore, the recruitment for reserve Knights is approaching, and then Razor can take the examination to join." Lisa looked at Jean, who sighed in resignation. Did Jean not recognize the advantages of having an Archon like Razor within Knights? "I do understand, but despite Razor's youthful appearance, he possesses the heart of a child." Mentioning children made Jean's head ache, as she was genuinely weary of dealing with them as if on cue. The very child who troubled her appeared at a small girl dressed in a red outfit, carrying a large backpack, burst into the captain's office. "Captain Jean, my timeout is up." This child was of course Klee, the first up character in the game, a Pyro Archon. Why is Brother Razor here too? Upon seeing Razor, Klee rushed over to his side, calling out, "Brother Razor." Razor's face lit up with surprise. Klee loved to sneak off to the forest near Wolvendom to blow things up, as that location was somewhat remote, and Jean could hardly detect her antics. "You two know each other?" Jean looked on in astonishment at the sight of Klee and Razor together, but her surprise quickly turned to seriousness. "Razor, how do you know Klee?" Razor, unaware of Jean's thoughts, simply answered her question. "Falga brought Klee with him when we were blowing things up together." As soon as the word blow up left his lips, Klee's face turned pale, and she immediately interjected. "Brother Razor, stop talking. Let's go play." With that, Klee tugged on Razor's arm and dashed out of the captain's office. "Klee, don't run off. Come back here." Jean's composed demeanor was shattered, revealing the frantic nature of a mother scolding her mischievous child. Her forehead adorned with visible veins of frustration. Noticing Lin Bai still present, her expression transformed back to formality. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she returned to her desk. "Lin Bai, here is a letter, essentially a temporary docking permit for the South Cross fleet. Please deliver it to, what was it, Beidou?" "Yes, to Captain Beidou." Lin Bai approached and took the letter, noticing that it was printed on official stationery, clearly designated for the knights. At the bottom of the page were 4 boxes. The name of the drafter bore Jean's name, sealed with a lion's head insignia. The knight's box was stamped with an eagle's head, while the boxes for the church and the Commerce Guild remained unfilled. "What is this?" Lin Bai observed, realizing that the church and Commerce Guild had not given their consent. "Didn't he expect you to notice so keenly?" Jean replied with a wry smile. "You see, there's a rumor circulating in the city that the church's sky harp has been stolen." "What?" Lin Bai exclaimed, feigning shock. "Who would dare to steal it?" "Who do you think?" Jean looked at Lin Bai with an expression suggesting they both knew the truth. Lin Bai awkwardly chuckled. "So you're aware." "I can't believe it. Vinny Barbados, what were you thinking? You steal it and make sure the whole city knows about it." At that very moment, outside the city, on the bridge leading back, Vinny sneezed. "Are you all right?" Lumen, who was beside him, asked with concern. "I'm fine. I'm fine. Perhaps someone is cursing me." Vinny chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. .40 to retrieve the sky harp on a bench by the fountain square. Lin Bai spotted Vinny and Lumen approaching and immediately went to greet them. "Where have you two been? I searched everywhere and finally learned that you had gone out of the city." Lumen nodded, while Paimon, looking slightly miffed, chimed in, "Of course we want to catch the thief. It took us ages, but we finally retrieved the sky harp." Lin Bai was bewildered. "Weren't you two just off to steal the sky harp? What do you mean by catching a thief?" Lumen and the others exchanged glances, exasperated, and began to explain. It turned out that Venti and Lumen had first approached the church with intentions of borrowing the sky harp. But as expected, they were met with refusal. When borrowing failed, stealing became the next option. Venti revealed his identity as Barbados, the wind god, which prompted the nun to lecture him about disrespecting the archons. Seizing the moment while Venti was being reprimanded, Lumen slipped into the church's backyard. The Favonius Cathedral was divided into the main hall for worship and the front and back courtyards. The main hall served as the prayer space for the faithful, while the front courtyard was the living quarters for the nuns. And the back courtyard housed the archbishop's chambers and the church's storeroom. The sky harp, being a sacred relic of the church, was well hidden and not easily found. However, Lumen had a simple map given to her by Vinny. Following the map's instructions, she evaded the nun's watchful eye and finally reached the church's secret storeroom. There should have been a West Wind Knight stationed outside the storeroom, but when Lumen arrived, she found the knight lying unconscious on the ground. As she approached to investigate, a masked figure burst out from the inside, clutching an exquisitely crafted harp. Clearly, they had stumbled upon another thief attempting to steal the harp, leading to an immediate confrontation. Although Lumen held the upper hand in combat, her opponent was a skilled and professional thief that, in a flurry of traps and projectiles, the thief seized an opportunity to throw a smoke bomb. Successfully escaping, upon hearing this, Lin Bai frowned. Could this person be from the treasure hoarders? What happened next? Weren't you supposed to be unable to find them? Well, after I emerged, I informed Vinny of the situation and began searching for someone. Initially, there were no leads, but then we encountered someone. A fellow named Albert, who seemed to be hiding outside the church for some reason. When we approached him, he thought we were there to capture him and was terrified. Indeed, the expression on Albert's face was utterly hilarious. Paimon nodded eagerly, a smile breaking across her face. "Oh, it was that fellow." Lin Bai pondered. Undoubtedly Albert was once again lurking outside the church, following Barbara. Speaking of which, wasn't Barbara the sister of the acting Grandmaster? Lin Bai mused that he ought to mention this to the Grandmaster, as Albert's behavior was akin to that of an obsessive fan. Rather deplorable indeed. Had he spotted that individual? Wendy interjected. Yes, Albert had just seen someone leap from his window, and he assumed that person was attempting to harass Barbara. Consequently, he rushed over to apprehend them, only to find that the other party was too nimble, resulting in him receiving a kick instead. The three of them burst into laughter. "Hey, we're discussing serious matters here," the trio chuckled and continued recounting their tale. From Albert, they learned the direction in which the thief had fled, prompting them to give chase. Along the way, they encountered a knight who had fallen to the ground. Upon inquiry, it turned out that the knight had seen someone using the wind shear to fly and had approached to dissuade them. However, the individual ignored his warning and even threw a dart at the knight. Ever since the Anemo dragon's attack on the city, the use of wind shear had been temporarily prohibited in Mondstadt, and knights had been vigilant in discouraging its use, fearing that citizens might be swept away by the winds and injured. With the direction of the thief confirmed, the two continued their pursuit, discovering that the culprit had exited through the eastern gate. Upon arriving, they saw someone rowing away on a boat at Fruit Wine Lake. The two promptly borrowed a nearby fisherman's boat and set off in pursuit. As they closed in, with the thief almost reaching the shore, Wendy suddenly conjured a gust of wind, allowing them to soar forward and catch up. That I was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that a bard could also wield the power of the Anemo? Paimon crossed her arms and remarked. Wendy chuckled. "Oh, come now, it's not all that strange. You two lack a vision, yet can still manipulate the wind element." Linbai silently scoffed at the thought of Wendy being an Anemo god. Thanks to the wind summoned by Wendy, the two managed to close the distance to the thief, reaching the shore almost simultaneously. The thief, realizing escape was impossible, fled into the Westwind Herald's temple in a panic. The two followed him inside, but the temple was dimly lit, and they soon lost sight of him. However, having visited the Westwind Herald's temple just yesterday, the trio remained unfazed, for it was a straightforward path with but one route. They cornered the thief on a small platform at the far end, leaving him no avenue for escape, compelling him to surrender. They swiftly subdued the thief, successfully reclaiming the sky harp. That's how it was. Upon hearing the explanation, Linbai realized he had unjustly accused Wendy before. The church's loss of the sky harp could naturally be attributed to the Westwind Knights' failure to protect IT.AS for the Beidou fleet incident. There had been children present, making it impossible to contain the rumors. Although the Mondstadt Commerce Guild had no dealings with the Beidou's Southern Cross fleet, the latter was a well-known commercial entity in Liyue, prompting the guild to send representatives to inquire about the situation. In hindsight, it seemed that the Grandmaster had handed over documents not recognized by the other two organizations, indicating a rift with both the church and the guild. "You all proceed to Angel's Share. I shall join you shortly," Linbai stated, needing to deliver the documents to Qingchuan town. "Huh, are we drinking in broad daylight?" When he looked at Linbai, chuckling, "I didn't expect you to adapt to Mondstadt so quickly." "Adapt? Nonsense." Linbai seized Wendy, jabbing his fist in her temple. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." "Drinking again? Have you forgotten about the red wine from yesterday?" Wendy, who had just been in agony, suddenly wore a look of complete oblivion. "What? Linbai, what are you talking about? I can't seem to comprehend." As Linbai vented his frustrations, he released the now limp Wendy and addressed the trio. "The Grandmaster is likely already at the tavern. You head over first. I shall follow shortly." Disposing of the unconscious Wendy with little care, Linbai hurried off to Qingchuan town. "Oh dear, how tragic. That bottle must have been exorbitantly priced," Paimon observed, glancing at the sprawled Wendy. The trio nodded in agreement, dragging Wendy's feet as they made their way to Angel's Share, the fifth floor of the Goethe Hotel. Within the ladies' chamber, a woman surveyed her subordinates with a slight frown. With a wave of her right hand, one of the men was sent crashing against the wall. Despite the pain etched on his features, the others dared not utter a sound, quickly returning to their kneeling positions. "Useless fools," the woman murmured, gazing out at the sky, softly lamenting, two Anemo dragons and the increasing unexpected factors. Suddenly, Dialek arrived. Angel's Share, like the surrounding taverns, did not open until noon, as they typically operated until the early hours of the morning. The bartender, Barton, set down a chair and glanced upstairs, puzzled by the Grandmaster's presence at this hour. IT was curious enough that she was here, but to reserve the entire place? The knights had yet to resolve the Anemo dragon crisis. Surely a celebratory feast was not in order on the second floor. A dazed Wendy twisted her arms and head. Strange. Why does my back hurt so much? Paimon and Ing exchanged glances but chose to ignore it. Sipping their drinks. Opposite them sat the Grandmaster, appearing calm, yet with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. I apologize, but the tavern is currently reserved. Huh. I was summoned by the Grandmaster. Upon hearing Lin Bai's voice, the Grandmaster rushed to the railing and called out to Barton. Let him in. Lin Bai ascended to the second floor, where a lavish spread awaited. He seized a knife and fork, diving into the feast. Having been busy since morning and even tussling with a Northwind wolf, leaving him famished. Now that everyone is present, I shall address the matter directly. The Sky Harp is with you, isn't it? It was peculiar to hear such words from the Grandmaster. Wendy nodded and produced the Sky Harp, placing it upon the table. Lin Bai beheld the exquisite instrument for the first time, noticing the myriad of precious gems embedded within its body, exuding an air of opulence. This harp is truly magnificent, Lin Bai genuinely praised. The Grandmaster, momentarily taken aback, thought he was complimenting her, her face flushing as all eyes turned towards her. Clearing her throat, she asked Wendy, now that we have the Sky Harp, what should we do next? Wendy retrieved a dragon's tear crystal, placing it above the Sky Harp. The crystal began to melt, infusing the harp with gentle breezes as the exquisite Sky Harp absorbed the essence of the dragon's tear. Its beauty intensified. Wow, it's even more stunning, Paimon exclaimed, clearly reveling in the moment. The Grandmaster shot her a glare, muttering impish. Hand that over as well, when he gestured to Ing, who retrieved another dragon's tear crystal from her bag. This crystal was one Wendy had given her earlier, as she possessed the ability to purify the corrupted crystals. Upon seeing the purified dragon's tear crystal, Wendy grinned, "You're quite resourceful." With that, she fed the second crystal to the Sky Harp. "Is this sufficient?" the Grandmaster inquired. Wendy shook her head, "Not quite. We probably need 1 or 2 more crystals that I see, then I shall send someone to investigate shortly." Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, turning to see a tall man clad in a black coat with fiery red hair. It was none other than Dialek, the owner of Angel's Share. "Senior?" The Grandmaster instinctively addressed him with a private term. "Senior?" Ing and Paimon exchanged bewildered glances, looking between the Grandmaster and Dialek. "Ah, isn't that the owner of the tavern? The wealthiest man in the city, Dialek?" Wendy chuckled. Dialek approached the table and seated himself. "I hear the knights have reserved my tavern, yet the dragon crisis remains unresolved. Are they truly holding a celebratory feast?" Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "The knights are convening here to discuss strategies for addressing the dragon crisis. Lord Dialek, your sudden intrusion is rather discourteous. Wouldn't you agree?" Clearly, she was retorting to Dialek. "Discourteous? I have heard of a certain drunkard who has pilfered my finest wines," Dialek remarked, casting a glance at everyone present. Lin Bai, Ing, and Paimon all turned to Wendy in unison. Wendy chuckled sheepishly, feigning ignorance. Who would dare to steal from Lord Dialek's private stash? Such audacity is commendable. Indeed, Lin Bai was taken aback, wondering if he was being inadvertently praised. "Stop pretending, Bard. It was you who drank it." Paimon could no longer hold her tongue and exposed Wendy. Wendy scoffed playfully, "Fine, but we all had a taste of that bottle." Lin Bai and Ing exchanged incredulous glances. "Lord Dialek, I paid for that wine." "It cannot be deemed as theft," Lin Bai remarked. "I've already spent the money, and now you come pick a fight. You might as well return the money to me." Dialek glanced at Vinny, clearly still irked by his hidden stash, and then stood up. "It seems I'm not very welcome here," he said, preparing to leave. But as he turned to go, he pulled out a red crystalline object encased in a bottle from his bag. He wondered what that crystalline substance was that he had just overheard. "Dialek, please don't leave," Vinny exclaimed, suddenly dropping to his knees and hugging Dialek's leg, looking up at him with a grin. Dialek, have you eaten? Why don't we sit down together for a drink and chat?" The bottle in Dialek's hand contained unrefined crystals. Chi-Chi and the others were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the crystals, not expecting Dialek to possess one, let alone deliver it to them. Dialek turned to Chi-Chi, who awkwardly cleared her throat. "I humbly request you, Lord Dialek, to grace us with your presence for a meal." Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Dialek obediently sat down, placing the bottle on the table. Lin Bai immediately took the bottle and handed it to Lumen. Quickly, to Lumen, it's up to you now. Lumen glared at Lin Bai, puffing her cheeks in protest. That nickname sounds terrible. Don't call me that. All right, to Lumen, Lin Bai nodded. Lord Dialek, how did you come to possess such an item? Chi-Chi inquired, as it was evident that Dialek had brought the crystals. It's not like the Knights of Favonius are accomplishing anything that, if you ask me, why bother with those old men from the Merchant Guild, dragging their feet while the city is under attack? The Knights have squandered so much in taxes, yet only managed this level of ineptitude. Dialek continued to criticize the Knights without pause. Chi-Chi couldn't hold back her emotions any longer, feeling a surge of grievance and sorrow. Indeed, she had initially lacked decisiveness in addressing the dragon crisis, but she had her own struggles, namely, the shortage of manpower. With insufficient personnel, merely maintaining stability was a daunting task. The people of Mondstadt were accustomed to freedom and were not easily governed at that moment. The Fatui also had their delegation lingering in the city, presenting her with a myriad of challenges to tackle. She barely managed to get 1 or 2 hours of sleep each day, spending the rest of her time working. However, with the arrival of Lin Bai, Lumen, and Vinny, she saw a glimmer of hope for swiftly resolving the dragon crisis. She had already made up her mind. That document, stamped solely by the Knights, represented her determination. Meanwhile, her senior was still criticizing her, which truly hurt her feelings, thus disregarding her role as the acting Grandmaster of the Knights. Chi-Chi, as an ordinary citizen of Mondstadt, began to retort Dialek fiercely. Senior, if you are so fond of dredging up old grievances, should I bring up the kindergarten incident for everyone to hear? The moment these words left her mouth, Dialek, who had been maintaining a stoic facade, suddenly faltered. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Dialek shifted the topic, gazing at the skyward harp on the table and remarked, "However, I must say, I admire your audacity to steal the skyward harp. And the fact that you, Captain Chi-Chi, are here suggests your involvement or tacit approval." Captain Chi-Chi shot Dialek a long glance, let out a soft huff, and turned her head away, effectively letting him off the hook. Lin Bai exchanged glances with the others, all stifling their laughter. It seemed that Captain Chi-Chi had a hold on Dialek's dark past. The Dawn Winery, which Lin Bai had visited previously, the estate was quite expansive, roughly a third the size of Mondstadt, rivaling the area of Springvale. Including the farmers' dwellings within the estate, one could almost consider it a small town, given its vastness and proximity to Windrise and the Drunkard's Gorge. It naturally faced fierce assaults from hilichurls and other monsters. Even before the dragon crisis, wild boars and monsters had attacked the estate, prompting Dialek to recruit and form his private armed forces. Of course, it was officially dubbed the estate's guard team. Otherwise, the Knights, the Church, and the Merchant Guild would never have approved. After the dragon crisis commenced, with monsters frequently assaulting the estate, Dialek, being an Archon with considerable combat prowess, could no longer tolerate it. He had long since initiated an investigation and dismantled a monster nest. The unrefined dragon tears he had brought were acquired during that operation, following the attack of the Anemo dragon. Dialek was keenly aware of the happenings in the city, despite being at the winery. The theft of the Skyward Harp, the clandestine movements of the Fatui, the schemes of the Abyss Order, and the strange travelers who had battled the Anemo dragon. All these events had drawn his attention. He had received reports of Chi-Chi's unusual behavior and the presence of the two outsiders meeting at his bar. Naturally, he had come to take a look. As he suspected, the Skyward Harp was indeed in the hands of Lin Bai and his companions. However, he had not anticipated that Chi-Chi would genuinely be involved in the theft, which initially left him at a loss for an excuse to approach them. Bartender had been astonished to see his usually commanding boss hesitating at the staircase. Ultimately, upon hearing the mention of the dragon tears, Dialek ascended to the second floor. Perhaps accustomed to criticizing the Knights, his blunt remarks unintentionally breached Chi-Chi's defenses, and she retaliated with his own dark history. After listening to Dialek's explanation, the others understood the origin of the crystals. Like a tea that moment, Lumen handed the purified crystal to Vinny, who then fed the dragon tears to the Skyward Harp with a smile. "That should do it. Let us go. We need to find a high place to let my song reach Barbados." Upon hearing the name Barbados, Lumen and Paimon appeared puzzled, while Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Vinny, Barbados is the name of the Anemo dragon. It's merely a nickname given by the people of Mondstadt. Vinny explained, noticing Lumen's bewildered expression. Linbai observed Chi-Chi's reaction, secretly amused. Barbados, you've exposed yourself. Barbados, one of the four winds guardians of Mondstadt, was once referred to as the East Wind Dragon by the ancient inhabitants as the years passed. The tradition of honoring the four winds guardians faded, leaving the temples in disrepair. When Barbados re-emerged, attacking passing merchants, the current residents of Mondstadt naturally perceived him as a monster, dubbing him a dragon of evil. Shall we go to Starfell Valley? Chi-Chi inquired. As the only high points the people of Mondstadt could think of were either Starfell Valley or the Cape of Oaths. The Cape of Oaths was too distant, requiring a trek through the Dodapa Gorge, making it inconvenient. Vinny nodded, and the group immediately set off. Upon exiting the bar, Dialek accompanied Vinny while Chi-Chi led Lumen. The two rode horses at AS for Linbai. Unable to ride a horse, he transformed into a small bird. I'll take the lead. I'll wait for you, he declared before taking to the skies. This was the first time Dialek witnessed Linbai's transformation, momentarily taken aback. That another wind dragon? Yes, it is. Hurry up, Lord Dialek. Chi-Chi and the others have gone far, Vinny urged, prompting Dialek to spur his horse into action. Linbai soared out of the city and over whispering woods. He spotted a large group moving below. Upon descending slightly, he realized it was a Fatui squad. What are the Fatui doing here? Comparing it with the map, he noticed their movements seemed to be directed towards Starfell Valley. Did they know the dragon would appear there? Linbai found it odd. How could the Fatui have that information? Had they been eavesdropping? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the Fatui's purpose for coming to Mondstadt in the game, while the Fatui seemed to be pressuring the knights. It appeared they intended to take action against the Anemo dragon. However, the Fatui's true objective was to seize Vinny's Gnosis after the dragon crisis was resolved. The lady, Linbai exclaimed. Yes, he had already encountered her, and she was indeed in Mondstadt. Could it be that she was impatient, planning to ambush Vinny while he summoned Barbados at Starfell Valley to snatch away his Gnosis? Linbai shook his head. Dismissing his thoughts, he recalled that in the game, the Lady's operation to seize Vinny's Gnosis was conducted in secrecy. Clearly, she did not wish for this matter to be exposed, as attacking a nation's deity would essentially be declaring war. Linbai descended further for a closer look, but the lady was not among the ranks. Why on earth are we climbing the mountains when there's a main road? One of the Fatui grumbled. What if we run into the knights on the main road? Wouldn't that expose us? True, but that useless bird boasted to the lady that he was a master of the winds, claiming he wouldn't miss the chance to steal the Skyward Harp. What happened? He got caught. Indeed, treasure hunters are nothing but useless. Ha ha ha. I actually think he is unreliable. A bird. Who names themselves after a bird? I would call myself the eagle. Exactly. If he hadn't messed up and gotten the Skyward Harp, we could have set a trap, and we wouldn't need to show ourselves now. There is no way around it. It is still the fault of that inexplicably extra Anemo dragon. You cannot imagine how furious the lady was upon hearing this. Indeed, the emergence of an additional Anemo dragon is utterly absurd. I witnessed it myself that day. The two dragons were strikingly identical. That I heard that the extra dragon is actually a transformed human. What? A human transformed? Yes, the intel stated that there's a Liyue individual accompanying the traveler, and the two have been frequently entering and exiting the Knights' headquarters together, clearly indicating they are in cahoots. A Liyue person transforming into a dragon of Mondstadt. That seems implausible, but it's hard to say. I believe you have never been to Liyue, have you? I've heard there are remarkable beings known as sages, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and they possess extraordinary powers. It must all be exaggeration. Isn't the young master supposed to have gone to Liyue? I heard he single-handedly defeated many so-called masters from Liyue, emerging victorious in every encounter. It is no surprise that the young master excels in combat. It would serve those Liyue individuals right. Damn, I heard that the Liyue folk seemed to prevent the young master from leading a team into the city. The gunner, conversing nearby, felt something fall atop his head. Upon touching it, he discovered a small, sticky clump. What is this? Habitually, he brought it to his nose, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the stench. Damn it, it's bird droppings. The gunner looked up to see a small bird flying above him, and, in his anger, fired a fiery shot. Those nearby, part of the Fatui, burst into laughter, reveling in his misfortune. Lin Bai easily dodged, cursing inwardly. Letting you insult me, does this smell pleasant? He grinned and sped away. Who the hell is shooting recklessly? Are they seeking death? Carlos, the squad leader at the front of the Fatui, turned back to scold. The group, being close friends, wore expressions of indifference, pointing at the gunner. The gunner, surprised, looked at his good brothers, raised his hand awkwardly, and Carlos strode up to him, delivering a heavy slap. If our actions are exposed and we fail the lady's objectives, 1,000 deaths would not suffice. The gunner nodded, a look of grievance on his face, instinctively covering his reddened cheek. Just as he placed his hand there, a thought struck him, and tears instantly welled up. The summit of Starfall Cliff. Lin Bai soared through the skies, reflecting on the conversation he had just overheard. From the dialogue, it was evident that the treasure hunting group was also involved. The strange bird is stealing the harp of the skies. It seems the lady intends to set a trap to lure Vinny into retrieving it, thereby seizing his gnosis. Recalling the game's storyline, the Fatui sent a grand delegation with the ultimate goal of obtaining Vinny's gnosis. In the game, the Lady of the Fatui successfully achieved this objective, indicating that the opposing side's plan was executed flawlessly, with superb intelligence analysis. Thus, it stands to reason that the Fatui must have known Vindy's intentions upon acquiring the Harp of the Skies. As for the location, since Mondstadt has recently been attacked, summoning Dvalin within the city is out of the question. The Anemo Archon. Vinny would undoubtedly choose a place associated with the wind. The higher the altitude, the stronger the winds. It is a simple principle. Within Mondstadt, excluding the snow-capped mountains, there are 2 high points, Starfall Cliff and Oathsworn Gorge. Which one would Vinny select? The answer is evident. Starfall Cliff, where the Cecilia flowers grow, is relatively closer to Mondstadt. With this in mind, I commend the Fatui for their high level of initiative. Lin Bai mused that his presence must have instilled a sense of caution in the Fatui, who likely aimed to weaken Vinny by sending this team to Starfall Cliff. Flying in a straight line, Lin Bai swiftly arrived at Starfall Cliff. From a distance, he spotted a figure, a burly man clad in tight-fitting attire. Are the Mondstadters insane, reveling in such reckless behavior? After landing on a large rock, Lin Bai transformed back into his human form. Before he could approach the man, the latter noticed him first. Hello, please hold on. Who are you, and what brings you here? Lin Bai inquired, glancing towards the 2 figures lounging together at the cliff's edge. Who am I? You must be from Liyue and likely unaware. I am a mercenary from Mondstadt's largest mercenary organization, the Black Hounds. That if you wish to enjoy the scenery, please move along. The man spoke somewhat courteously. Something significant is about to happen here. I advise you to leave quickly. That I am not joking. If you leave now, you will still have time. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Bai closely before asking, May I inquire which faction you belong to? Why are you prying into my affairs? I speak the truth. Are you not a bodyguard? Lin Bai observed that the pair seated together appeared to be a man and a woman. The man dressed in fine fabric, likely a wealthy individual. Yes. Then please urge your master to depart quickly. This place may soon turn into a battlefield. Upon saying this, sensing that the man might still be skeptical, Lin Bai added, The Fatui are on their way here. Upon hearing the name Fatui, the man visibly stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded to Lin Bai and approached the cliff's edge, leaning down to speak to the wealthy young master. Why? I have only just met Mara an hour ago. I will not leave. Master, something is about to happen here. We must leave to avoid trouble. No, you accepted my money. How can you disturb me now? The young master's face was filled with indignation. Oh, Marwan, do not be angry, Mara interjected. Mara, we have only just met. I cannot bear to leave you. I feel the same, Arwen. Since there is trouble, let us meet again another time. No. Is it that you are unhappy with my company? Why must you leave? How could I be unhappy? My love for you is like the spring water of Qingchuan town, ever flowing. Mara, I'm so delighted. My love for you is like the eagle soaring across the sky, eager to devour you whole. Oh, Marwan. Oh, Mara. The 2 were utterly oblivious to their bodyguard, lost in a passionate embrace. Lin Bai was taken aback. What on earth were these two doing? Public displays of affection were one thing, but their lines were so overly sentimental. It felt as though they were performing in a play. The bodyguard, seemingly accustomed to the couple's antics, patted Marwyn and advised, "Young master, we should leave quickly. I cannot explain to your father if something happens." Only then did Marwyn and Mara part, smiling at one another, hand in hand as they descended. As they passed by Lin Bai, they acted as if he did not exist, completely oblivious to his presence. Damn, I truly wish I could toss these two off Starfall Cliff, Lin Bai thought, not knowing why such a thought arose in his mind. Thank you, young sir. I am Feng of the Black Hound's mercenaries. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Feel free to seek us out if you require assistance in the future. May I ask who those two are? They are quite the spectacle. Ha ha, just wealthy individuals indulging in their whims. Their affection is always like this, behaving as if I do not exist, as if my presence excites them more. Ha! Laughing heartily, Feng followed after Marwyn and Mara. After they departed, 7 or 8 minutes later, Lumen and the others arrived. "Captain Jean, did you encounter anyone on your way?" Lin Bai asked as Jean dismounted from her horse. "Yes, I advised them to return to the city quickly." Alas, despite telling them to stay within the city, they could not be restrained at you know that person. The three of them were just here to The man is Lord God's son, named Marwyn. Is it the one from God Hotel? Yes, that is the one that you might ask Dialek. He is familiar with him. Hearing their conversation, Dialek thought Lin Bai was about to inquire about him and was about to speak when Lin Bai interjected. "No need to be by the way. I saw a squad of Fatui on the way here. They should be heading this direction." Dialek was surprised at this revelation. "Didn't he expect you to be so unperturbed?" Jean remarked, "When we left the city, I heard Lawrence mention that the Fatui had been trickling out of the city around noon. You were aware. What shall we do now?" "Of course, we shall proceed," Venti declared, approaching the cliff's edge with the Harp of the Skies in hand. In that case, I shall trouble Captain Jean and Lord Dialek to be my bodyguards." With that, Venti cradled the Harp of the Skies in his left hand and gently plucked the strings with his right, the melodious notes resonating across Starfall Cliff. Captain Jean drew her Favonius sword, and Dialek unsheathed his Favonius greatsword, both standing at the ready. Lin Bai noticed that Captain Jean was not wielding the Windborn blade, and felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to witness her execute a Windborn strike. Lumen and Paimon exchanged secret smiles at the sight of Dialek's Favonius greatsword, whispering to one another. Dialek, overhearing their quiet banter, remarked expressionlessly, "It was forcibly given to me by the Knights of Favonius." "Oh, forcibly given?" Sheen cast a glance at Dialek, who remained as impassive as ever, clutching the Westwind greatsword issued by the Knights of Favonius. Lin Bai stifled a laugh, noting that in the game, Dialek was perpetually the epitome of stoic arrogance. Yet here, he was thoroughly at the mercy of Captain Sheen's embarrassing history. Tiske, oh, Grandfather Liu, how far you've fallen. Meanwhile, Venti's melodic strumming grew increasingly exuberant, his enchanting voice resonating through the air. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the summit of Starcatcher Cliff, heralding the arrival of the protagonist, Dvalin. As Dvalin spiraled down, his wings unfurled majestically as he perched at the cliff's edge. Venti gazed at Dvalin with eyes filled with warmth. "You have come after all," he said softly. "Why call upon me at this juncture?" A rich, deep voice reverberated, Dvalin's voice. "But your presence is sufficient," Venti replied. Below, Sheen observed the exchange between Venti and Dvalin, her heart racing with astonishment. As the heir of the Guinshield family, she had heard many tales of Barbados from her mother. Could they truly communicate? Sheen pondered, when suddenly, a voice laden with malice interrupted her thoughts. An abyss mage materialized beside Dvalin, sneering. "Dvalin, do not be deceived by this hypocrite. Have you forgotten who attacked you in Mondstadt? You are undoubtedly more familiar with that power than I." The wound on Valin's neck and the abyssal blood crust on his tail glimmered faintly with a violet hue, and he visibly bristled, his dragon eyes igniting with a crimson glow. "Indeed. Think back. Who abandoned you? Who forsook you? Who obliterated your sanctuary? Do you recall the gaze of the Mondstadters upon you? Let your resentment and fury surge." The Abyss Mage continued to stoke the flames of Dvalin's rage. Dvalin's eyes turned entirely red as he roared, "Barbados, Did you summon me only to hunt me down? With that, he unleashed a gust of wind, sending Vinny's sky harp tumbling to the ground. This is not how it should be. Vinny attempted to explain, but the Anemo dragon was deaf to his words, responding with another furious roar. Daha! Now this dragon is off to serve its true master. The Abyss Mage's taunt was cut short as a fierce wind erupted, and Lin Bai, transformed into the Anemo dragon, lunged at Dvalin's neck. Though Dvalin evaded the strike, the Abyssal Envoy was caught in Lin Bai's jaws. Lin Bai had been waiting for this moment, recalling that in the game, this scene was disrupted, leading the Anemo dragon to the Windwhale ruins. He could not allow Dvalin to escape again. The lingering question remained, what if a purified Dvalin was not deemed hostile, and thus he could not acquire the card? That would be a considerable loss. The Fatui had already taken action, and understanding the butterfly effect, Lin Bai wished to prevent any unforeseen changes from arising. Hence, he resolved to defeat the Anemo dragon here and now. After battling the Northland wolves in the Wolvendom, Lin Bai gained a deeper understanding of the world's power dynamics. The Anemo dragon was not vastly superior to him. If he allowed it to escape today, any subsequent developments could lead to the Fatui or the Abyss Order enhancing Dvalin's strength, making him far more formidable. With a sharp exhale, Lin Bai discarded the Abyss Mage onto the Starcatcher cliff. Observing this, Dialek swung his greatsword, flames enveloping the blade, and with 3 swift strikes, he obliterated the Abyss Mage. Who are you to bear my likeness? The Anemo dragon glared at Lin Bai, fury radiating from its voice. I am, of course, you, Lin Bai retorted. You are not me. The Anemo dragon, already seething with rage, cast aside the Abyss Mage's manipulations and turned to attack Lin Bai. What shall we do, Master Barbados? Qin inquired, noting that Dvalin had already identified Vinny. Vinny retrieved the damaged sky harp from the ground, glancing at the 2 dragons battling in the sky above, and said, Just call me Vinny. It has been ages since anyone addressed me by that name. Leave the matter of words to Lin B. As Vinny spoke, he turned to the approaching direction, where a contingent of Fatui had arrived. Over 20 armed Fatui marched menacingly toward the cliff's summit. Captain Qin confronted the advancing Fatui, demanding, What brings you here? Why ask when you already know? Karlaskif, the leader, replied with a smirk. We are here to assist Mondstadt in expelling the Anemo dragon. Expel the Anemo dragon? This is one of our 4 winds guardians that you truly dismiss the Knights of Favonius so easily. Karlaskif shrugged, retorting, but I have never heard that there are 2 dragons among the 4 winds guardians. He gestured towards the Anemo dragon and Lin Bai, grinning broadly. With 2 dragons appearing in Mondstadt, the Fatui cannot stand idly by that we must act to protect the people and, in doing so, successfully banish the dragons. Surely, word of our valor would not tarnish our reputation among the people of Teyvat? Indeed, the Fatui echoed in unison. You are merely grasping at straws. Qin fumed. Do you understand the implications of your words? Are we on the brink of war? No. We are only here to confront the Anemo dragon. However, should the knights attack us first, we are entitled to defend ourselves, Karlaskif declared, knowing full well the Fatui's right to self-defense within the borders of Mondstadt. Given the circumstances, the Fatui were prepared to feign an attack on the Anemo dragon. As soon as Captain Qin made a move, they would retaliate. Why waste breath on them? Dialek, gripping his greatsword, glared at the Fatui. Harboring a long-standing grudge against them, he lifted his sword and struck. Karlaskif, anticipating Dialek's response, raised his dual blades to block the attack. Oh dear, is that not the esteemed Dialek of Mondstadt? Karlaskif's smile vanished, replaced by a piercing stare directed at Dialek. Please convey my regards to Lord Clips. Upon hearing this, Dialek, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, let out a thunderous roar, retracting his sword and unleashing 3 swift slashes. Although Karlaskif blocked them all, he staggered back 3 steps, nearly losing his footing. Brothers, if they strike us, we cannot simply stand by. Karlaskif sneered, shouting to rally his comrades. The Fatui had long since readied their formation. At Karlaskif's command, they launched their assault. Vinny, witnessing the Fatui charging, drew forth a westwind longbow, his right hand drawing back the bowstring as a luminous green arrow coalesced from the gathered winds, releasing the arrow. A vortex of wind materialized, forming an eye of the storm. The advancing Fatui were pulled together by the wind's force, prompting Dialek to swing his greatsword, unleashing a colossal firebird that collided with Veni's Storm Eye, instantly igniting it in crimson flames. As the fiery conflagration engulfed the hapless Fatui caught in the vortex, they screamed in agony. With a resounding bang, Lumen evaded a blazing fireball, and as two Fatui closed in on her, she joined her hands, unleashing a gale sword. Qin swiftly followed suit, unleashing a wind pressure sword that sent the affected Fatui flying. Above, Lin Bai was shedding feathers from his wings, blood streaming from several wounds, as he found himself pursued by Dvalin. Unlike the previous encounter, devoid of Veni's enhancements and Lumen's aid, Lin Bai faced Dvalin alone, finding himself at a disadvantage. Though Lin Bai was gravely injured, the Anemo dragon was not faring much better. As he clashed with Dvalin, Lin Bai focused his attacks on the blood crust of the dragon's tail. After numerous strikes, the crust had developed several cracks. Glancing at his health bar, he noted he had only a third remaining, just as he had anticipated. Turning to see Dvalin still in pursuit, he thought, it's high time for a few more loops. Lin Bai aimed to wear down Dvalin's stamina. The dragon was in a rage, amplified by the Abyss Mage. And Lin Bai knew that confronting him head-on would be folly. As he traversed the skies, Lin Bai had anticipated the arrival of the Fatui. He realized that with their presence, Captain Qin and her companions would be unable to assist him. Thus, he was left to confront Dvalin alone. Aware of the gap between their strengths, Lin Bai contemplated how to defeat the Anemo dragon single-handedly. The answer was evident. Attack the blood crust. Now, as the crust neared collapse, his health dwindling, he knew he could not afford to engage directly. After all, the culinary delights of this world did not restore health as they did in the game. His health bar represented mere numerical vitality. After another couple of loops, Lin Bai's speed began to wane, and Dvalin was closing in. Stealing a glance at Starcatcher Cliff, he saw that Veni and the others had nearly dispatched the Fatui. It was time for his final assault. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin Bai executed a sudden halt. Dvalin, noticing Lin Bai's abrupt stop, surged forward, jaws aimed at Lin Bai's tail. "Come at me." Lin Bai let out a mighty roar, a perfect release for the tension that had built up within him. With all his strength, he flapped his wings and soared straight upwards into the sky. Tevelin, missing his target, looked up to see Lin Bai already piercing through the clouds, and with a fierce dragon roar, he flapped his wings vigorously, spinning into action like a rocket, chasing after Lin Bai. As they broke through layer after layer of clouds, Lin Bai lost track of how high he had ascended. Suddenly, the view opened up before him. The sky was clear of clouds, and the distant sun hung high, glaring brilliantly. Now was the moment. Lin Bai halted his acceleration, executed a somersault, and turned 180 degrees to dive downward. Tevelin pursued him, also passing through layer upon layer of clouds. With each ascent, the clouds scattered by Lin Bai left gaping holes, revealing his direction. Just as Tevelin broke through another layer, he spotted a figure ahead, growing larger by the second. With Lin Bai's dragon head coming into view, Tevelin's fury ignited, and he accelerated once more. As Lin Bai plummeted, he noticed Tevelin's gaping maw approaching with ferocity, yet he remained unperturbed. To the moment of impending collision, Lin Bai abruptly transformed back into his human form, allowing Tevelin's dragon mouth to graze past him. Tevelin's massive body surged upward alongside Lin Bai, who retrieved his large iron hammer, gathering strength. Since Lin Bai was in free fall and not actively moving, he could unleash the skills of Thunderhammer. "Shatter!" he exclaimed, watching as the blood crystal drew nearer. With a powerful swing, he struck, channeling the force of his descent into the blow that landed squarely on Tevelin's tail crystal. A muffled thud echoed through the skies, causing the blood crystal to shatter into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The backlash sent Lin Bai reeling far away, while Tevelin's tail crystal fractured, causing an eruption of dragon blood to spew forth. And with a howl, his crimson eyes revealed their true nature before he fainted. Lin Bai descended through the vast expanse of sky. He attempted to adjust his body, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't orient himself to face upwards. Panic gripped him, for he feared a fatal fall. Although he possessed a trait that granted him immunity to 99 of falling damage, there's a saying in medicine: discussing toxicity without considering dosage is folly. The height was significant, and with only a third of his health remaining, who could ascertain the extent of the fall damage from such an altitude? In fact, he had contemplated this scenario while devising his attack plan, thinking that all he had to do was transform back into the Wind Dragon upon seeing Tevelin again. However, the problem was that he had yet to spot Tevelin descending. Surely Tevelin is heavier than I am. Why hasn't he fallen yet? Lin Bai's mind couldn't help but recall a classic question. If a pound of cotton and a pound of iron fall from a height, which one lands first? Oh no, the answer seems to be that they fall at the same speed. That can't be right. Different masses should yield different results. Tevelin must be falling faster. Lin Bai never imagined he would find himself pondering such riddles high above Teyvat. Is there also air resistance at play? The Wind Dragon had a larger surface area, and I have a smaller one, which means I fall faster. He was utterly flustered that I didn't come here to solve riddles. Lin Bai resolved to abandon the thought. With a thunderous breakthrough through another layer of clouds, Lin Bai spotted the minuscule Starcatcher cliff below, and his heart settled. There was no need to calculate. He would simply wait for Vinny to catch him. The last time he and Lumen fell from the sky, Vinny had lent them a hand on Starcatcher Cliff. The detestable Karlaskiv glared at the fiery greatsword embedded in his chest. Seething at Dialek. Wait in the abyss. One day I shall send the doctor down to greet you. With a sweep of his greatsword, a firebird formed upon Karlaskiv's body, piercing through him before soaring away. The Fachu ES ranks had been nearly annihilated by Vinny and his companions, and even Karlaskiv, who had desperately resisted with the power of the evil eye, fell to their united strength. Help me. Vinny! Lin Bai cried out as he fell. Although he was still quite high, Vinny heard Lin Bai's plea in the wind and looked up just in time as Lin Bai was about to plummet beyond Starcatcher Cliff. He suddenly felt a gust of wind supporting him from below, and he exhaled in relief. I'm safe. Yet, this comforting sensation lasted less than 10 seconds before the wind beneath him vanished. And Lin Bai began a free fall once more. What are you doing? Vinny exclaimed, his face contorted in pain, a green glow flickering around him. It turned out that after Lin Bai began to fall, Tevelin had also descended. Naturally, Vinny wanted to support the massive dragon. After all, if Tevelin crashed to the ground, it would likely result in catastrophe. However, the force of Tevelin's descent was overwhelming, and Vinny couldn't maintain his hold. The last time he had been struck by Lumen while purifying Tevelin's toxic blood, Vinny had sustained injuries that had not fully healed. I can't hold on. Think of something, Vinny shouted. What? Lin Bai, plummeting, could only hear the rush of wind. Unable to decipher Vinny's words, his eyes darted left and right, seeking a bird to transform into. Lin Bai, transform. Lumen and the others cried out in unison, seeing Vinny's predicament. Lin Bai, spotting Tevelin plummeting like a lifeless bird, desperately twisted his neck and with a resounding thud, transformed into Tevelin, spreading his wings to glide. Saved Tevelin. Vinny clutched his chest. The sudden movement had caused a twinge of discomfort, making it impossible for him to continue channeling his power. Lin Bai flew toward Tevelin, disregarding everything else, and with a swift motion he grasped Tevelin. Due to the fall, Lin Bai's claws penetrated deeply into Tevelin's body. He carried Tevelin towards Starcatcher Cliff, utterly exhausted, and with a snap, transformed back into his human form. With a thud, Tevelin crashed on a Starcatcher Cliff, causing a shower of debris to cascade downward. Lin Bai landed with a splash atop Tevelin, rolling onto the ground. Lumen rushed over, immediately lifting him with concern. Are you all right? I can't. I'm so tired, he murmured before drifting into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Vinny approached Tevelin, gently touching the dragon's battered body, tears welling in his eyes. Oh, poor child. He whispered, placing a hand on Tevelin. A green glow enveloped Vinny once more as he began to channel wind elemental energy into Tevelin. Captain Jean also hurried over, raising her sword in a gesture of prayer. A faint green halo forming around her, as gentle breezes stirred and dandelion seeds floated through the air. Nestled against Lumen's chest, Lin Bai felt the warm breeze cradling him, and he comfortably turned over. As Lin Bai opened his eyes for the first time, he found Lumen's face before him. Albeit with her eyes closed, he jumped down from her embrace and discovered that Lumen, Paimon, and Jean were all nestled together, fast asleep. Dialek stood nearby, acting as a vigilant guardian. Glancing at his health bar, Linbai noticed it was fully restored. Transforming back into his human form, he caught Dialec's gaze. "What exactly are you?" Dialec asked. Suspicion lingering in his tone. "Don't worry. I'm human, and I have no ill intentions toward Mondstadt," Linbai reassured him with a stretch and a smile. Meanwhile, Vinny continued to heal the wind dragon. The wounds Linbai had inflicted earlier and those corroded by toxic blood were now nearly healed. Linbai noticed two items lying beside the wind dragon, and his eyes brightened. Upon inspection, he discovered two feathers, a small section of dragon claw, and a card. Could it be? He wondered, picking it up. Indeed, it was a card featuring the wind dragon. With an internal shout of nice, Linbai began to examine this first 5-star elemental card. Sky-splitting dragon, 5-star card, active skill, wind magic bullet. Effect, fires semi-automatically tracking wind attribute magic bullets at enemies. Damage is 1.5 times the attack power. Silver, can simultaneously fire 2 wind magic bullets. Gold, can simultaneously fire 3 wind magic bullets. Diamond, wind magic bullet damage increases to 2 times. Active skill, wind dragon breath. Effect, can unleash a wind attribute breath attack. Damage is 1.8 times the attack power. Silver, damage increases to 2.1 times the attack power. Gold, damage increases to 2.4 times the attack power. Diamond, damage increases to 2.7 times the attack power. Passive skill, Guardian of the East Wind. Immunity to wind attribute damage. After reviewing the card skills, Linbai felt a twinge of disappointment. While having 2 active skills was indeed impressive, he thought it was rather commonplace given the increasing number of cards he had acquired. What he had truly hoped for was a more formidable passive ability, but the immunity to wind damage seemed rather lackluster. Scratching his head, he mused, after all this time, is the wind dragon merely a larger wind slime? Yet, considering it was a 5-star card, the skill multipliers were indeed the highest available. Comforting himself with this thought, Linbai's spirits lifted to speak candidly. For Tulin, the emphasis of his cards lies significantly in their functionality. Linbai removed the wind slime card from its slot and replaced it with the wind dragon card. With a resounding thud, Linbai transformed into the wind dragon, soaring atop the star-picking cliff. The gust from his flapping wings awakening a few of the girls, including Yingmei. Upon reverting to his human form and landing, Linbai thought to himself that it was quite fortunate to have equipped the wind dragon card, granting him the ability to fly. Just moments ago, he had been utterly exhausted, and now he felt revitalized. Yingmei teased Linbai, to which he responded with a foolish grin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vindy, who had been tending to the wind dragon's wounds, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Noticing this, Jean hurried over to assist him. "Lord Barbados, are you all right?" Vinny shook his head, stating he was fine, merely that healing the wind dragon had taken a toll on his elemental energy. "I've told you, just call me Vinny," he added. "Understood, Lord Barbados," Jean promptly replied. After Vinny's healing, Tulin regained consciousness. Upon seeing Vinny, Tulin pressed his head to the ground, a gesture of submission. "Lord Barbados, I apologize. I am no longer the Four Winds Guardian." "Why must you still save me?" Vinny slowly approached Tulin, gently stroking his head and smiling. "It was I who caused you suffering." "I in the background." Linbai lowered his head, deep in thought. After equipping the card, he realized he could directly transform into the corresponding entity of the card. Previously, he had transformed into a slime to chill a pudding from Master Lu Yun, thanks to this very trait. However, upon acquiring the treasure hunting team's card, he discovered that even with it equipped, he could not transcend the limitation of transforming into a human. Now, with a wind dragon card equipped, Linbai confirmed that he could indeed transform directly. This led him to a significant realization. His current cards could be categorized into 2 major types: humanoid cards and monster cards. Monster cards, once equipped, could transcend the limitation of vision, yet were still bound by certain rules. For instance, after removing the fisheye lens from himself, he could no longer transform into the wind dragon. Conversely, humanoid cards remained unable to surpass the limitation of vision, meaning that the restriction on transforming into a human was particularly stringent. The question arose, what was the nature of the North Wind Wolf? Despite being within his line of sight, he could not transform. Initially, he thought it was due to the 5-star card, but after acquiring the Wind Dragon card, He realized it shared the same limitations as ordinary monster cards, merely with an additional fisheye lens restriction. This suggested that the transformation of the North Wind Wolf was also subject to certain constraints. Lin Bai felt a pang of frustration. While others who traversed worlds had some sort of system companion to converse with and inquire about crucial information, he was left to experiment step by step on his own. If only I had a Paimon, he mused, observing Vinny and the Wind Dragon's Paimon, who turned to look at Lin Bai with a puzzled expression. She asked, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Bai waved his hand, contemplating that having a system companion might lead to feeling scrutinized all day, making it inconvenient to engage in crafty endeavors during the quiet of the night. He turned his gaze to Vinny and to Lin, noticing Vinty cradling something in his hands, a green orb marked with the symbol of wind elements, which floated from Vinny's hands to Tulin's chest. As the orb entered Tulin's body, a flash of green light enveloped him. "This is," Vinny smiled at Tulin, saying, "With my blessings, soar freely and effortlessly." Tulin bowed his head in gratitude before unfurling his wings and taking flight, spiraling once in the air before speeding away with a whoosh. Paimon, witnessing the Wind Dragon's departure, curiously inquired, "What was that about?" Vinny nodded. "I have released Tulin from his bond, granting him freedom. From now on, he is no longer the Four Winds Guardian. He can fly freely as he spoke." Vinny lowered his head, murmuring to himself, "But is the freedom bestowed by the divine truly freedom?" Lin Bai, observing the Wind Dragon's flight, pondered what Tulin's role had originally been in the narrative. "Let's head back to the city," Jean suggested, only to realize that the horse they had ridden over had likely run off during the earlier battle. It seemed they would have to walk back. Lin Bai transformed back into the Wind Dragon and cheerfully announced, "Come aboard, passengers of the versatile Star Monarch Airlines. Welcome aboard." Upon seeing Lin Bai's transformation, Ingmei and Paimon giggled as they climbed aboard. "Wow, we can ride a dragon," Ingmei exclaimed, scrambling onto Lin Bai's head. Gripping his two dragon horns with both hands, looking every bit the pilot, Lin Bai was taken aback, thinking, "Goodness, have I become a double-tailed steed?" As the celebration banquet commenced, Jean appeared quite troubled beside Lin Bai. "Flying into the city like this will surely startle the citizens of Mondstadt. Captain, it is precisely because of this that we must fly into the city," Lin Bai asserted, his reasoning clear. Jean paused, inquiring why. Now that Tulin has been liberated by Vinny, he is free. What will the people of Mondstadt think when they see him again? Indeed, after this dragon calamity, the people of Mondstadt will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Paimon remarked, "Wow, Paimon actually has a moment of insight." Paimon stomped her foot in the air, retorting, "What are you talking about? I'm always clever." Ingmei stifled a laugh nearby, while Jean contemplated, saying, "Are you suggesting that we should appear together with you to inform the citizens of the city about the resolution of the dragon calamity?" "Exactly, and it must be you who speaks. Haven't you been lamenting how the knights have lost the people's trust during this calamity? This is the perfect opportunity to establish your authority, revealing the Abyss Order's conspiracy and the Fatui's hostility. The citizens of Mondstadt will surely unite against them upon hearing this." Vinny also climbed onto Lin Bai, stroking his fur and chuckling, "You've transformed splendidly." "It feels just the same." Jean glanced at Vinny, who immediately shook his head. No. Captain Jean, you are the acting leader of the knights, the one to guide the people of Mondstadt. I am merely a bard in the city." Hearing Vinny's words, Jean nodded and climbed on a Lin Bai as well. "Dialek, hurry up and get on." Ingmei called out to Dialek, who pretended not to hear and continued on his way. "Let us go ahead. We need not concern ourselves with him," Jean suggested. "Oh dear, Captain Jean still holds a grudge." Paimon giggled. "No, it's just that Dialek has a fear of heights." Regardless, they were not worried about Dialek being an original character. Lin Bai, carrying 4 individuals, soared above Mondstadt. As he made his entrance, the city erupted in chaos, with its citizens mistaking the Wind Dragon's return for another attack, causing pandemonium. After descending slightly, Jean stood atop Lin Bai's head and shouted to capture everyone's attention. Upon seeing Captain Jean on the head of the Wind Dragon, the citizens exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what was happening. Jean then began a lengthy address, akin to a school principal's speech on a Monday morning. However, she spoke with clarity and detail, effectively explaining the dragon calamity, stating that the knights had thwarted the Abyss Order's plot, and with the assistance of Ingmei and Lin Bai, they had ultimately defeated the Wind Dragon. It was revealed that the Wind Dragon had been misled by the Abyss Order and had awakened during the confrontation, ultimately aiding them. Once Jean concluded, the citizens of Mondstadt erupted into a cacophony of chatter, followed by jubilant cheers. Hooray! Now we can drink in peace tonight. The Knights of Favonius are remarkable. So the Wind Dragon was once a guardian of the Four Winds. It seems we misjudged it. Ha! We have a giant dragon to protect us. Which nation can boast of such might? The Abyss Order is truly despicable. Thank you, travelers from Liyue. You will forever be friends of Mondstadt. Captain Jean, I admire you. Barbara is the best in the world. Thanks be to the Anemo Archon. Brothers, let us drink to the Knights of Favonius and to Mondstadt. With the resolution of the dragon calamity, the citizens felt a sense of relief, and many began to gather in pairs to drink. Jean did not mention the fatui, which surprised Lin Bai, but he chose not to inquire further, suspecting it was a matter of political sensitivity. After dropping the group off at the Knights' headquarters, Lin Bai circled the skies above Mondstadt, basking in the cheers of the citizens, before flying past the Anemo Archon statue, soaring over the Favonius Cathedral, and finally arriving at the edge of Wine Lake. With a thud, he transformed back into his human form, plummeting down before morphing into a small sparrow and darting into Mondstadt. Although he could transform into the Wind Dragon, it seemed somewhat inconvenient for everyday matters, Lin Bai mused. Arriving at the Knights' headquarters, he found everyone waiting to welcome him. Come, come, our other hero has returned, Kia exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lin Bai with a grin. Brother Lin Bai, how come you can turn into a little sparrow? Previously, Klee had not exchanged a word with Lin Bai. She had only just heard Amber recount the tale of how Lin Bai and Lumen resolved the dragon disaster. Little Klee, this is called magic, she exclaimed. Then can you transform into Dodo King? As she spoke, she showcased the charm attached to her bag for Lin Bai to admire. Alas, I cannot transform, Klee replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Jean, with a loving pat on Klee's head, comforted her, saying, but Dodo King is your best friend, isn't it? Even if Lin Bai were to take on the form of Dodo King, he wouldn't be the same one that has always been by your side. Klee glanced at Captain Jean and smiled. Yes, Dodo King is Dodo King, unique and irreplaceable. Let us proceed. Everyone that a certain esteemed gentleman has announced that the Angel's Gift will host a celebratory feast, and today the knights shall indulge at his expense. Kaya said with a mischievous grin. Hooray! Wendy was the first to dash ahead, lured by the promise of free apple cider. Captain Jean watched Wendy's retreating figure with a sigh. The sun had set, casting the world into twilight. Meanwhile, Mondstadt's bar street was teeming with revelers. The entire street was filled with people, both locals and those who had lingered for far too long, all engaged in merriment and libations. Of course, one tavern stood nearly empty. The Angel's Gift. Drink up, Dialek. Why aren't you partaking? Wendy, cheeks flushed, grinned as he offered his cup to Dialek, who disdainfully pushed it away. Klee and Paimon, the two little ones, sat together, sipping non-alcoholic beverages while munching on sweets. Razor lay sprawled on the ground, having been drunkenly coaxed into taking a sip by Wendy. Naturally, Wendy's forceful feeding earned him a jolt from Lisa, prompting Jean to urgently call for her to cease. Lin Bai was in an unfortunate predicament. Being choked by Lumen, who had indulged a bit too much, he resolved never to let Lumen drink excessively again. Her drunkenness was truly fearsome. Lin Bai, my brother must surely like you. You've helped me so much. Thank you, Lumen said, repeatedly patting Lin Bai's chest, causing him to feel as if he might be flattened. All right. Lin Bai finally managed to pry Lumen's hands from his head, only for her to turn and challenge Wendy to a drinking contest. Lin Bai hastily sought refuge in a corner, devouring the meat on his plate. He abstained from alcohol, still wary after Wendy's previous trickery. Kaya and Dialek sat at the bar, Kaya taking a sip from his glass, chuckling, how long has it been since we've seen such a cozy scene? Dialek remained stoic and silent, his gaze fixed intently on Wendy, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The 37th cup, he remarked. Kaya shook his head, feeling a twinge of concern for Wendy. Although Dialek had claimed to treat the knights today, Kaya had not fully articulated his thoughts before Wendy dashed off. In truth, Dialec's invitation extended only to the members of the Knights, Lumen and Lin Bai. In a narrow alley of Mondstadt's lower district, two figures were stumbling arm in AR, and to the left was Lumen, and to the right was Wendy. The celebratory feast had concluded, and everyone was returning home. Lin Bai trailed behind them at a distance, keenly aware that Lady would undoubtedly make her move against Wendy. Knowing that she would attempt to seize Wendy's vision, Lin Bai had devised a counter-strategy of his own. If you take Wendy's vision, I will take the goddess heart you pilfered. It's a fair trade. Lin Bai was eager to obtain the goddess heart to inspect it, suspecting it might serve as a key item. Even if he failed to reclaim it, it mattered little, for in the game's narrative, Wendy had essentially given the goddess heart to Lady. After traversing another street, they encountered a flickering streetlight, its illumination intermittent. Though no immediate danger was visible, Lin Bai instinctively sidestepped and began to scale the nearby building. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged before Lumen and Wendy, surrounding them in an instant. Wendy, upon seeing the newcomers, chuckled, "Are you here for a drink as well?" Lady, stepping forward with feline grace from the shadows, looked at the inebriated Wendy with disdain. Barbados, to be a god and to be in such a state is truly unbecoming. "Who are you?" Lumen shouted, pointing at Lady, only to notice her curvaceous figure, rubbing her eyes in disbelief that "Are you a cow? Little brat, mind your words. This is our harbinger, Lady," one of the henchmen admonished. "Lady, I could just as easily be a gentleman." Lumen laughed heartily. Paimon leaped forward, urgently exclaiming, Hey, Lumen, it's a Fatui. Wake up!" "Oh, you are that little sprite," Lady remarked, glancing at Paimon with amusement. "Who is a little sprite?" "My name is Paimon," she retorted, stomping her foot in classic frustration. "Umph, I have no time for your little games," Lady declared, sweeping her right hand, summoning a gust of icy wind that swept through the street point. Two hooded assassins then surged forward, lunging at Lumen and Wendy. Amidst the icy gale, the drunken pair, along with Paimon, found themselves struggling to keep their eyes open. The two assassins, with a swift motion, threw their ropes towards each other, encircling their targets. As the icy winds dissipated, both Wendy and Lumen were taken aback to discover they had evaded capture. "Here I am," Lumen shouted, kicking one of the assassins and tossing Wendy aside before striking at the other with her sword. The assassin dodged, narrowly escaping the blow. Seeing their comrade falter, the surrounding Fatui soldiers charged toward Lumen. With a fierce battle cry, she leaped and spun, conjuring a small whirlwind that swept all the approaching soldiers away. Landing gracefully, she wasted no time in unleashing a wind blade that sent the next assassin reeling. "Bravo!" Lady clapped her hand from the street's entrance, saying, "No wonder you were able to resolve the dragon disaster in Mondstadt. Such skill. It's no surprise that none of Carlos' men returned." However, Lady S' left foot stepped forward, her right hand tightening into a fist. But this is where it ends. Lumen suddenly realized that the ground beneath her had become encrusted with frost. Her feet now frozen in place. The previously blown-away soldiers swiftly rose, whipping out ropes to bind her, preventing her from breaking free of the ice. Meanwhile, Wendy, also immobilized, attempted to lift his feet only to lose his balance and crash to the ground. "Ouch!" he groaned, dazed, and, as he looked up, he found a woman's face hovering above him. "I've been waiting for this punch," Lady whispered into Wendy's ear, and with that, her powerful fist collided solidly with his chest. A powerful gust erupted from the ground, sending a blizzard of ice swirling about. The stench was overwhelming. Having drunk too much, Wendy immediately retched, spewing forth the contents of his stomach. Lady stared in shock at her now soiled hand. Her grip on the god's heart forgotten. "You beast!" Lady's once pristine and beautiful visage contorted in fury. She raised her left hand, preparing to slap Wendy, but just as she was about to strike, he caught her wrist, with his left hand gripping her, when he wiped his mouth with his right, having regained some clarity after the upheaval. "Oh, it's you." "Indeed, it is," Lady hissed through gritted teeth, as if facing the murderer of "Do not presume that I lack the courage to proceed." "Is this what you seek?" The lady raised her right hand, revealing the goddess heart, smeared with vile, viscous remnants of vomit. Upon seeing the sordid object, Lin Bai felt an immediate sense of revulsion. "You desire something so repugnant?" The lady, with a double entendre, suddenly broke into a wicked grin. Lin Bai sensed the air around him becoming increasingly arid, and in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The lady, astonishingly, approached him, which meant that the tip of his sword had already pierced her neck. Yet she continued her advance, her smile growing ever more enigmatic. Strange individuals abound. You are not the only one. Lin Bai realized that the sword he held in his left hand was becoming unbearably hot, akin to a red-hot iron that a fierce pain, as if countless iron needles were piercing him, ignited his primal instincts. He relinquished the sword, stepping back to create distance. The silver blade clattered to the ground, and Lin Bai was astonished to see that the sword, originally about 60 centimeters in length, had lost half of its tip. At the break in the blade, there lay a crimson, blocky substance, resembling molten glass. The same was true of the lady's neck, where a fiery wound remained. To his amazement, Lin Bai saw that within the hole, a red liquid, akin to bubbling magma, swirled. 3 steps away, the lady nonchalantly brushed her right hand over the wound on her neck, which healed completely, restoring her slender, alabaster neck. Young man, your sword is long, but alas, it lacks hardness. She chuckled wickedly at Lin Bai. Behind her, Ying Mei, with Paimon as assistance, untied her bonds and grasped the gale blade, striking at the lady. Suddenly, a multitude of lightning sprites surged forth from the darkness, a dense mass rushing towards Ying Mei and Lin Bai, as 2 electro-sorcerers, bearing purple lanterns, emerged. Under the cover of the lightning sprites, the lady turned and slowly retreated into the shadows. Farewell, for it would be unfortunate for the knights to capture me. By the time they vanquished all the lightning sprites, the lady had already vanished without a trace. Ying Mei and Paimon rushed to assist the fallen Vinny, while Lin Bai, gazing in the direction where the lady had disappeared, clenched his fists tightly. Are you all right? Ying Mei asked, helping Vinny to his feet. I'm fine, he replied, though his pallor betrayed his condition. Who was that wicked woman? Paimon inquired. She is the 8th seat of the Fatui's 11 harbingers, known as the Lady. More Fatui. Those fiends are truly despicable. Paimon exclaimed, her anger palpable. Did she take something important? Ying Mei asked. That Vinny sighed. Was my goddess heart. Goddess heart. Indeed, you must have heard Lisa speak of it. Only a select few possess a vision in this world, which serves as an external magical organ to channel elemental power. Ying Mei nodded, recalling how she could wield a Nemo despite lacking a vision, a revelation that had shocked Lisa. The goddess heart is a divine magical organ that connects with the Sky Islands. Sky Islands, Paimon exclaimed. Is it the fabled Sky Island from the legends of Genshin? Yes, in this world, those who possess a vision are referred to as archons. Why? Because each vision bearer qualifies as a potential deity, thus they are called archons. But isn't that just a legend? Vinny shrugged, smiling. Not quite. It was a secret known only to the true deities, but at some point, it spread throughout the world that, now, everyone refers to vision bearers as archons. Is that true? Ying Mei pondered before asking Vinny if he had seen her brother or had any leads. Vinny shook his head, indicating he had not. You'll need to visit all 7 gods. This journey will not be an easy one. It truly surprised me that the Abyss Order managed to locate and manipulate the awakened Valen. Ying Mei had only recently heard of the Abyss Order during the Knights Banquet, but in essence, it was a villainous organization composed of monsters that lurked in the shadows, wreaking havoc upon the human realm. Paimon shot Vinny a disapproving glance, retorting, Are you sure you anticipated that? I sent'd Valen your companion. How could you be unaware of his awakening? Well, if you think so highly of me, I suggest you visit Liyue. The Geo Archon personally governs the entirety of Liyue. Paimon turned to Lin Bai, who had been silently listening. That's your nation, correct? Lin Bai nodded. Our Geo Archon is rather lackadaisical, only descending during the rite of exorcism to bestow divine guidance for the year's development. And this year, he intends to make a significant announcement. That is certainly more than some others can claim. Paimon implied without naming names, but all understood it's inevitable. Fulfilling divine duties is necessary to accumulate divine power. Yet I find governance unappealing. Do you not think a free city-state without a ruler is preferable? Humph. An excuse. You simply do not wish to take charge, Paimon pouted. Vinny brushed off the frost from his attire. Chuckling, Regardless, with you two around, the dragon crisis will be resolved by you, while I, as a bard, shall merely observe and compose hymns in your honor. Then we should at least report the theft of the god heart to the Knights of Favonius and reclaim it. Not necessary, since I do not fulfill divine duties. That object is of less utility than this glass bead, Vinny said, shaking a vision of a Nemo that hung at his waist. Wait, aren't you a god? How do you possess a vision? Paimon asked. It's merely for deceiving others. Otherwise, possessing no vision while wielding elemental power would always raise suspicions. What a nuisance. Indeed, do you have an excess? Linbai mused, finding some merit in this, while Ingmei expressed her desire for one. None left. However, I had this made by Albedo. You can seek his assistance. Albedo. Linbai's interest waned, recalling the tales of Xiangling and Yula about the extreme cold and misfortunes of the snowy mountains. Ingmei, hearing Albedo's name for the first time, inquired about him, and Vinny explained that he was the premier alchemist in Mondstadt, renowned throughout Teyvat. All right, let us disperse that I feel utterly drained and must rest, Vinny said, beckoning Linbai over. As Linbai approached, Vinny handed him a tattered sky harp. Upon glancing up, he noticed Vinny had already sprinted a considerable distance away. Could you please return the sky harp? Thank you. Linbai turned to invite Ingmei to accompany him, only to find she too had already distanced herself. I've had too much to drink. I'll head back to the inn for some rest. Goodbye. You've had too much? Just moments ago, you seemed so vivacious. Linbai sighed, making his way to the Knights' Cathedral alone. Now, it was well past midnight, and upon arriving at the cathedral, he found the doors firmly shut. What are you doing? As Linbai contemplated leaving, a voice called from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see a figure leap down from the cathedral doors. As the person approached, Linbai recognized her as Sister Rosaria from the church. Hello, Linbai. I took a break during version 1.5, but I had almost withdrawn completely during 1.4, so I never managed to obtain Rosaria as a playable character. This white slime is quite large. Linbai noted, realizing that Rosaria's form appeared even more striking in reality than in the game. Though clad in a black nun's attire, Rosaria had modified her outfit for battle, the original knee-length skirt now cut away to reveal her long legs adorned with fishnet stockings. Noticing Linbai's attire from Liyue, Rosaria assumed he was a visitor and cautioned, the church only remains open until 8 p.m. Please arrive earlier next time. Actually, I'm here to return something, Linbai said, producing the tattered sky harp. Rosaria regarded the damaged instrument without surprise, glanced at Linbai, and asked, Are you the Liwean whom the bard mentioned would assist? That is correct. I'm Linbai. I am Rosaria, a nun of the church. However, if it concerns prayer or worship, I cannot be of assistance. The church's contact for the sky harp is Barbara. Please return tomorrow morning to see her. Please deliver it to her for me. Linbai is eager to hand over this wretched sky harp without delay, lest the church later demand compensation from him. Rosaria remains expressionless, as if she did not hear Linbai's words, waving her hand dismissively and departing. Regarding the dragon disaster, thank you, Liyue people. Holding the sky harp, Linbai muses that he must seek Vinny tomorrow. Otherwise, if he gives the damaged sky harp to Barbara, he fears she might scold him mercilessly. The next day, with the dragon disaster resolved, the drunken fisherman gorge naturally reopened. Early in the morning, numerous stranded Liyue trade caravans and travelers from afar set out towards Liyue. The Rite of Ascension is a significant event in Liyue, and the trade caravans must return to participate. During the ceremony, the Geo-Archon will appear to indicate the development direction for Liyue in the coming year. Merchants can then adjust their business strategies accordingly, as new developments present new opportunities for profit. Linbai, yawning as he observes the procession of trade caravans on the road, initially intended to seek out Vinny after rising. But upon stepping outside, he realized he did not know where Vinny resided. Thus, he decided to check on Baiju's return at Qingchuan town. Upon arriving at the Beast Girl Inn, he coincidentally encountered Baiju and Xiangling descending the stairs. Linbai, Xiangling exclaimed, running up to him with a beaming smile, that I heard news. You become the great hero who saved Mondstadt. Not really, I merely lent a hand. Did you know? Thanks to you. Our lodging fees were waived, as a gesture of gratitude for the assistance provided by the Liyue people during the dragon disaster. Liyue people were exempted? Xiangling nodded. There are over 10 Liyue residents staying at the Beast Girl Inn, most of whom have been here for over a week. Altogether, that's quite a sum. Here, that's the money. Xiangling handed Linbai a pouch. What is this for? Weren't our lodging fees waived? Now that the roads are open, everyone is returning to Liyue. We decided to use the lodging money to help purchase wood for Beidu's fleet to repair their ships. Since you are familiar with the Mondstadt folks, we thought you could assist. Ah, I thought this was for me. By the way, Mr. Baiju, how are the injuries of Beta's crew? Baiju smiled. And no need to worry. They are all recovering well. After a week of rest, they should be fine. However, given their robust physiques, they may recover in just a day or two. So, you will be leaving today. Linbai noticed that both Xiangling and Baiju were carrying packages. Not quite. We plan to stay aboard Beidu's ship. Many houses in Mondstadt were damaged as well, so the wood available for purchase will only suffice for basic repairs. Beidu intends to return to Liyue for thorough repairs, Baiju added. Moreover, staying here would likely continue to grant us free lodging, which feels rather inappropriate. Upon leaving Qingchuan town, Linbai headed straight to the Knights of Favonius, informing Grandmaster Jean about the funds and wood situation. She promised to find a way to procure wood to send to Beidu. The repairs within Mondstadt also required timber, and Jean was willing to do Linbai a favor. Linbai, as he approached the fountain square, his sister, Lumen, called out to him from the Deer Hunter restaurant, where she was having breakfast. Taking a seat beside her and ordering a fisherman-esque toast from the waitress, Sarah, Linbai inquired about Lumen-esque plans that I plan to set off for Liyue soon. The rite of dissension is about to commence. That MY Brother's missing person notice will be posted in the city with the help of the Grandmaster, and they will contact me if there are any leads. Are you coming with us? Paimon asked. Linbai pondered for a moment before declining, stating he had other matters to attend to. By the way, have you two visited the Adventurers Guild? The guild was temporarily closed due to the dragon disaster. Fearing adventurers might be attacked outside. Oh, we should go to the Adventurers Guild. I heard they offer quests for rewards, Paimon suggested to Lumen. Lumen nodded. Yes, we don't have much money left. Then both of them turned their gaze toward Linbai. Taken aback, Linbai thought, no wonder they called for me. After finishing breakfast, the three of them headed to the Adventurers Guild together. The guild was a standalone building, and upon entering the lobby, they found it filled with many individuals, most clad in green adventurer uniforms. They approached the innermost counter, where a receptionist named Catherine, dressed in a green-maid outfit, stood to the stars and the abyss. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Hello, we would like to join the Adventurers Guild. Could you please guide us on how to proceed? Certainly. Please touch the registration device over here. Following Catherine's instructions, Linbai and Lumen pressed the registration device, and after some operations from Catherine, she handed them each a manual. This is the Adventurer's Handbook. Please take care of it. Catherine then explained various important details about the guild. Adventurers earn experience points corresponding to their adventure ranks by completing daily commissions, and the types of tasks available vary with rank. In essence, the more tasks one completes, the higher their adventure rank becomes. That a higher adventure rank opens up more challenging and rewarding tasks. After accepting some commissions, the duo rushed outside the city to complete them. Upon finishing one task, Linbai discovered that he was rewarded with original resin for completing as an adventurer at rank 1. He received 10 original resin per task. Only 4 tasks per day would yield original resin rewards, and completing all 4 would grant an additional 20 original resin. Just like in the game, Linbai internally scoffed, thinking that 60 original resin per day was rather meager, especially since he enjoyed the permanent blessing of the moonlight, which granted him 160 original resin daily. The Moonlight Blessing is akin to a subscription in the game, but the Game-S subscription only provides 90 original resin per day, whereas his was 160, indicating an increase in rewards. It seems he would need to complete more tasks to reach Adventure Rank 2 and see if the daily original resin acquisition would change. After completing 4 tasks, Lumen opted to continue working for more travel expenses, while Linbai chose to remain at the Adventurers Guild to rest. He pulled out a card from his bag and stared at it in a daze. The card depicted a lady. Indeed, this was the card he had stealthily acquired the previous night. In his eagerness to battle the lady, he had overlooked the system's textual prompts. What is needed to unlock this? Although the image on the card is that of a lady, the card's information remains locked. The locking implies that the card's information page displays a bold statement. Card unlocked. What is going on? Lin Bai was puzzled, as there were no prompts, and aside from looking at the card face, he could do nothing. Based on previous assumptions, it seemed likely that some item was required for unlocking. Speaking of items, Lin Bai felt a headache coming on that he wished the carrying capacity limit could be increased, as he had 2 items he wanted to take, a wide-angle lens and metal powder. After battling the lady last night, Lin Bai realized that although he possessed the elemental abilities granted by the system, which made him stronger than an ordinary traveler, he was still at a disadvantage against opponents like the lady, whose combat prowess surpassed his. Lin Bai tucked away the lady's card and retrieved the wide-angle lens, stowing the metal powder instead. The double defense was still crucial, at least for now. Superior defense outweighs the ability to transform into a dragon. Just as Lin Bai was about to rise from his seat, he noticed some commotion ahead. Turning to look, he saw a young man in athletic shorts and goggles standing next to a table. Speaking with 2 adventurers, ISNT that Bennett, the only 6-star warrior in Genshin Impact, known as the God of Fire in Mondstadt. No. The adventurers around him wore uneasy expressions, rejecting Bennett's invitation. Hey, what are you up to? Lin Bai approached, as he was among the first to acquire Bennett shortly after the game's launch. Bennett at 0 constellations is usable. At 1 constellation he evolves, at 5 constellations he reaches his full potential. And at 6 constellations he undergoes a remarkable transformation into the God of Fire, making him the pinnacle among 4-star characters. Thus, Lin Bai was one of the earliest to sing Bennett's praises. Encountering Bennett in Teyvat was an opportunity not to be missed. Upon seeing Lin Bai approach, Bennett immediately introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bennett, and my adventurers team is recruiting. Would you like to join? Oh, sure. I just became an adventurer and was thinking about joining a team. Lin Bai replied enthusiastically. Hey, one of the adventurers nearby quickly pulled Lin Bai aside, whispering urgently, you'd better reconsider. You can't join that adventurer team. Why not? Lin Bai was puzzled, recalling that there was something about Bennett being notoriously unlucky in the game. You are new to Liyue and may not know. Bennett is quite the trouble magnet. Oh, it seems quite unfortunate. Allow me to recount an anecdote shared by an adventurer with Lin Bai about a friend named Jack. After joining Benny's adventure group, Jack, for reasons unknown, became utterly disheartened and ultimately ceased his pursuits as an adventurer. The adventurer went on to cite several other examples, leaving Lin Bai in a state of bewilderment. As he listened to the adventurer's tale, Lin Bai glanced at Bennett, contemplating just how formidable the god of adventure truly was. To be candid, had Lin Bai not been aware of Bennett's extraordinary abilities, he might have been dissuaded by the examples presented. Bennett, feeling increasingly despondent, observed Lin Bai's startled expression and inferred that Lin Bai might reconsider, prompting him to lower his head and turn to leave. All right, I appreciate your kind intentions, Lin Bai said as he approached and patted Bennett's shoulder. Turning back, Bennett looked at Lin Bai and remarked, fine, I know you've changed your mind. It's all right, I'm used to it. Wait, I have no intention of backing out, Lin Bai quickly clarified. Very well, I shan't disturb you further, Bennett said, but then suddenly turned back, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had misheard. What did you say? I said I will join. Really? You're not jesting. What reason would I have to deceive you? However, I might not be a permanent member. Bennett's face lit up with excitement as he grasped Lin Bai's hand, tears welling in his eyes. That's all right. Even if you're not a permanent member, as long as you join, feel free to make any requests. How about this? I shall relinquish the position of captain to you. What a commotion this child is causing, getting so worked up over recruiting a team member. Yet upon reflection, those ominous tales he had just heard were indeed quite terrifying. It was hard to believe that capable individuals could meet such misfortune. I am an unparalleled traveler. Surely my fortune can counterbalance Bennett's misfortunes. Lin Bai thought that I have but one request for my joining. May I voice it? Bennett nodded frantically, his expression suggesting that he would agree to anything Lin Bai proposed. Even if it were to share a bed. Can the name of the adventure group be changed? It sounds rather unlucky. Benny's adventure group. It sounds like Ban your adventure group. How fortunate could that be? Of course, what name do you propose? Let us call ourselves the Ginyu Force. The name inexplicably sprang to Lin Bai's mind, reminiscent of a team from Dragon Ball. Ginyu Force, Bennett repeated, growing more excited with each utterance. Splendid. We shall adopt that name. By the way, what is your name? Lin Bai. All right, big brother Lin Bai. Shall we embark on an adventure shortly? Adventure, you say? Lin Bai pondered for a moment, realizing that he had already completed today's tasks, and replied that he had other commitments. Big brother. In that case, another team member is on their way. Would you like to meet him before you leave? Bennett was overjoyed at the prospect of a new team member, his face beaming with joy. There are others, Lin Bai mused, wondering who else would be audacious enough to join Bennett's adventure group. He should arrive shortly. We agreed on a time, and he'll be here in 2 minutes. Lin Bai nodded in agreement, though internally he began to ponder a question: what had become of the Jinyu Force in the end? He had forgotten. After 2 minutes of contemplation, he still could not recall. This way, Bennett, who had been intently watching the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, spotted someone entering and immediately stood up, waving enthusiastically. Lin Bai looked up, nearly choking on his disbelief. What a surprise! The unfortunate soul was none other than Razor. As Razor approached and spotted Lin Bai, he inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here?" "Oh, do you two know each other?" Bennett asked, bewildered. Lin Bai realized that while ordinary folk might be deterred by Bennett's tales of misfortune, Razor would not think twice. Having lived among wolves, he was oblivious to such social nuances. Big brother Lin Bai, Bennett is quite unfortunate. You haven't been dragged into his adventure group, have you? Razor's words left Lin Bai astounded. You know his bad luck? Razor nodded in agreement. Yes, having known him for a week, I either get injured or find traps for hunting animals sabotage daily. Bennett, scratching his head, stood by with an awkward grin. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Bai realized he had been somewhat prejudiced against Razor, viewing him as an innocent child due to his wolf upbringing that in truth, Razor was around 15 or 16, right in the midst of his physical development. And quite sharp-witted. Though initially unaccustomed to human society, he learned quickly, especially with a skilled mentor like Lisa. Then why do you remain in the group? Lin Bai's curiosity was piqued. Razor paused, glancing at the other adventurers who were casting curious glances at their table. Because they don't accept me, but Bennett doesn't care. He and I are the same. He has become my friend, and I will not leave the group. Lin Bai was taken aback, then broke into a knowing smile. Razor had come to Mondstadt, and, due to the prior rumors, many recognized him as the child of the wolf, leading them to shy away from him. This is quite fortuitous. I too consider myself a bit of an oddball. So it seems our Jinyu Force is an eclectic band of adventurers. He raised his cup to clink with the Jinyu Force. Razor echoed, perplexed as Bennett eagerly explained. This is Big Brother Lin Bai, who just named our adventure group. You see, Jinyu, it has 3 characters that I'm the youngest, and my name has you, so that you represents me. Then Razor, you're in the middle, so you are in Wayu. Lin Bai, sipping water, suddenly felt that something was amiss. Big Brother Lin Bai, naturally you Arjia. Lin Bai promptly spat out his drink, showering Razor's face. Get lost, you Arjia. Razor, accustomed to the antics, wiped his face clean. See? This is the extent of my misfortune. As Bennett and Razor set off on their mission. Lin Bai opted to remain, recalling his desire to delve into alchemy. The most renowned alchemist in Mondstadt was undoubtedly Albedo, whose workshop was affiliated with the Knights of Favonius, upon arriving at the headquarters. Lin Bai inquired with the gatekeeper, Portal, and was directed to the alchemy workshop in the rear courtyard. Is anyone here? Lin Bai called out as he pushed open the half-closed door. A young man clad in scholarly attire looked up at him. Hello. How may I assist you? I wish to learn alchemy. Are you the alchemist here? Lin Bai mused, wondering why Sugar was not present, as the guard had mentioned she was in the workshop. I am the assistant of the alchemy workshop. As soon as Timaeus introduced himself, Lin Bai recalled the annoying figure he had encountered by the alchemy bench. SOU are the young Lua individual who assisted the Knights of Favonius. I did not expect you to be so young. After Lin Bai introduced himself, Timaeus began packing up the items on the table. I must deliver materials to the snow-covered camp where Miss Sugar is located. If you're interested in alchemy, you may find her inside. With that, he exited the workshop, leaving Lin Bai alone. Calling out for Sugar yielded no response. The workshop was expansive, and Lin Bai had no idea which room belonged to her. So he opened door after door. After discovering 2 storage rooms filled with various materials, Lin Bai thought to himself that if this were a game, he would empty these rooms of their contents. Upon opening the 3rd door, Lin Bai was astonished. The room was large, but contained only a single item, a massive iron cage in the center, housing a sleeping hilichurl. How could there be a hilichurl here? Linbai stepped inside for a closer look. Indeed, it was a living hilichurl, peacefully slumbering. The cage held a water bowl and a food bowl, suggesting it was kept there. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, startling Linbai and causing him to cry out. The previously sleeping hilichurl awoke with a start and began to scream, "Gusha! Gusha!" Relieved, Linbai realized that the voice belonged to none other than Sugar. She had been conducting experiments in her room, wearing a protective helmet, which explained her failure to hear Linbai's calls. "I am Linbai, here to learn alchemy. Timaeus directed me to find you." But I called out for quite some time without a response. Upon hearing Linbai's name, Sugar stepped into the room, her curiosity piqued. "You are the Liu individual who assisted the knights, are you not?" Linbai nodded and inquired why there was a hilichurl present here. "This is experimental equipment that I have been nurturing," Sugar replied. Initially, upon encountering Linbai, Sugar appeared somewhat reserved, but upon mentioning the hilichurl, her demeanor transformed entirely. "Did you know? The physical structure of a hilichurl is remarkably similar to that of a human. The total amount of bones is quite comparable. I have dissected numerous hilichurls, and this particular living specimen was extremely difficult to capture, making it immensely valuable for research." A.S. Linbai observed the glimmer of excitement in Sugar's eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine. It felt rather peculiar to hear a young girl discuss bones and dissections in such a dimly lit room. "Do you primarily study these?" he asked. Sugar shook her head and responded, "Not exactly. I focus more on plant modification, although I do study animals as well. I use to handle animal bones, and it seemed to frighten everyone." Pulling Linbai into her workspace, Sugar enthusiastically showcased her research achievements. "Look, this is a sweet flower that is 4 times larger." Linbai examined the oversized flower and chuckled. "Then you must be quite prosperous, for the sweet flower is an acknowledged source of sugar in Teyvat. And your quadruple-sized specimen can yield much more sugar." Sugar sighed, shaking her head. "No, despite my sweet flower being 4 times larger than a regular one, its sweetness remains the same as that of a standard sweet flower. So, it is utterly useless then," Linbai remarked. Sugar proceeded to teach Linbai the fundamentals of alchemy, guiding him in creating basic alchemical potions. With the materials readily available in the workshop, Linbai followed Sugar's instructions step by step and ultimately concocted his first vial of potion. Upon gazing at the fire essence in his hands, he noticed a new notification from his system. "Alchemy system unlocked. Card synthesis now available." Indeed, it seemed that cards could also be alchemized. The material cards he had previously collected were indeed for synthesis. Linbai opened the card synthesis interface, finding it quite straightforward, consisting merely of slots for card combinations. He placed the card for the chaotic circuit and chaotic device into the slots, only for the system to present a new message. "Missing mechanical core, synthesis not possible." Mechanical core? Linbai mused, pondering what that could be. The name suggested it was likely another item to carry to IT. Seemed he would need to defeat more ruin guards in the future to see if they would drop this mechanical core. Having learned the basics of potion synthesis, Linbai utilized the workshop materials, producing over 10 vials of each potion. Had it not been for Sugar's watchful gaze, he might have exhausted all the materials. "Could you assist me with something?" Sugar asked as Linbai paused. "You're not going to ask me to catch a hilichurl, are you?" He joked. "No, I'm running low on hurricane seeds. Teacher Albedo is currently busy with research in the snowy mountains, and I cannot handle the Metamorphosis alone. So I was hoping you could lend me a hand." Metamorphosis, Linbai thought to himself, as he had nearly forgotten about that series of creatures from the game. The Anemo series was indeed a small boss that dropped materials for character ascension, which he had once farmed extensively, sure, but what do you need the hurricane seeds for? Linbai inquired, recalling that they were ascension materials for certain wind element characters in the game. However, in this version of Teyvat, all characters were naturally at full constellations and did not require any level ascension. Sugar pointed to an oval-shaped machine beside them and explained, "This is a separator, which needs hurricane seeds to operate." Linbai examined the separator, noting its intricate design. "What is its purpose? Do you know how sugar is derived from sweet flowers?" Sugar queried. Linbai pondered, recalling that in the game, it was part of the cooking system, and guessed, "Is it boiled down from sweet flowers?" Sugar nodded. Precisely, a small jar of sugar requires approximately 40 sweet flowers boiled for about a day. However, with this separator, only one hurricane seed is needed as a power source, and in just 15 minutes, we can process 80 sweet flowers into 3 jars of sugar. Linbai was impressed, realizing this not only saved time, but also increased the sugar yield. "Did you invent this?" he asked. "It was my idea, and with teacher Obito's assistance, we brought it to fruition. Currently, it serves as a prototype and requires several improvements." Linbai thought to himself, no wonder she is named Sugar. Her research and inventions are entirely focused on sugar. Shall we go? By the way, do you know where to find the Metamorphosis? Due to the dragon disaster, I haven't sought out Beidou in quite some time. Beidou? Linbai questioned, realizing Beidou was the code name for the Anemohypostasis located in the Wangshun area, essentially named after the element itself. "I had no idea the hypostasis had a name," Linbai admitted, having never noticed this detail while playing the game. "Let us go," he urged, eager to encounter the Anemohypostasis, though a nagging thought lingered in his mind that perhaps the Anemohypostasis could not be transformed either. As Linbai and Sugar exited Mondstadt, they made their way towards Wangshun. Linbai gazed at the teleportation anchor points on the ground, wishing he could teleport. The last time he asked Lumen about the teleportation anchors, she and Paimon were initially hesitant to respond, but Linbai had directly mentioned seeing Lumen suddenly materialize near a teleportation anchor. Lumen had no choice but to admit that she could utilize the anchors for teleportation. After learning that Lumen had activated most of the teleportation anchors in Mondstadt, Linbai attempted to use the teleportation points on his map interface, but found them still inaccessible. Naturally, he also inquired Lisa about the anchors. Lisa, recognizing Linbai's curiosity about them, provided a brief explanation, stating that no one truly understood the purpose of these anchors within the Sumeru Academia. These anchors were a significant topic of controversy. A prevailing theory among the majority of scholars within the Academia posited that these pillar-like anchors were utilized by the deities of the sky islands to measure the dimensionality of this world. According to ancient legends in Teyvat, there was once a colossal tree that extended from the ground to the heavens. However, upon its decay, only the remnants of its roots remained underground, which later generations referred to as ley lines. Based on this tale, a small faction of scholars argued that these anchors were nodes connecting to the ley lines. Both factions of scholars dismissed each other's research, leading to centuries of debate without a definitive conclusion. Ultimately, they settled on a mutually accepted term: ley line anchors. Thus, common folk in Teyvat referred to the teleportation anchors as ley line anchors. Despite their abrupt presence, after hundreds of years, the populace had grown accustomed to these stone pillars. In summary, for the time being, only Lumen could utilize these anchors for teleportation. Linbai thought to himself, having traversed realms, it was absurd that he could not use them. Sugar also did not ride a horse, so the two of them walked. Originally, Linbai considered transforming into a dragon to soar to Wangshun, but upon remembering that Sugar was a biological alchemist, he refrained from doing so if he transformed. She might very well mistake him for a hilichurl and lock him away for research and dissection. As they walked, the two engaged in conversation, but Linbai noticed that Sugar became noticeably anxious unless they spoke about alchemy. However, her nervousness lent her an unexpectedly endearing quality. Being a beast man, Sugar's canine ears drooped adorably when she was anxious, and Linbai felt an overwhelming urge to pet them to alleviate her tension. Linbai began asking questions about the Anemo element. Sugar explained that research on the Anemo elements was also spearheaded by scholars from the Sumeru Academia. They believed that Anemo elements were a form of pure elemental life, even more so than slimes, as the Anemo elements had discarded both form and ecology. The Academia had studied Anemo element for centuries, yielding few substantial results, ultimately merely assigning code names to certain Anemo beings based on their unique behavioral patterns. As they approached Starfall Lake, they suddenly heard distant cries for help. Following the sounds, they arrived at the lake's edge, where Linbai spotted two individuals being attacked by ice slimes. Is someone really this unfortunate? He wondered. It turned out that Bennett and Razor were struggling against over a dozen ice slimes, having fallen into the water. Despite their efforts to break free from the ice, any progress they made was thwarted by the slimes, which promptly froze them again. Upon witnessing humans under attack, Sugar waved her hands, summoning a small Anemo spirit that unleashed a gust of wind to assault the slimes. Although the slimes suffered wind damage due to the dispersion of the wind element, the recently unfrozen Razor and Bennett found themselves ensnared in ice once more. Witnessing the unfortunate predicament of Bennett and the other, Sugar realized her recklessness in taking action. With tears welling in her large eyes, she turned to Lin Bai for comfort. "It's all right." Lin Bai reassured her. "If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on Bennett's ill fortune." Yes, he spoke. Lin Bai drew forth his fire crossbow and gun, precisely picking off the ice slimes one by one. In truth, Lin Bai's charge in the fray was a chaotic endeavor to slay slimes. Driven by the desire to rid Bennett of his bad luck, he feared that if he rushed in as well, he too might fall victim to a similar fate. Once the ice slimes were vanquished, the two unfortunate souls, Bennett and Razor, were finally freed from their icy torment. Exhausted, they managed to swim to a small platform in Starfall Lake. Trembling, Bennett gathered nearby twigs and leaves into a heap, igniting them with fire, and the two huddled close to the warmth, their pallor gradually improving. Sugar had initially intended to join them in the water, but Lin Bai stopped her, assuring her that both were seasoned adventurers and there was no need for undue concern. "Hey, what happened to you two?" Lin Bai called out to the duo, warming themselves beneath the statue, unable to suppress his laughter. Razor, shivering and visibly distressed, recounted their misadventure in fragmented sentences. It turned out they had accepted a task regarding the excessive presence of slimes near Starfall Lake, issued by the Mondstadt Fishing Enthusiasts Association. Starfall Lake was a favored fishing spot for the residents of Mondstadt, renowned for its picturesque scenery and the presence of a statue of the Anemo Archon, which the fishermen believed would enhance their luck. During the dragon disaster, the roads had been blocked, forcing the fishermen to remain homebound for an entire week, so it was no surprise that they formed a group to fish at Starfall Lake the very morning after the roads were cleared, only to discover the area swarming with slimes. Lisa had previously mentioned that the dragon disaster had caused significant disruption to the ley line energy around Mondstadt, resulting in the accumulation of slimes at Starfall Lake. When Bennett and Razor arrived at the site of their task, they indeed found a plethora of slimes, but given their nature, they paid little heed. However, while battling a thunder slime, Bennett inadvertently ignited a fire status on both of them. A collision with the thunder slime triggered an overload, sending both tumbling into the lake. Initially, they dismissed their wet predicament, but just as they finished off the thunder slimes, they were besieged by an onslaught of ice slimes. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers, they found themselves unable to retaliate and were gradually forced further into the lake. Had Lin Bai and Sugar not arrived in the nick of time, the duo might have endured even more torment. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Bai laughed until his stomach hurt. While the tale seemed absurd, he could hardly believe anyone could be so unfortunate if he hadn't witnessed it himself. It could only be said that misfortune is often a matter of timing, location, and circumstance. Had an ordinary person ventured forth, perhaps they wouldn't have encountered such an ordeal that Bennett's ultimate ability could heal teammates. But due to its peculiar mechanics, it also restored their health while simultaneously applying a fire element. Razor, being an electro character, was impervious to the damage from the thunder slimes, and when Bennett realized that Razor could not withstand the electric status, he thoughtlessly unleashed his ultimate ability, resulting in further chaos. Razor felt a deep sense of frustration. While he possessed iron claws and could deal significant physical damage, Bennett's ultimate had only served to complicate matters. "All right, have you rested enough?" Lin Bai interjected. "Since you're both here, why not accompany me on an expedition?" Meanwhile, Razor glanced around to ensure no ice slimes lurked nearby before daring to swim towards Lin Bai. Upon reaching the shore, he turned to Bennett and complained, "Next time, don't use your ultimate so carelessly. Save it for when we're truly in dire straits." Bennett pouted in response, retorting, "And what about you? If it weren't for your electricity causing the shock, we would have made a timely escape from the lake. Don't blame me. You misused your ultimate." Sugar, observing the argument, wished to mediate, but felt hesitant to intervene. Enough. Let us not quarrel. I'm heading to confront the Metamorphosis. Will you join me? If not, I shall go alone." Upon hearing Metamorphosis, Bennett's interest was piqued. "Is it the one at Wangfeng Mountain?" Lin Bai nodded affirmatively, and Bennett instantly forgot their previous dispute, exclaiming, "I went there alone once." That anemohypostasis is incredibly formidable. The massive wind crystal butterfly it conjured sent me flying. It was exhilarating. Razor sighed in resignation, likely contemplating the possibility of being blown away again on this occasion. The trio traveled for half an hour, clearing out any hilichurls they encountered along the way. Upon reaching Wangfeng Mountain, Bennett dashed ahead, excitedly pointing to a large green cube on a distant platform. "Lin Bai, look, that green cube is the anemohypostasis." Lin Bai thought to himself that it was unnecessary for Bennett to point it out, as he had defeated more anemohypostases than Bennett had consumed rice. Indeed, as a Mondstadt native, Bennett primarily feasted on bread and noodles, rarely indulging in rice. Lin Bai had previously faced 12 yellow bosses in the game, 2 of which belonged to Jean, the acting grandmaster. He had farmed anemohypostasis extensively for Jean and Vinny's ascension materials. Initially planning to strategize, Lin Bai was taken aback when Bennett and Razor, like headstrong fools, charged in, activating the anemohypostasis. With no other choice, Lin Bai joined the fray. With Bennett and Razor engaging in close combat, he remained at a distance, firing arrows and launching fire projectiles. Having observed the duo's fighting style, Lin Bai noted their recklessness. They charged in like wild dogs, attacking fiercely, only to retreat when struck and then resumed their assault. When Bennett's ultimate ability was unleashed, they seized the moment to inflict heavy damage, but once the ability concluded, they found themselves relentlessly pursued and battered, in the midst of the chaos. Lin Bai voluntarily took a hit from the anemohypostasis's attack. Although he was immune to damage, he still felt the effects of being knocked back. Estimating the anemohypostasis level at 60, Lin Bai recognized that he had recently reached level 61 after battling the Cryo-Regis Vine and the Geo-Dragon. Through these recent encounters, he had solidified his understanding of his own level, which represented a combination of the challenging adventure rank and character level in the game, alongside the overall combat power. After level 60, the experience required for each subsequent level increased significantly, and the gap in strength also widened with each level difference. Lin Bai now comprehended why his mentor, Liu Yun, had easily bested him. With this newfound perspective on combat power and levels, he estimated the Geo-Dragon to be around level 62, while the Cryo-Regis Vine likely hovered around 65, certainly surpassing 65 upon transformation. Thus, Lin Bai acknowledged the prowess of Beidou, who had withstood a blow from the Cryo-Regis Vine while in a fatigued state, clearly possessing level 65 strength. Lin Bai pondered these thoughts. Sugar, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally joined the battle. Being a wind character, she was completely immune to the anemohypostasis's attacks. Initially, Lin Bai had intended for her to remain a spectator, but instead, she began directing Bennett and Razor. Having observed albedo and the anemohypostasis's behavior multiple times, Sugar possessed a good understanding of the anemohypostasis's movement patterns. Under Sugar's guidance, Bennett and Razor finally established some semblance of teamwork, no longer attacking blindly. After approximately 10 minutes, the three of them successfully defeated the anemohypostasis, capturing the wind element orbs it released with the wings of wind. Lin Bai examined the loot. There were no cards, and he felt little disappointment, as he had already confirmed he could not transform into the anemohypostasis. After all, Sugar had previously stated that the anemohypostasis was a pure elemental entity devoid of biological form. Wow, only 3 seeds of the hurricane? Lin Bai remarked, handing the 3 seeds to Sugar. Thinking it was rather meager to his surprise, Sugar replied, "That is actually quite a lot. When I came with albedo, we typically only received 2 upon hearing this." Bennett chuckled. "So, does that mean my presence improved our luck this time?" "Luck has nothing to do with it. It's undoubtedly due to my efforts," Lin Bai thought to himself with a smirk. "Thank you both. You can divide these pieces of free-spirited pine stones among yourselves." Lin Bai inquired about the use of these stones in the game. Such fragments served as ascension materials for characters, but they surely had no such purpose here. Sugar explained that the anemohypostasis, being a purely elemental entity, contained a substantial amount of wind elemental energy within these free-spirited pine stones, making them excellent alchemical materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai understood it was merely a means to profit, so he decided not to claim any, allowing Sugar to take them all. However, Sugar shook her head in disagreement, insisting on sharing them with Bennett and Razor. Bennett declined, but curiously asked Sugar, Sister Sugar, would you like to join our Ginyu Force for adventures? Your leadership in combat, just now, made a significant difference. Reese nodded in agreement, clearly having sustained significantly fewer injuries under the command of Sugar during the recent skirmish. Noticing Sugar's hesitation, Linbai chuckled. Why not join us? Your separator requires a substantial amount of hurricane seeds, so you'll need to frequently challenge the Anemohypostasis. Both of them can assist you. However, Sugar hesitated because she felt it was inappropriate for Bennett and Reese to offer their help without any compensation. Observing the expression on Sugar's face, Linbai surmised the reason behind her reluctance and remarked upon the shard she held. How about this? As an alchemist, you can take these shards and offer them some potions as payment. Bennett immediately agreed, exclaiming, that sounds great. So you're an alchemist. We'll help you defeat the Anemohypostasis, and you'll provide us with potions. Fantastic. Alchemical potions, much like those in the game, possess elemental amplification effects. Thus, having an alchemist as a companion in Genshin Impact serves as a subtle enhancement of one's own capabilities. Upon hearing Linbai's suggestion, Sugar nodded in agreement. Researching the separator was her own undertaking, and relying solely on albedo for assistance against the Anemohypostasis had begun to weigh on her conscience. Hooray! This is wonderful! Bennett cheered enthusiastically. What is happening? Am I suddenly experiencing a stroke of luck? Reese, slap me quickly. I can't be dreaming, can I? 2 teammates joining in a single day is unbelievable. Without hesitation, Reese delivered a punch that sent Bennett flying 2 meters away. To everyone as surprise. Bennett was unfazed, returning with a grin and saying to Linbai, Big brother Linbai, I feel like my luck has improved since I met you. You're truly my lucky star. Linbai chuckled. Well, flattery suits you well. That be by the way. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? What is up? Are you off on another adventure? Bennett inquired with eager anticipation. Linbai glanced at Reese and nodded. We're heading to Wolfendom this afternoon. Reese looked taken aback and asked, Are you going to confront the Wolf King? Linbai nodded, intending to have another bout with the Wolf King. The reason was that he had discovered, during the card synthesis unlocked today, that the material card for the Northwind Wolf's residual soul he had previously acquired could be placed in the synthesis slot, after trying to add other materials and receiving error prompts for incorrect placements. He found that when he added the Northwind's tail, there was no error messaged. He then attempted to add the Northwind's ring, but it still wasn't sufficient, as he recalled that there was one more exclusive drop material from the Wolf King in the game. The 4 of them returned to the city, and Linbai invited the trio to dine together at the Deer Hunter restaurant as a team-building exercise. During the meal, Bennett proposed that Linbai become the team leader, which Linbai declined, explaining that he would soon be heading to Liyue and would not be around Mondstadt all the time. Nevertheless, he introduced the concept of forming a group. A group? The other 3 were hearing this term for the first time and were puzzled. You see, the Adventurers Guild is a large organization, right? Mondstadt has its Adventurers Guild branch, and Liyue has its own. What I mean by a group is a concept similar to that of the Adventurers Guild. Linbai elaborated that once the group was established, they could form an adventurers team in Mondstadt, which would essentially be their current team, the Ginyu Force. I'm originally from Liyue. I plan to return there in a few days. And upon my arrival, I can establish a new adventurers team. This way, both teams will belong to the group and can be considered sibling teams. Bennett scratched his head in confusion and asked, Big brother Linbai, if you return to Liyue, won't you come back? No, I'll definitely return to Mondstadt. Didn't I mention before that I can't stay permanently? Sugar also remarked that her primary occupation as an alchemist was alchemy. With adventuring being a secondary pursuit at that moment, Reese interjected, I understand now. You want to create a structure like the Wolf Pack where there is a leader and beneath that, various smaller packs led by their own leaders. Though Reese's explanation was rather straightforward, it conveyed the gist well enough, prompting Linbai to nod. You see, compared to a permanent adventurers team, we can invite non-permanent members to join. Once acquainted, we can communicate effectively. If someone is available, the efficiency of forming teams will be higher. Furthermore, this arrangement allows for clearer division of roles within the team, enabling everyone to find suitable companions to embark on quests based on their strengths and weaknesses. What are you all discussing? A familiar voice interrupted as Ing approached the table. Linbai recognized Ing and Paimon and thought to himself that they had likely skipped lunch. Wow, Are you all having a gathering? Paimon remarked, eyeing the spread on the table. Come sit and join us. We're discussing something important. Ing and Paimon took seats and ordered a few more dishes. After Linbai introduced everyone, Bennett realized that Linbai was the Liyue individual who had assisted Mondstadt in resolving the dragon disaster. An admiration gleamed in his eyes. Big brother Linbai, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. Well, of course, I'm the protagonist. Sticking with me means you'll have your share of the spotlight. Linbai then shared his group concept with Ing, who nodded in agreement and said she would like to join. All right, then Ing is in, serving as a prime example. Wait, Ing interrupted. Why do you keep calling me Ing? I have a name, you know. Besides, when did you become my brother? I agree, but my brother might not agree. Linbai chuckled. It's not like we're getting married. Why would anyone need family consent? I sent it a bit inconvenient to just call me Ing. I can't exactly call you Ing Grandpa, can I? Huffed. What on earth? Grandpa is a bit much. Just call me by my full name. What? Linbai was taken aback, realizing that Ing was not her full name. My name is Xing Ing, and my brother's name is Xing Kong. By the way, if you happen to find any clues about my brother, please let me know. Xing Ing. Why does that name sound a bit familiar? After learning Ing's true name, Linbai continued. Travelers like Xing Ing may traverse multiple nations. Our group can be likened to a restaurant, with each nation having its own branch. For instance, if Bennett is an employee, travels to Liyue, he can find support there. I see. So, big brother Linbai, you want to be the boss? Bennett grinned foolishly. This child is hopeless. Linbai thought. His desire to establish a group had originated from his encounter with the Black Dog mercenary group. In the game, the Abyss Order didn't seem to be villains, but rather a vast organization. The Fatui operated similarly, with numerous smaller teams under their harbingers. Realizing that he had arrived in this world, Linbai understood that to live well, he would likely face more conflicts with these two organizations. Since he could connect with several characters from Genshin, he thought it wise to organize them. Of course, everyone had their own nations, backgrounds, and occupations, making it difficult for someone like Jean, the acting grandmaster, to simply leave the Knights of Favonius. However, an organization akin to an adventurer's team was relatively feasible. There would be no hierarchy. Everyone would be equal, and a temporary team leader could be chosen among them. For example, if Jean had something to handle that was inconvenient to address in the name of the Knights, she could personally engage with others or directly enlist the help of the adventurer's team members. I think that's unrealistic, Xing Ing remarked after listening to Linbai's thoughts. Why? I understand your desire for equality and the hope that everyone can be friends. But if there is no shared sense of identity, the group will inevitably fall apart. For instance, if Reese and Bennett have a disagreement and both believe they are right, Xing Ing turned to Sugar. If you were the team leader, who would you support? Well, it would depend on the circumstances and who is truly at fault, Sugar replied. Neither party is wrong. Both can be right. Linbai pondered Xing Ing's words, beginning to grasp their meaning. What you're saying is that there still needs to be a leader to make decisions. Exactly. To be honest, at this table, who do you think could take on that leadership role? Upon her statement, all eyes turned to Linbai. Me. Linbai thought, I'd rather not be the leader. If more people join, I'll have to handle various internal affairs daily, and that will feel like a job. I came here to enjoy life freely. Why would I want to trade one form of schooling for another? It's definitely you. Among us, we only share one commonality. We all know you. Oh, Linbai finally understood. The leadership role was not about authority, but rather a point of recognition. I see, so I'm the node, and you're all my friends, and from there, you form your own connections. Ingmei nodded in agreement, stating that this was precisely the reasoning behind it, that if someone unfamiliar with Linbai were to join from Mondstadt, and another from Liyue, the connections within the team would gradually diminish, ultimately leading to its inevitable collapse. That it would be far better to center the organization around Linbai, allowing only those who acknowledge him and whom he acknowledges to join it. I find this notion quite agreeable. Initially, Linbai had merely suggested it in a moment of enthusiasm, without much thought. However, under Ingmei's guidance, the organization became more streamlined and easier to manage. Rather than resembling a typical organization, it felt more akin to a mutual assistance network centered around Linbai's relationships. Upon reflection, the name group seemed overly commercial and warranted a change. As soon as Bennett heard this, he immediately raised his hand. What about calling it the Clever Brigade? After all, there's already a Fool's Guild. You truly are quite clever, someone remarked, but it was met with disdain. That sounds dreadful. Paimon chimed in. What about brotherhood? Everyone who joins would be like brothers, suggested Razor. In no way, Linbai thought. Do you think this is an assassin's alliance? How about the constellations? Linbai proposed, recalling how each character in the game had a constellation associated with them. The name constellations resonated well with Sugar and the others, who nodded in agreement. That sounds lovely, free from the mundane associations of association or group. Ingmei remarked, evidently pleased by the inclusion of the word star. Then let us toast to the establishment of the constellations. The four clinked their cups in celebration. By go, may I ask a question? Bennett inquired, his expression somewhat dazed. Of course. What will happen to our Jinyu force? It will be disbanded. From now on, there will only be the Mondstadt constellations. Bennett chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. That I feel like I've transformed from an adventurer into a singing poet. The inaugural event for the constellations was, without a doubt, to challenge the Northwind Wolf. Sugar, having commitments at the alchemy workshop, decided to return early. Initially, she wanted to join, feeling awkward about not participating when everyone else was going. However, Linbai assured her, our constellations embody freedom. If you have matters to attend to, do not worry about it. Which allowed Sugar to leave without concern. Furthermore, Linbai mentioned that he may need not accompany them either, as the Northwind Wolf was immune to both the Nemo and Cryo elements, rendering her involvement largely ineffective. I must go. The Northwind Wolf sounds so grand. It must possess something valuable. This was Ingmei's exact sentiment. Linbai thought to himself that he was primarily there for materials. Her presence would only mean competition. Although he initially intended to object, he ultimately capitulated, unable to withstand Ingmei's insistence. A.S. Linbai rubbed his sore throat, which had been subjected to Ingmei's relentless grip. He mused on the absence of a physical slime. While he was immune to most elemental damage, Ingmei's grip was a physical attack he could not withstand. This was a candid reflection from Linbai, despite his immunity to both Cryo and Anemo. He found a Northwind Wolf challenging due to its physical attacks. For instance, if the wolf's claw struck, although Linbai could negate the Anemo damage, he would still suffer from the physical impact. The game lacked such intricate designs. A monster's attack was purely based on its elemental attribute. However, reality was different. For example, Dialec's Flame Greatsword would inflict both fire and physical damage upon hitting an enemy. Thus, while Ingmei's skills could not harm the Northwind Wolf, she could still inflict damage with her sword. Physical attacks were not highly regarded in the game, but in the world of Teyvat, they constituted the foundation of most offensive capabilities. Though pure elemental spells, like Linbai's recently learned Wind Bullet, were exceptions, dealing solely Anemo damage. During their last encounter with the Northwind Wolf, Ingmei had been absent, and her first visit to the wolf's territory was filled with novelty. Upon learning that Razor was a wolf child, her curiosity piqued, prompting her to inquire how Linbai had met him. Is Beidou really that formidable? I'd love to meet her. Ingmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon arriving at the circular arena for the wolf's trial, they discovered that the place where the wolf's remnants had once stood was now occupied by an ice sword, crystallized in the shape of the wolf. Why not just transform into a dragon and fight it if it's a gigantic wolf? Ingmei suggested, recalling how Linbai had single-handedly defeated the Anemo dragon previously, believing he could replicate that success. However, transforming into a dragon would mean I couldn't carry metal powder, and without it, I wouldn't withstand the Northwind Wolf's physical damage, Linbai reflected. Last time, the wolf's tail swipe had shattered his rock shield. What shall we do then? Ingmei asked. Linbai outlined his strategy to the trio. They would engage in guerrilla tactics, with Razor as the primary damage dealer and Bennett using his ultimate ability for support. Bennett's ultimate would serve as a defensive maneuver against the wolf's charges, allowing everyone to regroup at the edge of the pit to heal if the wolf transformed and executed its phantom charge. And what will you do? Ingmei queried. I shall act as a surprise attacker, descending with a hammer to deal several blows to the Northwind Wolf, Linbai replied. Ingmei nodded, finding the plan reasonable, while Razor and Bennett appeared perplexed, unsure of the conversation's nuances. By go, I'm a bit confused, Bennett admitted. Scratching his head, he had comprehended little of the exchange between Linbai and Ingmei, particularly the mentions of transforming into a dragon and descending with a hammer. After Ingmei explained Linbai's transformation ability, Razor, having heard of it from Lisa, seemed unfazed, but Bennett was left utterly astonished. By guh, you can turn to a dragon? You're not joking, are you? Lin Bai chuckled. If I can have you call me guh, surely I possess some capabilities. He then positioned himself at the edge of the pit. Let the challenge commence. Razor stepped forward, grasping the ice crystal sword, as the Northwind Wolf's voice echoed. The sword morphed into snowflakes and vanished. Are you prepared to accept the trial? The Northwind Wolf intoned majestically, emerging from the shadows with a gust of wind. Seeing this, Lin Bai immediately began to climb the wall. The fact that he could not exchange the metal powder indicated that they had entered the combat zone. Upon the wolf's emergence, it spotted Lin Bai scaling the wall, and, confused, was only brought to its senses when Ying Mei and the others struck at its feet. Razor, your human Lupika has fled, the wolf remarked with unexpected warmth, even offering Razor a reminder. Perhaps due to their previous confrontation, Razor ignored the wolf, focusing solely on inflicting damage. The wolf, puzzled, wondered why this child, having only recently joined human society, was now ignoring him. Enraged, it swatted Bennett, who had attacked its hind leg, with its tail. Meanwhile, Lin Bai, having retreated approximately 10 meters from the pit, realized he could finally exchange the metal powder. He donned the wide-angle lens and transformed into the Anemo dragon, soaring into the sky. The Northwind Wolf, engaged in battle with the other three, noticed the commotion outside the pit and glanced up, spotting something streaking upwards. What is that? It pondered, directing its inquiry to Razor. Razor, it seems something strange has entered the wolf's territory. Razor remained absorbed in his chaotic onslaught. Feigning ignorance, he was eager to defeat the wolf today and return to the wolf's territory to rejoin the pack. Suddenly, the Northwind Wolf felt something above it. Looking up, it saw a purple light descending like lightning. With a resounding thud, Lin Bai's massive hammer struck the wolf's head. A howl escaped the wolf, and tears were forcibly drawn from its eyes. However, due to the fierce wind, the tears quickly crystallized and fell, shattering into snowflakes. Lin Bai, propelled by anti-gravity, landed on the ground. He grimaced at the pain in his backside and quickly scrambled to his feet. The wolf, oblivious to Lin Bai's antics, watched as he climbed out of the pit once more. Minutes later, another howl echoed. Lin Bai climbed back into the pit, though the wolf couldn't discern Lin Bai's intent. It was not foolish. Having been a remnant of an ancient god for millennia, it immediately executed its phantom charge towards Lin Bai, who was on the wall. Oh no! Lin Bai realized the wolf was barreling towards him. Without hesitation, he transformed into the Anemo dragon and soared skyward. The charging wolf smashed into the wall, creating a large hole as it glared at the ascending Lin Bai, grumbling to itself. So, you can transform into that little rascal. The term little rascal was a reference to Tartaglia, as the wolf was the combined will of the ancient god Andreas and the spirits of the wolf's territory, thus far older than Tartaglia. Once again, a purple light descended like thunder. Lin Bai understood that since the Northwind Wolf had witnessed his transformation, it would undoubtedly attempt to evade his strike. Whether it would hit depended on whether his allies could restrain the wolf's movements. Below, Ying Mei shared Lin Bai's thoughts and shouted, "Attack with all your might." As a result, with that shout, the three individuals took a step forward, and suddenly, Wang Lang's entire body radiated light as he let out a long, mournful howl. Unlike last time, this transformation of Wang Lang was accompanied by a tumult of chaotic winds. The trio, consisting of Ying Mei and the others, were buffeted by the winds, suffering significant damage in an instant. In the skies above, Lin Bai, witnessing Wang Lang's pause during his transformation, could hardly believe it, as this effectively turned him into a living target. Suddenly, while plummeting rapidly, Lin Bai felt as though he had collided with a wall of wind, and with a loud thud, he was sent flying several meters above Wang Lang's head. Being flung aside was one thing, but while in midair, he was also assaulted by the turbulent winds, flipping and tumbling through the air. However, due to his immunity to wind attribute damage, he sustained no harm, aside from feeling a bit dizzy. "Gather!" Ying Mei shouted, as the wind-based shockwaves were already quite damaging, and Wang Lang's howl had summoned numerous shadowy wolf spirits that lunged at them. Despite their attempts to retaliate, they soon discovered that these wolf spirits were not corporeal and could not be harmed. "Gather!" Razor, seeing the situation deteriorate, shouted as he rushed towards Bennett. The three of them united, and Bennett unleashed a powerful strike, the fire element not only dispelling the ice element affecting them, but also continuously healing them. With their mobility restored, evading the assaults of the wolf spirits became much more manageable. At that moment, Wang Lang's howling reached its climax, and as the sound grew increasingly resonant, everyone knew that the most formidable attack was imminent. Reiser and Bennett exchanged glances, then produced wind resistance and cold resistance potions, gulping them down, with Ying Mei doing the same, having received a few bottles from Lin Bai before the battle commenced. The potions lasted about 8 minutes, which was why they had initially refrained from drinking them. As the green glow accumulating around Wang Lang intensified, Lin Bai realized that the final blow would likely be an enormous wind wave, prompting him to transform into the wind demon dragon and soar towards Ying Mei and the others. He had no fear of pure wind attribute attacks. Upon seeing Lin Bai approach, Bennett's expression was one of awe, for it was his first time witnessing the wind demon dragon up close. His eyes nearly popping out his head. Lin Bai landed, spreading his wings to shield the three. Wang Lang's ultimate attack struck as anticipated, with a violent gale crashing against Lin Bai's back. Although it caused no damage, the sheer force was quite overwhelming. With a resounding boom, the tempest subsided. Interesting, Reiser remarked. Human Lupica, what is your name? Lin Bai exhaled in relief, reverting to his human form, for Wang Lang had vanished from sight. I am Lin Bai. I've remembered you. Lin Bai. Transform into a wind demon dragon and withstand my north wind's howl. You are indeed remarkable. You need me to praise you. Lin Bai replied, a look of pride on his face. Fortunately, your north wind is purely a wind attribute attack. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to say. Take this. It is your reward at a sphere of white light descended from above, containing 2 shards of the morning ice jade, 3 fragments of free breeze stone, and a north wind soul box. Thank you, Lin Bai exclaimed, noticing the north wind soul box that had dropped to the ground. But it was Ying Mei who seized it immediately. Wow, what a treasure! It's mine now. Lin Bai stared in confusion. How is it yours? Xing, I need this item. Could you not give it to me first? Ying Mei was taken aback and replied, I've already used it. What? Used it? Lin Bai was incredulous and began rummaging through Ying Mei's bag. Ying Mei, feeling a tickle as Lin Bai's hand brushed against her waist, couldn't help but giggle. With a swift motion, she swatted Lin Bai's hand away, laughing and scolding. What are you doing? You're so naughty. I'm looking for the soul box. You said you used it. My skills require this item to level up. Upon realizing she had let something slip, she quickly covered her mouth. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, pondering a realization. I end the game. Protagonists needed the North Wind Soul Box to enhance their skills. Was it possible that Ying Mei, like him, was also quantified in this world? Lin Bai was eager to ask, but with Reiser and Bennett present, he refrained. Did you really use it? Lin Bai confirmed once more that I'm not lying. I didn't know you needed it too. Ying Mei said, clasping her hands by her cheeks, tilting her head, and giving Lin Bai a cute wink while apologizing. Lin Bai felt a surge of anger, but Ying Mei's adorableness compelled him to forgive her. How infuriating, Lin Bai thought, turning away to approach the reappeared ice crystal greatsword, yanking it out with a single motion. Bennett and Reiser, resting nearby, were startled and jumped up. However, nothing happened. Lin Bai, take a break before fighting again, Bennett suggested, surprisingly pulling out a pack of cookies to munch on. Seeing this, Ying Mei rushed over with Paimon to snatch some, or rather, to take them and indulge. Lin Bai returned the greatsword to its place, then pulled it out again, yet nothing occurred. Frustrated, he continued to insert and withdraw it repeatedly for over 10 times. Finally, Wang Lang's irate voice resonated above their heads. You little brat, stop pulling it out. It's deafening. Lin Bai paused, holding the ice crystal greatsword, thinking to himself that this sword was akin to a doorbell. With a clang, he thrust the ice crystal greatsword back into place and shouted, Wang Lang, come out and fight again. No way. Haven't we just completed the trial? Can't you see your friends are resting? But I need a reward. Come on, Wang Lang, just one more round, please. Paimon, munching on the cookies, shook her head. Min whining is intolerable. Ying, can I go up and kick him? Don't even mention it. I want to kick him too. However, since I took a soul box, perhaps it's best to refrain that I would feel guilty. Paimon looked at Ing Mei in disbelief, thinking, wait, you actually no reason. Scram, scram, scram. Wang Lang's tone was already tinged with impatience that, do you think I'm a sheep, allowing you to shear my wool without a care? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai replied with a grin, wool is fine. Can I have a strand or two? After all, he was unaware of how much was needed for the North Wind's tail. What are you plotting? Wang Lang, noticing Lin Bai was from Liyue, spoke with a hint of fear in his tone. After all, he had heard Xiangling mention that Liyue individuals seemed to use wolf fur to craft brushes. Wang Lang thought to himself, at my age, my fur regrows slowly. I can't afford to be left bald. And oh way, I can't give you even a single strand. Wang Lang responded immediately. Lin Bai swiftly yanked the ice crystal greatsword out again, then returned it to its place. Seeing Wang Lang fall silent, Lin Bai prepared to pull the sword out once more when Wang Lang's voice rang out again. All right, I yield to you. Another glowing orb descended from the heavens. Here's another reward. To stop pulling it out, or I will truly become angry. Also, I will only meet you once a week from now on, otherwise Reizer can forget about ever entering the wolf domain again. Reizer, upon hearing this, instantly lost the taste of the cookie in his mouth. Lin Bai, don't be impulsive. He was terrified that Lin Bai would yank the sword again. Lin Bai gathered the items on the ground and turned to Reizer with a smile. It's fine. I was merely playing around. I was prepared for him to show up in anger. I would transform and whisk you all away, but I didn't expect it to actually happen. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang became furious, and the previously gentle breeze in the wolf domain escalated in intensity several-fold. What is this? Ing Mei had somehow arrived next to Lin Bai, gazing at the items in his hand. The Northland one-handed sword original form. It seems to be for weapon crafting. Lin Bai realized it wasn't a soul box, feeling a bit disappointed. Then I will pass. I have the West Wind Sword. The West Wind Sword had been awarded to Ing Mei by the Knights of Favonius, and Lin Bai had received one as well. Then I shall take it. Lin Bai stowed the item in his bag, unexpectedly discovering that it did not enter the material inventory, but rather the carry-on category. What? It's actually a carry-on item. He had looked closely when picking it up, as in the game. This item was merely a material for crafting weapons. 58. Weapons can transform Northland one-handed sword original form. Carry-on item level. LV.1. Refinement. Stage 1 effect. Can imprint the corresponding weapon to gain weapon attribute bonuses and appearance. When fully refined, it unlocks an additional carry-on item slot limit. This item's effect is unique. Description. In Tevat's philosophy, it is believed that marble harbors the potential to become a beautiful sculpture. These original forms also nurture infinite possibilities. Lin Bai's heart soared with joy. He had initially thought he would not gain any weapon enhancements, only to discover that he indeed had them. Moreover, it was evidently a product that integrated with his own system. Based on the description of this original form, it turned out that his weapon could also transform. Most importantly, a new item has finally emerged that increases the limit on the slots for carrying items. One could say this moment is a double blessing, a dual-pronged approach, a pair of delights. In short, Lin Bai feels simply elated. However, despite his exhilaration, he recognizes the necessity of practical verification. After all, what if he has misunderstood the mechanics yet again? As he navigates the interface, Lin Bai discovers that the imprinting process requires placing a weapon into the original mold. He inserts his Favonius sword, and the system confirms the successful imprinting. Notably, the original Favonius sword remains intact, and the one-handed sword mold has not undergone any changes. Holding the original mold, Lin Bai swings it with a thought of transformation, yet to no avail. Puzzled, he scratches his head, pondering whether he has made an error. Meanwhile, the three companions, unaware of Lin Bai's endeavors, find themselves exhausted from their exertions and settle down to share some biscuits, beginning to divide the spoils of their quest. Lin Bai scrutinizes the original mold for an extended period, suddenly striking his forehead in realization that he mentally chastises himself for his oversight. The original mold is, after all, a sword-shaped prototype, and he had instinctively treated it as a weapon. Items must be placed in the designated inventory slots to become effective. He removes the wide-angle lens and positions the one-handed sword mold in the carrying slot. With a swift motion, the original mold appears in his grasp. Favonius sword, He muses that in an instant, the golden blade transforms, taking on the appearance of the Favonius sword. Opening his interface again, Linbai notes a new entry in the inventory description for the one-handed sword mold. Favonius sword form base attack power, 41 sub-attribute. Elemental recharge efficiency, 13. 3 Windborne. When an attack results in a critical hit, there is a 60 chance to generate a small amount of elemental particles, restoring 6 points of elemental energy to the character. This effect can only trigger once every 12 seconds. The standard longsword of the Knights of Favonius, light and sharp, effortlessly channels elemental power. Linbai recalls that this is the weapon he equipped for Bennett, and he is pleased to find that the attributes align with those in the game. At this moment, the system simultaneously presents a textual notification. Forging system unlocked. Upon selecting the one-handed sword mold, Linbai discovers 2 additional options: enhance and refine, alongside the imprinting feature. Linbai's eerie laughter draws the bewildered gazes of his companions. Bennett inquires, why does Linbai suddenly look so terrifying? After a moment's contemplation, Hu Tao suggests, from what I know of him, he must feel that the original mold is insufficient and is planning to hunt the Wolf King again. Before Hu Tao's words have fully settled, Linbai has already turned towards the ice crystal greatsword. Alarmed, Razor slides to Linbai's feet, clinging to his leg in supplication. Linbai, please, no more hunting the Wolf King. Just take a break. Otherwise, I might truly be unable to enter the Wolf domain next time. Linbai halts his sinister chuckle, regaining his composure. Indeed, he had gotten a bit carried away, for the thought had crossed his mind that since he possessed the one-handed sword mold, there were still two-handed swords. Catalysts, polearms, and bows in the game, prompting the instinctive desire to engage in another round against the Wolf King. Let us head home, Linbai states, casting a glance at Razor, more specifically at the wolf he carries on his back. Once I obtain a greatsword mold, I shall have my first 5-star weapon that I could simply borrow from Razor for the imprinting. As they exit the large pit, Linbai cannot help but glance back at it once more. Upon returning to the city, Hu Tao announces her intention to head to Liyue. Linbai recalls that Beidou is also returning to Liyue and suggests she could travel on Beidu's ship. Hu Tao declines, stating that walking would be preferable, allowing her to inquire along the way for any information regarding the stars. Linbai bids farewell to Hu Tao and Paimon as they exit the city, immediately making his way to the industrial district in the lower city. After wandering for a while, he discovers a blacksmith shop. "Excuse me, can you refine ores here?" Linbai inquires as he approaches a bearded man hammering a glowing red ingot. The man continues his work without responding, but eventually glances at Linbai after tossing the ingot into a nearby water bucket. A hissing sound erupts as steam billows from the water, meeting the hot metal. "What do you want, kid?" The blacksmith grumbles. "Sir, I wish to refine some ores. Is that possible here?" Linbai explains, recalling that he had collected over 40 crystal ores during his travels through the Wolf domain. Of course, what would a blacksmith be for if not to refine ores? Linbai promptly presents his 40-plus crystal ores, smiling, "Then please refine all of these." "Whoa, kid, that's a lot of ores," the blacksmith exclaims. Crystal ores are considered high-grade minerals produced in Mondstadt and Liyue, with limited availability. Due to the low number of adventurers in the Wolf domain, Linbai had managed to gather such a quantity in a short time. "Just lucky, I suppose. Can you handle that?" "Sure, just leave them here. Refining this many ores will take about a day. Come back tomorrow." "All right, how much will it cost?" The blacksmith sizes up Linbai, asking, "Do you have more ores?" Linbai nods, as he originally began mining casually, but with the weapon system now available, he intends to collect ores fervently to quickly enhance the mold's level. In that case, I won't charge you a processing fee. My name is Wagner. Let's consider ourselves friends. He gestures to a young apprentice by the furnace. That's my new apprentice. Yes, just starting, and I require a substantial amount of ores to let him practice. Linbai is taken aback. He needs the ores, yet they're being used for the apprentice's training. Sensing Linbai's hesitation, Wagner bursts into laughter. "Don't worry, I know what you're thinking, but I'm Wagner, the finest blacksmith in Mondstadt. You can trust the skills of my apprentice." With that, he sets down his tools, rummages through a corner, and hands Linbai 10 pieces of refined magical ore. "Take these. This way you won't have to wait." "Just 10, Linbai thinks, but I've given you over 40 crystal ores. Wagner's face darkens as he snatches back the refined magical or from Lin Bai, scolding him. What do you mean by that? Do you think Wagner would covet your ores? Go ask around. Who on this street can refine or is better than I can? After receiving this reprimand, Lin Bai recalls Wagner from the game. He remembers that Mondstadt indeed has a hot-tempered blacksmith. After all, he is a named NPC, and previously Wagner had proclaimed himself as the best blacksmith in the city, prompting Lin Bai to immediately apologize. My apologies. I'm from Liyue and not very familiar with Mondstadt. I meant no disrespect. Seeing Lin Bai's contrition, Wagner nods and returns the refined magical, or, why have you come to Mondstadt if the Liyue Blackcliff Forge is so renowned? I need to enhance my weapon. Lin Bai responds, internally rolling his eyes. Did you think I came here to be lectured? Smiling, he adds, I heard there's an incredibly skilled blacksmith here. I didn't expect it would be you. Wagner is taken aback, surprised by Lin Bai's sudden praise. Lin Bai, however, thinks that since the refining is free, he would be foolish to pass up the opportunity. Moreover, since Wagner is a craftsman, a bit of temper is to be expected. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Bai promptly opens his backpack to enhance the mold. Utilizing 20 pieces of refined magical ore, the mold levels up to 20. Favonius sword form base attack power. 125 sub-attribute. Elemental recharge efficiency. 23. 6. Lin Bai feels quite satisfied as he realizes his base attack power has indeed increased. However, another question arises. Do I possess elemental bursts? Besides the Favonius sword, he had previously acquired 2 other one-handed swords, the Skyward Blade and the Silver Sword. The Silver Sword was destroyed during his battle with the Tsaritsa, while the Skyward Blade had just been imprinted. Skyward Blade form base attack power. 105 sub-attribute. Elemental recharge efficiency. 20 determination. After releasing an elemental burst. Increases attack power and movement speed by 12 for 15 seconds. A reliable steel sword. It is said that the renowned sword master attempted to fly with it. The skill description of the Skyward Blade mentions elemental bursts, which Lin Bai finds absurd, as there are no such abilities listed on his talent interface. If there are none, then why does his system, which was supposedly created based on his unique circumstances in Teyvat, use the same templates as the game for weapons? Rather than dwell on it, Lin Bai decides to venture outside the city, where he discovers a small hilichurl base. The threats posed by the hilichurls were minimal. Thus he began to experiment with each skill in turn. After attempting nearly all existing cards, he discovered that even the sole 5-star card with dual skills, the Wind Spirit Dragon, failed to trigger the Flying Sword Technique's special effect. At that moment, Lin Bai recalled something. Indeed, it was the diligent Northwind Wolf that it seemed that Northwind Wolf had mentioned a skill that simultaneously unleashed the Wind Wave and Wolf Soul, referred to as Northwind something or other. The skill's prolonged duration and fierce impact suggested it was indeed Northwind Wolf's ultimate move. Frustration welled within him. Upon thinking of Northwind Wolf, Lin Bai remembered that his soul box had been utilized by Yingmei. However, he was uncertain about the quantity of materials required for synthesis and did not truly harbor any anger towards her. The crux of the matter lay in Yingmei's strangling attack, which he could temporarily not defend against. Additionally, Lin Bai discovered that the original form's transformation did not activate during combat, akin to the inability to switch equipment mid-battle. After vanquishing the last hilichurl, Lin Bai collected the dropped items, only to hear someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Beidou. Lin Bai, what brings you here? I was just looking for you. What's the matter? Our ship is ready to set sail. We're heading back to Liyue's shipyard for some fine-tuning today. I have a letter of gratitude here. Could you deliver it to Captain Jean? Why not deliver it yourself? To be frank, you both are strong-willed women. I suspect you will become good friends. Lin Bai referred to their personalities. Beidou shook her head and chuckled. No. The serious, diligent type is the last thing I can handle, perhaps recalling a certain strong woman from Liyue. Beidou wore a look of refusal. Very well. I shall deliver it to Captain Jean then. Lin Bai tucked the letter into his B.G. By the way, aren't you coming with us? Beidou inquired. Lin Bai paused, realizing that the divine invocation ceremony was only a few days away. It was indeed time to head to Liyue. He thought about how busy things had been lately and how long it had been since he had thought of Ganyu and his mentor. When are you leaving? If you're departing today, we can wait for you for a bit. Lin Bai pondered. He had already annoyed Northwind Wolf enough and had mentioned that he could only be challenged once a week. He had no pressing matters left. I'll accompany you. Just wait for me for about an hour. Is that all right? Sure. Beta bade farewell to Lin Bai, who promptly returned to the city. Upon arriving, he first went to the Knights of Favonia's headquarters and handed Captain Jean the letter of gratitude from Beta. Afterward, he sought out Razor and Bennett at the Adventurers Guild. Upon hearing that Lin Bai was heading back to Liyue, Bennett displayed a reluctant expression. Since meeting Lin Bai, his luck had skyrocketed compared to previous encounters. Brother Bai, if you go to Liyue, how are we supposed to find you? Why not come to Liyue as well? Lin Bai jested, though he was aware that Bennett remained silent, as Razor was currently learning from Lisa and could not leave. Well, it's just a neighboring nation. It's merely a journey of 2 or 3 days. I will definitely return. Lin Bai needed a considerable amount of ores, so he instructed Razor and Bennett to mine more in their spare time, promising to settle accounts with them upon his next visit. Bennett remarked that everyone was part of the constellation, and discussing money could harm relationships. Lin Bai countered that it was essential to settle financial matters, for discussing emotional ties could lead to financial loss. Even brothers ought to keep clear accounts. The foundation of their constellation was mutual assistance and the exchange of favors. After all, ores were not worth calculating in terms of favors. Nevertheless, Lin Bai understood Bennett's goodwill and comforted the disappointed Bennett, saying, "Do I look like someone who lacks money? Those who truly care for you will discuss finances. If someone approaches you solely to discuss emotional ties, they are either seeking to harm you or deceive you." Bennett scratched his head, still young and unable to fully grasp the concept, but he nodded, accepting Lin Bai's words as truth. Aside from the Adventurers Guild, Lin Bai mused that the constellation needed a means of communication. Otherwise, the constant back and forth would indeed be exhausting. Even if he could fly, it still required stamina, and transforming consumed additional energy upon exiting Mondstadt. As he passed through the Windrise, Lin Bai noticed the sound of a lute emanating from the Anemo tree. Approaching, he found none other than Vinny, leaning against the statue of the Anemo Archon. Vinny played his lute with closed eyes. As Lin Bai drew near, Vinny, without opening his eyes, recognized his presence. "That you've come. Were you waiting for me? Oh dear, you make me feel quite embarrassed. Well, I'm heading back to Liyue. Would you care to join me for a little adventure?" Lin Bai recalled that the game had mentioned Vinny and Zhongli had met and dined together in the past. Vinny paused, put away his lute, and opened his eyes, smiling at Lin Bai. "That old man? No, I think I'll pass. He is rather dulled. That's so. I'll be sure to convey your sentiments to him. So you know that old man?" Vinny wore a knowing expression. Lin Bai thought to himself that he didn't quite know him, as he had yet to meet him since his arrival in this world. "Well, I'm returning for the divine invocation ceremony, so I will undoubtedly see him then." Haha, intriguing. You and Xingyan are both quite extraordinary. One wields elemental power without a vision, while the other not only wields elemental power without a vision, but can also transform into a dragon. Ah, I know you're going to say it's divine magic, right? Knowing yet still asking. However, I am, after all, a god, even if I'm the weakest among the 7. I have seen my fair share. I have encountered immortals," Vinny remarked, the smile fading from his face. "Though each immortal possesses their own peculiarities, I have never seen an immortal like you, capable of wielding various elemental powers. After all, that old man, known as the immortal ancestor, though revered as a deity, can only wield geo-elemental power." Lin Bai's expression grew solemn. It was clear that at that moment, Vinny was not speaking as Vinny, but as Barbados. "Thus, what do you wish to inquire?" Vinny gazed at Lin Bai for a long while before breaking into a gentle smile. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely curious. This world has always been in flux, continuously presenting new changes. The unknown future. Do you not find it exhilarating?" Lin Bai pondered Vinny's words, thinking that a significant event was about to unfold in Liyue. What would follow? Having taken a hiatus from the game of version 1.5, he had only a limited understanding of subsequent developments in Liyue, aside from the name Inazuma. Noticing Lin Bai deep in thought, Vinny chuckled. "The world is vast. If you ever have the time, do come back to Mondstadt to visit me. As a bard, I am deeply fascinated by the stories of others. Perhaps they could inspire my new poems. You wouldn't say the same to Ing Mei, would you?" Seeing Vinny smile, Lin Bai sensed that Vinny was about to become playful again. How did you know? It's obvious from a mile away. Well then, farewell, my friend. Shall we consider ourselves friends now? Seeing Vinny's beaming face, Lin Bai smiled and waved goodbye as he turned towards Iglooing Beach to set off. Return that bottle of wine money to me, and I shall consider you my friend. Oh dear. Vinny looked up at the sky, where a shadow lingered high above, out of reach for mortals. 60 at arrival at Liyue Harbor Knights of Favonius headquarters. Captain Jean's office. Hearing a knock at the door, Captain Jean, engrossed in her paperwork, did not look up and simply said, "Come in." "Hello, Captain Jean." Upon hearing this voice, Jean was taken aback and looked up, surprised to see Barbara enter, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Yes, there's something you need." She pushed the documents aside and rose from her seat. I have something I wish to ask," Barbara said. "Please, take a seat." Captain Jean gestured for Barbara to sit on the sofa while she took a position across from her. "Noelle," Captain Jean called out, and a girl in a maid outfit appeared, carrying a teapot and cups. She was Noelle, the versatile maid of the Knights of Favonius. "Thank you." Barbara smiled gratefully at Noelle as she prepared the tea. Barbara and Noelle were friends, having not seen each other for nearly 2 weeks due to the dragon disaster. Noelle smiled back at Barbara before exiting the room and closing the door behind her. Captain Jean sat up straight, took a sip of tea, and smiled as she asked, "What brings you here today?" A sense of anticipation stirred within her. What could Barbara wish to discuss? I am here on behalf of the church." A flicker of disappointment crossed Jean's eyes as she asked, "Now that the dragon disaster has been resolved, the services at the church should be back to normal, correct?" Barbara nodded, saying, But the sky harp has yet to be returned. Sister Gracie asked me to inquire about it." "What?" Jean exclaimed in surprise, then quickly composed herself, realizing Barbara was still present. "Has no one come to the church to return the sky harp?" Jean amused. On that day at the celebration banquet, she had indeed urged Lord Barbados to return the harp to the church as soon as possible. Initially, she intended to return it herself, but given her involvement, a dispute with the church was inevitable. Barbara nodded in agreement. As the designated harp collector for the church, her role was somewhat orchestrated by the church itself. Despite sharing a different surname, Jean and Barbara were, in fact, sisters. Their parents had divorced at a young age, each choosing to remain with one parent, which led to their current situation. Barbara's full name was Barbara Page, having followed her father, Simon Page, into the Knights of Favonius. With Simon Page serving as the current archbishop of the church, Jean's full name was Jean Gunhild. She stayed with her mother in the Gunhild family and, like her mother, joined the Knights of Favonius, ultimately rising to the position of deputy commander of the order. "Bring someone," Jean called to a knight, instructing him to seek out Vinny for clarification. After the knight departed, Jean and Barbara sipped tea, both feeling quite anxious. Having been separated since childhood, despite their blood ties, their encounters were infrequent, and communication was scant. Minutes passed, and they had lost count of how many cups of tea they had consumed. When the knight finally returned, "Commander, Vinny has entrusted the harp to Lin Bai for its return," he reported loudly before exiting. "Lin Bai," Barbara exclaimed, suddenly recalling the Liyue person who had once aided her during a disaster relief effort. Jean, feeling weary, placed a hand on her forehead, reflecting on the remarkable capabilities of Lord Barbados. "That Barbara, you see, Lin Bai is indeed the individual who helped us resolve the dragon crisis, but he had not revealed his name to Commander Jean at that time. Consequently, when Commander Jean spoke to the citizens of Mondstadt about the assistance from Lumen and Lin Bai, she referred to him by his moniker, the Shape-Shifting Star. He's the Shape-Shifting Star." Barbara was astonished to learn that Lin Bai was one of those who saved Mondstadt from the dragon calamity. "Do you know him?" Jean immediately inquired. Barbara recounted her acquaintance with Lin Bai, and Jean nodded in understanding. "So, it seems Lin Bai is indeed a good person." "Yes, a good person," Barbara agreed, smiling. "Let us do this. He has already returned to Liyue. I will send a letter to Liyue, asking them to inform Lin Bai about the harp as it pertains to the sky harp." Nearby the shores of Yawang Shoal, Lin Bai sneezed and shook himself. "Could someone be thinking of me? Perhaps Ganyu knows I am coming to Liyue?" He pondered, just as Beidou approached. "What's the matter?" "The sea breeze is quite strong. Don't catch a cold that I want to be, by the way." "Beidou, I heard from the crew that you were initially headed to Inazuma." Beidou nodded. Yes, we encountered that sea beast, but meeting you and fighting with the Northwind King Wolf turned out to be quite an experience. Ha ha, to Tio laugh in the face of such circumstances. Beidou truly has a bold spirit. Speaking of which, what is the current situation in Inazuma? Oh, do you wish to visit Inazuma? Just asking. Inazuma, as you know, is currently somewhat isolated due to the Vision Hunt decree. The situation on the island is complicated. I can't clarify it all at once, but it is chaotic. Lin Bai recalled the Vision Hunt decree, which he remembered being mentioned by Zhongli in the game, noting that the Raiden Shogun had been collecting visions and that it had been a long time since anyone had received a new Electro Vision. After you return to Liyue, will you still go to Inazuma? Yes, the impact of the sea beast has delayed us for 2 days, and the ship repairs will likely take another 2 days. Therefore, we should leave for Inazuma by the day after tomorrow at the latest. When will you return? That is uncertain. If all goes well, perhaps in a month. There are thunderstorms off the coast of Inazuma now, making entry much more difficult than before. However, the outer sea is inherently fraught with unexpected situations. Thunderstorms are not unusual there. Lin Bai continued to inquire about the cultural aspects of Inazuma with Beidou. Their ship finally reached Liyue Harbor. However, Beidou did not dock at the commercial port, but headed directly to the Liyue shipyard. What is going on? Hey, how did you get in here? A man wearing a craftsman's outfit, named Wang Banzai, ran towards the docked ship, the Death Star. Wang Banzai. It's me, Beidou shouted from the ship's bow. Yeah, Beidou. Only then did Wang Banzai realize that the ship was the Death Star, which had undergone significant changes after temporary repairs in Mondstadt, causing him not to recognize it immediately. Lin Bai glanced at Wang Banzai, and then at Beidou, thinking that Wang Banzai appeared to be around 30 years old. Yet he called Beidou's sister. What is the matter? Didn't you leave for Inazuma last week? We encountered a sea beast we had never seen before and had a fight with it. Ha! Beidou laughed heartily as Xiangling and Baizhu emerged from the cabin. Finally home, Xiangling exclaimed, holding a pot of crispy rice, while the crispy rice looked quite dazed. Once the ship was docked, more workers from the shipyard gathered around. Beidou and Lin Bai bid farewell to one another and disembarked to discuss the ship repairs. Baizhu also left first, carrying many medicinal herbs, a small portion of which required freshness and needed to be processed promptly. By the way, where do you live? Xiangling asked as they stood at the shipyard entrance. Lin Bai had not previously mentioned where he was from in Liyue, and Xiangling thought to offer him a place to stay for the night if he had nowhere else. Home. I actually don't have a home in Liyue. I'm a child of the mountains. This was the truth. Although Lin Bai had identified himself as a Liyue person since arriving, someone who had traversed dimensions had no home. If he had to define it, the Luyun Cave and Aozong Mountain could be considered home. Then how about you come to my place first? I'll treat you to dinner. The Xiangling's invitation held no ulterior motives, as her family owned the famous restaurant in Liyue, Wanmin Restaurant. Sure, but first I need to go somewhere and call a friend to join us. Is that all right? Of course. What does your friend do? And where do they work? Eugene Terrace. Upon hearing the name Eugene Terrace, Xiangling's expression turned to one of shock, while the crispy rice at her feet remained in a dazed state. Wanmin Restaurant is located in Liyue Harbor, which is primarily divided into 5 major areas: the commoners' gathering area at Chihuyen, the commercial district at Feiyun Slope, the affluent area to the right of Feiyun Slope, the main port area outside the city gate where visiting ships dock, and the fishing district where the shipyard is located, serving as the docking area for small merchant ships and the site of the fish market. The last area is Eugene Terrace, the most renowned sightseeing spot in Liyue, which also houses the political center of Liyue, Yuhating. Thus, when Xiangling learned that Lin Bai's friend was at Eugene Terrace, she was quite taken aback. That is your friend with the Qianyan army? Xiangling inquired, although she also considered another possibility, but dismissed it, thinking it unlikely. No, I didn't expect that. Lin Bai promptly denied, leaving Xiangling unprepared as she stammered. It couldn't possibly be the Liyue Qixing, could it? The Liyue Qixing referred to the esteemed individuals who governed all of Liyue and controlled the commercial operations of Liyue Harbor. Liyue was established by the Geo Archon and the Adepti, and over the long years, the Geo Archon gradually relinquished his authority. Those matters that were once under the Archon's direct supervision were distributed among the Qixing and the 8 Gates, while the Adepti gradually faded from the public eye, retreating into the mountains and becoming legends. Lin Bai recalled that Gan Yu was the secretary at Yu Hating and shook his head. That's not the case. Xiangling sighed in relief. Indeed, there were many staff members at Yujing Terrace besides the Qixing and the Qinyan army. Then let us go. Xiangling led the way, with Lin Bai following her as they exited the shipyard and headed toward Qihuyan. On the way, Lin Bai also asked Xiangling about various aspects of Liyue, gaining a general understanding of the city. Look, that's my house. As they reach a long street, Xiangling pointed to a standalone building ahead where a long queue had formed. The street where Wanmin Restaurant is located is a renowned food street at Qihuyan, and Wanmin Restaurant is undoubtedly the most famous establishment on this street. Lin Bai noticed that the only restaurant with a queue was Wanmin Restaurant. Your restaurant is doing so well? Xiangling chuckled proudly. Of course. I'm a well-known chef in Liyue, and besides, you've tasted my boiled fish before. You praised it to high heaven. Look at you. If I'd known you put slime secretions in your dishes, I would have eaten it. That's nonsense. I don't put slime secretions in my boiled fish. Is that so? Of course. While I enjoy experimenting with creative dishes, home cooking is my forte. As Xiangling and Lin Bai approached the entrance of the shop, many regular patrons in line greeted Xiangling warmly. Oh, Xiangling, I heard you went to Mondstadt to cook the Mondstadters. Indeed, even picked up a few Mondstadt recipes along the way. Xiangling replied enthusiastically, engaging in conversation with the regulars. Mondstadt cuisine. Spare me. I've heard the Mondstadters feast on fish and chips daily. Nowhere near as delectable as our Liyue dishes. Absolutely. Well said. Several voices chimed in support. Xiangling chuckled, playfully retorting, then when I make Mondstadt dishes later, don't you dare eat them. Whoever does is a dog. What? Xiangling, you're cooking? Then I shall certainly be that dog. Woof woof. The entire queue erupted in laughter. Lin Bai noticed that most of those waiting were sailors clad in work uniforms. Their ability to jest with Xiangling indicated a rather close relationship. This was unsurprising, as Xiangling had been assisting at Wanmin Restaurant since childhood, and many of the sailors regarded her as their own daughter. In the beginning, Wanmin Restaurant wasn't even called that. Her father, Master Mao, the founder, initially set up a stall at the night market outside the city gates. As business flourished, the night stall became insufficient. Especially after Xiangling took over the kitchen, the demand surged. Approximately 5 or 6 years ago, the father and daughter acquired the current standalone building, transforming the original stall into Wanmin Restaurant. At that moment, someone noticed Lin Bai standing beside Xiangling. The uncle who had joked about becoming Xiangling's dog laughed. Xiangling, it seems your recent trip to Mondstadt not only taught you their cuisine, but also how to court romance. Xiangling froze for a moment, realizing Lin Bai was still beside her. Her face flushed crimson as she hurled a crispy rice cracker at the sailor uncle, scolding, Uncle Gio, how dare you? The cracker flew through the air, and as if out of habit, she unleashed a burst of fire, instantly singeing Uncle Gio's trousers. Oh no, it's on fire! Water! Water! With a whoosh, a stern-faced man emerged from Wanmin Restaurant, dousing Uncle Gio with a basin of water, turning him into a drenched chicken. Dad, Xiangling exclaimed, rushing to embrace Master Mao. You little rascal, your audacity grows bolder. How could you burn a customer? Hee, it's not my fault. Uncle Gio was teasing me. He deserved it. She turned to retrieve the rice cracker, pointing at Lin Bai. Dad, this is my new good friend. Master Mao looked at Lin Bai, his expression a mixture of confusion, disappointment, and joy. Truly complex. Ahem, he cleared his throat. His demeanor serious yet affectionate as he said, All right then, come inside. The restaurant is busy enough without your antics. He tossed a towel to Uncle Gio, adding with a smile, Old Gio, I'll add an extra dish for you later. Consider on the house. Uncle Gio wiped his face with the towel and retorted, Now that Xiangling's back, who would want to eat your cooking? You. Master Mao shook his head in exasperation as he entered the restaurant. I'll go find someone first. Lin Bai waved at Xiangling before heading towards Yujing Terrace. About 30 minutes later, Lin Bai arrived at Yujing Terrace. He could have made it in less time. But due to the upcoming divine invitation ceremony, a registration desk had been set up at the entrance. Curious, Lin Bai approached to inquire and chatted with the Qinyuan army guard stationed there. Discovering that participation in the divine invitation ceremony wasn't as simple as it seemed that on the day of the ceremony, entry to Yujing Terrace was restricted. One had to apply for registration 3 days in advance. The ceremony, held annually, attracted many visitors from afar, and since it marked the emperor's annual appearance, numerous U.S. citizens who revered him would also attend. Merchants, townsfolk, and out-of-town tourists combined constituted a considerable number. On the day of the event, everyone entering the Eugene Terrace area needed to register, and there would be limits on the number of attendees. However, such restrictions were only enforced within the Eugene Terrace area. The name Eugene Terrace broadly refers to the region encompassing Lianxi, Bubulu, Yuehai Pavilion, and the ceremonial venue itself, given the significance of the divine invitation ceremony to the people of Liyue. The surrounding areas are commonly referred to as Eugene Terrace as well. Lin Bai ascended 2 long stone staircases and marveled at the grand architectural complex before him, silently praising the Liyue people for their magnificent construction. Upon reaching the entrance of Yuehai Pavilion, Lin Bai was promptly stopped by the guards of the Qinyuan army. This is a restricted area, no entry for the uninvited. Hello, I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? The guard scrutinized Lin Bai from head to toe and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Ganyu. Upon hearing Ganyu's name, the guard visibly hesitated, furrowing his brow. "What business do you have with Miss Ganyu?" "I'd like to invite her to dinner." The guard paused, chuckling, "Little brother, I understand your admiration for Miss Ganyu, but she is not one for socializing. Best not to come again." Lin Bai was taken aback, never expecting to be dismissed for such a reason. "Are you saying others have come looking for Ganyu besides me?" The guard glanced around, noting the sparse crowd, and replied, "Certainly. Miss Ganyu is beautiful, and countless young masters in the city wish to invite her to dinner. You're the 4th person I've seen come to invite her, but you're the first dressed so poorly. Goodness, is that a comment on my attire?" However, Lin Bai didn't mind the guard's disdain. He was more intrigued by the revelation that young masters from the city sought Ganyu's company. But wait, was he had said in the game that Ganyu was particularly accepted by the Liyue people? Yet, considering her alluring appearance and unique attributes, it was indeed puzzling that men would shy away from her. "I know Ganyu. I'm not like those frivolous young masters you mentioned." All right, little brother, I'm not mocking you. But as the Secretary General of the Liyue Qixing, do you honestly think she would take an interest in you? Though I must admit, you are a tad more handsome than me. Just leave? Well, my colleague will return soon. He is not as easygoing as I am, and might take action if he finds out you're bothering Ganyu. Goodness, the confidence of this guard was outrageous. He thought he was just slightly less attractive than Lin Bai. Yet Lin Bai was more curious about just how unattractive this guard's colleague was. "Then please send a message for me. I truly know Ganyu." Lin Bai thought to himself that if this weren't Ganyu's workplace, he might have already grown impatient and barged in to find her. "I must inform you that Miss Ganyu has stepped out. She is not currently at Yuehai Pavilion." "Really?" "Indeed, as true as gold. I'm only telling you this due to your courage. If she is not here, you should have said so earlier." Lin Bai clicked his tongue and turned to leave. "You little rascal," the guard fumed. But he couldn't abandon his post. Lin Bai ran not out of fear. Despite their training, the Qinyuan army was still merely composed of ordinary people. He ran because he spotted a familiar face. Indeed, a character he had encountered in the game. Though encountered might be misleading, as many characters in the game shared the same model due to MHY's budget constraints. As he approached Yuehai Pavilion, he noticed a tea stall at the entrance. The proprietor of this stall was no ordinary person. It was Granny Ping. Lin Bai had been quite struck by her shockwave during the storyline in the game. Earlier, the stall was empty, but now, a silver-haired elderly woman had just settled at the tea stand. As Lin Bai approached, he realized Granny Ping appeared considerably younger than she did in the game. Yet, being elderly, she still bore the signs of age. Her skin and demeanor, however, conveyed a certain vitality that belied her title of Granny. Lin Bai mused to himself, "Is this really a granny? She looks no older than in her 40s. "Young man, would you like some tea?" Granny Ping asked, noticing Lin Bai's presence but not hearing any response. "Yes." Granny Ping stood up, picked up a teapot from the side, and poured a cup. Lin Bai gazed at the pot in her hands. A classic line echoed in his mind. "What is wrong?" Granny Ping noticed Lin Bai staring intently at the teapot. "Nothing, I just find this pot quite beautiful." Lin Bai hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his identity to Granny Ping. After all, she was also an immortal. Perhaps she could be considered a mentor figure of sorts? "Young man, you have a keen eye." Most visitors to Yujing Terrace marvel at the scenery, yet you praise this old pot. Lin Bai smiled, accepting the cup of tea Granny Ping offered and taking a sip. I just find this pot oddly pleasing to the eye. It doesn't tea seem like it could hold a person. Does it? Lin Bai had initially intended to make a jest, yet he was taken aback when Granny Ping's expression turned frosty upon hearing his words. What was amiss? Observing the change in Granny Ping's countenance, Lin Bai felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly, a sinister smile graced Granny Ping's cold visage as she remarked, "Since you are so intrigued, why not venture in and see for yourself?" In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai found himself transported away from Yujing Terrace. He soon realized he was enveloped in dense fog, standing on a circular platform that featured a small lotus pond at its center. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed several other circular platforms scattered in the distance. It dawned on him that he had entered Granny Ping's pot. How peculiar. He recalled that Granny Ping was depicted as a kind-hearted elder in the game. So why had she suddenly turned hostile and ensnared him within her vessel? At that moment, Granny Ping's voice resonated from above. "You little rascal, not only did you fail to greet me, but you also dared to jest. I shall confine you in this pot as a lesson. If you possess the ability, then find your way out." Hearing this, Lin Bai was taken aback. "Granny, you know who I am?" "Huh, how could I not?" That last Lu Yun, for reasons unknown, has suddenly changed her demeanor and mentioned she has taken on an apprentice. Not only that, but she even took the time to write to me, asking me to provide assistance should I encounter you. This is truly out of character for her. Lin Bai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. So it was his master, who had always been a reclusive individual, had proactively informed Granny Ping about him. "Master, I adore you," he exclaimed. "Hey, Granny, I didn't mean to imply that I was unaware of my master's communication with you. Just moments ago, I was contemplating whether to clarify that with you when you decided to confine me." "Humph, what are you pretending for? This is our first meeting, yet you address me as Granny Ping repeatedly, as if we are old acquaintances. If you know who I am, why attempt to test me?" "Ah, I see that I forgot that this is indeed our first encounter, and you have not introduced yourself. Granny, may I pose a question? How did you know I am Lu Yun's disciple? I understand my master quite well. Although Lu Yun enjoys painting, that style of hers, can I not detect Lu Yun's essence emanating from you? Granny Ping, are you a dog? Your sense of smell is remarkable. It has been nearly a week since I left the mountain. How could I still bear my master's scent?" Wait a moment. Lin Bai recalled something and retrieved an item from his bag. It was the exquisite feather that Master Lu Yun had gifted him. "Is this it? Ah, so she even entrusted you with this? It seems she truly cares for you, her apprentice." Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, glancing at the feather. Does this feather hold some significance, since it is a precious item? "You should secure it promptly." Lin Bai stowed the feather away, eager to converse further with Granny Ping, but she remained silent. "I suppose I should exit this pot first," he thought. This was not Lin Bai's first experience within a pot, as he had spent considerable time battling monsters in Master Lu Yun's pot upon his arrival in this realm. After slaying enemies and deciphering puzzles for about 10 minutes, Lin Bai finally reached the last circular platform. As he stepped onto the platform, a hilichurl boss materialized before him. Lin Bai broke into a sweat, pondering how these celestial beings so relished confining hilichurl bosses within pots. Did the boss not care for its dignity? Due to its elemental affinity, the wind hilichurl was unaffected by reactions, rendering it a mere nuisance. While it posed little threat, Lin Bai found dismantling its shield to be a slow endeavor. After a series of arrows from both fire and electro bows, he managed to deplete the boss's shield, unleashing a final burst of dragon breath to vanquish It. It seemed he would need to seek out the greatsword once more. Upon seeing Lin Bai before her, Granny Ping nodded in approval. "I have heard you are quite extraordinary, and it appears to be true." Is it because I'm exceptionally handsome?" Lin Bai intended to jest, but Granny Ping did not play along. She gestured for him to take a seat and inquired, "I have heard that the dragon disaster in Mondstadt has been resolved. You are the one who assisted the Knights of Favonius, the so-called transformative star from Liyue, are you not?" Lin Bai nodded. After the Grandmaster Jin conferred the honorary title of Knight to Xingqiu, Lin Bai, being from Liyue, was granted the title of Friendly Ambassador. "Granny, how should I address you?" Should I call you master, uncle, or something similar? I can't very well call you Aunt. It's merely a form of address. You've been calling me Granny without pause. Just refer to me as Granny Ping. Besides, I am merely running a stall here. Seeking solitude, let us forego any celestial formalities. Is this truly a place for seclusion? Lin Bai mused, considering it was one of the most frequented areas by tourists from Liyue. Great hermits conceal themselves within the bustling city, while lesser hermits retreat into the wild. Oh, you understand? Oh, so you mean to say that my master, who dwells in the mountains, lacks sufficient depth? Granny Ping chuckled knowingly and nodded it. I now comprehend why Lu Yun has undergone such a transformation. You possess a sharp tongue. Depth is never confined to one's surroundings. I have merely lived long enough to see and understand more. As Granny Ping spoke, her gaze drifted towards the Moonsea Pavilion. Present-day Liyue is no longer what it once was. It is in a constant state of evolution. And so too must the celestial beings adapt. Adapt. Soon, the Emperor plans something grand, Lin Bai thought. Enough of this. What brings you to seek me? Granny Ping turned her attention back to him. Tio, be honest. I came to find Ganyu, but I also hope to see you, of course. However, I cannot state that openly. Suddenly, Lin Bai recalled something and grinned mischievously. Granny, I would like to ask for your assistance. Granny Ping's expression suggested she had anticipated this to go on. What is it? While I was training under my master, I had long desired a pot like yours, Lin Bai said, pointing to the teapot in Granny Ping's possession. However, my master's pot is unique. She enjoys tinkering with her contraptions within it. I heard from my master that it was you who provided it to her. So, you truly have your sights set on my pot, huh? I noticed you were staring at it earlier. She chuckled. Lin Bai smiled, thinking that in the game, the Dusong pot was granted to the protagonist. He had come to claim it, as it would greatly benefit his sister. The Dusong pot was indeed a unique space of its own. Having it would at least grant him a semblance of a home. A home and a car are essential for a wife, he mused, reflecting on the struggles of contemporary life. Yet he also considered that in this world, if he could marry Ningguang, it would seem he would have a house as well. Granny Ping produced a pot from behind her and smiled, saying, Take it. I had prepared this for Lu Yun after she took on an apprentice. Lin Bai accepted the Dusong pot, grinning as he wiped its surface. Unfortunately, no blue-skinned fairy emerged to grant him 3 wishes. Thank you, Granny. You are truly wonderful. Granny Ping smiled kindly and remarked, Wonderful is merely a small talent. Is this truly a small talent? Lin Bai pondered. Considering that the ability to create a space of one's own would be regarded as a high-level skill in any online literary world, in comparison to the Emperor's might of moving mountains and filling seas. It was indeed a mere trifle that I understand. After all, you celestial beings enjoy praising the Emperor every 3rd sentence, do you not? Besides, the Emperor is the Geo-Archon and the creator of Liyue. He certainly deserves to be formidable. That is indeed the case. When the initial version of Zhongli was released in the game, Lin Bai was among the first to charge in. However, when Zhongli was wheeled out of the hospital later, he still managed to secure a small guarantee. Perhaps I was the peak of his misfortune. Granny, I shall take my leave now. Lin Bai stood up, clutching the pot, only to be halted by Granny Ping's voice. You young people are always so impatient. Have you not noticed the issue with this pot? Issue? Lin Bai glanced at the teapot in his hand, and then at the pots on Granny Ping's stall, realizing that his pot lacked a lid. Granny, this pot has no lid. Indeed, because the lid has yet to be completed. Granny Ping was aware that Lu Yun had taken on apprentice, and she had intended to craft a Dusong pot as a gift. However, the materials required for the Dusong pot were quite unique, as they needed to withstand celestial energy, and most were not mundane items. Yet, after a millennium of change in Liyue, many materials have become exceedingly difficult to gather. For instance, there is a material known as Shuajin and a special soft clay found beneath the banks of Dihua Marsh, typically located beneath the land where numerous glazed lilies grow. However, Dihua Marsh has undergone significant transformation. Wild glazed lilies have become exceedingly rare, and finding even a single flower is a challenge, let alone a substantial quantity. I was fortunate to have acquired some Shuajin and but the Tsulu rock is more troublesome. Tsulu rock? Lin Bai struggled to recall this mineral. Yes, Tsulu rock is a unique mineral produced in the chasm, but after the Blackcliff Forge's arrival, it has been recklessly mined, making Suelu rock nearly impossible to find. The name Qingyan Jiuan sounds quite familiar. Lin Bai pondered for a moment and recalled that during his earlier gaming experiences, this location was marked on the map of Liu, albeit not yet accessible. Ah, he remembered now. That wasn't it said that Master Chang Jiu's original mine was situated in Chengyan Jiuan. Grandma, I heard that Chengyan Jiuan was sealed due to some incident. Aunt Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is so. Finding the Chui Ju stone has become increasingly elusive. The Chui Ju stone expensive. Lin Bai thought to himself that if it were available for purchase, he could procure a piece. It is not a matter of expense, but rather of availability. Aunt Ping shook her head. The yield of Chui Ju stone itself is exceedingly low, and since it contains elemental power, it is, in fact, a hazardous mineral for ordinary people. Prolonged contact with Chui Ju stone can lead to mild discomfort or, in severe cases, drastic personality changes. Lin Bai had recently witnessed the unfortunate consequences ordinary individuals faced when overwhelmed by excessive elemental energy in Mondstadt. He could not forget the plight of Beidu's crew. For this very reason, veteran miners tend to bury or destroy any Chui Ju stone they unearth, making it difficult for it to circulate in the market. Regardless, I have already dispatched someone to assist in the search. I just hope they find Acti to be the way. That child could be considered part of our celestial lineage. Perhaps you should pay her a visit? Aunt Ping produced a name card and handed it to Lin Bai, saying, "This is her name card containing her address. You might inquire with her." Upon examining the card, Lin Bai saw the name, Yin Fei, inscribed. Ah, indeed, Yin Fei. Lin Bai had momentarily stepped back from the game during the banner featuring Zhongli. Yin Fei was a newly introduced character in that banner. He had drawn a Yin Fei, but since he did not obtain Zhongli, he had lost interest, rendering him unfamiliar with Yin Fei. The only impression he retained was that, like Ganyu, she was also of mixed human and celestial heritage, with the dust song pot still incomplete. Lin Bai set it aside and prepared to seek out Yin Fei first. "Hey, you haven't settled your tea bill yet." Lin Bai was taken aback, pondering how he had been offered the pot, yet was still expected to pay for tea. Affection is affection, but business is business. MYT stall is a significant source of income for my life in Liyue. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to run a tab. Goodness, while he was aware that Liyue is the economic hub of Teyvat. He was astonished to see a celestial being approach business with such seriousness. "Aunt, how much is the tea?" 10,000 mora. Lin Bai's hand trembled as he reached for his wallet, staring in disbelief at Aunt Ping. His expression conveying, "Aunt, you can't be serious? 10,000 mora equates to a purchasing power of about 100 RMB. Goodness, you are more unscrupulous than the vendors by Westlake who charge 10 for a bottle of mineral water." Observing Lin Bai's expression, Aunt Ping shook her head and remarked, "Ah, there's no choice. You know this is a costly place. The rent is high." Lin Bai conceded and paid, as Aunt Ping was indeed an elder, treating it as a gesture of respect. Following the address on the name card, Lin Bai found Yin Fei's law office on a street in Feiyin Slope. He noticed a couplet hanging at the entrance, stating, "Without rules, there can be no square. To do as one pleases, yet not overstep the rules." Why do these two phrases seem somewhat incongruous? "Hello, do you have any legal inquiries that require consultation?" Turning around, Lin Bai saw a young woman clad in red and white Liyue attire gazing at him. It was none other than Yin Fei. Like Ganyu, Yin Fei sported two striking horns atop her head. Ganyu's horns resembled those of a goat, while Yin Fei's resembled deer antlers. "Greetings. I was sent here by Aunt Ping. My name is Lin Bai, a disciple of the true monarch of Borrowing Wind, known as the transformative star monarch." Yin Fei regarded Lin Bai with a smile. "Ah, so you are the one Aunt Ping mentioned. Indeed, I came to inquire about the Chui Ju stone. Have you found any? Let us discuss inside." Yin Fei beckoned Lin Bai into the office, and after they sat down, she seemed quite intrigued by him, her gaze fixed upon him. There's something on my face? No, but this is my first time encountering a living celestial being, so I'm quite curious." Lin Bai was perplexed. What was she saying? Aren't you a celestial being as well? Aunt Ping is a celestial being too. Yin Fei laughed. "Oh, it seems Aunt Ping hasn't shared my story with you." She then began to explain that in truth, Yin Fei does not quite fit the typical definition of celestial being as Lin Bai understood it. Her father was a celestial who fought alongside the emperor, while her mother was a merchant in Liyue. Born in a time of peace, Yanfei had never met the emperor nor signed any contracts to protect Liyue, had it not been for her parents' travels around the world and entrusting her to Aunt Ping. She would not have encountered any celestial beings aside from her father. However, since Aunt Ping had always appeared in her elderly human form, Yanfei felt no real connection to her celestial heritage. Thus, your self-introduction was quite novel to me. I never imagined celestial beings introduce themselves in such a manner. It's longer than I expected. Lin Bai finally understood. It turned out Yanfei, if stripped of her mixed heritage, was just a typical new resident of Liyue. Actually, I'm quite similar to you. I only descended from my master last month. My earlier self-introduction was merely a figment of my imagination. Haha, I see. Then let us be more relaxed about it. To be honest, I was quite nervous just now. Seeing Yanfei's relaxed demeanor, Lin Bai playfully asked, "Do I appear that serious?" "Not at all, but my father often recounts tales of his valiant exploits alongside the emperor, emphasizing that one must show respect when meeting celestial beings, and that I shouldn't be my usual playful self." Indeed, while Lin Bai found the identity of celestial to be rather splendid and impressive, the communication style his master employed was rather cumbersome. Regardless, we are contemporaries, so there's no need for such formality. By the way, what is the status of the Cui-Ju stone? Have you found any? Yanfei shook her head, explaining that after Aunt Ping instructed her to seek the Cui-Ju stone, she had consulted various merchants. Being a lawyer, Yanfei often dealt with numerous business associations. Due to the sealing of Qiandian, many mining shops in Liyue had gone bankrupt. The Cui-Ju stone was already a rare mineral, and after days of inquiries, she had finally managed to gather some news today. Is that so? Thank you for your efforts. Don't mention it. The news I managed to gather is quite useless. Useless? Why? When you arrived, I had just returned from verifying that information. The mining shop called Jinyuxing has also closed down. Not only is the door shut, but inquiries at the surrounding shops indicated that the owner has mysteriously disappeared. With the owner gone and business declining, the staff eventually divided the shop's belongings and left. I heard Aunt Ping mention that ordinary people cannot have prolonged contact with the Cui-Ju stone. Surely, no one would have taken it, right? Who knows? I inquired with a neighboring shopkeeper, and he mentioned that Jinyuxing had about a dozen employees. If you count the miscellaneous staff, it could be over 20. I can't uncover the truth alone. After saying this, Yanfei looked at Lin Bai with a playful smile. You wouldn't be suggesting I accompany you in your investigation, would you? Indeed, Aunt Ping mentioned that she sought the Cui-Ju stone to prepare something for you, correct? If you do not assist me, who will? If I were to investigate 20 individuals, it would take me until next month to finish. After saying this, Yanfei shook her head, already feeling overwhelmed at the mere thought. Lin Bai, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree. Acquiring the dust song pot was imperative. Yanfei approached her work desk, picked up a pen, and began to write, subsequently handing Lin Bai a list. Upon glancing at it, he saw only 8 names inscribed. Why are there only 8 individuals? These 8 names were recalled after much deliberation by the owner of the neighboring shop. I will visit the family of the owner of Jinyuxing tonight to see if I can gather any information. Lin Bai nodded, scanning the note before placing it in his bag. I shall take my leave now. I still need to find a place to stay. Why not stay here? Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback as Yanfei chuckled. This small building belongs to me. There are vacant rooms in the back. You and I are technically peers or relatives? Not quite, but since there's a room available and you will be assisting me in searching for the Cui-Ju stone, it would be more convenient for information exchange. Lin Bai thought it over. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly recalled Aunt Ping, who had cheerfully accepted his 10,000 mora earlier. You won't be charging me for helping to find the Cui-Ju stone, will you? Of course, but rest assured, I always offer transparent pricing. I will not charge you more. Yanfei approached Lin Bai, waving her fingers as she began to quote prices. Interpreting the law is 6,000 mora per clause. Consulting per hour is 180,000 mora, and for a single commercial case, it starts at 710,000 mora, with subsequent pricing and commission details to be determined based on circumstances that in your situation, it can be classified as a commercial case. However, since it was introduced by Ping Lao Lao, I can offer you a discount, so let us settle on 500,000. How does that sound? Quite reasonable. I assent it. Lin Bai swallowed hard, astonished. Are the immortals in Liyue so mercenary? Master, I miss you dearly. The mountains are indeed more comforting. It appears that a big city is akin to a vast dye vat. Even the hearts of immortals have been tainted by Mora, turning them dark. I'm just joking. Yin Fei patted Lin Bai on the shoulder, chuckling. If you help me investigate Shuiju Rock, I can't let you work for free, can I? Hence, you shall be my assistant, and your salary will offset my remuneration. That sounds feasible. Lin Bai nodded immediately. I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. Lin Bai reached the door. He turned and inquired. I'm heading to Wanmin Hall for a meal. Would you care to join me? Yin Fei shook her head, stating, There's a queue at Wanmin Hall. I won be going. However, their boiled fish is indeed delectable, worth a special trip. Having said that before Lin Bai could respond, she added, Speaking of which, I haven't had in quite a while. Would you mind bringing me back a portion? Rest assured, I shall cover the cost. If you crave it, then come along with me. With me, there's no need to queue. Lin Bai turned and walked away. Yin Fei tilted her head, curiously trailing behind Lin Bai. Hey, wait a moment. You're not implying that you want to be cutting in line. Will you? Just call me Lin Bai. Do I seem that uncouth? Cutting in line. You know Xiangling, right? Xiangling. Yin Fei's eyes lit up. You know Xiangling? Yes, she treated me to a meal today. I didn't you say you just came down from the mountains? How did you become acquainted with a beautiful young chef from the city so quickly? Yin Fei couldn't help but glance at Lin Bai again, wondering if inviting him to stay would lead to trouble. Although Lin Bai was indeed quite handsome, a playboy was the last type of person Yin Fei wished to associate with. As a lawyer, she had dealt with numerous marriage dispute cases, which she found most challenging. Such cases differ from commercial disputes, which can be dissected with reason and logic. Typically, the most difficult aspect is not the laws involved, but the parties engaged in the case. This is a long story. Do share. Yin Fei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It all begins with a certain extraordinarily handsome gentleman named Lin Bai. Conveniently, the route from Yin Fei's law firm to Shuiju Rock was quite lengthy, allowing Lin Bai to recount his experiences in Mondstadt to Yin Fei. Naturally, he attributed most of the accolades to his sister, Ying. After Lin Bai finished his narrative, Yin Fei expressed her amazement. Coincidentally, they arrived at the entrance of Wanmin Hall, where Lin Bai noticed the queue had grown even longer. He led Yin Fei straight into the restaurant, only to find the uncle from earlier still waiting at the entrance. Oh, young man, your luck with the ladies is quite impressive. You've brought another beauty along? The uncle teased Lin Bai. Upon recognizing the uncle who had burned his pants earlier, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. I've been away for over an hour. And you're still here. Have you just arrived? I got here half an hour ago, but I noticed a family of tourists with a child, so I let them go ahead. I didn't expect this uncle to be quite kind-hearted. And Yin Fei dismissed the earlier banter without a second thought. Lin Bai, over here. Xiangling peered out from behind the kitchen curtain. Lin Bai walked over with Yin Fei, and Xiangling looked puzzled upon seeing Yin Fei. Lawyer Yin Fei, as far as Xiangling knew, wasn't he a staff member of Yujingtai? Hello, Yin Fei waving greeting. You know me, of course. Xiangling glanced at Lin Bai, recalling that he had mentioned practicing immortality arts, which made it plausible that he would know Yin Fei. Come inside. You can sit in the courtyard. I'll prepare 2 cold dishes for you first. Xiangling, I'd like to invite Uncle Gio to join us. Is that all right? Uncle Gio. Xiangling looked toward the entrance, stunned. Uncle Gio, why are you still waiting in line? Hearing Xiangling's words, Master Mao lifted the curtain and was equally surprised to see Uncle Gio. Old Gio? Oh, it's nothing. I'm on break for a couple of days, so it's no rush. Uncle Gio, come in. Lin Bai, this gentleman is treating you. Xiangling pointed at Lin Bai. I feel quite embarrassed about that. Uncle Gio chuckled sheepishly, but didn't he step forward? Oh, please don't decline. After all, your pants were damaged by Xiangling, and I owe you an apology. Xiangling pouted, saying, I didn't do it on purpose. Master Mao pulled Uncle Gio inside, and Lin Bai and the others took their seats at a stone table in the courtyard. The cold dishes arrived swiftly, and they began to eat. Lin Bai poured a cup of wine for Uncle Gio and curiously asked, Are you a sailor? Indeed. Uncle Gio, who had longed for a drink, immediately downed it. I overheard your conversation with Master Mao. You must be a regular. But you aren't a tourist. Is it worth waiting an hour for a meal? I was about to ask the same. Yin Fei detested waiting in line. She found it bothersome, and if she had to queue, she preferred to stay home and read a few law books. You wouldn't understand. When we sailors set out to sea, we often spend over a month away. It's rare to return for just 2 days. Shouldn't I come to Mastermount, ask for a meal? Haven't you sailors had enough fish at sea? Of course, we're sick of it. However, Mastermount's boiled fish is different. I used it for Quentin's stall when he first set up shop at the city gate. The flavor. Uncle Gio raised his cup and laughed. It's just like this wine. 1 day without it, and I'm craving it. He downed another cup. Indeed, if I didn't have a serving of Wan Minhal's boiled fish for an extended period, I'd inexplicably feel a craving. Yin Fei nodded in agreement, feigning mystery as she said, "You know, I once suspected that Wan Minhal might be adding some addictive substance to their boiled fish." And then, Lin Bai thought to himself that couldn't he possibly be true? No. For an entire week, I ordered takeout 7 days in a row and nearly made myself sick, only to conclude one thing. Lin Bai and Uncle Gio perked up their ears, eager to hear the conclusion. That is, even after feeling sick, I still wanted to eat it. Uncle Gio burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that's certainly the case. At that moment, Xiangling brought out the boiled fish, and Master Mao placed a jug of wine on the table. "Old Gio, this jug of wine is on me. Please don't mind the pants situation." Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio chuckled. "Am I the kind of person who holds a grudge? I've watched this little girl Xiangling grow up. What is a pair of pants?" Master Mao and Uncle Gio each poured a cup of wine, clinked their glasses, and drank, after which Master Mao returned to his work. Lin Bai picked up a piece of fish and noticed Yin Fei frowning as if lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Yin Fei ignored him and asked Uncle Gio, "Your name is Wang Sanyu, right?" Uncle Gio nodded. Hee, 3 plus you is the character for wine, plus my love for drinking. They all call me Old Gio. Haha. Yin Fei's expression shifted as she inquired. "Then you used to work at Jinyu Hang, correct?" "How did you know?" Uncle Gio burped. "Wang Sanyu, 35 years old, was working as a handyman at Jinyu Hang just last month. And he only switched to being a sailor a month ago. The reason for this change was the mysterious disappearance of the owner, Jean Liu, last month, which led to the closure of Jinyu Hang. After his disappearance, his wife, Madame Jean, took over the business, but being a full-time housewife, she was utterly clueless about business matters and barely managed to keep it afloat for a week with the help of the employees. Ultimately, she could not sustain the business, as many deals that required direct negotiation with Mr. Jean fell through, leading to the hasty closure of the shop. So, no one has found him yet. That remains unclear. I've been at sea as a sailor and just returned today. The Qinyan army searched for over a week without any news." With a sigh, Uncle Gio continued. "So, Uncle Gio, do you know if Mr. Jean had any enemies?" "That's impossible. Mr. Jean was a very kind man. You see, I've been a handyman at Jinyu Hang for 20 years. Why? Because Mr. Jean treated me well, although I'm just a rough laborer doing heavy work. My salary has been steadily increasing every year. I could never receive such treatment elsewhere." After hearing this, Yin Fei nodded, finding it consistent with the information she had gathered from the neighboring shop owner. "So, has Mr. Jean encountered any issues in business recently?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bai immediately chimed in, asking, Yes, did he come across any strange ores or anything?" Uncle Gio frowned in thought and shook his head. "Mr. Jean has always been fair in business. You can ask the locals around Chi Hu Rock. Whenever it comes to gifting during the new year, they always seek out our Jinyu Hang for gold, stones, and jade. It seems that the memories of working at Jinyuxing have resurfaced, causing Uncle Gio's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Yin Fei continues her mechanical nodding, pressing for further information. "I have heard that after the sealing of the Qinyuan Abyss, your shop's business not only remained stable, but actually improved, correct?" "Indeed," Uncle Gio responds promptly. Lin Bai is momentarily taken aback, pondering Yin Fei's earlier assertion that many shops engaged in the ore trade had closed due to the sealing of the Qinyuan Abyss. How is it that Jinyuxing's business has flourished instead? He raises his query to Yin Fei, who proceeds to elucidate. Jinyuxing primarily engages in the trade of jade and gold, with its main clientele being the common folk of Chihuya. The shop typically sells affordable gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade ornaments. Given that Liyue is the domain of the Geo Archon, It is naturally rich in mineral resources. Among these, the jade products emanating from Liyue are renowned throughout Teyvat. The wealthy, regardless of their location, often relish adorning their homes with antiques and jade artifacts. Therefore, jade items produced in Liyue are undoubtedly favored by affluent patrons. Unlike gold and silver, which generally have established market prices, jade is a different matter altogether. The value of jade jewelry is often dictated more by its appearance and the craftsmanship involved than by weight. The disparity in jade quality can lead to astronomical differences in price. For instance, at the most prestigious jewelry establishment in Liyue, Mingxing, the price of a top-tier piece might be equivalent to a lifetime's earnings for an average Liyue citizen. When jade is extracted from the earth, it is referred to as rough stone, not to be confused with the original currency used in card games, but rather unrefined natural mineral. Rough stones are categorized on-site, distinguishing between inferior and superior quality, leading to different sales channels upon leaving the mine. Even seasoned miners can misjudge. A piece of jade that appears to have poor quality may hide a gem within. This has given rise to an underground trade known as gambling on stones. Most of the quality rough stones are allocated to the well-known jewelers on Feiyun Street, while the inferior stones make their way to the jewelry shops in Shihuya. After undergoing processes such as polishing, cutting, and engraving, a piece of rock that once lay in the mountains can transform into exquisite jewelry worn by the people of Liyue. Jinyexing specializes in affordable jade business, yet pricing jade can be quite challenging. Hence, one can procure a jade item for as little as 1,000 mora at Jinyexing, while some pieces may rival the prices found in the jewelers of Feiyun Street. Liyue Harbor, being the main city of Liyue, attracts many workers. Besides a few noble families and wealthy merchants, most are ordinary citizens. These citizens also need to purchase gifts for various occasions, birthdays, promotions, or to appease loved ones, leading them to shops like Jinyexing. The sealing of the Qinyuan Abyss has indeed impacted many jewelers on Feiyun Street, yet the jewelry shops in Shihuya remain largely unaffected. The reasoning is simple. Scarcity elevates value. The ratio of high-quality to low-quality rough stones mined is approximately 2 to 8, with the latter still undergoing further classification. Nevertheless, the sheer volume ensures that Shihuya's jewelers do not struggle for inventory. As Uncle Gio mentioned, Jinyexing is one of the top-performing jewelry shops in Shihuya. Due to its success, it occasionally acquires more expensive rough stones to craft higher-end jade jewelry for sale. Poverty can be relative, with varying degrees of affluence. While some may be so destitute that they cannot afford a pair of pants, others may simply have gone a month without delicacies like abalone or bird's nest. With fewer exquisite jewels available on Feiyun Slope, those wealthy individuals seeking gifts for birthdays, promotions, or to mend relationships naturally turn to alternative options. Interestingly, some of the higher quality items that typically languished unsold due to their steep prices found eager buyers after the sealing of the Qinyuan Abyss. After listening to Yin Fei's explanation, Lin Bai finally comprehends the situation. A jewelry shop flourishing in business with a suddenly missing owner raises suspicions. Lin Bai nods in agreement that if business were poor, one might suspect a scam. However, with thriving commerce, the disappearance is indeed peculiar. Yes, he concurs. I suspect the owner may have attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. The Qinyan army should investigate thoroughly. Yet Uncle Gio, choked with emotion, could say no more. Lin Bai scratches his head, feeling a rare pang of sympathy for Uncle Gio's sorrow. Unsure of how to comfort him. Uncle Gio, was there anyone in the shop who had discord with Boss Jean? Yin Fei presses on. No. Boss Jean treated even me, a mere errand boy, with great kindness. I cannot imagine there being discord with any of the other staff. Uncle Gio quickly shakes his head, seemingly confirming this. What about Boss Jean and Madame Jean? Were they harmonious as a couple? Yin Fei's inquiry causes Lin Bai to frown. You, what on earth are you talking about? Uncle Gio's anger flares, glaring at Yin Fei. Your question is far too intrusive. Lin Bai quietly cautions Yin Fei. But to his surprise, she gestures for silence. Uncle Gio, please do not be angry. Even if Boss Jean is a good person, as far as I know, there are over 20 people working in the shop. Do you mean to say that none of these 20 individuals has ever had a disagreement with Boss Jean? Uncle Gio continues to glare at Yin Fei, initially shaking his head, but after a moment of contemplation, he speaks that, if you must know, there was indeed an incident but it was not truly an argument. What do you mean? Yin Fei's eyes light up, eager for new information. The week prior to Boss Jin's disappearance, the shop had hired a new apprentice, Jade Craftsman, which is why Uncle Gio remembers the incident so vividly. On that particular day, the craftsman Wu Huan and Boss Jin had a heated exchange. The issue arose from a jade ornament that a customer had ordered, which Wu Huan mistakenly damaged. The customer had commissioned a statue of the Geo Archon, but Wu Huan inadvertently chipped a portion of the statue. Upon learning of this, Boss Jin requested that Wu Huan remake it, but Wu Huan refused, insisting that gluing the broken piece back on would suffice. According to Wu Huan, this was indeed a feasible solution, as the jade itself was not of exceptional quality. However, Boss Jin objected, emphasizing the significance of the statue, that it wasn't that every U.S. citizen was a fervent admirer of the Geo Archon, but the statue's integrity was paramount. After all, many merchants sold memorabilia depicting the Archon, treating it merely as a business opportunity. Yet the statue's deeper significance was undeniable. The Geo Archon's true name is Morix, and the currency circulating in Teyvat. Mora derives its name from him, making him a symbol of wealth in the eyes of the Liyue people. The customer, a merchant, had commissioned the jade statue specifically to serve as a deity of wealth in his shop. The statue depicted the Archon in his dragon form, with a base crafted from stacked Mora coins inscribed with the words "Attract Wealth and Prosperity." The jade itself was not particularly expensive. The cost largely stemmed from the artistry involved in its carving. Thus, Boss Jin believed that since it was damaged, it would be best to create a new one, especially since the customer valued the craftsmanship. Furthermore, Boss Jin was familiar with this merchant, so a delay in delivery would not pose a significant issue. However, that day, the typically diligent Wu Huan adamantly refused to remake the statue, claiming that the damage would bring good fortune. Naturally, Boss Jin disagreed, and their argument escalated to the point of nearly resulting in a physical altercation, only to be diffused by their colleagues. Lin Bai interjects, "It sounds like Wu Huan is quite suspicious." Uncle Gio shakes his head in disagreement. "That's impossible. Old Wu is one of the longest-serving employees. Just like me, he's the most skilled craftsman in the shop, earning the highest wages. But you just said they nearly came to blows." Perhaps in a moment of anger, Yin Fei shakes her head and questions, "Uncle Gio, what is your perspective on this matter? It seems quite normal to me." Old Wu and Boss Jin reconciled the very next day. The rest of us viewed their argument as mere coincidence. Coincidence? Yes. Wasn't that the apprentice's first day? Old Wu likely felt he couldn't yield, fearing he'd lose face in front of the apprentice that he's indeed skilled. Yet somewhat proud. Nevertheless, his heart is undoubtedly good. When the shop faced closure, he took nothing with him. "Are you implying you took something?" Upon seeing Lin Bai's incredulous expression, Uncle Gio chuckles that "I did take something. A chair I made years ago. I thought to keep it as a memento." "Very well. Uncle Gio, I apologize for misjudging you. So, in your view, Old Wu would never harm Boss Jin, correct?" Yin Fei pondered for a moment before inquiring. Uncle Gio nodded. Suddenly, Lin Bai noticed something. Why were Yin Fei's questions becoming increasingly probing? Were we not searching for Cui Ju Rock? After listening to all of Yin Fei's inquiries, it felt as though she were akin to a detective investigating a case. Since it was said that the items in the shop had been taken by the employees, shouldn't she be questioning Uncle Gio about the other employees instead of fixating solely on Boss Jin? Lin Bai shared his thoughts with Yin Fei, who whispered back to him, "I will explain later. It's not convenient to do so now. Uncle Gio, come, this is the sweet honey-brewed chicken I just learned to make in Mondstadt. Please have a taste at AS for the pants. Let's let that go." Xiangling placed a plate of sweet honey-brewed chicken on the stone table. "Oh dear, it seems my efforts were not in vain." Upon seeing the dish, Uncle Gio chuckled, and the earlier disappointment vanished. Yin Fei, intrigued by the sweet honey-brewed chicken, looked around. "Lin Bai, is this delicious?" Lin Bai smiled and replied, "Yes, it is a delicacy that is not easily accessible to the common folk. It is well known that the stingy MHY only dares to offer players a meager 3 items as rewards, which holds considerable value." Master Mao was still busy at work, while Xiangling took a seat. The group ceased discussing Boss Jin and instead conversed about the cultural and scenic aspects of Mondstadt. After finishing their meal, Uncle Gio hurriedly took his leave, having returned to the city after a month at sea. He had much to vent. "Lin Bai, where are you staying tonight?" Xiangling asked, as her shop staff enjoyed complimentary meals and accommodations, leaving a vacant room for Lin Bai. After glancing at Lin Bai, Yin Fei stated, "He is staying with me." "Oh, well, I am currently Yin Fei's assistant, so I reside at her law firm." "Is that so?" Xiangling pouted and nodded. "We must take our leave. There are matters we need to investigate," Yin Fei said as she stood up, signaling Lin Bai with her eyes to follow. "Until next time, Sister Yin Fei." Xiangling smiled and waved goodbye. As the two exited the shop, Yin Fei asked Lin Bai, "Have you mentioned me to Xiangling?" "No, I was originally bringing Ganyu here to dine. And you were quite the surprise. That's odd. It feels as if she knows me quite well," Yin Fei remarked, tilting her head with a hint of curiosity on her face. By the way, what was the matter you said was inconvenient to discuss while Uncle Gio was present?" "Oh, do you know, 2 days ago, the Qinyan army discovered a body of a man whose features were unrecognizable outside the city. I heard about it while visiting you-hating a male corpse." Lin Bai immediately thought it could possibly be Boss Jean of the Jinyu Trading Company. Yin Fei shook her head. "I'm not certain. I merely heard that such a thing occurred. Coincidentally, I inquired about the Jinyu Trading Company today, along with another matter." "What matter?" "Yesterday, a familiar person from my Wangsheng funeral parlor mentioned that he is to preside over a funeral at the family's home tonight. He said that family originally owned a jewelry business within Huyao Rock, and the deceased appears to have died accidentally." "Oh," Lin Bai exclaimed. "With all these elements combined, could it be? I hope not. Let's go and find out." "Are you really going?" "Of course, but aren't you a lawyer? Why does it feel like you are investigating a case?" Yin Fei turned, hand on her hips, and addressed Lin Bai. "A lawyer who does not wish to investigate is not a good detective." "Goodness, I initially thought you were a Liyue Luoxiang, but it turns out you're more like a Liyue Conan. Do you know why laws exist?" Lin Bai pondered before answering. "To punish those who violate them?" "Incorrect. It is about contracts. The law is a contract between society and individuals. My purpose as a lawyer is not to punish others, but to emphasize the importance of contracts." Lin Bai nodded, initially finding this quite reasonable. Yet the more he thought about it, the more it felt off. "Wait, are you sure it's not because legal fees are exorbitant and easy to earn?" Looking up, Yin Fei whistled, her gaze wandering as she replied, "How could that be? I'm not that superficial." Before the residents in the Huyao Rock area, Lin Bai and Yin Fei gazed at the white cloth hanging on either side of the grand door, exchanging glances. Alas, it is indeed too coincidental. It must be this way. Yin Fei sorrowfully shook her head and said, "Let us go. I will also introduce you to my friends at the Wangsheng funeral parlor." Following Yin Fei inside, Lin Bai thought that perhaps he would meet Hu Ti as a lawyer. Yin Fei must have handled numerous death cases. For Hu Tao, Yin Fei would certainly serve as an excellent business intermediary. The Wangsheng funeral parlor is a rather unique institution in Liyue, overseeing funeral services. Though not an official establishment of Liyue, when matters of funerals arise, the first entity that comes to mind for the Liyue people is naturally the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Speaking of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, one cannot help but mention the current head, Hu Taoas, such an important institution. Its leader ought to be knowledgeable and prudent. However, as the 77th head of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, Hu Tao's reputation among neighbors is, to say the least, complicated. While most praise her cleverness, they are also wary of her boundless imagination. Her whimsical ideas have reached the realm of the fantastical T3. She could stand on her head while reciting texts. At 6, she chose days to skip school and sneak into coffins for a nap. And by 8, she was a regular in the parlor, studying funerary rites. Anyone familiar with Hu Tao would find it exceedingly difficult to associate her with the quality of being composed. Lin Bai had Hu Tao as his first pyro character. Besides Amber and Shangling, Hu Tao boasts high damage output and decent looks. Yet without Zhongli, he found her rather prone to sudden demise, if it weren't for the presence of a cat to provide shields. Reducing the chances of sudden death, Lin Bai would have felt tempted to smash his keyboard after numerous abyssal failures. Thus, the age-old question arises once more. Why did I get misfortune on both Zhongli banners? Lin Bai's inner thoughts screamed anew. Following Yin Fei into the hall, upon seeing a figure in black attire standing beside the spirit platform, Lin Bai was filled with questions. What was the purpose of all that exposition prior? The person beside the spirit platform was not the anticipated Hu Tao, but rather Zhongli. The moment Yin Fei and Lin Bai stepped into the hall, Zhongli lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Lin Bai could distinctly feel Zhongli's attention upon him. After encountering Granny Ping, Lin Bai understood that Zhongli must have sensed the lingering aura of Master Lu on him. Wait, do Yin Fei and Zhongli know each other? Is she aware that Zhongli is the Geo Archon, or not? Please, this way. With a white rod in hand, Zhongli gestured the rod bound with a piece of white cloth and twine. Although uncertain of the procedure, Lin Bai followed Yin Fei to the spirit platform. With a wave of the white rod, Zhongli solemnly intoned, "Please light the incense that a woman clad in a white burlap dress, kneeling beside a grass bundle, rose and took 6 sticks of incense from the side of the spirit platform. After lighting them on the long red candles, she divided them into 2 portions, offering 3 sticks each to Lin Bai and Yin Fei. Subsequently, Zhongli began to recite prayers reminiscent of classical Chinese verses, and Lin Bai merely followed Yin Fei's lead, mimicking her every action. May the spirits rest in peace. Upon concluding this phrase, Yin Fei stepped forward to place the incense in the burner, then withdrew her hands, opening them before her chest, fingertips of the pinky, index, and thumb touching. Lin Bai mirrored her gestures, and after bowing to the woman, they both bowed to Zhongli, completing the ceremonial process as the ceremony concluded. The woman in the burlap dress, identified as Madame Jean, slightly bowed and inquired, "Who might you be?" Boss Jean's funeral was held this morning, so the body has already been entrusted to the Wangxing funeral parlor for cremation. This afternoon, relatives and friends have already visited, and we are currently keeping vigil. Hello, I am Yin Fei, a lawyer. Yin Fei introduced herself and Lin Bai. Upon hearing this, Madame Jean appeared puzzled, then suddenly recalled something, urgently asking, "Did my husband leave any last words with you?" On the day of his disappearance, he left as usual without any discrepancies. More than half a month after his disappearance, our meeting was already in the realm of the departed. Naturally, Madame Jean thought of the possibility of leaving a will or similar documents with a lawyer. Believing that communicating with her husband through writing might offer some closure, Yin Fei shook her head with a sorrowful expression, stating, "No, I do not know your husband." Madame Jean, disheartened and choking up, responded, "Then why are you seeking me? Is it because my husband had some business dealings that violated a contract?" No. Yin Fei quickly interjected, gesturing to clarify, "We are actually investigating a case." Investigating a case? But the Qinyan army said my husband died accidentally. Do you have any clues regarding his death? Madame Jin's tone grew noticeably agitated. Yin Fei shook her head again, stating, "No, on the contrary, we wish to inquire about some leads from you. I see this." Lin Bai felt a shiver run down his spine. Inquiring about leads from the widow of another seems indeed rather impolite. What is the matter? Zhongli approached and asked, seemingly unaware of when he had arrived. Yin Fei began to elucidate the circumstances. While Lin Bai had also found it strange, even if Yin Fei had a penchant for investigation, why was she probing into matters concerning Boss Jean? Surely, there must be some rationale. Only after listening did they comprehend that the reason lay with the jadeite from Chueju Rock. While chatting with the proprietor of the neighboring shop to Jin Yuhang, that shopkeeper mentioned having heard from a Jin Yuhang employee that Boss Jean had quarreled with the craftsman in the shop. The specifics were lost to him, however. Later, upon learning that Jiu Shu, also known as Wang Sanyu, was indeed a worker at Jin Yuhang, the inquiries naturally began. Subsequently, they uncovered the reasons and the unfolding of events, among which Wu Huan emerged as a pivotal figure. Yin Fei contemplated that if the information she had received was accurate, and Jin Yuhang had indeed acquired a piece of jadeite from Chueju Rock, it would most likely have been the craftsman in the store who had come into contact with it. According to Jiu Shu, Wu Huan was a long-standing employee, and their argument with Boss Jean was merely coincidental. So, are you suggesting that prolonged exposure to Chueju Rock altered Wu Huan's temperament, leading the usually obedient Wu Huan to quarrel with Boss Jean? Lin Bai gazed at Yin Fei, who in turn looked at Zhongli. "Mr. Zhongli, you are well versed in such matters. You surely know about Chueju Rock." Zhongli nodded, arms crossed, and remarked, "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding Chueju Rock. It is rich in elemental force. If someone without the eye of God has prolonged contact with it, they may suffer bodily ailments or undergo significant personality changes, and in severe cases could fall gravely ill and be better than that. So, Miss Yin Fei, Are you implying that Wu Huan murdered my husband? Mrs. Jean asked urgently. Not necessarily, Yan Fei replied. For according to Jiu Shu, the possibility of coincidence is quite high. I came here to inquire whether your husband ever mentioned anything about Chueju Rock. Mrs. Jean pondered briefly before shaking her head. What is this Chueju Rock? I only learned of it from your mention just now. Why husbands seldom discussed business matters with me. So, he did not tell you about the quarrel with Wu Huan. Mrs. Jean shook her head and then asked, do you know on which day this occurred? Yan Fei retrieved a thick tome from the wooden box she carried and began to read. Approximately 2 days prior to your husband's disappearance. I remember now. My husband indeed appeared quite upset on that day when he returned home. I asked him what was wrong, but he merely shook his head and sighed. Yan Fei nodded, concluding that it must have been that very day. Madam, may I borrow your shop's ledger for a moment? The ledger was an exceedingly private matter for any establishment, as it served as crucial evidence in legal affairs, often pivotal in cases of tax evasion or embezzlement. Please wait a moment. I shall see if I can find it. With that, Mrs. Jean dashed into the main room. After her departure, the three exchanged glances, with Zhongli's gaze fixed on Lin Bai, sending a shiver down Lin Bai's spine. Yan Fei, might I trouble you to introduce this friend of yours? This is my newly appointed assistant, Lin Bai. Yan Fei introduced him to Zhongli before turning to Lin Bai to introduce Zhongli. Lin Bai, this is Mr. Zhongli, an acquaintance from the Wangsung Hall. Hello, Lin Bai thought to himself that given Yan Fei's introduction, she seemed unaware that Zhongli was indeed the emperor. Hello, Zhongli said, his expression remaining unchanged as he regarded Lin Bai. Lin Bai pondered whether to reveal his own identity as a disciple of Liu Yunat that moment. Mrs. Jean returned with the ledger. Yan Fei took the hefty tome, flipping through it, after examining each of the over 10 ledgers to confirm their dates. She selected one and began to read intently. Lin Bai noticed that when she read, her eyes were particularly close to the pages. Once she had finished perusing all the ledgers, Yan Fei flipped back to a specific page and exclaimed, Found it! Pointing to an entry in the ledger, she displayed it to the others. The ledger noted a record from that day. Acquired a piece of rare ore, recorded at 300,000 mora. The timing of this ledger matched perfectly. And among all the records, this entry was the only one written in such a manner, suggesting that this rare ore was likely the jadeite. Does it specify where it was sourced from? Lin Bai inquired, having noticed no such detail written above. It is merely a ledger. Such specifics are rarely included. However, there should be a delivery note, Yan Fei replied, glancing at Mrs. Jean, who shook her head and said, I'm not certain. The ledger was brought to me by the employees and I do not fully understand business matters. We could inquire with the craftsman. Typically, jewelers verify incoming shipments with them, Zhongli suggested. Yan Fei nodded, realizing that they would need to consult Wu Huan, that if we approach Wu Huan directly, might we not alert the snake in the grass? Should we not first gather information from other craftsmen? Just as Lin Bai finished speaking, a voice sounded from behind. No need to search. Wu Huan is right here. Zhongli had already turned to the entrance, having sensed someone arriving while Lin Bai was speaking. Lin Bai and Yan Fei turned to see Jiu Shu leading a man of similar stature approaching. Jiu Shu? Lin Bai was taken aback, pondering how Jiu Shu had come to be here. Wait, Jiu Shu had just said that Wu Huan was here. Could that man beside him be Wu Huan? Wu Huan. Mrs. Jean cried out upon seeing Jiu Shu and Wu Huan attempting to rush towards Wu Huan, but was thankfully restrained by Yan Fei. Madam, please do not be overly agitated, Yan Fei implored. Given that Jiu Shu has brought Wu Huan, it is highly likely he is innocent. Madam, Jiu Shu, witnessing Mrs. Jin's distress, rushed over and knelt before her. I am so sorry, madam. I only just learned that the boss. Jiu Shu choked on his words, tears streaming down his face. Mrs. Jean began to weep as well, her gaze fixated on Wu Huan. Wu Huan, my husband treated you well. Why would you harm him? Madam, Wu Huan sighed, looking towards the spirit platform. The boss was so kind to me. How could I harm him? With that, tears welled in his eyes as well. Ladies and gentlemen, since the individual is present, let us discuss the truth of the matter in due course. In this tumult, do not disturb the peace of the deceased. With that, he returned to the left side of the spirit platform. You two, please come over here to pay your respects. Despite tears brimming in her eyes, Mrs. Jean did not contest Zhongli's words. Jiu Shu and Wu Huan performed the same respectful gestures as Lin Bai and Yin Fei had earlier. And once the complete ceremony was concluded, Zhongli instructed Yin Fei and the others to step outside to converse. Jiu Shu, how did you come be here now? Lin Bai inquired, after finishing his meal at Wanman Hall. Jiu Shu had naturally gone to partake in some entertainment. That it was there that he fortuitously encountered Wu Huan. The two had sat down together to discuss the current situation, prompting Jiu Shu to learn that Boss Jean had been found and had just been sent to the Wangsing Hall for cremation that morning, with the funeral being held. Upon learning of Boss Jin's demise, Jiu Shu had pressed Wu Huan for more information, leading to a discussion where he discovered that Boss Jean had died in an accident. Coupled with Yin Fei's earlier inquiries during dinner, Jiu Shu had directly confronted Wu Huan, questioning whether he had killed Boss Jean. Wu Huan, upon hearing this, had erupted in fury, accusing Jiu Shu of being drunk. The two had come to blows and were subsequently expelled from the establishment. Lin Bai observed the two and noted that their clothing was tattered. He claims he did not kill the boss. I told him that if he is innocent, he should accompany me to light incense for the boss and speak the truth before him, and then I would believe him. Jiu Shu glanced at Wu Huan with a snort. In any case, I did not do it. Even if the emperor were before me today, I could boldly claim my innocence. Wu Huan declared, thumping his chest defiantly. Goodness, how do you know the emperor is here? Your NPC script seems off, Lin Bai thought, glancing back at Zhongli, who exhibited no reaction. Yin Fei directly addressed the matter at hand, producing the ledger from before and inquiring of Wu Huan, are you aware of this rare or? Wu Huan glanced at the ledger and nodded that, I know it. What became of the ore? It was fashioned into a pair of hairpins and has already been delivered. To whom was it delivered? How would I know? I only handle the crafting. For the buyer, you would need to ask the boss. What nonsense! The boss is deceased. Who can I ask now? Lin Bai thought to himself, realizing this was a case of dead men telling no tales. Wu Huan glanced back at the spirit platform, likely sensing the offensiveness of his words, and bowed towards it before stating, perhaps you could inquire with the warehouse manager. The hairpins I crafted were stored in the warehouse. Do you have a delivery note? Yin Fei inquired of Wu Huan. Aren't we looking for that hairpin? Why do we need a shipping list now? Naturally, Yin Fei's interest in the shipping list stemmed from her desire to ascertain the source of the Quilluoyan. After all, another objective she shared with Lin Bai in this case was to locate the Quilluoyan. Wu Huan shook his head and explained that once the goods were verified, the shipping list would be handed over to the warehouse management. The warehouse manager, Lu Hang, had left Jinyu Hang and joined Wu Huan at Xingyue Hang. Clearly, Lu Hang was someone worth questioning. However, this particular stone is quite unique. It is my first time encountering it. So I do know from where it was sourced that I inquire with the boss. Lin Bai and Yin Fei exchanged glances and asked in unison, and where did it come from? Who else but the boss's old client? Master Changjiu? Master Changjiu, Lin Bai instinctively exclaimed, then immediately covered his mouth and glanced back, finding Zhongli glaring at him. After bowing to Zhongli, he turned back to ask, is this Master Changjiu the one who is fond of reading? Collecting books? Wu Huan looked at Lin Bai. Yes. Do you know Master Changjiu? I heard from the boss that Master Changjiu's home is filled with many valuable books. Yin Fei, noticing Lin Bai's reaction, realized that he indeed knew Master Changjiu. Uncle Jiu also recalled Master Changjiu. I heard that his mine has closed down due to the Chuqing giant abyss. Lin Bai nodded. Indeed, after it closed. He even attempted to start a new venture, but that failed too. Now he is hiding at Qingce village, relying on Granny Ruoxin. Xingyue Hang is a jewelry store comparable to Jinyu Hang, with its owner being Mao Kaigong. Yin Fei explained. Mao Kaigong. Isn't that the name mentioned by the two thugs who forcibly seized Master Changjiu's mine? You know him too? Yin Fei noticed Lin Bai's unusual expression and whispered. Lin Bai nodded, suggesting they discuss it further later. Next, they naturally needed to find Lu Hang, while Uncle Jiu and Wu Huan went inside to keep vigil over Boss Jean for a while. As for Wu Huan, he swore an oath in front of Boss Jin's spirit tablet, asserting that he had done nothing to betray the boss, although Madame Jean did not voice any doubts. It was clear that she had begun to trust Wu Huan less. Outside the hall, Lin Bai recounted to Yin Fei how he came to know Master Changjiu. Yin Fei frowned and asked, is everything you said true? Of course, I personally chased those two thugs away. How could it be false? What is the matter? Lin Bai noticed Yin Fei's furrowed brow, sensing something was amiss. That as for Mao Kaigong. I have had dealings with him. If you say he is greedy, I would agree, but he does not strike me as the type to send thugs to coerce others into business. That may not be the case. There is no business without cunning. Who said that? ISNT boss, Jean, a good merchant. Just look at how those two thugs behaved. Yin Fei was quite right, and Lin Bai nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall visit Master Changju tomorrow to inquire about his dealings with Mao Kaigong. Yin Fei nodded, stating she would first seek out Lu Hang and then pay a visit to the Qinyan army. What do you need the Qinyan army for? To obtain the autopsy report. Can you really get that? Of course, I'm a well-known lawyer in Liyue, after all, but is the autopsy report even useful? After all, the Qinyan army has already declared it an accident, precisely because it's so unexpected makes it all the more suspicious. Why would the owner of a thriving jewelry store die mysteriously outside the city? ISNT that questionable. Perhaps Boss Jean went to deliver goods and encountered a robbery on the way, refusing to relinquish his merchandise, leading the assailants to kill him in a fit of rage. See, you don't understand. Yin Fei rolled her eyes at Lin Bai. Picking up the previous ledger, Yin Fei pointed to a line point 30,000 mora worth of mine stones, plus labor costs and losses. The hairpin made from them would fetch at most 60,000 mora, 60,000 mora piece of jewelry worth the owner personally delivering it outside the city. Furthermore, since the Qinyan army has labeled an accident, they likely ruled out the possibility of homicide. To the very least, if someone had indeed been murdered, it would have been treated as a case of homicide. Lin Bai nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed not well-versed in matters of investigation and law. Yin Fei was the professional lawyer here. Speaking of which, 60,000 is still less than the cost of one of your cases. Yin Fei chuckled. Why do you only remember that? She then stood up, entered the spirit hall, and led Madame Jean away. Lin Bai entered the hall, contemplating whether he should seek out Zhong Li for a discussion, regardless of whether Zhong Li had discerned his true identity, like Granny Ping. It would be worthwhile to converse more. After all, he was the current Geo Archon, and the grand drama of his abdication had yet to unfold. It would be prudent to cultivate a closer relationship. Is there something you need? Zhong Li, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, inquired as Lin Bai approached. I heard from Yin Fei that you seem quite formidable. Formidable? Ah, it just seems that way. Oh dear, having never met Zhong Li, I genuinely do not know what to talk about. Mainly, Lin Bai was now a disciple of Lu Yun, and Zhong Li, being Morix, was the elder of the Adepti. There existed a certain hierarchical relationship between them. Lin Bai worried that if he treated Zhong Li as a peer, his master would scold him upon learning of it. Forget it, in a few days. He won't even be the Archon anymore, but if he no longer wishes to be the Archon, why should I hesitate? Moreover, he reminded himself that he was a transmigrator, equipped with the attributes of a web novel protagonist. Well, I am rather curious about the Wangsheng funeral parlor. I wanted to ask what you do there. Are you inquiring about work or about me personally? Oh, personally. The people at Wangsheng are just like ordinary individuals. Our work is simply more specialized. During our free time, we also engage in our personal interests. It is quite ordinary. Ordinary. Lin Bai glanced at Boss Jin's spirit tablet, pondering that perhaps ordinary people struggle to live well. This thought led him to reminisce about many things from his life before transmigrating. Shaking his head, Lin Bai slapped his own face. What is the point of remembering? I have already transmigrated. I am meant to live an extraordinary life. What is wrong? Are you tired? A little ate tea that moment. Yin Fei returned with Madame Jean, clutching a stack of papers. She stuffed the papers into her wooden box and walked over to Lin Bai. Let us go. We need to investigate things tomorrow, so we should rise early. With that, she waved goodbye to Zhong Li. The three of them, Lin Bai, Yin Fei, and Wu Huan, left together while Uncle Gio decided to stay behind to keep vigil as the next day was still a holiday. On the way, Yin Fei asked Wu Huan numerous questions, mostly concerning the interpersonal relationships within the shop. After a round of inquiries, they found little of use, and eventually, the three parted ways, walking with Yin Fei on the path back to the law firm. Lin Bai was quite curious about what Yin Fei and Madame Jean had been up to. We want to sign a contract. A contract? Yes, I'm assisting Madame Jean with the investigation, and she is compensating me. Her husband just passed away, and the shop is closed. Are you really going to? Yin Fei interrupted Lin by pulling out a stack of papers from her wooden box and handing it to him. Lin Bai leaned against the moonlight and streetlights to read. After 2 pages, he lost interest. Good heavens, this contract is exceedingly detailed. Just the disclaimer at the front spans 2 pages, and I isn't even finished. Of course, I am a lawyer, and contracts must be standardized, detailed, and reasonable. So what exactly does it stipulate? Lin Bai had no intention of scrutinizing the contract further. He feared that if he continued, he might end up as nearsighted as Yin Fei, needing to squint to read that I am helping her uncover the truth behind her husband's death. If the case ultimately relates to the hairpin made from the Quilioyan, then that hairpin will serve as my payment. I see. But what if it truly is an accident? Then it would simply indicate that it was indeed an accident, allowing her to accept her husband's departure with peace of mind out of course. Compensation is still required at all. So no matter what, you don't lose out? I could choose to forego it. If you don't want the Quilioyan, I can request money instead. You shrewd lawyer, quite astute. Are you accusing me of being mercenary? Yin Fei halted, placing her hands on her hips as she regarded Lin Bai. Did you catch that? After all, you're a celestial being from the mountains. I could tell by your expression. However, if you think that way, why did the Emperor create Mora? Ask Zhongli. Lin Bai shook his head. Because of contracts. Liyue is a city of contracts, and gold coins are a testament to those agreements, from the most rudimentary exchange of goods for currency, represented by contracts signed between merchants, to the ancient laws established by the sovereign during the founding of cities. Covenants permeate every facet of existence. Mora serves as the testament to agreements forged among merchants, and the fact that it has endured through millennia, now circulating throughout the continent of Teyvat, is a testament to its acceptance by all its inhabitants. When you utilize Mora to procure goods, it is akin to the sovereign bearing witness to the contract established between you and another party. Lin Bai, pondering the matter, withdrew a gold coin from his pocket and began to contemplate a profound question. Is Mora truly just Mora? He recalled that the game mentioned Mora is produced in the golden house of life. In essence, the economic lifeblood of Teyvat flows from Liyue. Mora epitomizes wealth, yet the production of currency is confined to a single nation, while Teyvat is home to 7 nations. Why, then, does everyone utilize Mora produced in Liyue? This conundrum is utterly incomprehensible in his world, as most formidable nations possess their own monetary systems. Lacking such a system renders a nation's economy vulnerable to manipulation by others. The 7 nations exist in blissful ignorance of one another's affairs. What is wrong? Asked Yin Fei, noticing Lin Bai lost in thought with a Mora coin in hand. Nothing, just feeling a bit drowsy. Let us hasten our pace. By the way, I'll be staying at your place. Do you have any extra blankets? Of course. Would I let you sleep on the floor? Oh, I thought we might share a bed. What? Nothing. I was merely remarking on how full the moon is tonight. The following morning, Lin Bai and Yin Fei embarked on their separate endeavors. Upon arriving at Qingsu village, just as he reached the entrance of the shrine, he encountered Chang Jiao, who had just exited after enjoying breakfast at Granny Ruashin's. I sent this Lin Bai, the hero. Have you found someone willing to purchase my mine? Not yet, but I have a few inquiries regarding Master Mao Kai. Chang Jiao invited Lin Bai into his home, preparing tea to entertain him. What is it you wish to know about Master Mao Kai? Could it be he seeks revenge against you? Lin Bai shook his head and first inquired whether Chang Jiao was acquainted with Boss Jin Liu. After receiving an affirmative nod, Lin Bai recounted the situation concerning Boss Jin and the Jin Yu Hang. What? Boss Jin encountered such a predicament. He assisted me when my mine went under. Who would have thought? Chang Jiao exclaimed, shaking his head and slapping his thigh in disbelief. Regrettably, I am now mired in my own troubles and unable to aid Boss Jin's widow, you know about Chui Juyin? I perused the ledger, and it appears Boss Jin procured it from you. Chui Juyin? Chang Jiao replied, puzzled. You must mean Chui Han Yin. I recall supplying a piece to Boss Jin. While Chui Han Yin is less transparent than ordinary jade, it is still superior to lower-grade jade. Now it was Lin Bai's turn to be perplexed. How did Chui Han Yin come into the conversation? This type of, or is rather rare, though I am engaged in your business. It was my first encounter with this stone. The name Chui Han Yin was relayed to me by the miner. When the chasm was sealed, the available ores were already scarce, so I simply provided what I had as Chui Han Yin to Boss Jin. Changjiu elaborated. So, you really have no idea whether Chui Han Yin is indeed Chui Ju Yin? Changjiu nodded. Liyue is, after all, a land protected by the Geo Archon, characterized by its towering mountains and vast territory, resulting in a diverse array of minerals that I cannot be expected to recognize them all. Could it be that you misremember the name? Impossible. That was the first time I laid eyes on that, And the miner distinctly told me it was Chui Han Yin, hence my strong impression. The miner has over 30 years of experience. He cannot be mistaken. Perhaps it is you who misremembered the name. Fine, I'll let it go for now. We can discuss it further with Yanfei later. Wait a moment, you can't ask me about Master Mao Kai, yet we've digressed to discussing Boss Jean, and now this Chui Han Yin. Lin Bai urged Changjiu to share what he knew about Master Mao Kai. Perhaps growing weary of solitude in Qingce village, Changjiu began to elaborate. Master Mao Kai, originally named Su Mao Kai, is a title of respect bestowed upon him. Much like how you used to call me Changjiu Yi, that he hails from a wealthy merchant family, with diverse business interests including mining, fishing, and even dining establishments. His primary enterprise is in the ore trade, operating a jewelry store in Feiyun Slope and another in Chihu Rock, alongside a mine store. Unlike Changjiu Yi, Master Mao Kai's business is vertically integrated, encompassing both upstream and downstream operations. Raw ore from the mine is sent to the store in Feiyun Slope, while inferior stones are dispatched to Chihu Rock and other non-jade stones are sold at the mine store. However, due to the extensive range of his enterprises, the mines he contracts are relatively small. This is not because Master Mao Kai does not wish to acquire more mines, but rather due to the regulations set by Liyue's 7 stars. The larger the enterprise, the smaller the mine that can be contracted, serving as a form of anti-monopoly economic measure. For instance, among the 3 major trading associations, despite one being preeminent in Liyue, 2 of them do not possess their own mines. Master Mao Kai is 35 years old and has 3 sons. His favorite pastime is listening to stories. Therefore, Changjiu previously maintained a decent rapport with him, as one enjoys hearing tales while the other enjoys collecting books, an intersection of shared interests. Master Mao Kai's favorite establishment is the Hiyu Tea House on the 4th floor of Feiyun Slope, for there resides Lu Su, one of the most celebrated storytellers in Lai Tea this juncture. It is worth mentioning the significance of the 4th floor of Feiyun Slope. The name Feiyun Slope derives from the fact that, during the establishment of Liyue, it was merely a dirt mound. Initially, numerous merchants gathered here to trade, and as the population grew, it naturally evolved into a bustling commercial street. Over time, the original dirt mound transformed into a skyline adorned with towering edifices and pavilions. As the central commercial district of Liyue, where land is of utmost value, expansion upward became inevitable once the ground level was fully developed. Today, Feiyun Slope comprises 5 levels, including the main street above ground. The first floor is primarily occupied by century-old establishments, the second by hotels and eateries, and the third features a variety of shops, predominantly entertainment venues. However, Liyue strictly prohibits sexual commerce, leading most such establishments to employ clever disguises to comply with regulations. The 4th floor mainly houses tea houses and theaters, while the 5th floor, being the top level, accommodates only a limited number of shops, as Liyue's planning dictates that the uppermost level is indeed the uppermost. With many areas sealed off, leaving no room for further expansion. So, Master Mao Kai is essentially a privileged second-generation heir? Indeed. That explains it. Most privileged heirs tend to be overbearing. Changjiu glanced at Lin Bai and chuckled. It seems you harbor quite the disdain for privileged heirs. However, Master Mao Kai is not as bad as you might think. He is indeed fond of wealth. But why the pause? Perhaps I had previously misjudged him. In business, one must be astute. I never anticipated that when the matter of the chasm arose, he would act so ruthlessly. Observing the disappointment etched on Changjiu's face, Lin Bai recalled Yin Fei's word from the previous day and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Master Mao Kai you once knew would not have been inclined to coerce you into selling your remaining ores? Indeed, we have shared meals together on several occasions. That fellow, if he had any flaws, it would be his lecherous nature, a S for wealth, who does not covet it. Right? It hardly counts as a flaw. Indeed, if an affinity for wealth constitutes a malady, I'm already gravely afflicted. How could I not be? All my meager earnings have vanished into Wendy's stomach. Lin Bai probed further into the details before returning to the city that on his way back, he also managed to complete several tasks at the Liyue Adventurers Guild. Naturally, he encountered and dealt with several treasure-hunting brigands along the way. Upon returning to the lawyer's office, he awaited Yin Fei's arrival, which coincided with lunchtime. As soon as she returned, she ignored Lin Bai and headed straight to her desk, promptly beginning to write with fervor. Lin Bai observed from the side, noting that Yin Fei was meticulously recording the information she had gathered throughout the day. She even transcribed the conversation from the previous day with Uncle Gio. After about half an hour, Yin Fei set down her pen and stretched. Finally finished. Your memory is astounding. You even remembered everything Uncle Gio said yesterday. Of course, Yin Fei replied with pride, as a lawyer. I can recite the thick volumes of law books. So what is this minor detail? Bragging. If you could truly remember everything, why would you even need to take notes? Lin Bai interjected bluntly. Yin Fei pouted, letting out a huff that a good memory is no substitute for a poor penmanship. Don't you understand? Even with my excellent memory, I cannot claim to remember everything. Indeed, you are quite impressive. I've already forgotten what we had for lunch yesterday. Lin Bai remarked, attempting to flatter her. Despite the forced compliment, Yin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Next time, could you infuse a bit more sincerity into your praise? Is there truly no genuine sentiment here? The words I just spoke were imbued with emotion, wholly devoid of any semblance of insincerity. SK, I now find myself questioning the veracity of what my grandmother told me. You hardly resemble a celestial being descended from the mountains. Your silver tongue surpasses even the most eloquent tea connoisseur in the tea house. How did you discern that I possess a silver tongue? My prowess extends beyond mere words. My tongue is even more formidable. Ahem, speaking of the tea connoisseur, I had the opportunity to meet Lord Chongjio and glean some information. Lin Bai relayed to Yin Fei the insights he had acquired from Chongjio. Chui Han Rock. Indeed, Chongjio expressed absolute certainty, stating that it was conveyed to him by his mind foreman. Have you heard Chui Han Rock? Yin Fei shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity, but then she understood. You intend to seek out Zhongli. Wow. How did you know? It's a conclusion one could reach with minimal thought. It's akin to reading a book. Anyone perusing the text would surmise that you are heading to find Zhongli. Moreover, have I not mentioned that Mr. Zhongli possesses an extraordinary wealth of knowledge? I do not recall having said such a thing. Exposed, you have indeed mentioned it. Have I? You always claim my memory is impeccable. Yet I do not remember stating that. There must have been a mention, or perhaps you simply have an abundance of recollections, leading you to selectively forget this trivial matter. Yin Fei pondered, touching her head, beginning to doubt herself. By the way, what is your opinion of Mr. Zhongli? Let us swiftly change the subject. Mr. Zhongli is erudite, a veritable repository of knowledge. I could discern at a glance that he possesses a depth often concealed. Individuals of his caliber typically do not shy away from complications. Even if faced with challenges, they would not solicit my assistance. In my estimation, he is certainly not a potential client. Upon finishing, Yin Fei curled her lip in disdain. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he exudes a sense of uncanny familiarity that I cannot articulate. I inquired with my father, but he hesitated, claiming he did not comprehend the matter either. It is quite strange, as I sense he harbors something he wishes to keep from me. Humph, it matters not. If need be, I shall seek the opportunity to uncover the truth myself. How could he not be familiar? He is your father's father, or rather, your superior. The two exited the law firm and made their way to the restaurant. Indeed, they decided to dine before seeking out Zhongli. Initially, Yin Fei suggested inviting Zhongli to join them for a meal. But Lin Bai promptly rejected the idea. My goodness, Yin Fei, you are far too young. Can Zhongli's patronage truly be afforded? After their meal, the pair arrived at the entrance of Wang Shangtang. This was Lin Bai's first visit to Wang Shangtang outside the game, and he noted that although it was situated at Fei Yun Pa, the location was rather secluded. The street facing Wang Shangtang was home to only that establishment, effectively rendering it the sole business on that street, which served as the rear entrance to the shop street. Furthermore, this back street faced the river, with the nearby Yunhu Bridge leading to Huyan. In the distance, The bustling Yunhu Bridge made the entrance of Wang Shengtang appear even more desolate. As they were about to enter, a girl donned in a black uniform and hat emerged. Upon opening the door, Hu Tao spotted Yin Fei and exclaimed, "Ah, lawyer Yin Fei, are you here to introduce me to some business again?" Yin Fei shook her head, stating that they were seeking Mr. Zhongli that we. Hu Tao then noticed Lin by beside Yin Fei, scrutinizing him before cheerfully presenting her business card. "Hello, my name is Hu Tao, the proprietor of Wang Shengtang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Incidentally, we are currently holding a grand sale at Wang Shengtang." Yin Fei quickly covered Hu Tao's mouth, remarking, "Hu Tao, are you implying that my law firm is perilous?" Pushing Yin Fei's hand away. Hu Tao laughed. "So he is your assistant, truly. Lawyer Yin Fei, you are of celestial and mortal lineage. Why must your perspective on life and death be so rigid?" Yin Fei rolled her eyes, clearly accustomed to this line of conversation with Hu Tao. "It is not that my view on life and death is inflexible. Rather, you are far too liberal that I ask that so. Young man, what is your name? What are your thoughts on life and death?" "I am Lin Bai. As for the concept of life and death, I have not given it much thought that I suppose I do not wish to die. Is living not preferable?" That Hu Tao chuckled, who would wish for death. "We at Wang Shengtang merely run a funeral parlor, not a death peddler." "Alas, it seems my sentiments remain misunderstood," Hu Tao sighed, wearing an expression of discontent over being misunderstood. "The weather is splendid today." Encountering Yin Fei and her assistant, who claims not to wish for death. "Well, neither do I. How is that? My poetry is rather delightful, is it not?" Suddenly reciting poetry, bursting into laughter, and then turning to call out for Zhongli. Hu Tao mentioned she had other matters to attend to and dashed away. "Farewell. Do remember to take good care of our business." Yin Fei observed the departing Hu Tao and remarked, "That truly is the proprietor of Wang Shengtang. You need not doubt." Lin Bai nodded. Having interacted with Hu Tao within the game, he was well aware of her exuberant personality, yet he had not anticipated her exuberance to be so pronounced. The poem she just recited was, in truth, rather lackluster. Fundamentally speaking, could it even be classified as poetry? Lin Bai's expression reflected his bewilderment over this query. "Are you seeking me?" Zhong Li's expression remained unperturbed, still exuding an air of composure. "Yes, we have some inquiries regarding or that we wish to discuss with Mr. Zhongli." Upon hearing this, Zhongli nodded. "Then let us find a place to sit and converse, that we have already dined." Lin Bai interjected immediately. "Actually, I have dined as well." "That is splendid." The three settled onto a stone bench at the entrance of Wang Shengtang and began discussing the newly acquired information about Chuihan Rock. Chuihan Rock is indeed a type of stone, distinct from Chuiju Rock. This implies that Boss Jean procured something other than Chuiju Rock from Changjiu, does it not? In terms of properties, Chuihan Rock and Chuiju Rock are closely related. Chuihan Rock is essentially the outer layer of Chuiju Rock, which grows encased within it. Unlike Chuiju Rock, Chuihan Rock lacks elemental power, rendering it harmless to humans. Upon concluding his explanation, Zhongli Lin Bai inquired, "How can one differentiate between the two? At worst, we could inquire Changjiu about the characteristics of the rock he obtained." Visually, it is indistinguishable, as the two share nearly identical textures. However, should there be fragments, I can differentiate them. Lin Bai had previously asked Changjiu if there were any Chuihan rock remaining, to which Changjiu replied there was only that one piece. Jewelers often retain a sample of newly discovered minerals to facilitate comparison. Zhongli offered a crucial suggestion. "This means Wu Huan likely possesses some." Yin Fei exclaimed with a smile. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. The two expressed their gratitude to Zhongli and promptly made their way to the Star Moon Walk. Zhongli sat on the stone bench, watching Yin Fei and Lin Bai walk away. Pondering something unknown. 73 The disappearance of the jewelry store owner. Part 8. As the pair strolled along the path, Lin Bai remarked, "If we ascertain that it is indeed Chuiju Rock, then I suspect this matter is undoubtedly linked to Lord Mao Kai." "So your theory is that Lord Mao Kai acquired the Chuiju Rock to craft a hairpin, resulting in a drastic change in character, leading him to target Lord Changjiu." "Precisely, given the current clues. Does that not seem the most logical?" Yin Fei shook her head. "No. Think more carefully." Lin Bai pondered, Realizing the inconsistency, the IT indeed seemed illogical. Lord Maokai would be aware that the hairpin could alter one's temperament. Yet he would acquire it to change his own character. How contradictory. Exactly. Furthermore, prolonged exposure to Chueju rock could result in severe illness for an ordinary person. There would be no need for Lord Maokai to intentionally harm himself. Moreover, even if he were unaware of the effects, Lord Maokai possesses greater wealth than Boss Jean. Would it not be unreasonable to murder someone over a 600,000 more hairpin? Wait, are you certain it is a homicide? Lin Bai had not fully grasped Yin Fei's previous notes. Uncertain. I reviewed the autopsy report, and there were no external injuries from weapons. Boss Jean suffered internal organ rupture and extensive fractures, based on the injuries. It aligns with the cause of death resulting from a fall from a height to S.O. It was an accidental fall. Correct. However, I inquired with Madame Jean, and she mentioned that Boss Jean had acrophobia. Theoretically, he would not venture to high places alone. That implies someone pushed him down the mountain. Speculation. Merely speculation, as they spoke. The two arrived at the entrance of Star Moon Walk. They found Wu Huan and explained their purpose. Wu Huan returned to her workstation and retrieved a small box. As Zhongli had indicated, craftsmen typically retain samples of rare minerals. They obtained a fragment of Chuehan rock, roughly the size of a fingernail. In truth, there was no need to consult Zhongli, as Yin Fei had already concluded that the fragment Wu Huan held was indeed Chueju rock due to its minimal elemental power. However, for the sake of caution, they returned to Zhongli. Upon examining the fragment, Zhongli immediately nodded, affirming that it was indeed a fragment of Chueju rock. What are your plans moving forward? Let us first investigate the esteemed Mao Kai Gong, for after all, what Chang Jiu heard were mere rumors. Seeing is believing, Lin Bai remarked. Yin Fei concurred, stating, I have a hypothesis. Perhaps Mao Kai Gong is also a victim. He may have been manipulated or poisoned by the Chueju Yin, resulting in a drastic change in his temperament to serve a certain agenda. Your words remind me of something. The Chueju Yin was fashioned into a hairpin by Wu Huan. Correct? A man would not typically carry a hairpin, Lin Bai probed, considering the neighboring character known for his green hat, who was indeed adorned in white silk. Lin Bai speculated whether the hairpin had somehow found its way into the possession of Mao Kai Gong's wife, leading to their prolonged interactions and subsequent influence on his character. After all, Mao Kai Gong's family is involved in the jewelry business, and they surely possess numerous fine ornaments, making it unnecessary to source a hairpin from elsewhere. Furthermore, a hairpin costing 600,000 mora would likely be unappealing to his wife, Yin Fei analyzed. Then who could it be? A woman, someone who has had extended contact with him. There's another clue, Yin Fei said as she retrieved a note from her bag. This is a shipment order I obtained from Liu Heng, who switched to Xingyue Hang along with Wu Huan. The order indicates who placed the hairpin order, an owner of a mine, a woman named Wang Qiao Qiao. Lin Bai took the order and suggested that he would inquire about this Wang Qiao Qiao, while Yin Fei could investigate Mao Kai Gong, given her extensive connections would facilitate her inquiries about his family background. Upon arriving at Qihu Yin, Lin Bai sought out Xiang Ling at Wan Mintang and inquired if she was familiar with Wang Qiao Qiao. Xiang Ling was unaware, so she consulted Master Mao. Master Mao provided the address of Wang Qiao Qiao's shop, additionally mentioning that due to the impact of the layered rock abyss, her store had recently closed, recommending Lin Bai visit Wang Qiao Qiao at her residence instead. Upon reaching Wang Qiao Qiao's home, Lin Bai knocked for quite some time before a young woman appeared. Hello, I wish to ask you something. Ask away, who are you? I am an assistant to Lawyer Yin Fei. What? Lawyer Yin Fei. My shop is closed, and I settle my debts by selling my assets. Why is Lawyer Yin Fei looking for me? Wang Qiao Qiao's face was filled with terror, indicating that Yin Fei's reputation in Liyue was indeed formidable. I'm not here to collect debts. I merely wish to inquire if you had ordered a hairpin from Jinyu Hang. Wang Qiao Qiao rested her chin on her hand, contemplating a yes. Speaking of which, hasn't Boss Jean gone missing recently? Have they found him? They have, but he is already deceased. After exchanging information, Wang Qiao Qiao revealed that she never received the hairpin. She had gone to collect it at the agreed time, only to discover that Jinyu Hang was closed. It was only after inquiring at a neighboring store that she learned of Boss Jean's disappearance. This hairpin was meant to enhance her presence at a gathering of mine owners. as her own shop had lost its supply due to the layered rock abyss. Although she managed to find a last-minute alternative, her small business lacked the capacity to attract assistance at the gathering, ultimately leading to her shop's closure. By the way, could lawyer Yin Fei assist me with a lawsuit? Boss Jean failed to deliver the goods on time. Surely that constitutes a breach of contract. The issue lies in whether you can afford the attorney's fees. Her consultation for commercial cases is 700,000 mora, and the fees for taking on cases are even higher. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao appeared dejected. Never mind, the hairpin was only worth 600,000 mora. Any compensation would likely fall short of covering the legal fees. Lin Bai nodded, contemplating that this situation was indeed unfortunate. Boss Jin's breach of contract was evident. Yet requiring compensation in such circumstances seemed excessively harsh. Back at the law firm, Yin Fei was already present. Did you uncover anything? Yin Fei shared her findings, stating that everything appeared normal in Mao Kai Gong's household, with no reports of severe illness afflicting either him or his wife. Business-wise, due to the layered rock abyss, Mao Kai Gong had actually acquired and merged many shops on the verge of closure, expanding his enterprise. The only troubling matter was that he had a fierce argument with his wife, culminating in her returning to her family home with her youngest son. So, his wife has not been around lately? Indeed. By the way, why did she only take the youngest son? Because the other two sons are from Mao Kai Gong's previous marriage. The youngest, the third son, is from his current wife, whom he dotes on considerably. However, after their quarrel, his wife and child returned to her family, yet he seems rather indifferent to it. Lin Bai blinked, pondering how thoroughly she had delved into another's family matters. Where did you gather all this information? He asked curiously. From the afternoon tea gatherings of the wealthy ladies, of course. I managed to blend in and overheard quite a bit. Many shared their tales openly, even regarding the affairs of other business owners. That is quite resourceful. This could prove beneficial for you when handling divorce cases in the future. Not a chance. Did I not mention that I detest divorce cases the most? Growing up in a harmonious family, I find cases involving children particularly distressing. Regardless of the outcome, it inflicts harm on the child. Speaking of divorce, Lin Bai suddenly recalled something and inquired, what was the reason for the quarrel between Mao Kai Gong and his wife? What else could it be? Mao Kai Gong often indulges in the company of courtesans. Courtesans? Lin Bai's eyes gleamed with realization. I have a lead now. Hey Yin Fei, where can one find courtesans in the city? Yin Fei shot him a disdainful look. What are you planning? To indulge in the company of courtesans, of course. I am increasingly doubting your status as an immortal. My grandmother often claims that immortals maintain a pure heart. Yet you want to seek out courtesans. To be precise, I am merely a disciple of an immortal for now. Moreover, indulging in courtesans and being an immortal are not mutually exclusive. Have you heard of the Wine-Sword Immortal? The Wine-Sword Immortal? There's indeed a character by that name in Liyue's literature, though it is not the same one you refer to. Nonetheless, it is quite similar. The Wine-Sword Immortal merely drinks wine, while you seek courtesans. Therein lies the crux of the matter. What distinguishes courtesans from ordinary wine? You know full well. Why ask me? Yin Fei pouted, slightly miffed. Rest assured, I am merely investigating the case. Since Mao Kai Gong is fond of courtesans, I shall see if I can encounter him. Do not worry. I shall uphold my integrity, Lin Bai assured her. Seek courtesans? Are you serious? Yin Fei exclaimed in shock. Liyue has strict prohibitions against sexual transactions. She slammed the thick legal tome from the wooden box onto the table. That I remind you, according to Liyue Law Article 39, Clause 5, illegal sexual transactions disrupt public morals. Both clients and those providing illicit services face detention of 10 to 15 days, along with fines of up to 500,000 mora. You genuinely expect me to comply with that? By the way, if sexual transactions are prohibited, what is the purpose of courtesans? Did you think courtesans were for that sort of thing? How filthy your mind is. Yin Fei clutched her chest, her previous fondness for Lin Bai diminished significantly. Fear not, I have no interest in such matters. Although Yin Fei did not articulate it, Lin Bai could surmise her sentiments. Given the restrictions against consummation, the term courtesans likely implied something akin to mere flirtation. They could hardly be serving wine brewed from flowers. All right. Stop with the wild imaginings. I am genuinely going to investigate the case. Chang Zhou mentioned that Mao Kai Gong is quite the libertine. Think about it. Aside from his wife, what other women would he be in contact with but courtesans? Upon hearing this, Yin Fei grasped the implication that, oh right, and given Mao Kaigong's wealth, gifting a hairpin worth around 600,000 mora seems plausible. Very well, there are indeed many establishments of that nature on the third floor of Feiyun Slope, Yin Fei replied, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at Lin Bai. Not forgetting to remind him, do be cautious. Am I truly that lecherous? You have repeated that several times. Yin Fei's face flushed as she pouted. It's not that you are handsome. If a courtesan were to take a liking to you. Ah, so that is how it is. Rest assured, I have undergone rigorous trials. Back on Mount Aozong, I was surrounded by beautiful and generous Master Lu Yun every day, yet I remained steadfast. Moreover, having encountered so many beautiful women in this journey, my standards have undoubtedly risen. All right, I'll take your word for it. Yin Fei retrieved 200,000 more from her bag and handed it to Lin Bai, contemplating before adding another 200,000. What is this money for? Lin Bai was taken aback by Yin Fei's unexpected generosity, especially considering the nature of his visit. For drinks, establishments of that sort tend to have high prices. Furthermore, the places Mao Kai Gong frequents are likely to be upscale. You have just come down from the mountains, and your funds are probably limited, are they not? Lin Bai felt a surge of emotion. What a wonderful girl. I'm off to indulge in some flower wine. And she's even offering money. Incredible. This is a government-funded excursion for flower wine. I shall ensure the task is completed flawlessly. With a swift motion, Lin Bai dashed out of the law firm. Laughing as he ran, Yin Fei, oh Yin Fei, prepare to be disappointed. What man is not driven by lust? Beautiful sister, here I come. Like the wind, Lin Bai rushed to the third floor of Feiyun, gazing at the shops adorned with pink lights, a smile forming in his heart. The game Genshin Impact is merely a 12 title. One cannot witness such spectacles within the game, which not only affects the aesthetics of the female character safety shorts, but also restricts the player's perspective. Truly nauseating. Genshin Impact 18, I have arrived. Lin Bai casually approached the shop. Hey there, care to come in and have some fun? Our girls are all stunning, I assure you. The male attendant at the entrance greeted him with enthusiasm. In what way stunning? Lin Bai inquired. Well, they are perfectly proportioned, soft where they should be soft, firm where they should be firm. The attendant chuckled lewdly. Lin Bai could barely muster a smile. What on earth does firm, where it should be firm even mean? Do you have any transvestites here? Oh, so you have such preferences? Unfortunately, our establishment can't cater to that. All our girls are exceptionally skilled, the type you mentioned. Just walk straight ahead and take a left. With that, he walked away, clearly mistaking Lin Bai for someone with such inclinations. Setting aside the misunderstanding of being taken for a homosexual, Lin Bai was astonished to discover that such establishments indeed existed. Regaining his composure, Lin Bai approached and asked, I'm straight, you know that I as Master Mao Kai here. He asked me to find him, but didn't he mention the name of this place that, Master Mao Kai hasn't visited us in quite some time. He is surely at Fenghua Yuan. Fenghua Yuan? Just take a left, and then a right up ahead. They've recently acquired a batch of foreign ladies, and I've heard that one of the flower wine girls from Jidong country is particularly favored by Master Mao Kai. Visiting daily. The attendant glanced around before asking, Are you a friend of Master Mao Kai? Well, we aren't very familiar. Just met. I see that he smiled and produced a name card from his pocket, handing it to Lin Bai. Then, when you're alone next time, feel free to visit our establishment. We offer favorable prices and excellent service. Besides, the ladies from Liyue are quite charming, and you'll tire of the tall foreign girls after just one encounter. All right, accepting the name card, Lin Bai followed the attendant's directions and found Fenghua Yuan. The lavish decor at the entrance was immediately apparent, contrasting sharply with the previous venue. Upon entering, Lin Bai expected to witness something remarkable, only to find a first-floor hall rather mundane, filled with men and scantily clad women drinking. The hall was well lit, with numerous bouncers stationed at the sides. Lin Bai noticed a banner hanging on the wall that read, Promote civilized drinking, strictly prohibit illegal transactions. To his surprise, the banner was signed by the Qinyan army. A quick glance around revealed that the women and patrons maintained a respectful distance while drinking. One patron attempted to embrace a girl's waist, prompting the nearby bouncer to shift his gaze towards him immediately. The flower wine girl laughed and gently removed the patron's hand, resuming their light-hearted conversation. At that moment, a male server approached. "Hello, esteemed guest. This way, please. Let us find a more secluded spot." "Oh, is this your first visit?" the male server inquired, eyeing Lin Bai with a smile. "I must warn you, this is merely a place for drinking." "Oh, no worries. I'm here to find Master Maokai." Upon hearing the name, the server froze for a moment, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. "If you're looking for Master Maokai, you should head to his residence. That's enough. He called for me. He's likely busy, so I'll just wait here." The server, hearing Lin Bai's words, led him to a corner table, setting down a drink menu. The server said, "Since you're waiting, why not enjoy a few drinks? It's your first visit, right? Would you like me to introduce you to a lady? I have a question. Although it's my first time here, I've heard Master Maokai speak of your establishment before. What's the situation here?" Lin Bai pointed at the bouncers lining the hall. Why ask when you already know the answer? With the recent inquiries by the Qinyan army near the Qinxian ceremony, they have to put on a show. Come back next week. Everything should be fine. Or, since you're a friend of Master Maokai, perhaps he could introduce you." The server glanced towards the second floor, adding, "Once you become a core member, you'll enjoy all the privileges as expected." The second floor was where the real business took place. Lin Bai examined the drink menu, pleasantly surprised to find the prices reasonable, likely due to the lower consumption rates in the hall compared to VIP areas. Moreover, having already tasted wines worth over 300,000 mora, he didn't find the 100,000 mora bottle exorbitant. Lin Bai pointed to the menu, and upon seeing the selection, the server's face broke into a wide smile. "Let us start with 5 bottles. The server's grin widened further. "Please wait a moment. They'll be here shortly. For the lady, I'll have Yin Er attend to you, and I assure you, her beauty will exceed your expectations." Lin Bai nodded, thinking that her appearance might not be anything remarkable. After all, if Feng Huayuan offered VIP services, the women in the hall couldn't possibly be of high quality. However, when Yin Er arrived, Lin Bai was taken aback to find her quite pretty, a cut above the other flower wine girls in the hall. Yin Er, upon seeing Lin Bai, appeared even more excited than he was, whispering to the male server, "What a handsome guy. Of course, he ordered 500,000 mora worth of wine. We must treat him well. Were it not for the recent stringent checks, I would have employed all my charms to keep him captivated. Well, let us see what you can do." Lin Bai took a small sip of his drink, observing the two whispering to each other. Though unaware of their conversation, he could guess they were likely discussing him as a potential target. "Esteemed guest, this is Yin Er. To be frank, she is usually exclusive to members, but since you are a friend of Master Maokai, we've made an exception." The server continued, "Are you satisfied?" Lin Bai nodded, realizing that was why Yin Er's standards were so high. Seeing his acknowledgement, Yin Er smiled seductively and immediately sat beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. The male server approached and whispered something to a nearby bouncer, who subtly turned his head, and the server then gave Lin Bai a knowing glance. "Well done. This server is quite astute." "Young master, may I ask your name?" Yin Er gazed at Lin Bai, her expression bright with a smile. "Call me Wendy." "Wendy? That sounds like a foreign name." "Indeed, I'm actually of mixed heritage, a Liwian from Mondstadt." Lin Bai responded casually. "Oh my, that explains it. I often hear that mixed-blood individuals are exceptionally handsome, and you are living proof." Lin Bai chuckled, impressed by Yin Er's professional flattery skills. "You are quite beautiful as well. In the hall, you outshine them all." Yin Er poured a drink for Lin Bai and said with a grin, "I originally only served members, but when Lan Zi told me you were a super handsome guy, I had to come see for myself. I never expected that the one-time Lan Zi wouldn't lie would be today. Meeting you, young master, seems I've struck gold." Impressive, Lin Bai thought to himself. Had he not encountered numerous beauties before, he might have been swept off his feet by Yin Er's continuous compliments. Lin Bai turned to Yin Er, who playfully made a shushing gesture. Just then, Yin Er took hold of Lin Bai's right hand, intertwining their fingers. Yin Er's gaze remained fixed on Lin Bai, as if she intended to merge her very being into his eyes. "You must have many guests, right?" Lin Bai inquired. Yin Er paused, blushing. "Young master, really, I wouldn't treat other guests this way. Only someone as handsome as you would evoke such a reaction from me." With a wink, she playfully flaunted her charm. By the way, do you know Master Maokai?" "Oh dear, young master Wendy, Why would you bring up someone else while in my presence? Of course, do you think I came here merely for flower wine? All right then, let us talk about you. Lin Bai chuckled, thinking to himself that if she wouldn't divulge information, he'd just have to get her drunk to find out. What is there to discuss about me? Why don't I read your palm instead? Then let us drink and discuss. Lin Bai also poured wine for Yenner, who, eager to demonstrate her sincerity, downed the entire glass in one go. Following this, Lin Bai and Yenner engaged in light-hearted banter, their conversation lacking substance but filled with playful teasing. Before long, all 5 bottles of wine were consumed. Lin Bai raised his hand, intending to order more, but was embraced by Yenner, who playfully interjected, "Ha, young master, do not underestimate me. I can hold my liquor quite well." As she spoke, her head leaned closer to Lin Bai's ear. "Young master, we can drink another time. It's not convenient now. Next time, I can show you some delightful things." Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. However, he still summoned the waiter and ordered another 5 bottles of the same wine, despite her earlier protest against Lin Bai ordering more. Yenner's eyes sparkled with amusement as he did so. The wine arrived swiftly, and Lin Bai, without hesitation, wrapped his arm around Yenner's waist and began to drink heartily with her. Their topics delved deeper into discussions of morality, the harmony of yin and yang, the interplay of convex and concave, and the disparities between leverage and vulnerability. Eventually, Yenner could no longer maintain her composure, propping her head on her hand, her gaze becoming hazy and unfocused. Lin Bai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting, "You truly aren't deceiving me. You can indeed drink." He had nearly managed to intoxicate her with 5 bottles of wine, leaving her in a daze. Pretending to be inebriated and on the verge of vomiting, Lin Bai was assisted by a waiter, nicknamed Lanzi, into the restroom. "I'll be a moment." "You go ahead," he instructed. Lanzi promptly exited the restroom. And once Lin Bai was alone, he feigned retching, discreetly emptying the bottles he had hidden in his bag. After his last bout of drunkenness, Lin Bai had devised a plan to avoid such a state again. He recalled his bag's ability to store items. Thus he had filled it with several empty bottles. After pouring the wine down the drain, Lin Bai glanced at the restroom window. It was quite small, likely designed to prevent anyone from escaping. Regrettably, his bag could not contain living creatures. Otherwise, he could have concealed a cat or a small bird within, allowing for a seamless transformation at any moment. Nevertheless, Lin Bai remained unperturbed. Being a coastal city, Liyue Harbor was home to many seabirds. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he spotted one and swiftly transformed, soaring out of the window. Point 1 might wonder what would happen if there were no birds. Such a question would only arise from someone devoid of options. Flying outside the Fenghua Pavilion, Lin Bai knew that the VIP rooms were located on the 2nd floor and began searching room by room. To his surprise, many of the 2nd floor rooms were vacant. Likely due to the stringent regulations surrounding the Immortal Invitation ceremony, he then ascended to the 3rd floor, where he indeed discovered a lively room. Peering through the window, he was met with a rather amusing scene, an intimate tea gathering. Unfortunately, the individual inside was a bald man rather than the expected Mao Kai Gong. After flitting through 2 more rooms, Lin Bai finally found what he was looking for. The foreign courtesan inside was unmistakably beautiful, her golden hair and blue eyes accentuated by her luminous fair skin, even from the side profile. In his avian form, Lin Bai perched on the windowsill, and the occupants paid him little mind, except for Mao Kai Gong, who cast a brief glance in his direction. What a peculiar fellow. When Mao Kai Gong had looked at him earlier, he appeared rather haggard, with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Lin Bai shifted his position to get a better view of the foreign courtesan's full face. To Lin Bai's astonishment, she was indeed strikingly beautiful. While not quite at the level of his master, Ganyu, she was certainly among the top tier of attractiveness, the kind that would catch any man's attention on the street. The courtesan's fair skin and alluring figure were accentuated by a fitted qipao that left little to the imagination. Yet Lin Bai's focus was drawn to a particular detail, a hairpin adorning her head. Mao Kai Gong had been quite forward with her, his head nearly touching hers, dangerously close to that hairpin. At this moment, Lin Bai realized something troubling. Despite Mao Kai Gong's weary demeanor, the courtesan appeared perfectly at ease. Given that the hairpin was affixed to her head, she must have been in prolonged contact with the Qingke rock. So why did she seem unaffected? Could she be another elemental adept? Zhongli had mentioned that Qingke rock was toxic to ordinary people, yet those who could wield elemental powers had no adverse effects from it. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Mao Kai-gong, visibly irritated, barked, "Who is it? Something has come up outside, disturbing your time." Lin Bai recognized Lanzi's voice, realizing his escape had been compromised. "Mao Kai, let us see what it is." The foreign courtesan chuckled, pushing Mao Kai-gong aside as he opened the door. Upon seeing Lanzi, drenched in sweat, Mao Kai-gong scolded, "What nonsense is this? Has the Qinyan army arrived?" "Not quite. It's just that friend you summoned. He was waiting for you downstairs, but now he has gone. A friend?" Mao Kai-gong frowned, delivering a harsh slap to Lanzi's face. "I came alone today. I didn't invite anyone." "Damn it, have you drunk yourself into a stupor?" Lanzi, holding his face, looked utterly befuddled. Mao Kai-gong, but didn't he call for a friend? He made one last attempt to clarify. "One slap, not enough?" Mao Kai-gong raised his hand, commanding, "Enough! Get out!" Lanzi immediately scrambled away like a dog. With a click of his tongue, Mao Kai-gong returned to the room, smiling. "Ailey." He entered, throwing his arms around her, his hands once again wandering, a lewd grin plastered on his face that you're incorrigible. Ailey laughed, both of them swaying back to their seats. "By the way, Mao Kai, how is that matter progressing?" "Ha! I've swallowed 2 more mines of Huiyin. With your guidance, how could I possibly fail?" "Is that so? That's good to hear. By the way, have you received a shipment for Changzhou?" Mao Kai-gong lifted his head, frowning as he cursed. "Who knows what's happening? It's been a week, and those 2 brothers from Changhu haven't returned. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to hurry them along. Damn it, I've been too lenient with them. If I don't crack the whip, nothing gets done." After saying this, he attempted to lean in again, but Ailey gently held his head back, saying, "While you're urging them, I must urge you as well. What about the promise to marry me?" Mao Kai-gong's previously gleeful expression vanished, replaced with an awkward cough. "My wife has returned to her family with the child. I can't do anything about it." "How can that be? Just divorce her." As she spoke, she removed Mao Kai-gong's hand from her rear. Mao Kai-gong appeared troubled, replying, My family has a marriage alliance with hers. If I divorce her, I would lose at least 1/3 of my estate." "Humph. So you're still reluctant to part with your petty wealth? I've offered you my counsel. Can't you earn that 1/3 back?" Ailey pushed him away to No, it's not that I'm unwilling to part with the money. My youngest son has also been taken back. He is my favorite, and I can't bear to lose him." If you're so attached, I can give you another child." Ailey shifted slightly, distancing herself from Mao Kai-gong. She picked up a cigarette from the nearby counter and lit it. Mao Kai-gong attempted to draw closer, but Ailey firmly pushed him away, taking a puff of smoke, her long hair cascading as she turned to gaze at him. "My brother has earned you a fortune. I've given you my body. You wouldn't want to burn the bridge after crossing it, would you?" "Ailey, we mustn't rush this. I have my reasons. I truly cherish my youngest son. Of course, we can have more children that I will love them equally. Just wait a little longer, please." Ailey lowered her hand, huffing. "Very well. It's quite late now. You should be going." With a sigh, Mao Kai-gong forced a smile. "Then I shall take my leave. Come, let us share a farewell kiss." Ailey took another drag from her cigarette, shaking her head. "Only after you've divorced your wife." Mao Kai-gong, looking defeated, patted his clothes. "Then I'll take my leave. That I want to see you out." As he reached the door, he couldn't resist glancing back at Ailey, who remained unresponsive, leaving him to depart in disappointment. With a thud, the door closed behind him. Ailey sat at the table, cigarette in one hand, swiftly removing the hairpin from her head with the other. Glancing back at the door, she extinguished her cigarette and walked over to secure it. "Every time I come here, it's the same relentless groping. Why must they be so forceful? I want to run away. It's excruciating." With a hint of irritation, Ailey loosened the buttons of her chi-pao at the chest, reaching inside her garment to retrieve a small object. Tossing it onto the counter. Phew. Using this thing is truly exhausting. Wiping the sweat from her chest with a handkerchief, she inadvertently locked eyes with Lin Bai, now transformed into a seabird. Quack quack. Lin Bai was also unaware of how seabirds called. He simply let out a random sound and flapped his wings. The birds of Liyue were all rather colorful, and upon seeing Lin Bai transformed into a seabird, AI Li smiled dreamily, laughed heartily, and then lit a cigarette. "You scared me to death. Lin Bai thought he had been discovered when their eyes met. He pretended to be a bird, moving slightly. What is this? Lin Bai glanced at the cabinet and noticed AI Li pulling something out from her chest, resembling a small pendant. Its shape was diamond-like, with a gray gemstone embedded within, marked with a symbol reminiscent of a four-leaf clover. This mark seemed somewhat familiar to Lin Bai, and upon opening his backpack, he discovered that the insignia of the new recruits and officers from the Fatui also bore this emblem. The insignia of the Fatui. Lin Bai looked at the object again, confirming that it was likely an evil eye. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Upon hearing the sound, AI Li nervously stuffed the evil eye in her chest and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." Upon hearing that voice, AI Li's face lit up with joy. She didn't even bother fastening the buttons of her chi pao and dashed to open the door. As she opened it, AI Li glanced left and right before pulling the person inside. Lin Bai observed that, despite wearing a hat obscuring the upper half of his face, it was evident that he was a young man. Once the door closed, the two immediately began to engage intimately. Unlike the previous encounter with Mao Kaigong, AI Li was far more proactive this time. The two collapsed onto the sofa and began to undress each other. As AI Li tossed aside the young man's hat, Lin Bai clearly saw the young man's face. He was unmistakably a foreigner, and judging by his features, he probably hailed from the same place as AI Li. "What's wrong?" AI Li asked, noticing the man suddenly become still. "There's a filthy bird watching us," the man replied, standing up and walking toward the windowsill. Lin Bai thought the man was about to close the window, so he pretended to bounce around the edge of the sill. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss and quickly flapped his wings to escape. "Wow, this bird is quite clever," the young man said as he sheathed the short knife in his hand and slammed the window shut. "Damn, this guy is ruthless, even to birds." Lin Bai flew back to the windowsill, eavesdropping on the voices inside. "Damn it." He cursed internally, perching on the sill and beginning to shake his legs. The sounds of passionate intimacy reached his ears, and he found it quite bothersome, as if he were watching a live performance. That would be one thing, but now it felt as dull as listening to a radio broadcast. "I came here to investigate, and now it feels like I'm a perverted eavesdropper." Fortunately, the man's pace was quick. 10 minutes later, the couple started chatting. Lin Bai perked up, leaning closer to the window. "Give me one too." The sound of a lighter flicking was heard. "You're still the best. Serving that Mao Kaigong every day is making me sick." "Ha ha, you're terrible." A loud clap echoed, followed by a strange noise. "More." All right. No more play. I collected a few shops at the Tiger Rock area yesterday, and all the ores have been transferred to us." "Did Mao Kaigong send you?" "Humph, that bastard is so demanding. If I don't mention it, he acts as if I don't exist. I had to request it myself, or he wouldn't have let me go." "Damn, that animal. I've let him touch me for nothing." "Didn't you push him?" "Time is running out. I did. He is sending someone to check tomorrow. As for the divorce, that guy will probably drag it out. If it comes to it, you hold him back tomorrow and let him spend more time with this woman. From the looks of him, too much contact might ruin his health. If he gets ruined, that's even better. He can just lie down, and I can use him to get things done. You want to speed things up? I haven't even crossed the threshold yet. It won't work on paper. If it doesn't work on paper, it can work in procedures. This broken place of Liu values contracts. As long as we have all the paperwork sorted, it's fine. Worst case, I'll sneak into his study at dawn and steal the seal. By then, if he's lying in bed, unable to move, and the seal is in our hands, we can do whatever we want. A seductive giggle followed. Of course, we'll be sneaking around right under his nose. Lin Bai, upon hearing this, was taken aback. At this point, the plot began to take shape. It was evident that this young man was the brother AI Li had previously mentioned. The two were likely a pair of cunning thieves plotting to seize the assets of Mao Kaigong. Moreover, AI Li possessed the evil eye, which must have been orchestrated by the Fatui. Hearing more sound from within, Lin Bai frowned, thinking they can't possibly be at it again, can they? All right, I need to leave. It's getting late. And that old cunning fox will surely question me. All right, speaking of the evil eye, are you keeping it? You take it. I have one too. Yours is more dangerous. You'll get into trouble if you act. Let us swap. I'm not in much danger here. Fine, you're still so caring, sister. Lin Bai was taken aback, pondering whether the term sister was genuine or not. Lance, take it. as long as the operation is successful. I'll be promoted to squad leader. When that happens, I'll keep this new evil eye for you." Sounds of dressing and door opening followed. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai immediately flew to the vicinity of the Fenghua Inn. Just as he departed, the window was open that Ai Li, disheveled and holding a pack of cookies, looked at the empty window with disappointment and lit a cigarette. The entrance of the Fenghua Inn was chaotic, with two bodyguards trying to break up a fight. Lin Bai flew closer to see that it was Yin Er and Lan Zi, who had previously served him, engaged in a brawl. "Damn it, I'll let you ruin everything. I'm not paying a single cent of that 1 million. Despite being held back by the security, Yin Er kicked wildly at Lan Zi, not caring that her short skirt might reveal too much. "Damn it, I came here because you asked. Now that the person has run away, you blame me," Lan Zi shouted impatiently. Lin Bai realized that Yin Er had indeed come here on her own accord. Tears streamed down Yin Er's face as she exclaimed, "I don't care. 1 million. Do you know how many of those stinking men have touched me? That guy named Wendy, the scoundrel, looked charming, but who knew he would be such a freeloader?" Yin Er cried out loudly, bursting into tears. Hearing her sobs, Lin Bai felt a pang of guilt. Sigh. I should help her. With that thought, he flew above Lan Zi and let a droplet of bird droppings fall. Then slipped away. Lan Zi felt something on her head, and upon touching it, her face turned green with anger. Just then, Lans appeared. Lin Bai immediately followed but kept his distance, recalling that this fellow had previously attacked him. Following Lans, they arrived at Mao Kai Gong's residence. After entering the front door, Lans took a series of left and right turns into a side room. With all the windows closed, Lin Bai had to wait on the wall. He waited for 2 hours, and by midnight, maintaining his bird form was becoming difficult. He jumped down from the wall, reverting to his chameleon form, which was his true shape and did not consume extra stamina. Hiding in the grass, Lin Bai yawned. After half an hour, feeling a bit drowsy, he suddenly heard a noise above him and a figure appeared on the distant outer wall. The companion. PFF, I'm not a thief. What companion? Lin Bai moved toward the figure, which had already climbed over and landed right beside him. With a soft thud, Lin Bai was taken by surprise as the figure landed directly on him. Ah! A light gasp escaped, and Yin Fei immediately covered her mouth, thinking to herself how it didn't hurt at all despite the fall. Standing up from a crouch position, Yin Fei brushed off her backside, realizing she wasn't even a bit dirty. "What are you doing here?" A sudden voice startled Yin Fei, nearly causing her to scream, but recognizing the voice, she held back. "Who is it?" she asked softly. Her face tense with anxiety. "It's me, Lin Bai." The squished Lin Bai puffed himself up, thinking about who the fool was that invented safety shorts. Yin Fei looked down at her feet and noticed a pink, slime-like object, her eyes widening in surprise. Yin Fei nodded. "I feel the same way. By the way, let's not dwell on other matters. Did you know that I discovered this incident might be related to the Fatui? Goodness, it all connects, though. You already knew. How could I not? I heard about the adult scenes at the hotel. What is going on?" After Lin Bai left, Yin Fei felt compelled to continue her investigation. She went to Wanmin Hall, hoping to encounter Uncle Gio, but alas, he was absent, though Wu Huan and Lu Hang were present. She sat down and engaged in conversation with the two, only to learn that the apprentice Wu Huan had taken in at Jinyuxing, named Lans, was also at Xinguexing. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that Lans, for reasons unknown, was now closely associated with Lord Maokai and was held in high regard at in fact. Within Xinguexing, he was no longer merely an apprentice. Even the store manager had to heed his words. Speaking of Lans, Lu Hang recalled an incident. While at Jinyuxing, he had inadvertently bumped into Lans outside the storeroom. Something had fallen from Lans, which resembled the eye of God. Prompting Lu Hang to make a jest to his astonishment, Lans immediately snatched it back with a murderous glare. Yin Fei frowned, sensing something amiss with this apprentice named Lans, and pressed for more details about the object that resembled the eye of God. Lu Hang had a vivid memory of the incident and sketched a rough outline on the table using wine. Upon seeing the symbol Lu Hang drew, Yin Fei immediately thought of the Fatui. However, unsure of what it was, she decided to consult Zhongli. When Zhongli examined the image Yin Fei provided, he remarked that, overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the evil eye. Unfamiliar with the term, Yanfei inquired further. Zhongli explained that it was a counterfeit creation of the Fatui, said to grant extraordinary powers. Hearing this, Yanfei sensed that the situation might be more complicated than it appeared, and thus resolved to take the risk of investigating at Lord Mount Sai's residence. Lin Bai, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. You have such audacity to venture there. Initially, I was rather impulsive, but then I remembered that the law prohibits unlawful entry into residences and thought better of it. However, Mr. Zhongli assumed I intended to go alone and insisted on accompanying me. Zhongli is coming too? Goodness, where is he? Lin Bai looked up at the wall, but saw no one. That Mr. Zhongli said he wouldn't climb walls and let me enter alone. He claimed he would protect me in case of danger. That I was so taken aback by his confidence that I just went along. Lin Bai found it puzzling why Zhongli would involve himself in such matters, especially since he had grander plans ahead that I in the game. Lin Bai recalled that Zhongli seemed to know everything, yet often refrained from intervening. Glancing at Yanfei, Lin Bai understood. Zhongli was likely not concerned with the Fatui's schemes, but rather worried about Yanfei's safety. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the tension, and Yanfei quickly crouched down. Indeed, it was Lin Bai who sighed deeply. From a distant room where Lands had entered, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged. Cautiously ascending to the roof and advancing deeper into the estate that we must follow, Yanfei exclaimed, swiftly picking up Lin Bai and trailing behind. One moved along the walls while the other crept along the ground. But they could hardly keep pace. Before long, the two lost sight of the figure. Disappointed, Yanfei lamented, "You've likely infiltrated many wealthy households. Do you know where the study typically is? I am not an architect. Then where do you think something like a seal would be kept? A seal? That would certainly be carried on one's person or kept in one's own room, not in the study." Before his journey, Lin Bai assumed seals were primarily used by painters and calligraphers. Thus he naively thought they would be in the study. Then let's head to the main house. Liu features traditional Chinese architecture, so the layout of side rooms and the main house was relatively easy to navigate. Although there were usually guards patrolling at night, the Chang'u brothers had been dispatched, leaving only a steward who occasionally checked on things. The two stealthily approached the main house and noticed a window ajar. "I'll take a look." Lin Bai climbed through the window, entering the room silently due to his soft, mud-like form. Inside, a small light illuminated Lands, who was rummaging through the room. He approached the bedside where Lord Maokai lay soundly asleep, heavily influenced by the effects of the Queek rock hairpin. Lands cautiously searched beside the pillow and soon found a palm-sized red satin box. Lin Bai, observing from the side, thought to himself that once Lands returned, they would have irrefutable evidence. However, Lands stood at the bedside, suddenly frozen. What was he doing? It turned out that Lands had seen the sleeping face of Lord Maokai and felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, compounded by memories of the bruise on Sister Ailey's chest, igniting his anger. With a dagger in hand, Lands, fueled by rage, struck downwards. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Lands looked down to find his dagger blocked by a sword. Lin Bai drawn his weapon just in time to parry the attack. With a swift motion, Lands dodged back, taking a stance and glaring at Lin Bai. "Who are you? Be cooperative and surrender," Lin Bai demanded. However, Lands disregarded him completely, charging forward with a slash. Lin Bai, lacking in swordsmanship, found himself outmatched, sustaining several cuts in their exchange. Growing frustrated, Lin Bai decided to unleash a wind dragon breath from his mouth. Initially, Lands had thought Lin Bai was merely Lord Mount Sai's bodyguard, but he was caught off guard by the attack. The breath struck him, sending him crashing against the wall. The force of the gust toppled furniture throughout the room. Outside, Yanfei, hearing the commotion, burst through the door, only to find Lands kneeling on the ground, blood seeping from his mask. An M.O. Lands glanced at Lin Bai and Yanfei, pulling out the evil eye from his waist. "You can't defeat me, just surrender." Lin Bai thought, what does it matter what type of eye of God you possess? I'm immune to everything except Dendro and Geo, why bother? Surrender. In your dreams, the evil eye glowed ominously, a surge of electricity coursing through it and extending to Lands' dagger. With a burst of energy, Lands lunged at Yanfei, dagger crackling with electricity. Seeing this, Yanfei brandished the Atlas of all nations, unleashing a fiery strike that repelled Lands. The blaze triggered an overload, sending him flying back. Crumpled on the ground, Lan seethed. Who are you two? Two beings from Teyvat. This clearly isn't a configuration for Lord Mount Sai's bodyguards that I'm a shape-shifting star. Yin Fei declared that I'm a lawyer. Lan's, infuriated by their identities, roared, channeling the evil, which emitted a blinding light, crackling with electricity around him. Lin Bai, recognizing the threat, immediately launched a wind bomb. Lan's leapt to evade. Lin Bai shot a fire arrow, striking him in the thigh to Lin Bai surprise. Lan seemed unfazed by the arrow, pivoting mid-air to pounce on the sleeping Lord Maokai. Lin Bai initially thought Lans was coming for him, but then realized that Lans understood he could not defeat two beings from Teyvat and aimed to take Lord Maokai with him. With a crash, the electrified dagger plunged into the bed. Ah! Lord Maokai cried out, tumbling from the bed. The commotion from Lin Bai's wind dragon breath had roused him from slumber. However, upon awakening and seeing three figures in his room, he feigned sleep, only to be startled by Lans's attack, and leapt up to evade it. Lin Bai, utilizing his Geo abilities, charged forward and tackled Lans, pinning him against the wall. Be compliant. I've warned you that you cannot win. What would have been simple for Lin Bai to eliminate Lans. He sought to capture him alive for questioning. You think you can take me alive? Not a chance. Lin Bai was taken aback, surprised that Lans had read his intentions. In the next moment, Lans's body surged with electricity, transforming him into a living electric ball, sparks crackling around him. Be careful. Yin Fei shouted in concern that I'm fine. Lin Bai aimed a punch at Lans's right hand, attempting to sever the evil his shock. After striking Lans's hand, the evil was nowhere to be found. That moment, Lans radiated with a bright purple light, especially around his throat. It turned out that Lans had swallowed the evil during his leap, having never intended to survive. Observing Lans's plight, Lin Bai stepped back, pulling Lord Maokai behind him for safety. The esteemed Maokai Gong was so terrified that his legs turned to jelly, leaving him a cower on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to flee. Meanwhile, Lans, amidst flashes of lightning, knelt upon the rickety bed, clutching his throat, his visage contorted in agony. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yin Fei felt a twinge of compassion. Shall we grant him a swift end? She suggested. Lin Bai remained silent for a moment before inquiring, Tell me, who is behind you, and what is your purpose? I assume you will remain tight-lipped on that matter, so. Boss Jean, was it you who orchestrated the murder? Having harbored little expectation, Lin Bai was taken aback when Lans, upon hearing the name Boss Jean, suddenly broke into a peculiar grin, as if the revelation amused him. So you were here for that fellow? Indeed, you did kill him, didn't you? Yes, Lans replied, his eyes gleaming with madness. That fool followed me all the way outside the city after he caught me pilfering a hairpin from the storeroom. You know what he said to me? Ha ha, it's utterly ridiculous. He claimed that if I returned the hairpin, he would consider the matter forgotten, as if nothing had transpired. Ha ha, it's laughable. What a pathetic softy. Before he could finish his sentence, Lans was engulfed in a burst of violet flames, which consumed both him and the dilapidated wooden bed, reducing them to a cloud of black ash in an instant. As the flames threatened to spread, Lin Bai unleashed a gust of wind, extinguishing the remaining embers. Approaching the heap of ash, Lin Bai prodded with his sword and unearthed the charred evil eye. However, as soon as he grasped it, a resounding clang echoed, sending the evil eye flying from his hand. Turning swiftly, he noticed a cloaked figure standing by the window, shrouded in mystery. The individual donned a mask, clad in skin-tight black leather that accentuated their voluptuous form, the contours of which proclaimed an enviable physique. Their long hair was tied back in a ponytail, secured at the end with a kunai. The overall appearance bore striking resemblance to that of a ninja. Yin Fei glanced at the figure, then down at herself, her eyes inexplicably moistening. Observing the kunai embedded in the ground, and then the striking silhouette at the window, Lin Bai surmised that this individual must be a Lili. Ah, youth is indeed impulsive, the figure remarked, leaping backward. Lin Bai immediately pursued, leaping onto the windowsill as he emerged outside. 3 kunai soared toward him, but he deftly deflected them with his shield. The ninja stood a distance away. Facing Lin Bai, twirling a kunai with a smirk that, oh dear, it seems that even with an intermediate evil eye, an ordinary person stands no chance against an archon, but it's wise to know your place. Surrendering might just spare your life, Lin Bai advised. Oh, you seem quite confident, the ninja retorted. But you see, I'm also an archon. Lin Bai froze momentarily, as the term archon reminded him of characters he had encountered in the game. This brief lapse in focus allowed a katana, imbued with wind energy, to slash toward his brow as he raised the west wind sword just in time, blocking the strike and feeling the elemental force behind it. Upon narrowing his gaze, Lin Bai noticed the figure still standing at a distance, while the shadow before him began to blur, transforming into a gust of wind that burst forth. I see. It's an illusionary attack, Lin Bai mused. Though he could not discern the face of his opponent, it was clear they were bewildered by the ineffectiveness of their skill against him. Well, you seem rather extraordinary, the ninja teased. Not bad. I do say you're quite handsome, Lin Bai replied with a smirk. The air was filled with a sultry laughter. Hey, do you two know each other? You seem rather chummy, Yin Fei interjected, approaching Lin Bai with a hint of jealousy. Super handsome young man. That bird. Was it you? The words caught Lin Bai off guard, for he believed his transformation would remain undiscovered. Although he had been guessed correctly, he chose not to confirm it. Ah, how cold you are after seeing my figure. Is it because my physique is lacking? As she spoke, she bent forward and blew a kiss at Lin Bai. Yin Fei, witnessing this, swatted the kiss away and shouted, Who on earth are you? Who am I, you ask? First, tell me who you are, the ninja replied playfully. Well, enough games for now. Ikati seems my plan has failed, and my master will surely punish me. Farewell. With that, she dropped a smoke bomb to the ground. Lin Bai rushed forward, dispersing the smoke with a gust of wind, only to discover a squirrel left behind in the spot Ilili had occupied. He picked it up and, realizing it was indeed a real squirrel, released it. Super handsome young man, I am Ilili. What is your name? Lin Bai turned to see Ilili perched on the eaves of the main house. Transforming star. Oh, so you are from Inazuma? Never mind, perhaps we can converse more another time. After sending Lin Bai another playful kiss, she leaped down and vanished into the night. Ilili? Lecherous Lily. That name certainly fits. She's quite the flirt. Lin Bai thought, by the way, was she really from Inazuma? Yin Fei huffed, swatting away the kiss Ilili had sent. Turning to Lin Bai, she asked, Who is she? Really? Ilili, as she mentioned. She is likely affiliated with that lands and the Fatui. Lin Bai replied, yes, that's so. Yin Fei mused, and Lin Bai proceeded toward the main house to investigate further. He soon found the evil eye. Though it appeared to be damaged, the glass sphere at its center shattered from the kunai's impact. After placing it in his backpack for safekeeping, he pondered whether it might serve to unlock cards in the future, considering that one of the Fatui, the 11th Harbinger, had utilized the evil eye to unlock various forms of his demonic armaments in the game. Meanwhile, outside the Maokai Gong estate, Zhongli caught sight of someone from the corner of his eye, quickly averting his gaze before leaping down from a tall stone pillar, strolling away with an air of nonchalance. Due to the commotion, many servants were startled awake and rushed out of the Maokai Gong estate as Ilili made her escape. With more people around, Lin Bai felt no inclination to pursue her. As expected, a servant reported the incident, and the Qinyan army soon arrived. Familiar with the Qinyan soldiers, Yin Fei briefed them on the situation, after which they promptly dispatched a team to Fenghua Courtyard. Maokai Gong. Lin Bai and Yin Fei were all taken to Qinyan army headquarters to provide their testimonies. The team sent to Fenghua Courtyard later returned, reporting that they had failed to apprehend Ilili. However, the Qinyan army surprise inspection uncovered the hidden tea business at Fenghua Courtyard, resulting in the arrest of its owner. After gathering statements from both Maokai Gong and the owner, Yin Fei and Lin Bai pieced together the events surrounding the incident. Lands had initially infiltrated the Jinyu Hall under the guise of an apprentice to steal the jade hairpin. Upon being caught in the act by Boss Jean, Lands had not anticipated that he would push him off a cliff, resulting in his demise. Subsequently, Lands had given the hairpin to Ilili to gain access to Maokai Gong. Once Ilili acquired the hairpin, she, aware of Maokai Gong's fondness for floral wine, adopted the alias Ali and masqueraded as a courtesan to win his favor. Thereafter, she manipulated Maokai Gong's character using the hairpin. providing him with numerous suggestions to expand his business and exploit the influence of the chasm to absorb many mining shops and mines in light. T appeared. She even planned to persuade Maokai Gong to divorce his current wife, ultimately using the jade hairpin to render Maokai Gong a mere invalid, entirely subjugating his estate. However, that was where the scheme would end. After hearing Yin Fei and Lin Bai's account, Maokai Gong sat in his chair, drenched in cold sweat. Realizing he had been manipulated, he knelt on the ground, fervently expressing his gratitude to the two. Lin Bai still had a question. According to Lili, if she claimed to be an Archon, she should be immune to the effects of the jade hairpin. Why, then, did she still need to utilize the evil eye? Lin Bai distinctly recalled Lili extracting the evil eye from her person, mentioning that using it was exhausting. What did it feel like when you were intimate with Ailey? Lin Bai asked. Yin Fei's face flushed as she playfully smacked Lin Bai's shoulder. Why are you asking that? Just investigating the case, dear sister, he replied. Maokai Gong wiped the sweat from his brow and candidly replied, every time I see her, I feel an irresistible force within me, as if I possess tremendous power that dissipates the moment I leave her presence. Lin Bai furrowed his brow. If the personality shift was indeed a result of the jade hairpin, then where did Maokai Gong's inexplicable sense of power originate? Miss Yin Fei, this was found in Ailey's room, he said, presenting an item he had discovered. A soldier named Qinyan approached, bearing a tray adorned with a chi pao and a pair of hairpins. Yin Fei nodded and instructed the soldier to keep a vigilant eye on the hairpins, ensuring that no one handled them carelessly. After completing their testimonies, the group was permitted to return home. Lin Bai and Yin Fei made their way back to the law firm, collapsing in a slumber upon arrival. The following morning, Lin Bai awoke to find that Yin Fei had already departed, but had left a note stating that she needed to attend to subsequent matters regarding their cases. Enclosed within the letter were several thousand mora, intended for Lin Bai to purchase books that if he wished to assist Yin Fei, he would need to acquire some foundational knowledge of the law. Lin Bai first visited the Adventurers Guild, engaging in conversation with others. As anticipated, the affairs concerning the esteemed Maokai were the talk of the town, with the guild buzzing with chatter. After accepting a mission, he set off towards the Hall of Life, only to find that Zhongli was absent. He then proceeded to the renowned Fuminlu at Huayan for a meal. Upon reaching Fuminlu, Lin Bai spotted Zhongli seated at a tea stall at the entrance, enjoying a cup of tea. Fuminlu is acclaimed as the finest restaurant in Huayan. And at the tea stall, the famed storyteller Tian Tizui regaled the audience with tales. Unlike Lu Su, who favored lengthy narratives, Tian Tizui focused on Liyue's folklore and legendary tales. Lin Bai took a seat beside Zhongli, who sipped his tea and inquired, "Do you enjoy listening to stories?" "Not particularly," Lin Bai replied, "but I have some questions for you." Zhongli nodded in acknowledgement, just as Tian Tizui struck the wooden block, rolled up his sleeves, and cheerfully declared, "Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence now." With another resounding strike of the block, he continued, "Last time, we spoke of the great calamity, plaguingly, where a monstrous presence disturbed the seas and a vile serpent lurked in the mountains. The Geo-Archon summoned the celestial beings to restore clarity to the world." Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhongli, pondering the serendipity of having the Archon himself present while the tale unfolded. "Is something amiss?" Zhongli inquired, noticing Lin Bai's gaze upon him. "Nothing of consequence," Lin Bai replied, then proceeded to share his perplexities regarding AI Luolili and the sinister Eye of Tsuan. Zhongli set down his teacup and remarked, "It appears that AI Luolili has amplified Mount Sai's desires using the Eye of Kui. Is that even possible?" Lin Bai queried, astonished. "Indeed," Zhongli affirmed. "Human desires are a form of power. Not only desires but also wishes and dreams hold such potential. The Eye of Tsuan is inherently a conduit for acquiring additional strength, and since Maokai harbors numerous aspirations, it is only natural for him to resonate with the Eye." "That makes sense," Lin Bai considered. Luolili concealed the Eye within her bosom, and after Maokai inadvertently came into contact with it, their intertwined desires led to a harmonious resonance. So it is no wonder AI Luolili remarked on Mount Sai's increased strength. Lin Bai concluded, reflecting on the malevolent nature of the Eye, he placed the shattered Eye upon the table and inquired, Is this still of any use? Zhongli smiled.